One fateful day, Lu Xiaoxiao unexpectedly found herself transmigrated into a novel, embodying the tragic fate of a false heiress in a story centered around a beloved character. With no alternative, she feigned the role of a malicious female antagonist, while internally expressing her disdain for the world around her. Unbeknownst to her, her innermost thoughts were audible to her entire family. To the sweet and naive true heiress, Lu Xiaoxiao internally mused, "Darling, your kindness in providing medicine is so gentle. Given my wickedness, you ought to punish me severely." To her parents, who were embroiled in a business marriage, she thought, "Mom and Dad, when will you find your voices? Love should be proclaimed loudly." To her straightforward and love-struck brother, she lamented, "Brother, that girl is truly a threat. She will steal your confidential documents and lead the Lu family to ruin." And to her rebellious high school brother, she reflected, "Indulge in your antics after all, you'll be the first to face consequences, and when your life hangs by a thread, you will learn your lesson." The Lu family was left bewildered. Gradually, Lu Xiaoxiao realized that the plot was veering off course. Not only was she not despised by her family, but she also inexplicably became the favored one. Furthermore, she found herself entangled with the male lead's rival from the original story. As events unfolded, the media captured intimate moments between the heir of the Ji family and the eldest daughter of the Lu family, sparking rampant speculation online. Lu Xiaoxiao declared, "Do not spread rumors, we are merely ordinary friends with a pure relationship." To which Ji Yunhuai replied, "Indeed, for I am still in pursuit." Amidst the bustling crowd, only you can unveil my facade. Chapter 1. Receiving the script of the malicious female antagonist, upon awakening, Lu Xiaoxiao discovered she had entered the opulent world of a lavish family-centric novel she had perused before sleep. Overwhelmed by the luxurious decor of her surroundings, she wept tears of joy, exclaiming, "At last, it is my turn to be the cherished protagonist. Heaven has truly opened its eyes." However, in the next moment, a voice from the system interrupted her elation. "Dear, do not rejoice too soon, for you have not become the heroine." Lu Xiaoxiao's smile faltered as she inquired, "Then who have I become?" The system replied, "You are the antagonist, a malicious green tea false heiress destined for a tragic end." Lu Xiaoxiao's demeanor instantly soured. "I refuse to accept this, I want to go home." The system responded, "I'm afraid, dear, you cannot return until the story reaches its conclusion." Lu Xiaoxiao asked, "What if I were to die in this world?" The system answered, "Then you would truly perish." At the peak of exasperation, one may find themselves inexplicably amused. Such was the case for Lu Xiaoxiao, who found herself laughing at the system's response. "I retract my previous statement, oh heavens, you truly lack taste." Just as Lu Xiaoxiao prepared to unleash a torrent of curses upon the system and its ancestors, the door to her room was violently kicked open. A young man entered, adorned with a striking diamond earring, dressed in a black base layer paired with a vibrant, splash-painted trendy sweatshirt. He was Lu Yubai, the youngest son of the Lu family and Lu Xiaoxiao's brother, who was still in high school. The original owner of this identity had been adopted into the Lu family, and for over a decade, Lu Yubai had never once called her sister. "Hey, Lu Xiaoxiao, this room will soon no longer belong to you. Hurry up and pack your things and get out." The words of Schadenfreude were abruptly transformed into a gasp as Lu Xiaoxiao hurled a pillow with great force, striking him squarely in the face that seemed to invite punishment. With pent-up frustration, Lu Xiaoxiao shot a fierce glare at Lu Yubai and vehemently exclaimed, "Get lost. Go outside and knock again before you come back in." Lu Yubai. The system. A sharp, piercing sound resonated in her mind as the system implored, "Please remain calm. Your persona cannot collapse. We must embody the role of the green tea heroine. Otherwise, you shall never return home." Though her anger was palpable, the desire to return home prevailed. Pausing momentarily, Lu Xiaoxiao quickly covered her face with her hands and lowered her head, emitting delicate sobs that were punctuated by the trembling of her shoulders. "Whoa, I'm sorry. That was just my second personality. I was momentarily overwhelmed and couldn't manage my emotions. Please don't be angry." Whoa. However, her inner thoughts were an entirely different matter. That insufferable little brat. "A gentleman waits 10 years for revenge, mark my words. I shall make you pay." Lu Yubai, startled, widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't have misheard, could he? Was that truly her inner voice? Seeing him still in shock, Lu Xiaoxiao thought perhaps her act was insufficiently convincing. She raised her head, gazing at Lu Yubai with a pitiful expression. "I'm sorry. What was it you asked me to do?" "I didn't quite catch that. It certainly cannot be anything good. I shall take note and settle the score later." When the second inner thought echoed, Lu Yubai was astonished to realize that Lu Xiaoxiao hadn't even moved her lips. He confirmed ethos were indeed her thoughts. This bizarre situation shattered his understanding, rendering him stammering as he spoke. Dad mentioned today he would pick up Sister Jiyue, so you need to move to the room next door. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Jiyue was the protagonist of this tale, the cherished darling of the family, returning home today, marking the onset of Lu Xiaoxiao's antics in this identity. Upon uttering those words, Lu Yubai felt a pang of regret, perplexed as to why he had felt the need to clarify that last statement, as if he were terrified of Lu Xiaoxiao. Hurry up, they will be back soon, he added, attempting to regain some semblance of dignity, before turning to open the door. Lu Yubai had never shared a good relationship with his sister, who was unrelated by blood. Initially, he had intended to seize this opportunity to mock her further, but in his flustered state, he completely forgot about that and merely wished to escape. However, after pushing the door twice with all his might, it remained firmly shut. Lu Xiaoxiao kindly reminded him, "You need to pull the door open. How can someone be so foolish?" Fuming, Lu Yubai retorted, his face flushed. "Of course, I know. I don't need your reminder." Lu Xiaoxiao nodded, understanding his sentiment and choosing to remain silent. This little brat is quite easily agitated. He certainly deserves a good lesson. Lu Yubai. Unable to endure any longer, Lu Yubai bolted from the room in a flurry. Once again, silence enveloped the room. Lu Xiaoxiao glanced around, her voice tinged with reluctance as she queried the system. "Must I obediently vacate the room?" The system replied, "Theoretically, you could resist." Lu Xiaoxiao inquired, "And practically?" The system responded, "In practice, struggling proves futile." Lu Xiaoxiao conceded, "Very well, I shall take my leave." The system interjected, "That won't do, you must create a scene. The narrative requires you to instill a sense of trepidation in Lu Jiayue. Completing this task will earn you points." Lu Xiaoxiao felt somewhat exasperated. Before her transmigration, she toiled daily in the office as a mere servant to her superiors, and now, in this new world, she found herself laboring for the system. Her mental state was akin to that of a living person on the brink of death. With a sigh, she reassured herself that she was already here and sat down before the vanity, beginning to experiment with high-end cosmetics that she could never have dreamt of. Using before her transmigration, gradually becoming engrossed in the process. Well, if playing the role of a wicked female antagonist is my fate, I might as well indulge in a taste of luxury. At least I can reclaim some dignity amidst the turmoil. After observing her vanity for some time, the system could no longer contain its curiosity. "What are you doing?" "Lu Jiyue will return shortly. Shouldn't you prepare to thwart her?" Lu Xiaoxiao retorted confidently, "Is this not preparation? Once I don this flawless makeup, I shall utterly outshine her and leave her feeling inadequate." The system responded. The system then queried, "Host, is this method of torment perhaps a tad too innocent?" Lu Xiaoxiao flung her eyebrow pencil in frustration. "So I can't even apply makeup? Very well. I shall leap from the window and end it all." The system hastily amended its statement. "I was merely jesting. Take as long as you wish to beautify yourself. Cherish your life. Moi." 2 hours slipped by as she meticulously applied her makeup, and by the time Lu Xiaoxiao was satisfied, the sky outside had turned dark. A servant knocked at the door, calling out, "Miss, dinner is ready." Lu Xiaoxiao replied with an acknowledgement and rummaged through her wardrobe for a high-fashion dress before descending the stairs. The villa was adorned in a resplendent European style, with numerous renowned paintings gracing the corridor walls. Her room was on the second floor, necessitating a descent down a lengthy spiral staircase to reach the dining room. As she made her way down, she marveled at her surroundings. If only she could reside in such a place in reality, she could scarcely fathom the extent of her own self-satisfaction. Upon entering the dining room, she discovered that everyone had gathered. To say everyone was somewhat imprecise rather. It was those capable of attending who were present: her father, Lu Yuan; her mother, Song Jilan, the third young master of the Lu family, Lu Baiqin, the young master, Lu Yubai, and the recently returned Lu Jiu. Now the atmosphere was truly lively. Chapter 2. The family can read her heart. As far as Lu Xiaoxiao is aware, she has 2 older brothers. The eldest, Lu Xuanli, serves as the executive president of the Lu Corporation, having been groomed from a young age to be the heir. Consequently, he has become a tireless worker, often spending days at the company without returning home. The second brother, Lu Shiyan, is a top-tier movie star, frequently traveling across the country for filming, rendering him almost elusive. Moreover, due to his insistence on entering the entertainment industry, he has developed a rift with their father, leading to an awkward familial dynamic that explains his absence today. Lu Xiaoxiao's gaze traversed the room before settling on Lu Jiyue, who was seated at the center of the dining table in a white dress. The little girl, just returned home, appeared somewhat timid, her unadorned face radiating an extraordinary beauty reminiscent of a pearl that has long been shrouded in dust, finally encountering the light. Her large, round apricot eyes were filled with curiosity as they regarded Lu Xiaoxiao, and her long, thick eyelashes fluttered with each blink, creating an adorably innocent presence that was utterly endearing. In that instant, Lu Xiaoxiao felt her heart illuminate. "Oh my, darling, you are like a soft, fragrant little cake. I wish to embrace you and shower you with affection." Hearing this excited utterance, Lu Yunhuai was momentarily taken aback. She blinked in confusion, tilting her head towards Lu Xiaoxiao, uncertain if she had misheard.
"Ah."
She tilted her head at me. "How incredibly cute. No one is permitted to defy you, my sweet sister." After a few moments of realization, Lu Yunhuai understood that she had tapped into Lu Xiaoxiao's innermost thoughts, and she concluded that this sister truly adored her. Feeling a wave of shyness wash over her, she lowered her head, blushing and unable to meet Lu Xiaoxiao's gaze. Similarly, Lu Yuan and Song Jilan, who also overheard Lu Xiaoxiao's thoughts, were momentarily stunned. However, both had experienced their fair share of life's tribulations, and after a brief pause, they composed themselves, masking their surprise. Lu Yuan had never been particularly close to this adopted daughter. He had only taken in Lu Xiaoxiao after Lu Jiyue's disappearance, hoping to soothe his distraught wife. In truth, Lu Yuan was not particularly close to any child, as his focus had always been on his work. Nonetheless, hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's lack of aversion towards Lu Jiyue, he regarded her with newfound approval. Song Zilan felt a swell of joy, after being Lu Xiaoxiao's mother for so many years. It would be a lie to say she felt no affection. The revelation of her daughter's kind-heartedness warmed her heart, confirming that the child she had raised was indeed gentle and lovely. Meanwhile, the typically quiet autistic boy, Lu Bachan, cast a fleeting glance at Lu Xiaoxiao before silently averting his gaze once more. Across the table, Lu Yubai's expression shifted dramatically, his shock palpable. What had he just heard? Lu Xiaoxiao had feelings for Jiyue? A chill ran down his spine as he rubbed his arms to dispel the goosebumps, his eyes narrowing into a fierce glare directed at Lu Xiaoxiao. This was impossible. It had to be a facade. In Lu Yubai's heart, Lu Xiaoxiao had always been a hypocritical person. He silently resolved to be the gallant protector of Lu Jiaoyu. A group of individuals harbored diverse thoughts, while the very instigator, Lu Xiaoxiao, remained oblivious to it all. Song Jilan smiled and said, "Xiaoxiao, come sit over here. This is your sister, Lu Jiaoyu, whom I mentioned before." Lu Xiaoxiao then took a seat beside Lu Jiaoyu, recalling her task of asserting dominance over her. She feigned a critical gaze, scanning Lu Jiaoyu from head to toe, and then covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. Jiaoyu, dear sister, your attire is quite plain, perhaps a result of being accustomed to a humble background. This simply won't do. You are now a young lady of the Lu family. If you do not adorn yourself splendidly, it may bring disgrace upon our house." As she spoke, she shook her head in disapproval, even feeling that her tone was somewhat petty. How absurd! A beautiful person need not be picky about their clothing. Even in a burlap sack, they would look exquisite. However, I fear my sarcasm might displease her. Lu Jiaoyu nodded, her eyes sparkling. "Sister, you are absolutely right. Your dress today is simply stunning, and your makeup is exquisite. You are even more beautiful than the stars on television." Lu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She sensed something amiss. Tentatively, she pressed further. "After all, this gown was specially arranged by our elder brother for me. It is haute couture crafted by a top designer, so naturally, it stands out. In truth, I insisted on it. Our elder brother is far too busy to attend to me, yet she likely perceives this as me flaunting his affection." Lu Jiaoyu continued to nod enthusiastically. "How wonderful! Our brother truly dotes on you." Lu Xiaoxiao was perplexed. Does she not perceive the sarcasm at all? Just as Lu Xiaoxiao began to doubt herself, Lu Yubai slammed his hand on the table and stood up.
"Hey,
Lu Xiaoxiao, do not go too far. Jiaoyu is too innocent to hold it against you. Do not assume others are oblivious to your intentions." Upon uttering these words, Lu Yubai could not suppress a smirk of secret satisfaction.
Huh?
Did you not anticipate this, woman? I am a chosen one with extraordinary abilities, capable of hearing your innermost thoughts. No matter how well you disguise them, it won't help. However, the next moment, he noticed Lu Xiaoxiao smiling genuinely. She had initially believed her provocation had failed, but seeing Lu Yubai's reaction, it evidently had an effect. She knew her acting skills were on point. Receiving a tacit acknowledgement from Lu Yubai, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly found him much more agreeable. Yubai, you are overthinking it. What ill intentions could I have? I understand you are still young and naive, but one should maintain elegance during meals. Lu Xiaoxiao raised her wine glass, taking a gentle sip, and looked at Lu Yubai with affectionate eyes. Elegance never goes out of style. Lu Yubai was taken aback. The way Lu Xiaoxiao alternated between calling him Yubai and referring to herself as sister thoroughly disgusted him. Coupled with his disdain for being told he was too young to understand, the expression on his youthful face turned a deep shade of anger. He nearly erupted. Lu Xiaoxiao, do not go too far. And who says you are my sister? You are nothing but an impostor. Were it not for my father adopting you, you would still be an orphan. Lu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, refraining from immediate retort. She was not the original Lu Xiaoxiao, and would not genuinely be affected by such words. However, for the previous Lu Xiaoxiao, this statement was indeed profoundly hurtful. It was no wonder that she evolved into a venomous antagonist. Such remarks are bound to push one toward darkness. According to Lu Xiaoxiao's true nature, she would have surely engaged in a fierce confrontation with Lu Yubai under these circumstances, yet her current persona required a more subdued demeanor. In the span of a few seconds, Lu Xiaoxiao revisited the sorrowful events of her life, successfully conjuring a few tears, her voice trembling with feigned sorrow. Yes, I am not the biological child of the Lu family. If everyone detests me so much, just send me back to continue my life as an orphan. Chapter 3. The Revelation of Gold Coin Father. Externally, Lu Xiaoxiao portrayed a pitiable image, while internally, her sarcasm was razor-sharp. I am astounded. Lu Yubai and Lu Jiyue bear such a striking resemblance, yet one face is so endearing while the other is thoroughly despised. It is no wonder he faces such dire consequences later on. While the early chapters of this novel indeed center around a beloved character, the latter part reveals a tumultuous emotional journey for the protagonist. The male lead, Gu Sipei, is a madman who orchestrates the downfall of the Lu family to ensure that Lu Jiyue remains utterly dependent on him. Following that, the once prominent sons of the Lu family lost their former glory, with the most reckless, Lu Yubai, nearly losing his life due to his misguided choices. Lu Xiaoxiao cast a sidelong glance at him, her gaze filled with regret, before slowly lowering her eyelashes. Naturally, these developments are far down the line for now. Lu Yubai still has ample time to flounder. Being adopted by the Lu family was not a decision I could make as a child. When they needed someone to soothe their pain over a lost daughter, I was treasured. Yet once their biological daughter was found, all the blame was thrust upon me. Am I merely a victim of circumstance? She discreetly shot a glance at Lu Yuan, pursing her lips. It is one thing for my mother to be indecisive, but my father is utterly irresponsible. Having so many children while neglecting their upbringing, appearing indifferent to the situation, is truly disheartening. I would be better off returning to my life as an orphan. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by this heartfelt reproach. As the head of the family, his authority instinctively compelled him to respond with anger, but upon witnessing Lu Xiaoxiao's defiant, tear-streaked eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. Upon further reflection, he could not deny the validity of her sentiments. To the outside world, he was undoubtedly a successful individual, yet he alone understood the superficiality of his familial relationships. His marriage to Song Jilan was one of convenience, characterized more by mutual respect than genuine affection, and his children largely viewed him with trepidation. The seemingly vibrant Lu family lacked the warmth of true familial bonds. Enough. Who says she is not your sister? In the taut silence, Lu Yuan's authoritative voice shattered the stillness. Lu Yubai, sit down and eat your meal. Such reckless words must not be uttered again. Lu Yubai had always harbored a deep-seated fear of his father. Whenever he faced reprimand, all feelings of indignation and resentment dissipated instantly, compelling him to take a seat, instinctively drawing in his neck. Reflecting on the dismal fate that Lu Xiaoxiao had alluded to earlier, he found it hard to fully dismiss the notion. Though a nagging uncertainty brewed within him. Raised in an environment of indulgence, he had never been particularly superstitious or concerned with the opinions of those around him. However, after experiencing the phenomenon of mind reading, Lu Yubai couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Xiaoxiao possessed an unusual aura. Who could say if she had the ability to foresee the future? The thought made him shudder slightly, but he quickly dismissed it as overly fanciful. Shaking his head to negate the speculation, he decided that, at worst, he would keep a close watch on her and observe her behavior further. Clarity would come in time. Lu Yuan then turned his gaze towards Lu Xiaoxiao, his tone softening. You need not overthink it. Since you have entered the Lu family, you are one of us. You are my child, just like the others. Lu Xiaoxiao paused, momentarily taken aback, before her eyes brightened with a smile as she replied, Thank you, Dad. Her expression of gratitude rang clear and sincere, perhaps the most heartfelt sentiment expressed throughout the evening. Well then, I shall temporarily retract my previous judgment. Dad isn't so bad after all, at least he speaks with reason. Lu Yuan found himself somewhat astonished by his daughter's ease of appeasement. Accustomed to the cutthroat dynamics of the business world, he had learned that without offering substantial benefits, one could hardly expect any return. Yet, Lu Xiaoxiao's change of heart seemed to hinge on nothing more than a simple, fair acknowledgement. After the initial surprise, a wave of guilt washed over him. He recalled that earlier that morning, he had insisted Lu Xiaoxiao vacate her room for Lu Jiyue. In retrospect, he recognized the inadequacy of his considerations. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Yuan asked, Have you cleared out your room yet? Lu Xiaoxiao replied no. She had, in fact, been prepared to move, but according to the system's guidance, her resistance to vacate was also a strategic maneuver to assert her stance against Lu Jiyue. Prior to descending the stairs, she had mentally rehearsed her dramatic appeal, and it was time to articulate it. Taking a deep breath, she conjured a few glistening tears. Dad, if you are curious as to why my eyes are often teary, I must confess it is due to the profound love I have for this room over the past several years. You need not clear it out. Lu Yuan interjected. No need to clear the room. Lu Xiaoxiao, momentarily interrupted, exclaimed, Huh? Lu Yuan reiterated. You need not clear the room. You may continue to reside here. I will have Lu Bo arrange the room next door for your sister. Lu Bo, the family steward, promptly turned to dispatch the necessary arrangements upon receiving Lu Yuan's instructions. By the way, Lu Yuan continued, didn't you mention that your sister's attire and status don't align? When you have the time tomorrow, take her to the nearby mall and procure some clothes she would like. And if you happen to see anything you fancy, feel free to pick it up as well. Lu Xiaoxiao initially appeared bewildered, but as the meaning dawned upon her, a smile began to unfurl at the corners of her mouth. Lu Yuan observed as her eyes sparkled with growing excitement, fixed on him as if she were anticipating something more. Lu Yuan found himself somewhat perplexed and immediately attuned to her heartfelt musings. Daddy, give me some gold coins, Daddy. Lu Yuan, feigning nonchalance, discreetly produced a black card and slid it across the table. Use this card, there are no limits on the amount. Lu Xiaoxiao pretended to hesitate. Isn't that a bit excessive? Yet her hands moved with remarkable swiftness, as if fearing he might retract his offer. Daddy is so wonderful. I love you, Daddy. Lu Yuan cleared his throat, feeling a flush of warmth creep up his ears at her unabashed sincerity. He had previously been unaware of his daughter's amusing nature. There's nothing wrong with accepting what I offer. If you need anything, just let me know. Now, let us continue our meal. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's eyes nearly rolled back in exasperation. He almost spewed the soda he had just sipped. Being a high school student who often found himself in trouble, he faced stricter financial oversight at home, and thus, he genuinely felt a twinge of envy. Lu Xiaoxiao sensed his intense gaze and innocently glanced at him. Dear brother, are you feeling sour? Jealous, perhaps? What's the matter? I'm enjoying myself. Lu Yu suddenly concluded that possessing telepathy might not be the most desirable gift. It was simply too noisy. However, his emotions were no longer of concern for Lu Xiaoxiao, who was currently in a splendid mood, which even improved her appetite. After consuming a satisfying portion of her meal, Lu Jiyue approached with a plate of dessert. Her tone was somewhat anxious, clearly eager to please. Sister, would you like some cake? This is for you. Instinctively, Lu Xiaoxiao was about to accept, but just as she opened her mouth, she received a warning from the system. Host, the trajectory of events tonight has already deviated significantly from the original narrative. If you proceed like this, you may cultivate a harmonious sisterly bond with the true heiress. Chapter 4, The Artistic Prodigy with Autism. The words she intended to speak swiftly transformed into a tone of disdain. You go ahead and have it. Don't give me your favorite flavor. Our tastes are simply not aligned. Oh, what a delightful sharer you are. This cake looks absolutely scrumptious.
Darling, do indulge yourself.
Lu Jiyue felt a blush rise to her cheeks at such heartfelt sentiments. Thank you, sister. After expressing her gratitude, she joyfully took the plate of cake for herself, appearing utterly elated. For a moment, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a bit bewildered, unsure of what exactly her sister found so joyous. Never mind. That is probably why she could be the main character. Look at her abysmal sensitivity. Simply astonishing. After the meal, Lu Xiaoxiao prepared to return to her room, chatting with the system as she walked. Didn't you say that struggling over the room was futile? Yet I still managed to claim it. The system replied. Lu Xiaoxiao laughed. Does it sting? The system responded. Host, this indeed is an unforeseen development, but please refrain from belittling me. Lu Xiaoxiao continued. Then what exactly is your purpose? Honestly, when I read this novel initially, I wasn't paying much attention, and I've forgotten many details. So I still rely on you. According to the butterfly effect, even the slightest alteration can lead to unpredictable changes in subsequent events. Lu Xiaoxiao. Oh, what should we do now? System. I am merely a worker. I will report the issues you raise, but I cannot say how long it will take to receive a response. However, theoretically, as long as the conclusion is complete, you may leave, and you will have to manage the intervening changes on your own. Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao. Wow. How can one perform without a script? Such flexibility. System. Indeed, host. Let us refrain from chatting for now. Another incident is unfolding. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao happened to walk past the corner of the staircase, and upon raising her gaze, she beheld Lu Bachan standing in the shadow beside the wall lamp, his emotionless eyes fixed intently upon her. Due to his autism, Lu Bachan seldom ventured outside, and his prolonged confinement indoors rendered his skin exceedingly pale compared to others. He appeared quite slender, standing silently in the corridor, obstructing Lu Xiaoxiao's path. Were it not for the discernible color of his lips, he might resemble a translucent specter. In the original narrative, Lu Bachan is undoubtedly among the most enigmatic characters for Lu Xiaoxiao. She recalled that he rarely engaged in conversation and had always regarded her as invisible. It was thus highly unusual to see him seemingly eager to speak now. Lu Xiaoxiao cautiously met his gaze for a moment, and when she finally spoke, she endeavored to soften her voice. Third brother, do you need something? Lu Bachan silently turned and walked a couple of steps before glancing back at Lu Xiaoxiao. Halting in place, Lu Xiaoxiao inquired, do you want me to follow you? Lu Bachan gave a slight nod. Thus, Lu Xiaoxiao trailed behind him. After a brief walk, Lu Bachan brought her to the door of his room. He remained silent, exerting force to push the door open and then flicking on the light. What greeted her was a dazzling expanse of white. Aside from the night outside, Lu Bachan's room was predominantly white. White walls, white curtains, a white desk, and a white carpet. In the center of the room stood an easel, displaying a canvas depicting a creature that Lu Xiaoxiao could not recognize. Rendered in a blend of colors, the sole splash of hue in the room. It seemed to be a living being, as it featured closed eyes in a region resembling a head. Lu Xiaoxiao was aware of Lu Bachan's remarkable artistic talent, with many of his paintings fetching exorbitant prices. Seeing the artwork in person for the first time, she felt a sense of reverence, scrutinizing it for an extended period, yet still finding it abstract. Well, she conceded. She indeed was a mere mortal. Lu Xiaoxiao turned to Lu Bachan, tentatively asking, is third brother showing me this painting? Lu Bachan emitted a soft affirmative sound. Lu Xiaoxiao endeavored to steer the conversation. It's beautiful, but what does this painting depict?
Soul's mine.
For the first time, the youth spoke in earnest. His speech was not as halting as Lu Xiaoxiao had envisioned. His voice was clear and melodious, though his pronunciation seemed somewhat unpracticed, diverging from the norm. She had guessed correctly to some extent. Souls could indeed be classified as living beings. Lu Xiaoxiao silently praised herself before racking her brain to extol. Oh, quite splendid. Quite splendid indeed. The use of color is remarkably chaotic yet orderly. Third brother, your artistic prowess is unparalleled. The art world cannot do without you.
Yet,
why does it feel as though something is amiss? Perhaps it lacks a certain element. Alas, being an outsider, I shall refrain from overstepping my bounds. Just as she pondered this, her wrist was suddenly grasped by Lu Bachan. Startled, Lu Xiaoxiao feared she had failed to meet his expectations and inadvertently angered him. As she was about to apologize, Lu Bachan interrupted her. Not finished, he stated, something is missing, it cannot be completed. He then thrust a nearby paintbrush into Lu Xiaoxiao's hand, his tone leaving no room for dissent. You do it.
Lu Xiaoxiao, me?
Lu Bachan nodded. His dark eyes ignited with a fervent anticipation. Gritting her teeth, Lu Xiaoxiao lifted her hand, locating the heart of the soul, and awkwardly rendered a lopsided yet conspicuous red shape, employing the clumsy techniques she had learned in kindergarten for drawing stick figures. Although her creation was abstract, it appeared remarkably normal compared to the rest of the painting's abstraction. Gathering her thoughts, Lu Xiaoxiao solemnly declared, This represents the heart of the soul. I believe a soul possesses a heart. Even with its eyes closed, it can perceive the world through its heart. Having completed her nonsensical explanation, she cautiously stole a glance at Lu Baichen's expression. He seemed lost in thought, neither expressing approval nor disapproval, leaving Lu Xiaoxiao's heart in a tumult of uncertainty. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave now, third brother? Lu Baichen offered no response, his gaze fixed on the heart's location, as if ensnared in a world of his own. Lu Xiaoxiao, somewhat uninformed about autism, recognized that individuals of this nature often exhibit little reaction to external stimuli. Interpreting his silence as tacit agreement, she tiptoed out of the room. Only after securely closing the door did she realize she had been subconsciously holding her breath in Lu Baichen's presence. She quickly inhaled deeply several times to calm herself. Heavens! Conversing with third brother is exceedingly nerve-wracking. It may be wise to limit my interactions with him henceforth. As Lu Xiaoxiao turned to return to her own room, she discovered Song Zilan standing silently behind her. Xiaoxiao, did you just speak with Baichen? Chapter 5. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Song Zilan's tone was laced with a hint of caution, her expression a complex amalgamation that Lu Xiaoxiao found difficult to interpret. Taken aback by the question, Lu Xiaoxiao hesitated, uncertain whether to answer truthfully. After a moment, she finally managed a tentative yes. To her surprise, Song Zilan seized her hands excitedly. Really? How wonderful! Baichen hasn't he spoken to me in months? Hearing this reassures me. At this point, she suddenly recalled that Lu Baichen was merely a wall away. Although the Lu family's soundproofing was excellent, Song Zilan instinctively lowered her voice. What did he say to you? Can you tell Mama? Lu Xiaoxiao was slightly taken aback by Song Zilan's sudden physical contact. After a few seconds of daze, a thought slowly began to form in her mind. Upon hearing the phrase, "Oh, so you are not here to express concern for me," Song Zilan's demeanor immediately froze. She hastily responded, "Xiaoxiao, you know that your third brother has been unwell. The psychologist recently warned me that if this continues, his condition may worsen. As for Yunhuai, she has just returned, and I must pay her more attention. I may have inadvertently neglected you this evening. Please do not take it to heart. I have always regarded you as my own daughter, I swear." Lu Xiaoxiao gazed into her mother's sincere eyes and sighed inwardly. Having recently taken possession of this body, she felt more like an observer, keenly aware of the struggles Song Zilan faced as a mother trying to balance her attention among her children. Yet, from the original owner's perspective, it must have been an immense shock during an already insecure time. In truth, according to the original plot, Lu Xiaoxiao should have been reprimanded by Lu Yuan after making things difficult for Lu Yunhuai. However, something seemed amiss today, aside from the rebellious Lu Yubai. The Lu family appeared unusually tolerant of her. Regardless, it cannot be denied that Song Zilan was not unkind to the original owner. She was inherently a gentle and compassionate woman. Lu Xiaoxiao offered a sweet and understanding smile. "It's all right, Mama. I didn't think much of it. Third brother merely showed me his latest painting and didn't say anything of particular significance. Please rest assured." "Oh, it is not easy for a mother," she mused. "It seems she devotes her entire attention to her children daily. Why not spare some time to resolve misunderstandings with her husband? I truly do not understand." Song Zilan pondered. Resolve misunderstandings? What misunderstandings could there be between her and Lu Yuan? She herself was entirely unaware. The remark piqued her curiosity. Yet she feared that revealing her ability to hear Lu Xiaoxiao's thoughts might cause her daughter to become guarded. Thus, the question lingered unasked on her lips. Seeing her mother had no intention of pursuing the topic, Lu Xiaoxiao naturally prepared to take her leave. "Mama, I'm feeling a bit tired today. I will return to my room to rest."
Good night.
"Good night," Song Zilan replied, watching Lu Xiaoxiao depart. That night, Lu Xiaoxiao slept soundly, while in another room, Song Zilan tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The consequences of her insomnia led to Lu Yuan not receiving a favorable expression from his wife the following morning. Bewildered by what he might have done to provoke her, Lu Yuan could only silently lament that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. The next morning, Uncle Lu had prepared a car early for Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yunhuai to take them shopping at the mall. Before they got in the vehicle, the system informed Lu Xiaoxiao that the male lead, Gu Sipei, would also be in the vicinity today, urging her to facilitate a meeting between the male and female leads. To be honest, Lu Xiaoxiao held no fondness for the original male lead, as he was characterized as domineering and aloof, harboring a sinister heart. merely waiting for the female lead to redeem him. It seemed rather unfortunate that such an adorable heroine would fall into the clutches of such a man. The system interjected. Host, you must not think this way. The male lead does indeed care deeply for the female lead. Lu Xiaoxiao replied, yes, yes, yes. Love to the extent of bankrupting the entire Lu family? The system faltered for a moment, countering. Even so, after that, the male lead personally took care of the female lead's daily life. For someone of such high status, is it not a testament to his love? Lu Xiaoxiao scoffed. Isn't that to be expected? If you own a cat, you must clean its litter. If you have a dog, you need to take it for walks. The system, unable to argue further, resignedly stated, regardless, they must be together. That is how the narrative unfolds. Feeling somewhat melancholic, Lu Xiaoxiao chose not to elaborate further and merely acquiesced. Upon arriving at the mall, she took Lu Jiuyue to the brand store most frequented by the original host. The plethora of beautiful garments left Lu Jiuyue, a first-time visitor, utterly dazzled. Lu Xiaoxiao selected several pieces, stuffing them into her arms, encouraging her to try them on in the fitting room. Just as she was about to pick a couple of items for herself, a surprised exclamation rang out from behind her. Oh, what a coincidence, Xiaoxiao, you're here too. Turning at the sound of her name, Lu Xiaoxiao beheld a young woman with chestnut waves, her face alight with surprise as she hurried towards her, linking arms without hesitation. Next month, my family is hosting my birthday banquet, and I have yet to find a dress I adore. Since you're here, help me pick one. Lu Xiaoxiao felt somewhat flustered. She had not anticipated encountering an acquaintance of the original host while shopping. She was aware that the original host had many superficial friendships within the elite circles of the capital, but the sheer number made it difficult to keep track. Fortunately, the system provided a timely character introduction in her mind. Host, this is Yu Mengqian, the daughter of the Yu family.
Ah.
Now Lu Xiaoxiao recognized her as the most self-absorbed character in the original narrative, a VIP at a cosmetic surgery clinic. Observing her long, fluttering eyelashes, Lu Xiaoxiao swallowed hard and smiled, feigning enthusiasm. Ah, what a coincidence, Qian. I would be delighted to help you choose a dress. Yu Mengqian grasped her arm, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Not so fast. Let me share some gossip. You won't believe it. So-and-so is together with so-and-so. Lu Xiaoxiao, which ones? Noticing her confusion, Yu Mengqian grew impatient. TSK. The ones I just told you about last week. Lu Xiaoxiao, lacking the original host's memories, felt utterly lost but worried about revealing her ignorance, merely pretended to understand, offering vague affirmations. Yu Mengqian, satisfied with her response, winked. Really? And you absolutely won't believe what they did. They went to that place, and then did that. Lu Xiaoxiao. Oh my, that's quite shocking. Yu Mengqian. Yes. I thought so too. I knew you would understand. Lu Xiaoxiao could only manage an awkward smile. Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Jiuyue emerged from the fitting room. Holding up her skirt, her expression somewhat uncertain. Sister, do I look good in this? Chapter 6. Your nose prosthetic is crooked. Lu Jiuyue donned a knee-length dress in a delicate cherry blossom pink, its floral patterns simple yet charming, perfectly complementing her fair complexion and enhancing her delicate allure. Lu Xiaoxiao, unable to suppress her impulse, felt an overwhelming desire to pinch the soft cheeks of her counterpart, confidently guessing that the texture would be delightful. In her heart, she thought, what is this? A cute little flower fairy. A beautiful sprite. I must purchase this. However, her exterior remained composed, merely responding with a faint nod. It's quite nice. Upon hearing her assessment, Lu Jiuyue beamed with joy, revealing her adorable canines. Then I shall try on another for my sister. Meanwhile, Yu Mengqian, who had been frowning since Lu Jiuyue's arrival, began to connect the dots. Initially unaware of Lu Jiuyue's identity, she now comprehended the situation upon hearing her refer to Lu Xiaoxiao as sister.
Ah.
So this is the young lady from the Lu family who has returned to disrupt Xiaoxiao's life. Yu Mengqian recalled how Lu Xiaoxiao had previously mentioned the sister, her tone tinged with melancholy and annoyance, suggesting a lack of fondness for her. After all, who would appreciate a sibling who suddenly appeared and competed for familial affection? When Lu Xiaoxiao was adopted, she was still quite young, and the Lu family had never publicly announced her status as an adopted daughter. Naturally, the original owner would not divulge such information either. Consequently, Lu Xiaoxiao's friends were oblivious to her true identity as a false heiress. And upon hearing of Lu Jiuyue's impending return, they all felt a sense of injustice on her behalf. As an only child, Yu Mengqian could scarcely fathom the turmoil she would experience if her father were to bring home a sister from the streets, leading her to empathize more with Lu Xiaoxiao and subsequently develop a distaste for Lu Jiyue.
Hey.
Stop right there. She called out to Lu Jiyue, her tone decidedly unfriendly. With a disapproving gaze, she scrutinized Lu Jiyue, her eyes sharp and critical. You must be that girl who emerged from the slums, right? With such a frail frame. Are you malnourished or simply unwell?
What?
Lu Jiyue appeared taken aback by the sudden hostility, her expression one of confusion. Lu Xiaoxiao mirrored her astonishment, feeling both surprised and somewhat displeased. While her own harsh words towards Lu Jiyue were driven by necessity, Yu Mengqian's remarks were simply unwarranted provocation. Yet, staying true to her character, Lu Xiaoxiao felt compelled to side with Yu Mengqian. Qianqian, please refrain from such remarks. She forced a sarcastic smile. Its insincerity evident upon closer inspection. After all, she is my sister. It would be best not to strike at her vulnerabilities.
Ah.
How utterly cruel. Truly excessive. Malnourished is one thing, but how dare she imply my sister is ill? And what about her own? Lu Jiyue instinctively glanced at Yu Mengqian's chest, then burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Yu Mengqian? Confounded, Yu Mengqian could not fathom what aspect of their banter had tickled Lu Jiyue's funny bone. Was this not an insult? Feeling as though her words had landed ineffectively, she now found herself genuinely irritated. What are you laughing at? Yu Mengqian took a step forward, her tone turning increasingly hostile. I warn you, do not delude yourself into thinking you can usurp the affection the Lu family has for Xiaoxiao. Her parents and several brothers dote on her excessively and would never spare you a glance. Lu Jiyue glanced at the advancing chest of Yu Mengqian, struggling to suppress a smile, and then nodded with an amiable demeanor, saying, I will not compete with my sister for anything. Furthermore, I hold great affection for her. And I shall treat her well. Yu Mengqian was taken aback. In her imagination, Lu Jiyue might have reacted with calmness, indignation, or even tears. But she certainly would not have agreed. What was happening now? Was this sister truly naive? Could she not perceive any malice? Faced with the genuine gaze of her counterpart, Yu Mengqian found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao had been observing the entire exchange, reaching a state of near petrification. She was utterly astonished by Lu Jiyue's innocent sweetness, feeling both incredulous and a profound frustration at the futility of her naivety. How could anyone be so magnanimous? It was evident she would easily be taken advantage of in the outside world. My dear, you are far too gentle. Yu Mengqian's face flushed crimson as she stammered, pointing at Lu Jiyue. After several attempts to articulate her thoughts, she finally pushed Lu Jiyue with considerable force, concluding, All right. So you enjoy pretending, do you? I am well aware of your kind. Don't think I'll be fooled just because you speak sweetly. I will keep a close watch on you. Seeing that Yu Mengqian was resorting to underhanded tactics to provoke a fight, Lu Xiaoxiao could no longer contain herself and suddenly interjected loudly to change the subject. Qianqian. It seems your nose job has gone awry. Although Yu Mengqian appeared to be defending her, Lu Xiaoxiao, having read the original text, understood that Yu Mengqian had a penchant for picking on others. Her relationship with the original protagonist was rather superficial, maintained solely through their shared bullying of Lu Jiyue. The original protagonist enjoyed associating with such individuals, but Lu Xiaoxiao did not share that sentiment. Lu Xiaoxiao's loud exclamation drew the attention of everyone in the store. Yu Mengqian, unable to discern the truth, was struck with panic, her face paling as she shrieked and covered her face. Really, Xiaoxiao? It looked fine when I left the house. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded with a feigned concern, secretly amused, her tone becoming more exaggerated. Indeed, it seems your false eyelashes are a bit askew too. Qianqian, your face appears excessively artificial. You've spent so much money. I truly feel for you. Lu Xiaoxiao's nature was such that if anyone displeased her, they would have to pay a price. The system had instructed her to act as a green tea character, since she could not be the good person. She might as well launch indiscriminate attacks on everyone. If everyone were to suffer, it would be fair, wouldn't it? In her flustered state, Yu Mengqian could not discern whether Lu Xiaoxiao's tone was one of genuine concern or veiled sarcasm. She clutched her face tightly, anxious enough to wish for a place to hide. Xiaoxiao, I must leave. I must go. We can play another time. Lu Xiaoxiao urged her to stay.
Wait.
Did you not say you wanted me to help you choose clothes? Next time. I promise. Yu Mengqian fled with remarkable swiftness, her words barely escaping her lips before she vanished from sight. How delightful. At last, I have managed to rid myself of that bothersome presence. With Lu Jiyue's dull-witted innocence, she surely cannot discern that I am merely extricating her from a predicament. A smirk curled at the corners of Lu Xiaoxiao's lips, satisfaction blooming within her as she pushed Lu Jiyue into the fitting room, feigning a fierce demeanor. What are you dawdling for? You have 1 hour to try on these 10 or so outfits. Do not waste my time. Furthermore, you must spend at least 5 million today on clothes. Otherwise, do not even think about returning home, lest you embarrass the Lu family by wearing cheap attire. Oh dear, I slightly regret it. 5 million seems rather conservative. I should have said 10 million, considering our father mentioned that the black card has no limit. With so many exquisite garments, I wish I could acquire the entire collection for her. Oh my, this pleasure of being a benefactor is mine to savor. Ha 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 ha. Lu Jiyue offered no resistance, obediently complying. In a moment unnoticed by Lu Xiaoxiao, she lifted her gaze to glance at her sister. Recalling Lu Xiaoxiao's earlier internal lament about her overly gentle nature, a faint smile graced her lips before she quickly composed herself. Sister, I am not the simpleton you believe me to be. Lu Jiyue thought to herself. It is precisely because you are remarkable that I hold affection for you. Chapter 7. The Virtue of Not Being a Third Wheel. As Lu Jiyue changed outfits, Lu Xiaoxiao finally found a moment to sit down and scroll through her phone. Upon entering Weibo, she spotted a familiar name trending on the hot search list, Lu Shiyan's latest schedule for a reality show. Lu Shiyan revealed his intention to bring ordinary individuals onto the show. His background as a young master was also mentioned. Noticing that 3 of the top 10 trending topics pertained to her second brother, Lu Xiaoxiao's curiosity was piqued. A brief perusal revealed that he had recently accepted a reality show centered around survival on a deserted island, sparking fervent discussions among fans. As Lu Xiaoxiao understood, Lu Shiyan was determined to enter the entertainment industry due to his passion for acting, diligently honing his craft over the years. This marked his first agreement to participate in a variety show, likely due to a close friendship with the show's director, which explained the excitement among fans. As for the mention of his status as a young master, there were no substantial revelations, merely conjectures based on fans analyzing the details of his daily photos, resulting in a discussion largely comprised of unfounded speculation and lighthearted banter. Initially, Lu Shiyan did not receive support from the Lu family upon entering the industry. Thus he concealed his connection to them, truly rising through sheer talent and effort to achieve his current position. Presently, the attention of netizens remains predominantly focused on his newly accepted variety show. Will we finally get to see a glimpse of my husband in his daily life? I cannot wait. As a non-fan, I believe the saltwater fans should temper their excitement. Did he not mention bringing ordinary individuals onto the show? He might be paving the way for a romantic relationship, and your husband could soon have a girlfriend. What a facade from the comment above, clearly a hater. What a master of rumors. I can hardly believe it. Which kind-hearted individual would bring their girlfriend onto a reality show aimed at surviving on a deserted island? Surely, they ought to participate in a dating show instead. I tend to think that the ordinary participants are of different identities. What's the fuss about? We shall see when the show airs. Besides, our Shiyan is an actor, not an idol. He works tirelessly on his career. And even if he is genuinely in love, I would support him. Some people really can't stand the thought of celebrities being in relationships.
Oh.
But I'm a fan of the girlfriend. If news of a romance were to break, I might find it hard to accept. I adopt a wait-and-see attitude. I'm eagerly anticipating the show's premiere. Lu Xiaoxiao perused numerous comments from netizens, finding amusement in their banter. Unlike these online spectators, she was acutely aware of the true circumstances. In the original narrative, the opportunity to participate in the show was initially meant for her. However, after the original protagonist's attempt to sabotage Lu Jiyue was exposed, Lu Shiyan, in his disappointment, opted to take Lu Jiyue instead. Following the airing of this reality show, Lu Jiyue emerged into the public eye, captivating countless fans with her adorable personality, becoming an internet sensation, and affectionately dubbed the National Sister. Calculating the time until filming commenced, it wasn't long now. Nonetheless, it ultimately bore little relevance to her. As of now, she and this second brother were merely strangers. Lu Xiaoxiao glanced briefly at the details before losing interest. Coincidentally, the system timely emerged to issue a task. Host, you must quickly abandon the leading lady and flee. Lu Xiaoxiao. Why should I run? System. You are the malicious supporting character. The leading lady is unfamiliar with this vicinity. And your act of leaving her here while she tries on clothes is exceedingly wicked, a perfectly reasonable plot point. Lu Xiaoxiao. Nonsense. That's a terrible plot. The system, ignoring Lu Xiaoxiao's expletive, continued. Moreover, it has been detected that the male lead is currently nearby. Your presence is no longer necessary to facilitate their meeting, but if you do not flee now, you will miss the opportunity to evade. Lu Xiaoxiao. How wonderful. So why should I evade? System. Not being a third wheel is a virtue. Lu Xiaoxiao scoffs with a cold laugh. Lu Xiaoxiao promptly stood up to gather her belongings and depart. Had the system not provided a second reason, she would not have consented to this narrative. However, if the romantic connection between the leads could not be established, subsequent complications would arise. Yet, as she reached the entrance of the mall, she found herself wavering. Lu Xiaoxiao began to negotiate with the system. Is it possible to remain without making an appearance, just to observe from nearby? I still feel a bit uneasy. System. With all due respect, your proposed behavior sounds somewhat sinister. Lu Xiaoxiao. And what of it? Just tell me if it's feasible. The system fell silent. Lu Xiaoxiao. Stop pretending to be mute. I haven't utilized a single point from the last time I asserted my authority, so I might as well use them now. As Lu Jiuyue emerged from the fitting room after trying on her final outfit, she scanned her surroundings but failed to spot Lu Xiaoxiao. A tad bewildered, she inquired with a nearby shop assistant if she had seen her sister, to which the assistant shook her head, replying that she was unaware, merely informing her that the dress had already been paid for. Lu Jiuyue had not considered the direction in which she had been abandoned. Believing that Lu Xiaoxiao was merely bored, she decided to explore other shops. She took out her phone to call her sister, only to discover that she did not possess the necessary contact information and thus had to abandon the idea. After a moment's contemplation, she exited with a large bundle of neatly packed shopping bags, intending to wander nearby in hopes of locating Lu Xiaoxiao. However, being unfamiliar with the shopping mall, Lu Jiuyue found herself surrounded by brands she did not recognize. After wandering for quite some time, she became thoroughly disoriented. In her eagerness to reunite with her sister, Lu Jiuyue hurried her steps and, without paying attention, collided with someone. Accompanied by a soft gasp of surprise, her bags scattered across the floor, prompting her to hastily crouch down to gather them. Halfway through collecting her belongings, she suddenly remembered her lack of apology to the individual she had run into. Embarrassed, she looked up and met a pair of indifferent eyes. Before her stood a tall man clad in a well-tailored suit, the fabric and craftsmanship indicating a significant cost. As she looked further up, she beheld his strikingly handsome and sharp features. The man's deep-set eyes and prominent nose bore a beauty that would be remarkable even in the entertainment industry. His thin lips were pressed together, and his eyelids drooped with impatience, exuding an aura of displeasure. The imposing gaze from above instilled a strong sense of aggression and pressure, making even someone as oblivious as Lu Jiuyue instantly realize that he was likely of extraordinary status. Of course, anyone capable of shopping in this mall was far from ordinary. Nevertheless, the intensity of his presence reminded Lu Jiuyue only of her father, Lu Yuan, yet the tension this man evoked surpassed even that. In the hierarchy of wealth in the capital, the Lu family was already considered to be among the elite, but above them were families of even greater prestige. Their influence and enterprises intricately woven into the fabric of society, capable of causing ripples with the slightest gesture. The man she had bumped into was Gu Sipei, the second son of the esteemed Gu family. According to the original timeline, he would soon overthrow his elder brother and become the true head of the Gu household. Although Lu Jiuyue was not yet aware of this layer of complexity, she instinctively felt that she could not afford to offend him. "I apologize, sir," she said, gathering her belongings back into her arms and bowing hurriedly with a sincere attitude. "I was walking too fast and did not see you there. It was not my intention to offend." Meanwhile, in the same location, Lu Xiaoxiao had successfully intersected with Gu Sipei, and things were progressing smoothly, providing a sense of reassurance. However, at the same moment, the system observed Lu Xiaoxiao hiding behind a trash can, lost in thought. "Host, what are you doing?" the system inquired. Lu Xiaoxiao, irritated, replied, "Of course, I'm spying. Do you even have a brain?" System, "No, I do not." Lu Xiaoxiao, impressive. Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. The system continued to express confusion, but haven't you already exchanged points for invisibility duration? Why are you still hiding? Lu Xiaoxiao, don't mind me. Such matters are all about the ambience. After uttering these words, she disregarded the system and continued to observe the actions of the two individuals nearby. What a klitsch way to meet by accidentally bumping into each other. Nevertheless, I must admit, this man is strikingly handsome. Just look at those long legs. And those broad shoulders paired with a narrow waist. Quite impressive. I suppose he could barely match a fraction of my little-used charm. While Lu Xiaoxiao scrutinized Gu Sipei with the discerning gaze of a mother-in-law evaluating her son-in-law, Lu Jiyue suddenly heard a familiar voice, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. She stole a glance around but could not spot Lu Xiaoxiao, realizing that her sister was likely nearby, observing her every move. Lu Jiyue felt a wave of calm wash over her. The earlier anxiety dissipated, replaced by a sense of reassurance that someone was backing her up. Perhaps this was her sister's test. She must handle the unexpected events with grace and prove to her sister that she would not bring disgrace to the Lu family. With this thought in mind, Lu Jiyue lifted her chin with determination and earnestly addressed Gu Sipei, "Sir, please do not be upset with me. As compensation for disturbing your mood, I would like to treat you to a cup of coffee." Gu Sipei. Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao felt a wave of dizziness at Lu Jiyue's audacity, helplessly covering her eyes, unable to bear to watch. This is absurd. Spending money on a man on their first meeting? Sister, you truly are bewildered. It was merely a bump. Is such a formal apology really necessary? Could it possibly lead to a serious issue? Moreover, let's consider for a moment, was he even at fault? If he saw someone approaching, why didn't he step aside? Gu Sipei narrowed his eyes, appraising the girl before him, who barely reached his chin in height, and did not respond immediately. He seldom visited malls personally, as his life assistant typically handled such errands for him. His presence here today was solely to prepare a gift for his grandfather's upcoming 70th birthday. Gu Sipei had always maintained a distant relationship with his family, save for his grandfather, with whom he shared a closer bond. Hence, he did not wish to be careless with this gift, choosing instead a finely crafted jade Buddha statue. Just as he exited the store, Lu Jiyue unexpectedly collided with him. The girl clutched a multitude of luxury brand shopping bags, yet her attire appeared to be worth less than 100. Without any makeup to enhance her features, she exuded a pure and unadulterated aura, resembling not a wealthy heiress, but rather the daughter of an ordinary family. Yet, Gu Sipei found her face familiar. The Gu family was well informed, and when the Lu family confirmed Lu Jiyue's identity, someone had delivered a dossier complete with her photograph. Gu Sipei, who typically abstained from romantic pursuits, had encountered numerous women, charming, adorable, aloof, or spoiled, but had never interacted with someone as simply genuine as Lu Jiyue. Thus, he had retained a distinct impression of her, albeit not anticipating such a serendipitous encounter today. Not far away, Assistant Lin of the Gu Group had just completed the payment for the Jade Buddha on behalf of his president. He was about to approach Gu Sipei to report when a mere glance from the latter halted him. Upon closer inspection, Lin noticed an unfamiliar young lady standing before the president, who, despite her presence, said nothing and quietly turned away. After all, given the generous salary he received from the Gu Group, a modicum of discernment was expected of him. As Lu Jiyue overheard Lu Xiaoxiao's internal monologue, she regretted her earlier words. Alas, she felt foolish. Her intention was to impress her sister, yet it had backfired. Noticing Gu Sipei's prolonged silence, her embarrassment deepened, prompting her to stammer and escape. It was perfectly fine if he was unwilling, and she truly apologized. However, she had not explicitly stated her reluctance. Before Lu Jiyue could finish her thought, Gu Sipei unexpectedly spoke, instructing her to lead the way. His voice was deep and magnetic, strikingly pleasant, devoid of any superfluous remarks. And his tone was succinct and authoritative, indicative of someone accustomed to commanding others. Lu Jiyue was momentarily taken aback, her expression twisting with conflict. Though he had consented, she no longer wished to treat him. Her sister had already remarked on her muddled thinking, and she desperately wanted to mitigate her losses. Yet, a promise once made was not something Lu Jiyue took lightly. After much hesitation, she steeled herself to fulfill her commitment.
All right.
But I never said I would take you to a CAF, she stated, setting her shopping bag aside and fumbling for her phone to open the payment interface. Let me scan it for you. Gu Sipei was momentarily perplexed, clearly not following Lu Jiyue's line of thought. Scan what? He inquired. Lu Jiyue frowned and replied, of course. The payment code. I'll transfer you 20. Her expression was so matter-of-fact, with a hint of incredulity in her gaze. It was as if she could have inscribed the words, "Do you have any common sense?" directly on her face. An awkward silence enveloped them. Lu Xiaoxiao was the first to crack, stifling her laughter just in time to keep it from escaping, though internally, she was in hysterics. Haha, this is utterly hilarious. Is this an apology or an insult? Darling, you executed it beautifully. Gu Sipei must never have imagined that a trip to the mall would result in receiving $20 from someone. Ha 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 ha. Seeing her sister so amused, Lu Jiyue felt reassured, believing her approach had been validated and her mood lifted. She even urged Gu Sipei to hurry. Gu Sipei's expression grew increasingly inscrutable. After a moment of silence, he eventually brought up a QR code. However, it was not a payment code, but rather a WeChat friend request code. Let us exchange contact information, he suggested. Lu Jiyue considered it and thought it reasonable, so she complied and added him. Lu Xiaoxiao nearly collapsed with laughter at this turn of events, but midway through, she suddenly realized she did not have Lu Jiyue's WeChat. Instantly, her amusement faded. That scoundrel. He beat me to it. I want to add my sister on WeChat too. Lu Jiyue couldn't help but smile, resolving to ensure she exchanged contact details with Lu Xiaoxiao at the earliest opportunity. In the original narrative, Gu Sipei escorted Lu Jiaoyu back to the Lu family home. However, when the real-life Gu Sipei inquired whether Lu Jiaoyu was alone, she resolutely shook her head. I came with my sister. She might be waiting for me in the car. I must go find her now. With a playful note, she added, I've transferred 20 yuan to you. Remember to check. Goodbye. Observing the girl's decisive departure, Gu Sipei lingered on the transaction screen of his phone, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Curiosity began to stir within him. How amusing it would be to witness her reaction if she were aware that his financial transactions exceeded 200,000 yuan per minute. Chapter 9. The gaze of one who yearns to wield a blade cannot be concealed. 10 minutes later, upon finding the family car, Lu Jiaoyu discovered Lu Xiaoxiao in the back seat, panting heavily while wiping the sweat from her forehead. She was indeed exhausted. The moment she heard Lu Jiaoyu mention searching for her in the car, Lu Xiaoxiao had dashed off, eager to board first and prevent any suspicion from arising. As Lu Jiaoyu reached for the car door, Lu Xiaoxiao quickly withdrew her hand, feigning a nonchalant gesture of fanning herself, complaining impatiently, It's so hot. The air conditioning isn't working at all. I'm sweating profusely. Thank goodness I made it. It's been ages since I exerted myself like this. The last time being during the school's 800-meter fitness test. I really pushed myself hard. Lu Jiaoyu, feeling the refreshing blast of cool air from the car, chose not to expose the charade. With a cheerful tone, she called out, Sister, and proudly displayed the shopping bag she held. Look, sister. I brought back all the clothes you picked for me. Your taste is impeccable. I adore each piece. But they are quite expensive. Lu Xiaoxiao, slightly dazed by her sister's affectionate calls, felt her heart soften, though her expression remained stern. Why do you look so naive? Just a few pieces of clothing. And you're already shocked by the price? Before you were brought back, this level of spending was my daily norm. You must get accustomed to it. Do you understand? Sweetheart, you are a precious gem. You must elevate your standards. These are all things you deserve. Lu Jiaoyu nodded obediently. I understand, sister. I will get used to it. Lu Xiaoxiao replied with a hint of guilt. You took too long trying on clothes. I grew weary waiting. So, I returned to the car to rest. She then added a warning. You better not think of reporting to father and mother. I did not intentionally leave you behind. While Lu Xiaoxiao believed she had effectively embodied the persona of a domineering sister, in Lu Jiaoyu's eyes, she merely appeared as a proud sibling who spoke one way, yet felt another. I want to report you, sister, I swear. Lu Jiaoyu quickly replied, her tone earnest. I was just a bit worried when I couldn't find you earlier. But I don't have your contact information. May I add you on WeChat? Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, then found herself amused. This was precisely what she desired. She cleared her throat, feigning reluctance as she unlocked her phone, grumbling playfully. All right then, what a hassle. Lu Jiyue hurriedly sent a friend request, which was instantly accepted by Lu Xiaoxiao. Upon glancing at the profile picture, she discovered it was an adorable cartoon rabbit. At their first meeting, Lu Xiaoxiao felt that Lu Jiyue was perfectly suited to be represented as a rabbit. Both exuded a charming innocence that made one want to cradle them in their arms. Delighted, Lu Xiaoxiao began to ponder how to annotate Lu Jiyue's contact. As the journey to the Lu residence was somewhat lengthy, providing ample time to muse. Along the way, she whimsically cycled through numerous nicknames. From darling little sister to Princess Yue, until the vehicle approached the luxurious Beishan Villa area, where she finally settled on the most satisfying moniker, Little Moon Rabbit. Beishan Villa is an upscale residential enclave in the capital, populated by the affluent and boasting top-tier security. Every person and vehicle entering or exiting undergoes rigorous scrutiny. Unregistered vehicles are strictly prohibited from entry, including taxis. In the original narrative, Gu Sipei was able to escort Lu Jiyue home due to his ownership of a property in this area, although he seldom resided there. Of course, given his wealth, it would hardly be surprising for him to own property anywhere. After a long day of exploring, Lu Xiaoxiao felt utterly drained and yearned to collapse onto her bed. As she alighted from the vehicle and stepped into the courtyard, she was suddenly confronted by a massive, fluffy black figure charging directly towards her. For a brief moment, her mind went blank, but she quickly realized what was hurtling towards her. It was a giant Tibetan Mastiff. Regrettably, one of the few traits Lu Xiaoxiao shared with her predecessor was an acute fear of dogs, especially those of such imposing size and fierce appearance. In an instant, she felt an overwhelming urge to flee, but in the face of such terror, her limbs froze, rendering her immobile, and she was promptly knocked over. Oh my goodness! This time, all thoughts of systems and character setups vanished from her mind as she screamed at the top of her lungs. The Tibetan Mastiff, the source of her distress, made no aggressive moves. Instead, it gently pressed a paw against Lu Xiaoxiao's shoulder, tilting its head as if amused by her terrified expression. It then inched closer, panting playfully. Lu Jiyue, closest to the scene, swiftly intervened, grasping the Mastiff's neck and pulling it aside, firmly holding its head while admonishing, "Lightning, you must not frighten your sister." Hilarious laughter erupted from the side, as the audacious voice of Lu Yubai reached her ears. Turning to look, Lu Xiaoxiao saw him leaping out from behind the bushes. She remembered that this Mastiff was indeed Lu Yubai's pet. Upon noticing him, Lu Jiyue's elegant brows furrowed in displeasure. "Yubai, your prank is utterly unacceptable." Startled by his sister's sudden reprimand, Lu Yubai stammered an explanation. "Sis, I was just joking to lighten your mood. You're simply too kind. Yesterday, she insulted you so openly, and you didn't even react, yet you have no idea how hypocritical and manipulative she truly is." He cast a glance at Lu Xiaoxiao after speaking and murmured softly, "Besides, she's fine, right? Lightning knows its limits and wouldn't harm anyone." Lu Xiaoxiao's face turned ashen. She stood up trembling, her expression one of barely concealed fury, the murderous intent in her eyes unmistakable.
Lu. You. Bye.
"You're finished." Just as she was about to pounce on Lu Yubai with the intent to strangle him, a steady and powerful male voice resonated from behind her. "What happened?" I seem to have heard Xiaoxiao's cry of distress. Turning around, she was surprised to see Lu Xuanli, the elder brother of the Lu family who had not made an appearance the previous night. This man, whose appearance and demeanor closely resembled that of Lu Yuan, was currently furrowing his brow, worry evident in his eyes. Lu Xiaoxiao paused momentarily, then decisively shifted her direction, her expression transforming in an instant as she feigned tears, throwing herself into Lu Xuanli's embrace. "Oh, brother, you have no idea what just happened. Yubai, he set the dog on me." Chapter 10. The weapon of the green tea bitch is tears. The reason Lu Xiaoxiao was able to compose herself and continue the charade was primarily due to Lu Jiyue having successfully calmed the ferocious Mastiff. This type of literary heroine often resembles a Disney princess, naturally adored by small animals. Even a seemingly fearsome dog became incredibly docile in Lu Jiyue's presence, obediently lying on the ground and wagging its tail. Moreover, her boldness in embracing Lu Xuanli stemmed from the fact that at this point in the original narrative, he was the family member with whom the original protagonist had the best relationship. After all, having spent so many years together, Lu Xuanli harbored some affection for his sister. And given the significant age difference, he possessed a mature mindset, unlike the childish Lu Yubai, and was reasonable in his dealings. Noticing the frown on his face, Lu Xiaoxiao continued her lamentations. "Whoa, brother, I feel a bit breathless. My heart is racing. I feel so unwell. Whoa." Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanli immediately grew anxious. Reaching out to steady Lu Xiaoxiao's arm, his disapproving gaze quickly shifting towards Lu Yubai. Just as he was about to reprimand him, he suddenly heard Lu Xiaoxiao's voice again. "Ahem, sorry, brother. I was just teasing you. I'm fine, but I was indeed scared to death. What's wrong with Lu Yubai?" Acting like a child at his age, Lu Xuanli was taken aback, looking down at Lu Xiaoxiao, only to find her still clutching his sleeve, sobbing, her tears unabated, as if she hadn't just spoken. After a brief moment of silence, during which Lu Xiaoxiao did not hear Lu Xuanli respond, she looked up at him with a pitiful expression and called out, "Brother?" Only then did Lu Xuanli regain his composure, coldly addressing Lu Yubai. "Lu Yubai, I need an explanation from you. Hooray! Big brother has my back. Big brother is great." As this thought echoed in her mind, Lu Xuanli cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xiaoxiao, noticing she still remained silent. It was now evident that for reasons unknown, he had inexplicably gained the ability to hear his sister's thoughts. "Big brother, why are you home at this hour?" Lu Yubai scratched his head, a sheepish grin on his face. The previously reckless tone had significantly softened. "I was merely joking with Lu Xiaoxiao. I had no idea she would be so frightened." As the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Xunli had been honing his skills at the Lu Corporation under Lu Yuan's guidance for several years. Spending so much time with his father, he had unconsciously adopted much of Lu Yuan's demeanor, and his cold expression could be quite intimidating. He was evidently not swayed by Lu Yubai's explanation, his tone growing even cooler. "Isn't it common knowledge that Xiaoxiao is terrified of thunder? A joke requires both parties to find it amusing, otherwise, it is merely an affront." Lu Yubai lowered his head, aware that he was in the wrong, and stammered, hesitant to argue, resembling a chastised puppy. Lu Xiaoxiao, satisfied, looked at Lu Xunli with eyes sparkling with admiration. "Exactly. Look how reasonable our elder brother is. You must teach him a lesson. This scoundrel not only disrespects me but also bullies classmates at school. It's outrageous." As soon as these thoughts escaped her, both Lu Xunli and Lu Yubai were taken aback. Lu Yubai felt a surge of panic. On one hand, he wondered how Lu Xiaoxiao knew about the school incident, and on the other, he felt unjustly accused. Surely, that hardly constituted bullying. Besides, it was the other party who provoked him first. Realizing this, he couldn't help but retort,
"Hey,
don't." Just as he uttered those words, he suddenly remembered that this would reveal his ability to read minds, and he quickly halted. While having superpowers was undeniably cool, what if his brother thought he was insane? With that thought, Lu Yubai gritted his teeth and attempted to redirect his words. "Why, you don't need to act so pitiful. The lightning didn't even hurt you. I was watching." Lu Xiaoxiao raised her voice. "Who says it didn't? Its claws were practically on my face. It hurt so much. I must have scraped my skin." As she spoke, she tugged at Lu Xunli's shirt, indicating him to look at her neck. Lu Xunli glanced over and indeed noticed a slight abrasion. Lu Yubai quickly leaned in for a closer look, and upon seeing the minuscule scratch that was barely bleeding, he was rendered speechless. "You're exaggerating way too much. Besides, that wound will heal soon. Is this not just acting?" Lu Xiaoxiao didn't argue with him. Instead, she nestled her head into Lu Xunli's embrace and continued to whimper. The most effective weapon of a green tea princess is her tears, and there was no need to win a verbal argument. After all, she believed Lu Xunli had both the strength and means to handle it. Lu Xunli's expression was not favorable at that moment. After hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's thoughts, he understood that she was not in any serious trouble, but her genuine distress from being scared by the dog was indeed valid. So he allowed her to act this way. What concerned him more were the implications of Lu Xiaoxiao inadvertently revealing that Lu Yubai was bullying classmates. In Lu Xunli's memory, although his younger brother was mischievous and challenging to manage, he was not genuinely malicious. He was unwilling to believe that Lu Yubai would engage in bullying the weak at school. Initially intending to confront him immediately, Lu Xuanli, having unexpectedly gleaned this information from Lu Xiaoxiao's heartfelt words without any tangible evidence, decided to swallow his words after a moment of contemplation. He resolved to investigate further before having a private conversation with his younger brother. Nonetheless, it was clear that Lu Yubai had erred in today's incident, and a warning was indeed warranted. He turned to Xiaoxiao and stated, "If you cannot manage your pet properly and a similar incident occurs even once more, I shall discuss with our father the possibility of giving Lightning away." I speak with conviction. Lightning had been nurtured in the Lu household for many years and was raised by Lu Yubai, fostering a deep emotional bond between them. Upon receiving such a serious admonition from his elder brother, Lu Yubai felt a twinge of fear and promptly uttered an apology to Lu Xiaoxiao. However, Lu Xiaoxiao was hardly impressed by his apology, yet, seeing Lu Yubai in a submissive state brought her a sense of satisfaction, leading her to feign magnanimity and express forgiveness, albeit superficially. Once back in her room, Lu Xiaoxiao promptly inquired of the system, "Can points be exchanged for living creatures?" The system, displaying a hint of wariness, responded. What do you intend to do? Lu Xiaoxiao replied. Mind your business. That fellow Lu Yubai has been overly intimidating. I intend to provide him with an upgraded version of his own tactics, so he understands that there are greater forces beyond his own. The system was perplexed. It could not fathom why its host, whose combined age across two worlds could easily be considered maternal to Lu Yubai, still exhibited such childish behavior. It felt akin to a child in kindergarten quarreling. If one strikes, the other must retaliate, leading to an endless cycle of conflict over who delivers the final blow. However, the system refrained from offering counsel, fearing that any advice might result in Lu Xiaoxiao harboring resentment towards it. That same night, Lu Yubai's screams echoed throughout the Lu residence. When the awakened Lu Yuan and Song Zilan arrived at his room, they found him curled up in a corner, sobbing profusely, claiming he had discovered a snake in his bed. A thorough search by the group yielded no sign of a snake, and they comforted Lu Yubai, suggesting he might have simply been confused by a nightmare. Lu Yubai adamantly insisted it was not a dream and refused to sleep alone. Ultimately, this farce concluded with Lu Yuan delivering a sound reprimand to Lu Yubai, while Lu Xiaoxiao discreetly slipped away, quietly enjoying her concealed achievements. Chapter 11. Let us watch him defecate in public. Lu Xunli was adept at navigating social dynamics and approached tasks with remarkable consideration. Upon returning home, he not only brought a gift for Lu Jiyue but also a present for Lu Xiaoxiao, intending to ensure both of his younger sisters felt cherished. However, the original owner perceived the situation differently. She noted that Lu Jiyue's gift was of greater value than her own and felt a sense of grievance over what she perceived as preferential treatment from her elder brother. In contrast, Lu Xiaoxiao maintained a notably calm disposition. To her, it was not about quantity. Even a single coin was appreciated, and having any gift at all was quite satisfactory. In the days that followed, the system had temporarily refrained from assigning her tasks, allowing Lu Xiaoxiao to relish her leisure time, often retreating to her room to indulge in video games. However, in 3 days, the Lu family was set to host a grand recognition banquet to publicly announce Lu Jiyue's identity. The brief preparation time felt rather rushed. Yet both Lu Yuan and Song Zilan believed their daughter had suffered considerable hardship during her years of separation and were eager to compensate for the lost affection. Thus, they hurriedly organized this reunion banquet. Lu Xunli returned at this juncture to assist with the arrangements for the gathering, which would host esteemed guests from the upper echelons of society. Hence, every detail required meticulous attention. The system informed Lu Xiaoxiao that her task during the banquet was to sabotage the event. When Lu Xiaoxiao inquired how to accomplish this, the system suggested, for instance, tampering with Lu Jiyue's gown to ensure she embarrassed herself publicly. Lu Xiaoxiao retorted, that's such a kitsch method, utterly lacking in creativity. What would you consider innovative? The system asked. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed with enthusiasm, I have a plan. Just procure me a potent laxative, and I will trick Lu Yubai into consuming it. Imagine the spectacle of him having an accident in front of everyone. The guests will certainly flee in fright. The system responded incredulously, do you truly wish to consider the implications of your words? Lu Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and sheepishly amended, I was merely attempting to inject some humor. The system, however, felt such humor was unwelcome, finding it rather disturbing. Lu Xiaoxiao expressed her distress, yet, ruining someone's attire feels so vulgar, I cannot bring myself to do it. The system attempted to persuade her, but the heroine wanted to actually expose herself. The hero will protect his wife in time. Others want to even catch a glimpse. So, are you implying that only Gu Sipei will see Lu Jiyue? She retorted.
Exactly.
Lu Xiaoxiao was incensed, then I vehemently disagree. The system sighed, exasperated, but the romantic subplot must progress. Without creating some chaos, how will they intersect? Rest assured, I shall create the chaos. What do you intend to do? That remains a secret for now. The system sighed in resignation, feeling utterly at a loss. This host was far too resolute. It was a pressing matter indeed. On the day of the reunion banquet, Lu Xiaoxiao was brought early by the chauffeur to the hotel reserved entirely for the Lu family. The parking lot was brimming with luxury vehicles, from Ferraris to stretch Lincolns. Dazzling the eye, such extravagant automobiles, rarely seen by ordinary folk, were as commonplace here as cabbages in a supermarket. As the Lu family busied themselves with welcoming guests, Lu Xiaoxiao discreetly slipped away. Lu Jiyue, who had been attentively monitoring her sister's movements, felt puzzled. She considered pursuing her for an inquiry, but, as the day's main attraction, could not afford to lose her focus, and thus continued to engage with the guests alongside her parents. Cautiously evading the attention of those around her, Lu Xiaoxiao swiftly darted into the hotel corridor. She had deliberately chosen a low-key outfit and paired it with flat shoes for ease of movement. Her plan was meticulously crafted. First, she would locate the power supply room. Then find a way to distract or bribe the staff there. At the appropriate moment, she would trigger a blackout, plunging the gathering into darkness. She was confident that, given the fierce connection between the male and female leads, they would inevitably collide even in the pitch-black environment. However, with the hotel comprising numerous floors, each with expansive spaces, Lu Xiaoxiao was uncertain of the power supply room's exact location and could only wander aimlessly. As she approached a corridor near a staircase, she suddenly heard voices not far away. Lu Xiaoxiao, fearing recognition, quickly halted her steps and strained to listen to the commotion. What reached her ears was a piercing female voice, tinged with a faint hint of tears.
Yunhuai.
What do you mean by this? The name Yunhuai sounded somewhat familiar to Lu Xiaoxiao. She recalled that he was the second male lead in the original narrative. Inquiring which illustrious family in the capital could rival the esteemed Gu family, it would undoubtedly be the Ji family. The patriarch of the Ji family, a retired military officer, was renowned for his distinguished service and commanded great respect wherever he went. This family possessed deep-rooted heritage, with influence in both commerce and politics, rendering their power formidable. The Ji patriarch had several sons, but his grandchildren were predominantly female, with only the second son's offspring being male. The birth of this grandson solidified the patriarch's resolve to designate his second son as his heir. This boy was none other than Yunhuai, the second male lead in the original tale. He was not the archetypal romantic second lead. Rather, he epitomized the quintessential wayward scion, acting with carefree abandon and engaging in pursuits solely for his own delight. As the sole direct descendant of the Ji family and the most favored grandchild of the patriarch, he indeed possessed the audacity to be haughty. However, the original narrative offered scant detail on Yunhuai, primarily focusing on the interactions of the main couple, thus leaving Lu Xiaoxiao with only a vague impression of his character. Curiosity about the identity of the woman began to stir within Lu Xiaoxiao. Did you not say you wouldn't attend the Lu family's engagement banquet today? Had I not harbored some doubts and come to check, I would have remained oblivious to your deceit once again. In response to the woman's irate inquiry, Yunhuai's tone remained nonchalant, as if he were entirely unconcerned. So what if I deceived you? He retorted, do you not think you are being rather intrusive? The woman's voice grew even more agitated at his words. What do you mean by intrusive? I merely wish to know your whereabouts. Is that too much to ask? Yunhuai's demeanor remained cool and indifferent.
What?
Am I your boyfriend? The woman seemed momentarily taken aback by his rhetorical question, yet her subsequent words emerged even sharper and more strident, nearly a shout.
Why?
Do not forget. It was Aunt Yen who entrusted you with my care. This is a debt your mother owes mine, but they both passed away young. So now the obligation falls to you. You can't wriggle out of it. Yunhuai chose not to respond, his gaze drifting elsewhere. A look of weariness crossing his face. With one hand in his pocket, he absent-mindedly mimed cleaning his ear, saying nothing. Yet his body language distinctly conveyed his annoyance at her noise. The woman, appearing increasingly furious, shot back with a vehement retort. Regardless, when I need you next, you must be there. If you continue to avoid me, I will certainly be furious. With that, she pivoted on her heel and stormed away. Her stiletto heels echoing sharply against the floor in the confined space, the sound lingering long after she had vanished from earshot. Chapter 12. Man, you have certainly captured my attention. To be frank, Lu Xiaoxiao found herself quite perplexed by the conversation in the corner. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired of the system, what is the nature of their relationship? The system replied, to exchange for information, you must spend points. Having already squandered her previously accumulated points, Lu Xiaoxiao fell into contemplative silence. Never mind, perhaps it is best to forego this gossip. Time was slipping away, and her immediate priority was to sneak into the power supply room. She had studied the layout of the stairwell, and the power supply room was located on this very floor, narrowing her search to a small area. Cautiously, Lu Xiaoxiao crouched slightly and turned, attempting to stealthily maneuver to the other side. However, just as she took a step, a hand seized the collar of her shirt at the nape of her neck. Lu Xiaoxiao. This is it. At this moment, the only individuals who could possibly be behind her were Yunhuai or a ghost. She could hardly conceive of any other possibility. If forced to choose between the two, she would even prefer to be grasped by a ghost. But this certainly was not a supernatural narrative. Internally, Lu Xiaoxiao screamed like a gopher, holding onto a faint glimmer of hope as she slowly turned around, only to find the man's face mere inches away. Yunhuai squinted at her, his gaze imbued with scrutiny, the corners of his lips curling into a smile that was more sardonic than amiable. Despite possessing an undeniably handsome visage, in Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes at that moment, he appeared far more terrifying than a malevolent spirit. She managed to force a smile, her voice quivering as she greeted him. Yunhuai let out a scoff, evidently lacking any intention of returning her greeting with kindness. So, what did you overhear? Lu Xiaoxiao feigned ignorance. Did someone just speak? Yunhuai appraised Lu Xiaoxiao's expression, and after a moment, he let out a light huff and released her. He straightened his posture, creating some distance between them, and inquired, "Are you a hotel staff member?" Lu Xiaoxiao. A bit indignant, Lu Xiaoxiao thought, though she was dressed rather simply today. It was hardly to the extent of being mistaken for a staff member. However, upon reflection, it was perhaps for the best that Yunhuai was unaware of her true identity, especially since she had just eavesdropped on his gossip. Lu Xiaoxiao genuinely worried that her meddling might hasten the downfall of the Lu family. Having finally experienced a taste of high society, she certainly did not wish for it to end too soon. Moreover, to someone like Yunhuai, who had been perched atop the social hierarchy since birth, it likely mattered little whether she was a foster daughter of the Lu family or merely a service staff member. She would not be regarded highly in either case. Having come to this understanding, Lu Xiaoxiao resolved to embrace the situation, nodding earnestly at Yunhuai. "Yes, young Master Ji, I am a staff member here." Yunhuai cast a sidelong glance at her, his tone laced with skepticism. "Do you know me?"
Well.
Lu Xiaoxiao regretted her hasty words and quickly amended. "Young Master Ji's name is surely known throughout the capital. It is indeed a privilege to meet you. Your reputation precedes you, and you are undeniably striking, so much so that it nearly leaves one breathless. Truly astonishing. I feel immensely honored." Upon finishing this speech, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a genuine sense of pride in herself. Oh, my God, no one can wield idioms quite like her. Lu Xiaoxiao never imagined she could utter such flattering words. Indeed, a person's potential can be boundlessly unleashed in times of crisis. Yunhuai, is this how you typically compliment others? Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head, responding candidly, "Not really. I seldom praise others, I tend to scold more." Yunhuai pinched the bridge of his nose, the silence around him almost solidifying into a tangible form. However, Lu Xiaoxiao was too preoccupied with her mischievous intentions to concern herself with Yunhuai's thoughts. She was eager to extricate herself from the situation, and thus forced a smile as she said, "Ji Xiao, I must return to my tasks now."
Wait.
Before she could fully turn away, Yunhuai called her back. Lu Xiaoxiao, with a patience she could muster, looked at him and asked in the most businesslike tone possible, "Is there anything else, Ji Xiao?" This time, she truly took a formal look at Yunhuai's face. The man possessed a captivating pair of phoenix eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, easily giving the illusion of a smile. His bone structure was strikingly superior, with prominent brow ridges, a high nose, and a defined jawline. His overall appearance leaned towards the elegant, with a distinctly nonchalant and indifferent expression in his eyes. His looks bore a deceptive charm devoid of overt aggression. Yet anyone who met his gaze would clearly recognize that he was no benign character, not someone to be trifled with lightly. To be fair, Lu Xiaoxiao was not particularly inclined to entangle herself with someone of his ilk. Yunhuai tilted his chin slightly, his tone casual. "I don't know where the main hall of the Lu family banquet is. You shall guide me there." Lu Xiaoxiao. "Huh? What are you dazed about?"
Yunhuai frowned,
his voice tinged with impatience. "The Lu family has booked the entire venue today. Our destinations are aligned. Is it so difficult to lead the way?" Lu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She acknowledged that Yunhuai's reasoning was sound, yet her current destination was not the banquet's main hall. If she accompanied him there, she would miss her chance to cut the power. Lu Xiaoxiao attempted to decline. "While that may be the case, if you utter another word, I shall call the hotel manager and have your wages docked." Lu Xiaoxiao, unwilling to concede, gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, casting her dignity aside to continue her fib. "But my job is to clean the restrooms, Ji Xiao. We really are not in the same league." Yunhuai? The corners of Yunhuai's mouth twitched slightly, and then he spoke in an irrefutable tone. "Take me there first, then you may clean." Lu Xiaoxiao was stunned, her face contorting with disbelief. However, Now that the matter had escalated to this point, Ji Yunhuai's growing impatience was palpable, and she genuinely feared that further refusal would lead to dire consequences. Having spun one lie, she found herself entangled in a web of deceit, ultimately leading Ji Yunhuai with a sullen expression. Along the way, they even passed the power supply room she had searched for in vain. An experience that felt almost like a cruel twist of fate. When Lu Xiaoxiao was finally granted permission to leave by Ji Yunhuai, she circled back to find the power supply room door securely locked, and the staff had mysteriously vanished, leaving her at a loss as to how to proceed. The emotionless system suddenly interjected, "Host, the banquet is drawing to a close. Are you not going to commence your plan?" Lu Xiaoxiao, gritting her teeth in frustration, retorted, "The plan has concluded. It has utterly fallen through." Infuriated, she contemplated striking the wall but refrained, fearing the pain, and instead sulked on the staircase. Excellent. This man, Ji Yunhuai, has performed admirably. He successfully captured her attention. Lu Xiaoxiao swore to the heavens that once she accumulated enough points, she would acquire all pertinent information about Ji Yunhuai and subsequently exact her revenge, targeting his vulnerabilities. Chapter 13. What a masterpiece akin to the Louvre. Thanks to Ji Yunhuai, the Lu family's recognition banquet proceeded with remarkable success. The most unruly and free-spirited young master in the capital likely never anticipated that, through a series of unfortunate events, he would unwittingly facilitate something positive. However, the event was not entirely devoid of turbulence. The Lu family's ostentatious recognition banquet attracted the presence of the Gu family, inevitably drawing numerous reporters. By the following day, aside from articles extolling Lu Jiyue's beauty, certain media outlets speculated about discord between the two Lu sisters, basing their conjecture on the absence of the eldest daughter throughout the event. Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but admire the reporters' keen instincts. They would not let the slightest hint of gossip slip by. No wonder they thrived in their profession. Their prowess was remarkable. Nevertheless, the discussions surrounding the speculation were not particularly fervent online and were likely to be forgotten within a few days. After all, with an endless stream of fresh gossip each day, netizens would not linger long on any single topic. In recent days, Lu Yubai had not appeared foolishly to bother her, even seeming to avoid her presence, which greatly uplifted Lu Xiaoxiao's spirits. She was aware that Lu Yubai would immediately suspect her regarding the incident with the snake. Yet without evidence, his suspicions held no weight. The snake had not been real. It was merely an illusion conjured by the system within a limited time frame, dissipating once the time elapsed, which explained why it could not be found when a search ensued. Although it seemed like a trivial trick, it had cost Lu Xiaoxiao a considerable amount of points, which was quite disheartening. In her endeavor to manage the troublesome child, she had indeed invested significantly. Fortunately, it ultimately yielded the tranquility she desired, making it worthwhile. In stark contrast to Lu Yubai, Lu Baqin had become exceedingly clingy in recent days, eagerly presenting each new painting to Lu Xiaoxiao and awaiting her critique. Lu Xiaoxiao was acutely aware of her amateur evaluations and found it perplexing why he consistently exhibited such enthusiasm. Furthermore, as someone on the autism spectrum, wasn't he a tad too exuberant? As the narrative unfolded, it became evident that the autistic individual was not exhibiting typical characteristics. The genuine heiress remained unscathed, and Lu's parents continued to show her immense tolerance. Lu Xiaoxiao harbored serious doubts about the stability of this world and felt compelled to privately urge the system to report more frequently to higher authorities. One day, as Lu Xiaoxiao passed by Lu Baqin's room, she was indeed called out by him. "Sister," Lu Baqin exclaimed, his tone somewhat jubilant, "I have painted a picture for you." "Oh?" Lu Xiaoxiao was somewhat taken aback. Although Lu Baqin had previously shown her his paintings and even invited her to collaborate in creating art, he had never gifted her any of his works. Upon hearing his words, her immediate reaction was one of excitement at the prospect of impending wealth. Hee. The paintings created by third brother must be worth a fortune. Selling them would surely yield a substantial sum. Lu Baqin paused, his expression shifting to one of seriousness, as if a shadow of displeasure crossed his face. "The painting I gifted you is not to be sold," he asserted. In an instant, Lu Xiaoxiao felt deflated. "Come on, brother. How did you manage to hear my thoughts? That's a bit unsettling." Lu Baqin's body stiffened, and he swiftly averted his gaze, feigning nonchalance. If his sister were to discover that he could hear her innermost musings, she would surely find him peculiar and perhaps even come to dislike him. He was already perceived as somewhat abnormal in the eyes of others, and he had no desire to appear even more so. Since childhood, Lu Baqin's mental development had been slower than that of his peers. In his younger years, he had not been quite as reticent as he was now. However, he often struggled to grasp the underlying meanings in others' words and could not discern whether their statements were sincere or mere pleasantries. Consequently, he interpreted everything at face value, which naturally led to communication barriers. Over time, this resulted in his reluctance to engage in conversation. Nevertheless, this did not equate to a loss of his desire to express himself. The paintbrush in his hand served as an alternate mouth, allowing him to convey all his emotions through his art. Lu Baqin's paintings were imbued with great tension, yet they remained a reflection of his unique world, one that the general populace might not readily comprehend. Passers-by would often cast a polite glance at his work, complimenting its beauty, but deeper resonance was invariably absent. Moreover, in consideration of Lu Baqin's pride, no one would candidly admit their inability to understand his art. Instead, they would labor to interpret it, even if their interpretations diverged significantly from his intended message. The Lu family took great care to protect Lu Baqin, treating him with the tenderness one might afford to fragile glassware. Yet, what Lu Baqin truly yearned to hear were authentic words, unfiltered, direct, even if they might sting. This was precisely why he cherished his time spent with Lu Xiaoxiao. He could hear her thoughts, alleviating the burden of guessing whether her spoken words held any pretense, which brought him a sense of relief. Simultaneously, it provided him with fresh insights into her character, insights that inspired his artistic endeavors. Would his sister appreciate his creations? With a heart full of anticipation, as he unveiled the canvas, Lu Baqin's demeanor grew tense, and he held his breath. He had resolved that the moment he sensed any hint of disapproval from Lu Xiaoxiao's thoughts, he would tear the painting to shreds and discard it. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaoxiao was the internal struggle of her brother. However, the instant she laid eyes upon the painting, her expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. The reason was simple. The painting was breathtaking, with vibrant colors that immediately captivated the viewer's senses. This is an oil painting, featuring a half-length portrait of a young girl whose expressive features bear a striking resemblance to Lu Xiaoxiao. She is gracefully raising her right hand, bringing a mask to her face. The lower right corner of the mask is damaged and marred with several cracks, revealing exquisitely adorned facial features beneath. Notably, her left eye has been replaced by a deep crimson rose tinged with black, its bloom so ostentatious that one cannot help but suspect it will wither in the next moment. The presence of these cracks and damages allows a glimpse of one clear eye of the girl beneath the mask. Her natural visage is devoid of makeup, radiating a brilliant smile. As one's gaze descends, one can observe the girl clad in a complex and opulent gown. However, it may be more accurate to describe it as a mere shell, lacking a soft appearance, similarly marred with cracks, while within those fissures, a simple, solid-colored long dress subtly emerges, seemingly representing the girl's true attire. The background is spacious, with wisps of faint clouds drifting, creating an exquisite sense of negative space. Lu Xiaoxiao stands transfixed before this painting, rendered speechless by its beauty. My goodness, is this a masterpiece worthy of the Louvre? Such a stunning artwork. Am I truly deserving to behold such grandeur? She muses, so is this painting of me? What message does it convey? Has my inner contradiction been so perceptively unveiled by Senga? How remarkable! Shrugging off her musings, she concludes, nevertheless, it is simply beautiful. I shall frame it in a golden frame upon my return, for an ordinary frame would not suffice. Chapter 14. Mother, you truly are a blockhead. Lu Xiaoxiao gazes adoringly at the painting, lavishing it with praises in abundance. Lu Baqin, somewhat bashful from the compliments, purses his lips, though his expressions remain muted. A blush creeps upon his ears. This time, Lu Baqin realizes that his sister's spoken admiration aligns with her true feelings, filling him with joy sweeter than honey. Thus, as Lu Xiaoxiao carries the painting away, he resolves in silence to bestow her with gifts more frequently in the future. Upon returning to her room and carefully storing away Lu Baqin's painting, Lu Xiaoxiao receives a phone call from Lu Xunli. By this time, he has already returned to the office and is seated in the conference room when he discovers he has forgotten an important document. Typically meticulous, he is vexed by his recent lapse in focus, which has led him to commit such an elementary mistake. As he reflects on his oversight, he immediately seeks a remedy. Given the document's high importance and its confidential nature, he is loath to entrust it to the household staff and thus turns to his family. The only ones available at this hour are his younger siblings. Lu Yubai is deemed the least reliable and is promptly dismissed from consideration. As for Lu Jiaoyu, While she appears to possess a careful disposition, she has only recently returned home and is still unfamiliar with the company and household matters. After much deliberation, he makes the call to Lu Xiaoxiao. With a favorable impression of her, she responds to his request without any hint of complaint, readily agreeing to assist him. Following Lu Xuanli's instructions, she entered the study of the Lu family and rummaged through the desk drawer until she discovered the document he mentioned. Initially intending to leave swiftly, she turned too hastily and accidentally knocked over a stack of books resting on the edge of the desk. In that quiet moment, the sudden cacophony startled Lu Xiaoxiao, who was alone in the study. In a flurry, she bent down to gather the scattered volumes, inwardly berating herself for her clumsiness. However, midway through, her attention was drawn to one particular book that had fallen open, revealing a strikingly bold title. To foster harmony in a marital relationship, one must begin with communication. Lu Xiaoxiao paused, hesitating before picking up the book and flipping it over to read the title, Rejecting Marital Strife, Cultivating a Sweeter Life. As she leafed through the pages, she noticed many sentences were underlined, with handwritten annotations in the margins, indicating the owner had invested considerable effort in reading it. The pages appeared worn, suggesting it had been perused numerous times. It was well known that the only married individuals in the Lu family were Lu Yuan and Song Jilan. And since the study was primarily used by Lu Yuan and Lu Xuanli, the identity of the book's owner was unmistakable. Feeling a tangle of emotions, Lu Xiaoxiao's gaze fell upon a particular sentence that had been checked off: to please one's wife. A husband must learn to cater to her preferences and provide economic value. Next to this line, Lu Yuan had noted the date of an upcoming auction, along with a remark about a blue and white floral-patterned jade vase. According to previous accounts, Song Zilan had maintained a long-standing passion for flower arranging. The blue and white vase, valued at over 27.6 million, would certainly be a commendable gesture towards pleasing Song Zilan. After browsing for a while longer, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly felt guilty for invading Lu Yuan's privacy. In a fluster, she closed the book and hurriedly exited the study, clutching the document Lu Xuanli had requested. The estrangement between Lu Yuan and Song Zilan was no secret. Their children were well aware of it. In the realm of elite families engaged in commercial marriages, it was considered quite commendable for them to maintain a respectful and loyal relationship towards one another. Among the wealthy of the same class as the Lu family, many couples upheld a facade of harmony while tacitly ignoring each other's indiscretions, merely cohabiting for convenience. However, as Lu Xiaoxiao understood, the situation between Lu Yuan and Song Jilan was somewhat unique. They did harbor feelings for one another but were ensnared in a web of misunderstandings, each too reticent to voice their thoughts, thus perpetuating an awkward status quo. The book she had just seen further confirmed her belief that Lu Yuan was indeed quite invested in Song Jilan, an undeniable case of unexpressed affection. Yet, due to his inability to articulate his feelings, Song Zilan remained under the impression that he did not care for her. As Lu Xiaoxiao approached her home, a myriad of emotions surged within her. Upon reaching the doorstep, she beheld Song Jilan, comfortably seated on the sofa, engrossed in a drama while indulging in fruit. The smile gracing her mother's face was one of ease and contentment. Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at her for a brief moment, unable to suppress a sigh on behalf of Lu Yuan. At that moment, Song Jilan noticed her daughter's presence and kindly inquired, "Xiaoxiao, are you heading out? Will you return for dinner this evening?" Lu Xiaoxiao nodded. "I'm just delivering something to my elder brother at the office and will be back for dinner."
Indeed.
Those favored by affection often act without fear. Mother, you truly are oblivious. Are you not aware of how deeply father cares for you? Song Jilan. Song Zilan blinked in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why her daughter suddenly harbored such exasperation towards her. Even more perplexing was her ignorance of Lu Yuan's profound affection. They had been in a state of semi-cold war for days, scarcely exchanging a few words. Lu Xiaoxiao regarded her with a look of pity and, just as she was about to close the door, voiced a heartfelt thought. "If all else fails, mother, you might as well sneak a peek at the books father reads in the study. Forget about privacy. How long can you both continue in this awkwardness?" With a resounding bang, Song Zilan stood frozen, staring at the door that had just slammed shut, forgetting to chew the fruit in her mouth. The study? Was there some secret hidden there by Lu Yuan? A flicker of doubt crept into Song Jilan's mind, and she found the drama on television had lost its allure, rendering her unable to focus. Out of respect for Lu Yuan, she seldom ventured into his domain, and even the slightest inclination to do so was swiftly quelled. Yet this time, she felt an undeniable urge to investigate. If her daughter possessed greater insight into her husband than she did, then her efforts in this marriage had been woefully inadequate. Just once, she would take a look, just this once. Ultimately, Song Jilan persuaded herself, setting aside her fruit as she made her way to the study. The Lu Group's building was far more grand than Lu Xiaoxiao had anticipated, requiring one to strain their neck to glimpse its pinnacle. However, no matter how magnificent it appeared, the individuals within were merely unfortunate workers. The thought of her brother being on a different floor dispelled any enchantment the building held for her. Lu Xuanli was likely in a meeting by now, so it would be inappropriate to disturb him with a call. Thus, Lu Xiaoxiao proceeded directly to the reception desk, addressing the young lady seated there. "Hello. I am here to see President Lu. Could you kindly direct me to his office?" She believed her request was polite enough, yet the receptionist merely cast her a sidelong glance, her tone dripping with impatience. "Do you think anyone can just waltz into President Lu's office? Please leave if you do not have an appointment." Chapter 15. Quality Undetermined, Strength in Adversity. Lu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, clarifying, "I am Lu Xuanli's sister." The receptionist scoffed. "At least make your lie plausible. You don't even resemble each other." Lu Xiaoxiao, this was an impossible argument. They were not biological siblings, hence their dissimilarity.
No.
"I truly am his sister, here to deliver documents to my brother." The receptionist, with a dismissive tone, remarked, "I am still the girlfriend of President Lu, and she is my distant cousin. Women like you who aspire to climb up by associating with President Lu are quite common. Could you not be so shameless?" Before she could finish her sentence, a resounding slap echoed through the air, landing firmly on her face. The strike was decisive, leaving the receptionist momentarily stunned. Faced with an irrelevant character, Lu Xiaoxiao felt no obligation to maintain her faade of innocence. She would not indulge in unkind remarks directed at her. Despite years in society, life had not dulled her edges. Lu Xiaoxiao remained accustomed to expressing her frustrations directly. "How dare you? Have you lost your mind? Just because you see a woman, you start spreading vile rumors?"
What?
"Do you think that meeting with President Lu for legitimate reasons can be misconstrued as an attempt at social climbing? You must be out of your mind." The receptionist stared at her in shock, one hand covering her face while the other trembled as she pointed at Lu Xiaoxiao, struggling to utter, "You are maliciously harming me. I will report you to the police." Lu Xiaoxiao merely smiled, promptly dialing the police herself and turning the phone screen toward the receptionist. "No need for you to call the police. I will confess. Do you think that if this escalates, Lu's company will still want you?" Panic washed over the receptionist as she realized her culpability. Instantly, she leapt to snatch Lu Xiaoxiao's phone. With a nimble step back, Lu Xiaoxiao easily evaded her grasp. Desperate, the receptionist scanned her surroundings, and suddenly her eyes lit up as if she had spotted a savior. "Wan, there's a woman claiming to be President Lu's sister causing a scene. She wants to call the police. You must intervene." Following the receptionist's gaze, Lu Xiaoxiao saw a woman emerging from the elevator, adorned in a chic dress and sporting gentle, shoulder-length hair. This woman approached with purpose, her attire exuding luxury, with even a seemingly ordinary hairpin costing 4 figures, complemented by designer dress and jewelry that no ordinary office worker could afford. Lu Xiaoxiao frowned, mentally inquiring of the system about the woman's identity. The system responded, "This is Chen Xiwan, the current girlfriend of Lu Xuanli." As the system finished explaining, Chen Xiwan stood before Lu Xiaoxiao, offering a warm smile. "Hello, you must be Xiaoxiao. I am Chen Xiwan, sent by your elder brother to pick you up." At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao's call to the police connected, and a female officer's voice emanated from the phone. "Hello, this is the emergency hotline. How may I assist you?" Chen Xiwan hesitated, glancing at Lu Xiaoxiao's phone with a look of concern. "Xiaoxiao, could you please hang up the call for now?" Lu Xiaoxiao pouted, apologizing into the receiver. "It's all right, no need for further action," before pressing the red disconnect button. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face. Lu Xiaoxiao, while unpredictable, felt compelled to give Chen Xiwan a modicum of respect given her courteous approach. Chen Xiwan then flashed a grateful smile at her, turning her gaze back to the receptionist with an air of resignation. "Cousin, she truly is Xuanli's sister. You have misunderstood her." After explaining to the receptionist, she turned apologetically to Lu Xiaoxiao and said, "Xiaoxiao, my cousin is simply reacting strongly because of a similar incident that occurred recently. She does not mean to target you. Please do not be upset. I apologize on her behalf." Chen Xiwan continued to smile at Lu Xiaoxiao, while the receptionist, referred to as her cousin, seemed ungrateful. She crossed her arms and shot a fierce glare at Lu Xiaoxiao, continuing to shout, So, what if she is President Lu's sister? Does the daughter of a wealthy family have the right to assault others? Are we ordinary people devoid of rights? In this day and age, everyone should be treated equally. 1-1, don't be too timid. You're going to be her sister-in-law. If she starts bullying your family before you even marry into the family, who knows what kind of mistreatment you will endure afterward. The receptionist's words were merciless, yet she kept her distance from Lu Xiaoxiao, wearing a face that betrayed both resentment and trepidation, fearful of another personal attack. Lu Xiaoxiao was almost amused by the illogic of this person. Oh, now you've invoked the notion of equality? Congratulations on claiming the moral high ground, while conveniently ignoring your own earlier remarks. What's wrong with me speaking a few words to you? At that time, you did not present any evidence to prove your identity. It is my duty to intercept suspicious individuals. I have done nothing wrong. The receptionist stubbornly clung to her flawed reasoning, refusing to back down. Chen Shiwan felt increasingly awkward due to her cousin's barrage of remarks and quickly interjected, "Cousin, please stop."
Wan.
Which side are you on? I am your cousin. You cannot so quickly turn against me. Upon hearing this, Chen Shiwan's expression turned cold. She felt an overwhelming annoyance and wished she could seal her foolish cousin's mouth with glue. The reason she had agreed to help her find this receptionist job was due to her dislike of her uncle's interference. Thinking it would be beneficial to have someone from her family keeping an eye on Lu Xuanli's interactions with other women at the company. However, it seemed that this cousin brought more trouble than assistance. With Lu Xiaoxiao still present, Chen Shiwan refrained from expressing her frustration and instead pacified her cousin. You are being overly sensitive. I absolutely do not mean that. Xiaoxiao is young. Do not take offense with her. Xuanli is in urgent need of the document Xiaoxiao brought. So you should attend to your tasks, and I will take Xiaoxiao upstairs. Xiaoxiao, come with me. Lu Xiaoxiao had no objections to Chen Shiwan's wish for peace and followed her into a nearby private elevator. She had already realized that reasoning with such individuals was futile. Scolding them would also yield no results, for they thrived on their own stubborn logic, even when entirely in the wrong. Such people would engage in self-justification to achieve their own satisfaction. Regardless, the slap had been delivered, and they felt vindicated. Reporting this minor grievance to her brother later would be even more satisfying. Lu Xiaoxiao was quite pleased with her plan. While Chen Shiwan seemed to sense her thoughts and spoke up, "Xiaoxiao, I know you have been wronged, but could you please, for my sake, refrain from mentioning this incident to your brother?" Chapter 16. The Combatant Among Pretentious Innocents. Thus far, Chen Shiwan has consistently presented herself as the embodiment of a gentle elder sister, a persona that, by all accounts, should not evoke disdain. Confident in the portrayal of her character, she believed that having articulated her sentiments to such an extent, Lu Xiaoxiao would surely relent and cease her scrutiny. However, to her astonishment, Lu Xiaoxiao resolutely replied with a firm negation. The reason was simple. Lu Xiaoxiao was acutely aware of Chen Shiwan's true nature. In the original narrative, she was depicted as a master manipulator among pretentious individuals, a veritable combatant amidst the faux innocent. Although Lu Dage is reliable in many respects, he becomes astonishingly naïve when it comes to matters of the heart. Chen Shiwan is not only Lu Xuanli's first love, but also his subordinate. Their relationship began in a rather cliché manner. After a social gathering, Chen Shiwan feigned intoxication, prompting Lu Xuanli to escort her home. Upon reaching her destination, she pretended to be disoriented and kissed him, murmuring in a dazed tone that she had always admired him, but had never dared to express her feelings due to their disparate social standings. The following day, when they met again, Lu Xuanli sought to clarify the previous night's events, but Chen Shiwan displayed a veneer of panic, claiming that it had been a mere accident. A moment of drunken honesty, but she knew her background did not merit his attention, urging him not to take it to heart. It remains uncertain whether this tactic of coyness is effective on all CEOs, yet the perpetually single Lu Xuanli succumbed to her flirtation, and from that day forth, he began to pursue her fervently. As time passed, the two eventually became a couple. Chen Shiwan's public persona is that of an exemplary student from a prestigious university. Despite her modest background, she is industrious and empathetic, seeking Lu Xuanli not for his wealth. However, Lu Xiaoxiao, observing her adorned in high-end brands, perceives this to be nothing but deceitful rhetoric. According to Lu Xiaoxiao's insights, Chen Shiwan is not only a woman enamored with vanity, but also hails from a family teeming with relatives sharing her opportunistic values, all poised to benefit from Lu Xuanli. One such cousin, who had just been at the forefront, is among them. At this juncture, it is evident that Chen Shiwan and Lu Xuanli have been together for merely a few months, perhaps around 3. Yet, in this short span, she has already begun to seek advantages for her family, hastily introducing her relatives into the Liu household. Meanwhile, Liu Xuanli, in the throes of romance, is inclined to acquiesce to her requests, provided they remain within reason. The family ethos of the Liu clan is not particularly stringent. They impose no demands on their children's romantic pursuits, as long as their lineage is untainted and they exhibit no egregious flaws. Perhaps because Liu Yuan and Song Zilan have endured the tribulations of a business marriage, they are reluctant to impose such paths upon their offspring. This leniency, however, has sown the seeds for the eventual decline of the Liu family, as, in times of peril for their enterprises, Liu Xuanli's innovative strategies might have been their salvation. At the most critical moment, the confidential documents were unexpectedly stolen, leading the rival company to swiftly adopt his ideas and hold a press conference ahead of schedule, causing the Liu family to lose their final chance for redemption. The individual responsible for this theft was none other than Qin Shiyuan, who had been bribed by the opposing company. Her short-sighted decision stemmed from her disbelief in Liu Xuanli's capabilities. She intended to make one last profit before the Liu family fell from grace. Unbeknownst to Liu Xuanli, who was infatuated and dreamy, his girlfriend, who had always appeared to trust and admire him unconditionally, would betray him at such a crucial moment, leaving him dejected and disillusioned with love. Qin Shiyuan, displaying remarkable composure, did not falter when faced with Liu Xiaoxiao's decisive rejection. Instead, she smiled understandingly and remarked, "Well, it is indeed true that I was at fault. I should accept some consequences." Upon reaching Liu Xuanli's floor, Liu Xiaoxiao directly handed the documents to the secretary, who would then pass them on to Liu Xuanli. As dinner time approached, Liu Xiaoxiao chose to wait for Liu Xuanli to finish his meeting, intending to dine with him. Qin Shiyuan led Liu Xiaoxiao to the lounge, gently encouraging her to take a seat while engaging her in warm conversation. "Your elder brother often speaks of you, describing you as a remarkably beautiful and charming girl. Meeting you today confirms his words. Our age difference is not substantial. Perhaps we could become good friends. What do you think?" Liu Xiaoxiao felt a deep sympathy for her brother's plight, and despite Qin Shiyuan's attempts to befriend her, she found it hard to like her. However, since the original character and Qin Shiyuan had enjoyed a good relationship previously and later conspired together in various misdeeds, it would be inappropriate for her to express overt hostility. Contemplating this, Liu Xiaoxiao nodded and replied, "You are right, but I believe our age difference is still quite significant, isn't it?" Qin Shiyuan was momentarily taken aback by the sharpness of her response, instinctively retorting, "What do you mean?" To which Liu Xiaoxiao replied, "I'm only 20, while you are 25. Rounding up, you are almost 30. Isn't that quite a gap?" "Qin Shiyuan, who taught you to round like that?" Liu Xiaoxiao's tone was devoid of malice, even carrying a friendly warmth, as if she were merely stating a fact. Yet, her words clearly implied that her companion was older. Qin Shiyuan's expression faltered. But recalling Liu Xiaoxiao's earlier conversation with her cousin, she assumed that Liu Xiaoxiao was simply blunt and straightforward. Though such a person might lack emotional intelligence, they could still be useful in critical moments. Considering the potential benefits of befriending Liu Xiaoxiao, Qin Shiyuan overlooked the discomfort caused by her remarks and attempted to change the subject. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. By the way, these snacks are all your favorites, and I even prepared some freshly squeezed juice from the finest fruits. Do try it. I hope you find it delightful." Liu Xiaoxiao shook her head. "I don't wish to drink juice. What would you prefer then?" Liu Xiaoxiao pondered for a few seconds before sincerely asking, "Is there any vodka? Please bring me some." Qin Shiyuan was momentarily taken aback, uncertainly repeating, "Vodka?"
Yes.
Qin Shiyuan's expression grew somewhat awkward. "There isn't any in the break room, but if you truly wish to drink it, I can go purchase some right now." Typically, a perceptive individual would have declined, suggesting that it was unnecessary and that they could have something else instead. Unfortunately, Liu Xiaoxiao deliberately intended to inconvenience her, hoping to keep her occupied for a while longer so she could enjoy some solitude without having to constantly engage with Qin Shiyuan. "All right then, I apologize for the trouble." Qin Shiyuan managed a strained smile, insisting it was no bother. However, as she turned to leave, her hand clenched into a fist, her freshly done manicure digging into her flesh, leaving an imprint. It was bearable. She could endure until Liu Xiaoxiao lost her utility. Chapter 17. Emotional deception is acceptable, but guard your finances. As soon as Qin Shiyuan departed, Liu Xiaoxiao sprawled unceremoniously on the sofa in the lounge, engrossed in her drama. Perhaps due to her late-night gaming, she soon began to feel drowsy and, before she knew it, succumbed to slumber. Upon waking, her consciousness hazy. She heard someone speaking and squinted to see that it was Qin Shiwan, whispering on the phone. I have told you countless times, you are always in my heart. Everything I am doing now is for our future. Lu Xiaoxiao. The weight of this statement jolted her awake. Although her eyes remained closed, her ears perked up instinctively. Lu Xuanli respects me greatly. He's easy to deceive, so rest assured, nothing will happen between us. At this, Lu Xiaoxiao could barely contain herself, tilting her head slightly to the side. The original text offered little detail regarding Qin Shiwan, and Lu Xiaoxiao was not privy to all her actions. However, from the tone of her conversation, it seemed she was implying she had another boyfriend behind the scenes. Lu Xiaoxiao had initially believed her elder brother's situation was grim enough, but now it appeared to be tragically limitless. He had been unceremoniously cuckolded from the very beginning. Qin Shiwan noticed Lu Xiaoxiao stirring and, fearing she might awaken, quickly lowered her voice even further. All right, I must go. He is about to finish his meeting. Just after she hung up, Lu Xuanli entered the room. The man appeared weary, pressing his hand against his right temple as he walked in. Lu Xiaoxiao was curious to see if Qin Shiwan would speak ill of her, so she continued to feign sleep. Qin Shiwan swiftly deleted the call log from her phone, standing up with a natural smile, approaching Lu Xuanli to adjust his tie. You must be tired from the meeting, Xuanli. I just returned with some vodka, only to find your sister already asleep. Initially oblivious to the drinks on the table, Lu Xuanli paused at her words, glancing towards the table, then furrowing his brow. Vodka? Who requested this? Did you specifically go by it? That must have been quite a trek. With a sigh of pity, one cannot help but feel for the elder brother, who was so effortlessly manipulated by a heartless woman, while mere moments ago, he was on the phone with a nameless paramour. Paramour? What paramour? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Lu Xuanli was momentarily taken aback. He glanced toward Lu Xiaoxiao, only to realize that his sister was feigning sleep. Although he was perplexed by Lu Xiaoxiao's motives, he deemed it unwise to unmask her ruse and chose to avert his gaze, pretending to be oblivious. You asked me to look after Xiaoxiao, so I must ensure her comfort. Your sister is my sister as well, so a little fatigue is of no consequence, Xiaowan said, her words betraying a hint of grievance despite her nonchalance. She bit her lower lip and linked her arm with Lu Xuanli's, gazing up at him with eyes that evoked an instinctive sense of sympathy. By the way, when Xiaoxiao arrived today, there was a misunderstanding with my cousin. She didn't recognize Xiaoxiao and thought her to be a dubious character, thus preventing her from entering. My cousin certainly acted inappropriately. Xiaoxiao was quite furious and, in a moment of impulse, slapped her. I happened to arrive just in time to persuade them to let bygones be bygones. However, I believe my cousin may not yet be accustomed to her position. Perhaps we should assign her to the pantry to minimize such misunderstandings in the future. A cold smirk crept across Lu Xiaoxiao's face as she silently rebutted every statement made by Xiaowan. How adept you are at avoiding the crux, dear sister. Was it merely a matter of keeping me outside? Did your cousin not slander me by claiming I wished to become my brother's mistress? Such a cunning tactic to play the victim. How long did she pursue me with her accusations? You two are as stagnant as the economy of America in the 1970s. Oh, dear sister, how naive you are. If she is at fault, why reward her? Working in the pantry is far less demanding than at the front desk. With a comparable salary, wanting both is rather excessive. Brother, do wake up. This woman is not only two-timing you, but also undermining you. Don't wait until the Lu family is bankrupt before you heed the warning bells. It's one thing to be deceived in matters of the heart, but do not let her rob you of your finances as well. The cacophony of voices buzzing in his ears gave Lu Xuanli a headache. Yet, after absorbing the conversation for a while, he had distilled the key words from Lu Xiaoxiao's discourse. Reluctant to accept the notion that Xiaowan was being unfaithful, he also disliked learning about a person through the words of others. Nevertheless, he found it hard to dismiss the doubts that began to surface, prompting him to instinctively extricate his arm from Xiaowan's grasp. I understand. I will notify Human Resources shortly, Lu Xuanli said, his voice tinged with gravity. Xiaowan noticed his unusual demeanor, her brow furrowing in confusion. Usually, such words would elicit a tender response, with him affectionately ruffling her hair and acquiescing to her wishes. However, today his reaction felt distinctly cold. She tentatively ventured, by the way, regarding the matter of buying a house for my brother that we discussed last time. I believe we needn't rush. We have only recently begun our relationship, and your kindness to my family has truly taken me by surprise. However, as you know, My intention in being in a relationship with you is not to gain anything material. Simply being by your side brings me immense satisfaction. I do not deserve such lavish efforts on your part. As I contemplated this, I found the tea's fragrance overwhelming. Dear brother, your taste truly leaves much to be desired. Is this not merely a veiled suggestion for you to purchase a house for her brother? After a moment of reflection, Lu Xuanli found merit in this notion and responded accordingly. Well, since you feel it's inappropriate, then we shan't proceed with the purchase. Chen Ziwen's initially bashful demeanor suddenly cracked, revealing her surprise. What did you just say? In her envisioned script, Lu Xuanli should have comforted her, asserting that she indeed deserved such gifts and that he would promptly buy a house for her brother. Observing her astonishment, Lu Xuanli felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, his tone growing weary. So, according to your perspective, am I to understand you were speaking ironically? Chen Ziwen, realizing her character had strayed from its intended path, quickly forced a smile. Of course not. Not buying is perfectly fine. At this moment, Lu Xuanli was no longer inclined to engage in further conversation. He nodded slightly and stepped towards Lu Xiaoxiao, calling out, "Wake up, Xiaoxiao. It's time for us to head home." Lu Xiaoxiao opened her eyes. Brother, have you finished your meeting? Seeing his sister feigning sleepiness, Lu Xuanli found her somewhat endearing and couldn't suppress a faint smile. Yes, let us go. As the siblings prepared to depart, Chen Ziwen could not resist interjecting. Oh, Xiaoxiao, aren't you taking the vodka you wanted? Her expression was concerned, yet her tone carried an undertone of disapproval. It was generally advisable for young women to consume less alcohol, especially such potent spirits. Even if one wished to partake, it was paramount to do so in a safe environment. Chen Ziwen's words subtly implied that she often frequented unsafe settings. In truth, Lu Xiaoxiao had nearly forgotten about the vodka upon waking. She glanced at the bottle, then at her older brother, feeling inexplicably guilty. The desire for vodka was merely a jest. The strongest liquor I've ever had was diluted white spirit. I want to allow my sister to drink such alcohol. Lu Xuanli said firmly, his brow furrowed. Chen Ziwen paused, then lowered her eyes, softly suggesting, "Are you feeling overly fatigued today? Perhaps you should return home to rest early." Watching the disappointment flicker across Chen Ziwen's face, Lu Xuanli felt a twinge of sympathy. After a moment's hesitation, he softened his tone. You've endured quite a bit today with her antics. If you see any jewelry you desire, send me the details, and I shall purchase it for you. Lu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes discreetly, utterly speechless. Why do you insist on playing the fool? I wish the state would allocate me a boyfriend with such a romantic mindset. Feeling slightly scorned by his sister's disdain, Lu Xuanli cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and hastened his steps toward the exit. As they walked further away, Chen Ziwen's expression gradually darkened. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. Something felt amiss. Could it be that Lu Xuanli had discovered something? No, that was impossible. She had been exceedingly discreet, and her family was always there to provide cover. They would never easily expose her. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to maintain a lower profile for the time being, and she needed to charm Lu Xuanli even more effectively. As Chen Shiwan pondered this, she opened her contact list, her fingertip hovering over a number for an extended moment before she finally pressed it. Hello, regarding that item you mentioned last time, could you prepare some for me? Silence enveloped the car on the way back. In Lu Xuanli's mind, it had been quite some time since he had spent such an extended period alone with Lu Xiaoxiao since her coming of age. The girl he remembered seemed to linger in a more youthful guise. She had once been vivacious and enthusiastic about bonding with every family member. Perhaps due to her adoption, she had always exhibited a palpable lack of security, often displaying a clear desire to please. When had Lu Xiaoxiao begun to grow quieter, increasingly distant from them? Perhaps it was after one of Lu Yubai's particularly excessive pranks, or maybe it was when news surfaced about the discovery of Lu family's biological daughter. Truth be told, he could not recall the exact moment. Upon realizing that he could listen to Lu Xiaoxiao's innermost thoughts, Lu Xuanli was struck by the revelation that his sister had transformed into someone he barely recognized long before. Were it not for this sudden and extraordinary ability, he might still be oblivious to this change. It seemed that Lu Xuanli had long since diverted his attention from this non-biological sister. With this thought, he found himself yearning to converse with Lu Xiaoxiao, yet he was uncertain how to initiate a topic. After much contemplation, he abruptly expressed his gratitude. Xiaoxiao, I truly appreciate you running this errand for your elder brother today. Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at him, dismissively waving her hand. You are too kind, brother. It was merely a matter of delivering something. It was no trouble at all. Lu Xuanli fell silent for a few seconds, then considered a more suitable topic for expansion. How have you been getting along with Lu Yubai lately? Is he still bullying you? Him? He dare bully me. It would be quite the opposite. Though she thought this, Lu Xiaoxiao feigned distress. Oh, nothing's changed. Every time Yubai sees me, his gaze is fierce.
Ah, I see.
Next time we meet, I'll have a word with him on your behalf. Lu Xuanli replied with a hint of amusement before asking, Are you well informed about his affairs? To be honest, I've heard some rumors about him at school. It seems he has some conflicts with his classmates, though I can't ascertain the truth of it. You know how he regards me as an elder, treating me with the same caution as he does our father. He never shares anything with me. I was thinking perhaps you might have heard something. Lu Xiaoxiao paused, beginning to recall the original plot. Her recollection of that moment was not particularly vivid. She only vaguely remembered a somewhat eccentric and reclusive classmate of Lu Yubai who had disrupted Lu Yubai's confession to the class bell, subsequently facing ostracism from Lu Yubai and his close-knit circle. If one were to claim that this classmate had committed any egregious act, it would hardly hold true. Rather, it was Lu Yubai's underestimation of his own influence that inadvertently cast the student into a chasm of despair. With a wealthy and powerful family backing him, Lu Yubai was immensely popular in class, always the center of attention, akin to a moon surrounded by stars.
Consequently,
even the slightest display of displeasure from Lu Yubai would incite his admirers to launch a righteous campaign against the object of his disdain. Some, motivated not merely by the desire to please him but rather seeking a target upon which to unleash their malice, found justification in bullying this classmate, proclaiming that he had previously incurred the wrath of the esteemed young Master Lu. What a convenient and plausible excuse. After pondering for a few moments, Lu Xiaoxiao resolved to offer Lu Xuanli a guiding direction. She spoke, Yubai dislikes me and wants to confide in me about school matters. But I have heard whispers that he has a penchant for gathering companions, which may influence him somewhat. Not merely gathering companions. That child is on the verge of becoming a tyrant at school, with a group of followers using his name to intimidate classmates. This foolish child believes they are bonded by brotherhood. Alas, he is utterly naive. One day, he may find himself sold out and still blissfully counting the money for someone else. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's candid thoughts, Lu Xuanli's expression grew grave. Although he had only gathered a few snippets of information, it appeared that the reality might be more severe than he had anticipated. Lu Xuanli resolved to prioritize a discussion with Lu Yubai as homeroom teacher. He could not stand idly by as his younger brother veered onto a misguided path. Following this, Lu Xuanli inquired about Lu Xiaoxiao's recent circumstances, and the two engaged in a casual conversation, soon returning to the Lu residence. Upon entering, they found Song Jilan with slightly reddened eyes, as though she had been crying. Lu Xiaoxiao, puzzled, asked Mom, "What's wrong?" Chapter 19. It seems Mom and Dad are in love. That afternoon, after rummaging through Lu Yuan's books in the study, Song Jilan could not contain her tears. Of course, her tears were not born of sorrow, but rather joy. Women are often easily moved by the smallest gestures, and Song Jilan had long believed that Lu Yuan felt nothing for her beyond a sense of duty. However, that notion was now wavering. When Lu Xiaoxiao inquired, Song Jilan felt a touch of embarrassment and quickly rubbed her eyes, offering a feeble excuse. "Oh, just some sand got in my eye. It's a bit uncomfortable." Passing by, Lu Yuan, upon hearing her words, instinctively halted. "Are you all right?" Hearing the concern in his voice, albeit delivered in an overly calm manner, Song Jilan felt a mix of amusement and irritation. She had originally intended to assure him that all was well, but instead, she found herself saying, "Actually, I do need help. Could you blow on it for me, dear?" Lu Yuan. He stood there, bewildered, unable to process what he had just heard. Had he misheard? Was Jilan playfully flirting with him? Lu Xiaoxiao was equally astonished. She was aware that usually Song Jilan referred to Lu Yuan as I Yuan, and occasionally as Dad. But it was quite rare for her to directly call him husband, especially in such an affectionate manner. Wow, you actually called him husband so sweetly?
Mom.
You've finally come to your senses. Dad, what are you dawdling for? Can you be a bit more supportive? Hurry and help your beloved wife.
Lu Yuan,
reminded by his daughter's candid thoughts, clumsily reached out to cradle Song Jilan's face, blowing on it haphazardly for a few moments, then cautiously inquired, "Is it better now?" Lu Xiaoxiao watched them with an amused smile. "This is truly entertaining. After nearly 30 years of marriage, you're still engaging in such innocent affection.
Mom and Dad.
You are simply unbeatable. How did you manage to have so many children before?" Was it purely accidental?
I am impressed.
Speaking of which, if this were a drama, the next moment you two would be kissing. Don't you feel a spark when you gaze into each other's eyes? Come on, just embrace. Both Lu Yuan and Song Zilong felt their cheeks flush at their daughter's remarks, but instead of kissing, they averted their gazes, seemingly attempting to hide something. Song Zilong took a step back and quietly said, "It's fine now, there's no more sand." Lu Yuan, feigning calmness, cleared his throat and declared, "Well, as long as everything is all right, let us all gather for dinner." Throughout the meal, Song Zilong kept serving Lu Yuan food. Initially taken aback, he soon reciprocated in kind. The children of the Lu family observed as their parents' bowls filled with more and more dishes, exchanging what they believed to be discreet glances filled with unspoken affection, momentarily bewildered. Was it merely their imagination? Did it seem as though their parents were in love? Unsure, they decided to observe further. After the meal, Song Zilong directly pulled Lu Yuan into their room for a private conversation. Lu Yu stared blankly at the retreating figures of his parents, unable to suppress a murmur. "I hope I'm not going to have another brother or sister." Lu Xiaoxiao instinctively chimed in, "Surely not. At their age, how could they still be so reckless?" Lu Yu turned to glare at her, bewildered by her response. "Who asked you?" Lu Xiaoxiao innocently shot him a glance. "I never claimed I was answering you, dear brother." She deliberately emphasized the term brother, making it sound affectionate, yet it sent shivers down Lu Yu's spine. Just as he was about to retort with something distasteful, he overheard Lu Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Staring. What is the point of staring? Such an impolite little brat. If you stare any harder, I'll pluck your eyes out. Truly, you've forgotten the pain after healing. It seems that last encounter with the snake didn't teach you a lesson. Lu Yu. He realized that the snake he had seen that night was not a dream, and indeed, it was connected to Lu Xiaoxiao. She was undoubtedly peculiar. Perhaps she was a witch hidden among ordinary people, possessing some strange and arcane powers. The more he pondered, the paler his face became. And he couldn't help but swallow hard, stealthily moving behind Lu Jiyue in search of solace. However, Lu Jiyue's attention was not directed towards him at all. Instead, she beamed with delight as she gazed at Lu Xiaoxiao, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable brightness. Her sister was simply too captivating, and her affection was palpable. Observing Lu Jiyue's starry-eyed admiration, Lu Yubai fell into a contemplative silence, shifting his gaze to his elder brother. Lu Xuanli, on the other hand, did not look at Lu Xiaoxiao. He was engrossed in his tea, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon learning that Lu Yubai's previous fright from a snake was orchestrated by Lu Xiaoxiao, Lu Xuanli did not perceive his younger sister's actions as excessive. Lu Yubai was a child indulged by the family, and occasional lessons delivered through unconventional means could prove beneficial. Otherwise, he would become utterly unruly. Just as he set his teacup down, he caught Lu Yubai casting a glance in his direction, his expression tinged with a hint of complaint. As if he were silently imploring for a word of justice. The smile on Lu Xuanli's lips vanished, and he adopted a stern demeanor. Offering no kindness to Lu Yubai, "Once you've finished your meal, you should review your studies. If your grades slip again in the next exam, your allowance will be curtailed." Lu Yubai thought to himself, with this treatment, why does it feel as though I am the one being adopted? As the night cooled like water, Lu Xiaoxiao emerged from the bathroom after her shower, drying her hair, and then blissfully flopped onto her bed. She was just closing her eyes, drifting into slumber, when the voice of the system echoed in her mind. "Host, wake up." There is a response to the issue reported. The detection results indicate that there are indeed anomalies in this world. Lu Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, springing up from the bed in a sudden jolt. "I knew it. The current situation is completely abnormal. So, what are these anomalies?" System, unknown. Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao, if you don't know, why are you even telling me? What use are you? System. But that is the response I received. It merely states that an unknown factor has been detected in this world, leading to some narrative disarray and deviations in character settings. I am merely a messenger. Your ire towards me is futile, dear.
Lu Xiaoxiao facepalmed, fine.
Have you inquired with your superiors for a solution?
System, I have.
Well, what did they say? It's a bit complicated. 3 days ago, I presented 2 proposals to my superiors. One was for you to realign the plot. The other was to let you act freely and inquire which option might be more suitable. Lu Xiaoxiao. And then, the system fell silent for a moment, seemingly hesitant to articulate. Then, this afternoon, my superior responded with a favorable option. Lu Xiaoxiao took a mere fraction of a second to interpret. All right. I shall proceed with my creative freedom. System. The system's tone was somewhat uncertain. I believe my superior may not have intended that meaning. Lu Xiaoxiao. Doesn't matter. It's their own fault for not being clear. Now, tell me, what is the next plot point? System. It should be Lu Yubai's birthday party. Just as Lu Xiaoxiao was about to ask for further details, a series of knocks interrupted her. Who is it? The door isn't locked. Just come in. As her words fell, the door opened slightly, and Lu Jiyue peeked her head in, her tone cautious. Sister, are you free now? I have something I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 20. What a gluttonous girl. Lu Xiaoxiao was utterly charmed by Lu Jiyue's playful antics as she peered in. She bit her lip to suppress her smile, controlling her voice to remain steady. What is it?
Come in.
Only then did Lu Jiyue step inside, casually closing the door behind her. Once she stood by Lu Xiaoxiao's bedside, her fidgeting hands began to nervously twist the hem of her skirt. Sister, I think I might have upset third brother. Rewind to half an hour earlier, when Lu Jiyue, lacking any particular occupation, had intended to practice an instrument. Upon hearing her mention her piano skills, Lu Xuanli recalled an ancient Guqin score that had been kept at home, a gift from a friend of Song Jilan. Though he could not remember when it had arrived, only that it was likely precious. At that time, no one in the household was adept at playing instruments, and the score had been forgotten. He merely remembered it was likely tucked away in the storage room and asked Lu Jiyue if she was interested in retrieving it to give it a try. Intrigued by her elder brother's mention of the score, Lu Jiyue eagerly agreed and ventured alone to the storage room. The Lu family's storage area was not in disarray. Items were neatly arranged. However, with so many belongings, locating a thin Guqin score proved challenging. Lu Jiyue rummaged about for quite some time without catching sight of it. Suddenly, she noticed a large wooden cabinet tucked in the corner. Suspecting that books might be stored within, Lu Jiyue, without a moment's hesitation, reached for the cabinet door to see what lay inside. To her astonishment, the interior was far from what she had envisioned. The cabinet held no items. Yet it was not empty. At that moment, a slight boy was curled up inside, his arms wrapped around his knees, his head buried deep within the crook of his elbow, utterly still, resembling a statue frozen in time. Lu Jiyue was genuinely startled by this scene but managed to stifle her gasp. Although she could not see his face, she recognized immediately that this boy was her third brother, Lu Baichen. Throughout her days at home, Lu Jiyue had hardly interacted with him, and even eye contact was a rarity. Yet, among her siblings, aside from Lu Xiaoxiao, Lu Baichen was the one she paid the most attention to. The reason was simple. Her mother had told her that she and Lu Baichen were fraternal twins, inseparable in their early years. An indescribable feeling intertwined with her thoughts about Lu Baichen. Perhaps it was the unique connection of twins, as she sensed that beneath his silence lay a tumult of emotions, tumultuous waves yearning to break free. However, Lu Baichen often presented himself as exceedingly quiet, so silent that those around him sometimes forgot he was there. For instance, before opening the cabinet door, Lu Jiyue could not have imagined that a living person was concealed within. Even upon pulling the door open and witnessing Lu Baichen's presence, he appeared to her as insubstantial as a wisp of mist, ready to vanish at any moment. Lu Jiyue endeavored to breathe as quietly as possible, cautiously extending her hand forward. She yearned to awaken Lu Baichen, hoping to prevent him from slumbering alone in this manner. However, just as her hand approached him, Lu Baichen, who had seemed utterly oblivious moments ago, suddenly lifted his head. His jet-black eyes bore down on Lu Jiyue with an intensity entirely foreign to his usual demeanor. Brother? Lu Jiyue's hand froze in midair, her lips instinctively parted, emitting a faint sound. She realized that Lu Baichen appeared to be angered. Initially intending to explain herself further, she was abruptly thrust away. Despite his slender frame, Lu Baichen's force was substantial. Lu Jiyue, already bent over and off balance, fell hard onto the ground, pain causing tears to well up in her eyes. In that instant, as he witnessed her fall, Lu Baichen's movements halted, his lips pressed tightly together, turning pale, and his gaze momentarily vacant. He raised his hand, uncertain of its intended target, yet ultimately refrained from touching anything, nor did he assist his fallen sister. Instead, he stumbled past her and quickly vanished from the storage room. When Lu Jiyue regained her composure and stood up, her immediate impulse was to pursue Lu Baichen to apologize. Yet, fearing that her presence might provoke him further, she decided to first seek out others to ascertain her brother's condition before making any plans. Thus, 10 minutes later, she knocked on Lu Xiaoxiao's door. Upon hearing Lu Jiyue's account, Lu Xiaoxiao was slightly taken aback, as the scenario she encountered mirrored the narrative precisely. Over the past few days, Lu Xiaoxiao had grown accustomed to deviations in the storyline, having recently received official confirmation from the system that there were indeed peculiarities within this world. Thus, encountering a semblance of the original plot felt rather extraordinary. However, this was preferable. Had the narrative strayed completely from the source material, she would have entirely lost her foresight, a most precious advantage. Sister? Will brother come to resent me in the future? Lu Jiuyue inquired, her tone heavy with guilt and self-reproach. You're overthinking it, Lu Xiaoxiao replied absent-mindedly. Lu Baichen regards everyone equally, as if they were air. How could he possibly dislike you? Though this statement may not be entirely accurate, considering he has been quite talkative around me lately, it doesn't matter. I should focus on comforting my beloved sister first. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao mention that Lu Baichen was quite vocal in her presence, Lu Jiyue's eyes widened in surprise, her expression shifting to one of awe. So, even brother would open up before sister? Sister is truly remarkable, possessing such immense charisma. With this thought, her gaze towards Lu Xiaoxiao brimmed with admiration. Then, sister, do you know what dessert brother likes? I wish to personally prepare a dish for him tomorrow and apologize. Of course, Lu Xiaoxiao responded. Yet, just as she uttered those two words, the system urgently interrupted her. Host, do not use the information at your disposal to assist the female protagonist. Of course. I don't know. Lu Jiyue nodded in disappointment. All right, I shall return to my room now. I apologize for disturbing you tonight, sister. Just as she turned away, she heard Lu Xiaoxiao's inner voice resonate. Ah, darling, please don't be sad, I know. Lu Baichen adores macarons, tiramisu, black forest cake, souffle, Napoleon cake, cream puffs, mousse cake, brownies, CRPS, and egg tarts. By the way, could you perhaps make a few for me to sample? I have a penchant for strawberry millefeuille, blueberry cheesecake, mango mousse, durian millefeuille, raspberry tart, peach cream cake, banana pound cake, apple pie, orange cake, and grape milk custard. Oh, I can't bear it. In the dead of night. You're making me hungry. Lu Xiaoxiao, you truly are a glutton. Listening to the long list of delectable desserts, Lu Jiyue nearly burst into laughter. Grateful for the fact that she was facing away from Lu Xiaoxiao, thus concealing her amused expression. How delightful it was to discover her sister's fondness for sweets. Lu Jiyue suddenly felt fortunate for her previous interest in culinary arts. Now she could use her skills to win Lu Xiaoxiao's affections. Well then, let us begin with the strawberry millefeuille. Chapter 21. What is happening? Not together again? In the original narrative, Lu Baichen had been consciously avoiding Lu Jiyue during the period shortly after her return. As twins, they bore strikingly similar features, yet their personalities were polar opposites. Unlike Lu Baichen, who often displayed clumsiness in social interactions, Lu Jiyue was sweet-tongued and adept at reading the room, effortlessly winning the affection of those around her. Each time he witnessed that familiar face expressing emotions he could not, a subtle sense of inferiority would swell within him. In contrast to Lu Jiyue, his peculiarities appeared even more pronounced. At times, he would discreetly cast glances at Lu Jiyue, his eyes betraying a quiet envy, only to retract his gaze swiftly before she could notice. Surely, this was the demeanor their parents hoped he would emulate? While silently observing Lu Jiyue, Lu Baichen often pondered why, despite being born at nearly the same time, he had grown into such an odd child. In the pitch darkness of his room, after the lights were extinguished and the curtains drawn, Lu Baichen sat at the edge of his bed, his thoughts drifting further afield. The sensation of liquid upon his skin jolted him back to reality, and he realized, somewhat sluggishly, that he had unconsciously inflicted a cut upon his own arm, blood seeping steadily from the wound. He blinked slowly, feeling no pain whatsoever, yet instinctively loosened his grip on the pen he had been holding. The very hand that had pushed Lu Jiyue earlier bore the mark of his self-inflicted injury. He did not intend to harm his sister. The moment he had acted, regret washed over him. This wound was his penance for wrongdoing. He had considered inflicting a deeper cut, but halted midway, recalling the psychologist's admonition never to harm himself. However, he lost control, and once again he had erred. Lu Baichen's hand went limp, causing the pen to fall silently onto the carpet. He pressed his lips together, his expression inscrutable as he opened the bedside drawer and retrieved the medication, gauze, and bandages he kept there, deftly tending to his wounds. Once he finished bandaging, Lu Baichen glanced at the scars scattered across his arm, some deep, some shallow, some recent, some old, an unsightly array. Unfortunately, the human body differs from a canvas. The marks left behind cannot be easily erased. Scars are simply scars. While some may fade with time, many remain indelible, serving as constant reminders of the emotions felt in those moments. After studying them for a while, a wave of despondency washed over Lu Bachan. Silently, he tugged his sleeve down to conceal his entire arm, choosing to ignore its presence. Contemplating the potential reproach he might face during his next therapy session, he felt a sense of numbness and decided to dismiss the thought entirely. He lay back, resting the back of his hand over his closed eyes, and began to empty his mind. Would he truly one day return to normalcy? Lu Bachan asked himself, yet found no answer. The following day, Lu Xiaoxiao rose early. As she yawned her way downstairs, she spotted Lu Xuanli already enjoying breakfast. Her elder brother maintained a consistently healthy routine, so it was unsurprising to find him up first. Lu Xiaoxiao sat at the dining table, nibbling on a piece of bread paired with milk, savoring each bite. Just as she was halfway through her bread, she noticed Song Jilan descending the stairs with an uncharacteristic frown, taking her seat in silence, without a word to the following Lu Yuan. In contrast, Lu Yuan remained composed and evidently had no intention of dining at home, hastily passing by the table and heading straight for the door. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Lu Xiaoxiao paused mid-bite, looking perplexly at Song Jilan, struggling to comprehend the situation. Wasn't he everything fine last night? How could a single night's sleep revert things to such a state? What on earth is happening, mother? Aren't you two still together? Our father is so infatuated. If it comes to that, just let it be. Listening to her daughter's thoughts, Song Zilan's expression softened slightly, though her irritation lingered. Last night, after secretly reading Lu Yuan's book, her perception of her husband had shifted, prompting her to reach out and ease their relationship. After so many years together, she understood Lu Yuan's temperament. While he adeptly navigated the business world, he was not one to express his feelings openly at home, often relying on her to convey concern to their children. Having confirmed his feelings, she refrained from bringing up what she had discovered, opting to feign ignorance. However, with the opportunity presented, and having found solace in each other's embrace, she was taken aback when Lu Yuan abruptly remarked, "Jilan, there's no need to go to such lengths regarding your nephew's company. I would never neglect your family nor hold on to past grievances." Such a disheartening statement left Song Zilan momentarily speechless. When the Lu and Song families arranged their marriage, it was somewhat of an upward move for the Lu family. However, Song Zilan was one of the lesser-known daughters of the Song family, and the Lu family possessed a crucial technology that would benefit the Songs. Thus, this circumstance facilitated Song Zilan's marriage. For the Song family, her marriage into the Lu family was seen as a realization of her value, a way to recoup their investment. Yet, shortly after Lu Yuan took over the Lu family business, it fell victim to the machinations of a rival, leading to a severe liquidity crisis. In desperation, Song Zilan sought assistance from her natal family, only to be met with a stern refusal. The head of the Song family, her uncle Song Julin, was shrewd and profit-driven. Unwilling to take the risk of bailing out the Lu family, he urged Song Zilan to prepare for divorce while she was still young, suggesting she could remarry, and warned her that if she did not heed his counsel, she would be left to fend for herself. Though her feelings for Lu Yuan were not deeply rooted at that time, she held great admiration for his capabilities and character. She was reluctant to add to his burdens during his time of struggle, especially since she was expecting Lu Xuanli. Thus, she resolutely rejected her uncle's advice and chose to stand by Lu Yuan in solidarity. Later, when Lu Yuan inquired if she could seek help from the Song family, Song Jilan found herself in a difficult position. Having already faced rejection, she did not want to dishearten Lu Yuan regarding the Song family and therefore skillfully sidestepped the topic. After that, Lu Yuan did not bring it up again, and unbeknownst to her, he devised a plan that attracted new investments within a month, stabilizing the Lu family's situation and leading to a flourishing growth that eventually surpassed the Song family's scale within a few years. Consequently, the Song family began to seek to mend relations with them. However, due to their previous cold indifference, Lu Yuan's attempts to be amicable towards the Song family were met with a measured response. Song Jilan had not disclosed her humble request for support from her uncle to Lu Yuan. When Lu Yuan voiced his thoughts that evening, she realized he still harbored some reservations about her. What she had intended as an overture of closeness was misconstrued as ulterior motives, leaving her feeling aggrieved. She promptly extricated herself from Lu Yuan's embrace and turned away from him to sleep. The previously harmonious atmosphere suddenly became tense, culminating in the scene that unfolded that morning. Chapter 22. The unfounded friendliness of Song Zilan. Lu Xuanli had finished his breakfast and noticed his mother's unusual demeanor. Aware that he was not adept at providing comfort, he refrained from inquiring further and simply bid farewell before following his father's footsteps. He understood Lu Yuan and Song Zilan, despite their occasional awkwardness. They regarded each other as indispensable figures in their lives. The topic of divorce had never been broached between them throughout the years. Thus, even when they occasionally aired minor grievances, Lu Xuanli perceived them merely as playful banter and never presumed to interfere. After her moment of anger, Song Zilan found herself somewhat troubled by the current situation. She believed that Lu Xiaoxiao was a perceptive child. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to subtly inquire about her daughter's perspective. Having mentally prepared herself, Song Zilan cleared her throat, donned a seemingly relaxed and natural smile, and began, "Xiaoxiao, dear. There is a matter on which I would like to hear your opinion. Indeed, there exists a friend of my mother who finds herself entangled in a misunderstanding with her husband. She sought my counsel on how to navigate this predicament, yet I felt ill-equipped to provide her with any advice." Lu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes twice, nodding obediently. "Very well. Please enlighten me. What is the nature of this misunderstanding?" Such a classic statement. If this friend were not my mother, I would be inclined to twist her head off and kick it like a ball.
Song Zilan,
Slightly embarrassed by the revelation, feigned ignorance of Lu Xiaoxiao's inner thoughts and pressed on with her narrative. This friend of my mother developed feelings for her husband only after their marriage. She has secretly made numerous sacrifices for him, yet he remains oblivious, leading him to utter some hurtful words that have left her deeply saddened. Lu Xiaoxiao's expression grew complex. "Are you suggesting that your friend refrains from voicing her feelings?" Song Zilan hesitated for a moment. Her voice tinged with guilt as she replied, "Because it feels awkward? How could I possibly know what my mother's friend is thinking? Furthermore, discussing such matters might seem self-serving. Initially, my friend's intentions and her sacrifices were pure. She was not seeking any form of compensation. Keeping silent is also to spare the other party from feeling guilty." Lu Xiaoxiao's expression grew even more intricate. "So, you mean to say that your friend desires her husband to comprehend her feelings without revealing the truth? Mother, is it not somewhat unrealistic to expect such a thing? After all, no one possesses the ability to read minds." Song Zilan, increasingly uneasy, found her gaze evasively wandering. The concept of mind reading does indeed exist. But witnessing her daughter's naivety, she dared not express this. Why should one fear inducing guilt in the other? Is not love inherently about the sense of indebtedness? The dynamics of mutual emotional debts enhance the relationship. Moreover, love should not be viewed solely through a positive lens. It is normal for emotions to intertwine. For love and hate are but two sides of the same coin. For instance, although I often feel the urge to harm Lu Yu due to his foolishness, I simultaneously find myself filled with affection for him because he is, after all, a delightful simpleton. Song Zilan, momentarily taken aback by Lu Xiaoxiao's philosophical musings, felt that the example involving Lu Yu might have been a tad too confrontational. Yet, reflecting on the last instance when Lu Yu shattered the second-floor glass with a misguided excuse about a lightning kick, she acknowledged that perhaps labeling him as foolish was not entirely unfounded. After a brief hesitation, she voiced her final concern. "However, my mother's friend's husband has not initiated any openness regarding his own feelings. If she were to speak first, would it not come across as undignified?" Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head, her demeanor enigmatic. "I believe that when both parties harbor feelings for one another, all actions become priceless." A tremor of realization coursed through Song Zilan's eyes, as if this statement had illuminated her understanding. Indeed, she had already discerned Lu Yuan's intentions. What need was there to fret over whose pride took precedence? After years of marriage and a multitude of children, what could possibly warrant embarrassment in addressing such matters? However, this issue should not be rushed. She must gradually prepare herself for the conversation. With clarity dawning upon her, Song Zilan joyfully embraced Lu Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, you are absolutely right. You have truly rendered an immense service to my mother. She shall promptly convey her gratitude to her friend. Please continue to enjoy your breakfast." With that, Song Zilan rose and returned to her room. Over the years, Lu Yuan has indeed taken excellent care of Song Zilan. Her appearance remains youthful and well-preserved. And at this moment, her silhouette appears remarkably vivacious, akin to a young maiden experiencing the tender stirrings of first love. Lu Xiaoxiao admired the scene, reflecting on the poignant truth that every mother was once an innocent and carefree girl. Love is akin to nurturing a flower. With proper care, a woman in her 40s or 50s can still radiate beauty. Yet, one must ponder, how can someone devoid of romantic experience possess such audacity to offer advice to a married individual? Is this not a turn of fate? Lu Xiaoxiao let out a resigned sigh, raising her glass in a grand gesture to consume her milk. Upon noticing she had finished her breakfast, the system inquired, "Host, there are only 2 days until Lu Yubai's birthday party. Have you contemplated what gift to prepare for him?" Lu Xiaoxiao replied with a lackluster demeanor, "Even if I were inclined to gift him something, he may not wish to receive it. Should I witness him toss my present into the trash, I fear I might impulsively transform him into a whisper-thin sanitary pad." The system responded with confusion. "Host, could you refrain from such hyperbolic expressions?" Lu Xiaoxiao retorted, "Expressing my frustration might be beneficial for my well-being, and I trust you wish for your host to remain healthy." Unable to argue with her, the system redirected its focus. "However, host, Lu Yubai will undoubtedly not invite you to his birthday celebration. To trigger this plot point, you must disguise yourself as one of his classmates. Otherwise, you'll be turned away at the door without a gift." Furrowing her brows in contemplation, Lu Xiaoxiao muttered a curse at the inconvenience, before assuring the system not to worry, as she would manage preparations herself. On the day of Lu Yubai's birthday, he opted not to celebrate with his family, hosting the event at a club with peers of his age. True to form, Lu Yubai did not invite Lu Xiaoxiao to join him, instead bringing along Lu Jiaoyu. Although Lu Jiaoyu initially intended to invite Lu Xiaoxiao, she was coaxed into the car by Lu Yubai. He had long wished to introduce his friends to Lu Jiaoyu and often boasted about his sister's gentleness and beauty. Today presented an opportune moment for him to showcase her. As for Lu Xiaoxiao, Lu Yubai had no desire to encounter her on his birthday. It was simply too dismal. Chapter 23. Declined, I am a lesbian. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the disguised Lu Xiaoxiao stood before the entrance of the Mirage Club. She had deliberately applied a dramatic smoky eye makeup, styled her hair, and donned a somewhat provocative black dress that fell just above her knees, complemented by a pair of slender stiletto heels. After this transformation, she believed that even her own mother might struggle to recognize her at first glance. The voice of the system echoed in her ears. "Host, you must find a way to divert Lu Jiuyue from the crowd. Today Gu Sipei has a gathering here, and last time at the recognition banquet, they did not have the opportunity to converse privately. This time, it is imperative that they cross paths." Lu Xiaoxiao, feeling impatient, dug at her ears. I heard you, both my ears heard you." She had timed her arrival perfectly. The birthday celebration for Lu Yubai had just commenced a few minutes ago, and while most guests had likely arrived, it was indeed the liveliest moment.
Now,
Blending into the gathering should be the least conspicuous for Lu Xiaoxiao. Which private room did Lu Yubai reserve? She inquired. The system replied, Room 5. On the 5th floor of the club. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded and proceeded directly to the elevator. As fortune would have it, upon entering the elevator, she encountered a familiar figure, Gu Sipei. The man was glancing at his wristwatch, seemingly preparing for an appointment, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. Lu Xiaoxiao recognized Gu Sipei. Yet he did not acknowledge her presence, his gaze not falling upon her. She refrained from making any deliberate attempts to attract attention, simply focusing on the ascending numbers on the elevator display. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Lu Xiaoxiao exited, noticing that Gu Sipei did not follow but continued upward, causing her heart to sink. Although they were in the same vicinity, Lu Jiuyue and Gu Sipei were on different floors, and she pondered how to orchestrate their meeting. Feeling somewhat distressed, she approached a nearby staff member to inquire about the situation on the upper levels.
From the staff,
Lu Xiaoxiao learned that the club had a total of 6 stories, with the 6th floor being inaccessible to most. It primarily housed VIP rooms and guest accommodations, typically reserved by influential patrons. For someone of Gu Sipei's stature, ascending to the 6th floor was expected. However, apart from the arrival of distinguished guests, there was another circumstance under which staff would escort patrons upstairs. If a guest were to feel unwell, they would be taken to the lounge for rest. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao's mind began to race with ideas. If that were the case, then all she needed to do was to make Lu Jiuyue appear unwell. The method was straightforward. She could exchange points with the system for a dizzying potion and discreetly add it to Lu Jiuyue's drink when no one was watching. Though it sounded somewhat unscrupulous, she was, after all, the archetype of a wicked supporting character. How fitting for her persona. Moreover, all of this was in pursuit of the protagonist's beautiful romance. All for the sake of her own glorious return home. Lu Xiaoxiao mentally convinced herself and swiftly justified her motives. She pushed open the door to room 5, handed her gift to the attendant at the entrance, claiming to be a classmate of Lu Yubai. The doorman did not scrutinize her closely. Accepting the gift, he allowed Lu Xiaoxiao to enter. The birthday celebration for Lu Yubai was quite the affair, with an estimated 200 to 300 attendees, including staff. The atmosphere was vibrant with flickering lights of various hues, and the music blared loudly, resonating painfully in Lu Xiaoxiao's ears. Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but reflect on the passage of time, realizing that she was no longer young. Before entering the story, she had spent many years as a corporate drone, waking each day to the monotonous routine of work attendance and, during her rare days off, often sleeping deeply from exhaustion. Now, she found it difficult to adapt to this environment of leisure. However, the lively atmosphere had its advantages. It allowed her to execute her plans without drawing undue attention. As she navigated through the crowd, she searched for Lu Jiyue's figure. Along the way, she encountered several young men attempting to engage her in conversation, all of which she politely declined. "Hey, beautiful, would you care for a drink?" "No, thank you. I'm allergic to alcohol."
Junior.
"I'd love to get to know you. Can we add each other on WeChat?" "I'm not a junior. I repeated a year and I'm 20 this year." "Hello, do you believe in love at first sight? I feel drawn to you." "I must respectfully decline. I'm a lesbian." Continuing her walk while dismissing these advances, Lu Xiaoxiao finally spotted Lu Jiyue at the bar in a more secluded area of the private room. Lu Jiyue was wearing a dress that Lu Xiaoxiao had previously helped her choose, simple yet exquisite, a clear indication of her affluent background. She was not alone. Another girl, unfamiliar to Lu Xiaoxiao, was conversing with her. "Sister, do you know what Lu Yubai likes?" The girl spoke with a hint of shyness, clearly infatuated with Lu Yubai. "No way, someone actually likes that guy? Well, I suppose he has a decent face, but his personality is utterly unreliable. This girl must be starving for attention." Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's thoughts, Lu Jiyue was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a surge of joy, prompting her to scan the room. When Lu Yubai had taken her out, Lu Jiyue had asked if her sister would be coming. To prevent her from feeling disheartened about Lu Xiaoxiao not being invited, Lu Yubai had fabricated an excuse, claiming that Lu Xiaoxiao had other commitments and would arrive later. After Lu Jiyue arrived, she waited expectantly, but her sister was nowhere to be seen. Lu Jiyue was also not quite at ease in this social setting, surrounded by strangers. Initially, Lu Yubai had been attentive to her, but with so many guests, he had to mingle, leaving him little energy to look after her. Not wanting to dampen his spirits on his birthday, Lu Jiyue encouraged him to enjoy the festivities and retreated to a quieter corner to sip on a juice. Before long, a girl named Qi approached her, initiating a polite introduction. However, it wasn't too long before the conversation shifted to Lu Yubai. Lu Jiyue, somewhat naive regarding romantic matters, initially perceived it as mere concern. It was only upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's thoughts that she realized Qi harbored feelings for Lu Yubai. Yet, rather than dwell on this revelation, her primary concern was to locate her sister. Uncertain of the reason, every time her sister was present, she felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. As long as she was reunited with her sister, she would no longer be at a loss for words. Chapter 24. Offering 100% loyalty. However, after glancing around, Lu Jiyue found herself unable to locate Lu Xiaoxiao. "Jiyue, what are you searching for?" Qi inquired, puzzled. It was only then that Lu Jiyue snapped back to reality, shaking her head dismissively. "It's nothing." Patiently, Qi pressed on. "Can you answer my earlier question, Jiyue?" Lost in thoughts of her sister, Lu Jiyue's demeanor became somewhat distracted. But I don't know much about what Lu Yubai likes. We didn't grow up together, and I've only just returned to the Lu family." Unexpectedly, upon hearing these words, Qi Yin's previously cheerful expression collapsed, and her tone turned markedly sour. "If you're unwilling to help, just say so. There's no need for all these excuses. It's truly tedious." Taken aback by the abrupt shift in Qi Yin's demeanor, Lu Jiyue felt a wave of confusion, while Qi Yin, unwilling to engage further, huffed and turned to leave. However, considering they were merely acquaintances, there was no need for Lu Jiyue to chase after her to clarify. Disregarding Qi Yin, Lu Jiyue continued to scan the crowd, eager to find her sister. Fearful of missing even the slightest detail, she scrutinized each individual so closely that she failed to notice a woman had taken a seat beside her. Noticing Lu Jiyue's inattention, the woman gently tapped her shoulder and initiated a conversation. Hello, little sister. Was that person who just snapped at you your friend? Finally regaining her composure, Lu Jiyue turned to see the woman beside her, dressed in a strikingly elegant black dress and sporting oversized sunglasses that obscured half her face. She bore no resemblance to anyone Lu Jiyue knew. Just as Lu Jiyue pondered why so many strangers were approaching her this evening, she suddenly heard her sister's voice echoing in her mind. How utterly exasperating. Knowing that she is the sister of the person I like, she still can't manage a better attitude. It's only because of Jiyue's good temperament that she doesn't hold a grudge. If it were me, I would have made her speechless on the spot. Baby, don't feel wronged. If she doesn't wish to speak with you, I'll stay by your side. The voice resonated so closely, it felt as if it were whispering in her ear. Yet, the only person beside Lu Jiyue was this unfamiliar woman. Lu Jiyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this woman be her sister? But that couldn't be right, even with a different appearance and sunglasses. Her voice did not match her sister's at all. In truth, Lu Xiaoxiao's tone was indeed different from usual. She had purposely exchanged for a voice-altering item from the system, rendering her current voice unrecognizable. Seizing the moment while Lu Jiyue was lost in thought, Lu Xiaoxiao had discreetly sprinkled the powder given by the system into the glass of juice before Lu Jiyue. Upon observing Lu Jiyue's bewildered expression, Lu Xiaoxiao assumed that the other party was startled by her greeting. Thus, she gently elucidated, "Do not be alarmed. I am no villain. I harbor no ill feelings towards your brother. I merely seek a companion to engage in conversation, as I find myself rather idle." Lu Jiyue gazed intently at her, attempting to uncover any subtle similarities between her and Lu Xiaoxiao. Her lips bear a striking resemblance to my sister's, she noted. The casual, relaxed posture mirrored that of her sister's as well. Moreover, the sincerity in her voice was undeniable, despite Lu Jiyue's disbelief. She was resolute in recognizing the person before her as her sister. Though perplexed by her sister's choice to disguise herself as a stranger to initiate a dialogue, Lu Jiyue held her sister in high regard, believing that Lu Xiaoxiao must have her reasons. She resolved to play along, nodding politely and replying, "The girl you mentioned is not my friend. She merely approached me with a query. When I informed her I was unaware, she became displeased. Yet I did not take it to heart. I do not perceive you as a malevolent individual. What would you like to discuss with me?" Armed with a voice-altering device, Lu Xiaoxiao felt confident that she would go unrecognized. Seizing the opportunity, she inquired about Lu Jiyue's impression of herself. "You are Lu Jiyue, correct? The recent recognition banquet of the Lu family garnered much attention. You have become quite renowned." Lu Xiaoxiao smiled at Lu Jiyue, resting her chin on her hand while savoring the unique charm of her limited edition, authoritative tone. "I have heard that you have another sister. From what I understand, she is not particularly easy to get along with. Although she often presents a facade of gentleness and grace, she has been known to trip others up behind their backs. I wonder how your relationship with her fares?" Lu Jiyue, momentarily taken aback by the question, gradually grasped Lu Xiaoxiao's intent. She realized that her sister must be testing her. Lu Xiaoxiao was likely curious about how she would react when an outsider spoke ill of her. It appeared that her sister still harbored some doubts about her trustworthiness. In light of this, Lu Jiyue resolved to pledge her unwavering loyalty to her sister. She met Lu Xiaoxiao's gaze with earnestness, her eyes reflecting the seriousness of facing an examination, and replied with conviction, "I am uncertain where you have acquired such rumors. But my sister is not as you portray her. She is intelligent, kind, beautiful, and generous, treating everyone in our family with exceptional warmth. She simply struggles with expression. At times, her actions do not align with her intentions. Nevertheless, at her core, she is a remarkable sister, a beloved member of our family. And I share a wonderful relationship with her. Therefore, I would rather not hear disparaging remarks about my sister from anyone."
Ah, is that so?
"You don't wish to unleash your wrath upon me for my attitude?" Lu Xiaoxiao, concealed behind her sunglasses, nearly widened her eyes in astonishment upon hearing this declaration. Lu Jiyue's expression was earnest, utterly devoid of jest, her tone fervent as if reciting lines from a climactic scene in a familial drama. Lu Xiaoxiao could not fathom the source of her fervor, feeling as though the world had indeed gone mad. She was utterly perplexed as to why Lu Jiyue would define her unkind demeanor as kindness. Since her arrival in this narrative, she had seldom spoken to Lu Jiyue in a civil manner. Any normal person would have long kept their distance from her. Yet, Lu Jiyue seemed possessed, unwavering in her pursuit. Was it possible that the girl was simply daft? There seemed to be no hope left, truly none. As the conversation faltered, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a headache coming on and abandoned the idea of continuing their dialogue, focusing instead on persuading her sister to drink the juice and hasten their trip to the 6th floor. All right, perhaps I spoke out of turn, after all. I am not fully aware of your circumstances. Much of what I know is hearsay. Why not have a sip of juice to cool your temper? Chapter 25. While others encounter love around the corner, she finds herself face to face with misfortune. The potion within this juice will merely induce a fleeting dizziness, with no adverse effects. I have gone to great lengths to facilitate your encounter with your destined partner. I hope that upon meeting him, you will exhibit some spirit, and that you both may deepen your understanding of one another. Best of luck. Lu Jiuyue. What does this mean? There is a drug in the juice? And what does destined partner even imply? Is my sister planning to introduce me to some man? Caught in contemplation, Lu Jiuyue pondered these thoughts, while Lu Xiaoxiao eagerly nudged the cup of juice closer, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Despite knowing there was a drug in the juice, Lu Jiuyue hesitated momentarily before lifting the cup. Unable to decipher her sister's intentions, she decided to set aside her confusion, trusting that her sister would not wish her harm. Lu Xiaoxiao watched as Lu Jiuyue downed the juice in one go, feeling both elated that her plan was unfolding smoothly and troubled by her sister's lack of caution. Really? You drank a stranger's beverage without a second thought? Not even a word of refusal? While I would never sell you off, that does not mean others would not. You are truly naive. The effects of the potion took hold swiftly, and Lu Jiuyue began to feel a slight dizziness, sensing her sister's mental reproach for her foolishness, which left her feeling somewhat aggrieved. Had she not been obedient and compliant? Why was she being scolded? Moreover, it was precisely because she recognized her sister that she had been so docile. Had it been someone else, well, perhaps she would have still drunk it. But at least she would have hesitated. She was not so easily deceived. These defensive thoughts were somewhat sheepishly tucked away in Lu Jiuyue's mind as she propped her head up and leaned towards Lu Xiaoxiao. Sister, I feel a bit dizzy. Quick to respond, Lu Xiaoxiao supported her, internally affirming that dizziness was indeed the desired effect, while outwardly feigning concern.
Oh?
Little sister, what is the matter? Please do not frighten me. Hold on, I will take you to find Lu Yubai. Lu Jiuyue nodded slightly, leaning into her embrace, her body languid and devoid of rigidity, as if she could only stand with the support of Lu Xiaoxiao. Trusting her sister completely, Lu Xiaoxiao draped Lu Jiuyue's arm over her shoulder while wrapping the other around Lu Jiuyue's waist, guiding her forward. Lu Jiuyue nestled against her sister's neck. Though still feeling dizzy, a sense of secret delight bubbled within her. She had finally succeeded in getting close to her sister. How wonderful! In truth, her mild dizziness was not enough to incapacitate her completely. Her feeble demeanor bore the marks of pretense. After all, no matter how much Lu Xiaoxiao praised her cuteness in her heart, her outward demeanor always remained aloof and detached, making closeness nearly impossible. But now, everything was different. She could cling to her sister like an ornament, and it filled her with uncontainable joy. Her sister smelled so fragrant that she never wanted to let go. While Lu Xiaoxiao verbally expressed her intention to take her to find Lu Yubai, the direction they were heading betrayed her true intentions. She deliberately chose a more concealed route, leading Lu Jiuyue out of the private room and calling over a nearby staff member. Hello, my friend may have had too much to drink and is feeling quite dizzy. It's too noisy in the room. Could you find a quieter place for her to rest? The staff, noticing Lu Jiuyue's tightly shut eyes and the sickly hue on her face, dared not be careless. They promptly guided the two to the exclusive elevator to the 6th floor. You can take your friend to room 7 to rest for a while. That lounge happens to be available today. But please, do not go to room 8 next door. That is the private lounge of Mr. Gu from the Gu family. He is here for business, and will likely be occupied for a while. Lu Xiaoxiao readily agreed, assuring the staff in a considerate tone that she would take Lu Jiuyue upstairs alone. The staff saw no reason for concern, and allowed them to proceed. They assumed that anyone invited to a birthday celebration by the young master of the Lu family would be familiar with the esteemed name of Gu Sipei and would certainly be aware of the consequences of displeasing him, thus ensuring they would avoid any disturbances. In normal circumstances, this would indeed hold true. However, Lu Xiaoxiao was anything but ordinary. While she verbally confirmed her intentions, as soon as they reached the 6th floor, she headed directly for room 8. After settling Lu Jiuyue onto the bed and tucking the covers around her, Lu Xiaoxiao gently coaxed, if you're not feeling well, just sleep for a while. I will take my leave now. Lu Jiuyue obediently agreed, not clutching at her sister's sleeve to prevent her departure, and closed her eyes to sleep with trust. Lu Xiaoxiao could not help but let out a sigh, her emotions swirling as she exited the room. Once outside, she reconfirmed with the system. You assure me nothing will happen between them, right? Swear to me. The system replied. Rest assured, host, the male and female leads will not reach that stage so soon, I swear. At this stage, the male lead is focused on his career, and the female lead merely needs to make appearances to plant a seed of affection. They will not have any substantial progress until he truly holds the reins of the Gu family. Lu Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Just moments ago, she felt little discomfort, but now that her task was complete, Lu Xiaoxiao realized how painfully her high heels were chafing her feet, and the false eyelashes on her eyelids were causing her irritation. Thus, she took advantage of the restroom in the lounge to remove the false lashes, cleanse her heavy eye makeup, and switch to a more subdued shade of lipstick. After completing these steps, Lu Xiaoxiao glanced in the mirror and could finally recognize her own visage. However, while the makeup was easily removed, the issue with her shoes was not so easily resolved. She would have to apply some ointment to the sore spots at home. Uncertain of when Gu Sipei would return and hesitant to linger, she gathered her belongings and made her way outside. The corridor was eerily empty, which momentarily lulled Lu Xiaoxiao into a sense of ease. However, as she rounded a corner, she collided with a man's chest. Her hurried steps resulted in a painful impact, and exquisite words nearly escaped her lips. Yet, upon raising her gaze to see his face, all her intended curses were swallowed back, and a part of her very essence seemed to flee in fright.
Yunhuai?
How could she possibly encounter Yunhuai here? And why was it again at a corner? Others often speak of love at first sight around the bend, but it seemed that she was destined to meet ghosts throughout her day. Lu Xiaoxiao began to regret hastily removing her makeup and could only silently pray that Yunhuai, a person of distinction, would forget her entirely. However, Yunhuai looked down at her for a few seconds, clearly recognizing her, a playful smile gracing his lips. It's you again, he remarked, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, what is this? It's a weekday, and instead of cleaning toilets, you've come to the Phantom? For a moment, Lu Xiaoxiao dared not meet his gaze, scrambling for a plausible excuse, but her mind was a blank slate. In the end, it was Yunhuai who provided her with a suitable retort. Working a part-time job here? Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly nodded vigorously. Ah, yes. Chapter 26. Good people don't live long, while misfortunes last for eternity. Yunhuai chuckled lightly, then come, accompany me for a couple of drinks. Lu Xiaoxiao responded instinctively with 3 words, on what grounds? Yunhuai cast her a sidelong glance, unperturbed, on the grounds that I am a guest. With that statement, he paid no heed to her reply and, taking a long stride, proceeded ahead. He seemed entirely unconcerned about whether Lu Xiaoxiao would follow, yet in truth, she felt compelled to keep pace. Who exactly was Yunhuai? He was renowned among the younger generation of the capital S elite as a notorious troublemaker, known for his unpredictable nature and penchant for chaos. If one were to offend Gu Sipei, at least he would not stoop to entangling oneself with them. A mere finger could swiftly bring a decisive end. However, provoking Yunhuai was a different matter entirely, as he relished manipulating people's emotions, offering hope one moment and plunging them into despair the next, a sinister amusement indeed. Though he currently wore a smile while bantering with Lu Xiaoxiao, akin to a casual encounter with an acquaintance who could predict whether his demeanor would shift in an instant. Cursing inwardly, Lu Xiaoxiao quickened her pace to keep up. Yunhuai led her into a private room, and as he pushed the door open, they were greeted by an off-key yet passionately sung melody emanating from within. In the center of the room, on the stage, a man was passionately singing into a microphone, completely absorbed in his performance. Surrounding him was a circle of enchanting women, their eyes sparkling with admiration, seemingly entranced by his melodious voice. As the song concluded, the women erupted in cheers, showering him with lavish compliments. Ah, Mr. Lei, your vocal prowess is simply enchanting. The emotion you convey is so profound that it brings tears to my eyes. One exclaimed.
Oh.
It feels as though the contestants from those talent shows pale in comparison to you, Mr. Lei. This is truly akin to listening to celestial melodies. Another chimed in. Could you please let me record your next song, Mr. Lei? I wish to set your voice as my ringtone, so I can listen to it every day. Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but grimace at the flattery she deemed the most insincere she had ever heard. Did these women have any experience with genuine music? Just as she questioned their sanity, the man known as Mr. Lei suddenly burst into laughter, pulling out a handful of red bills from his coat pocket, which he then tossed into the midst of the women. Instantly, chaos erupted as they scrambled to snatch the money, some even yanking on each other's hair in their eagerness. creating a scene of delightful pandemonium. The bills danced through the air, and Lu Xiaoxiao found herself momentarily captivated. Clearing her throat, she retracted her earlier disdain for Mr. Lei. After all, spending money to evoke such emotional value wasn't unreasonable. If it weren't for Ji Yunhuai's presence, she might have rushed forward to seize a few bills herself. Noticing her restlessness, Ji Yunhuai remarked, "If you charm the guests well, you shall receive tips. If envy strikes, perhaps contemplate how you might curry favor with me later." Was he insinuating that he might shower her with gold coins soon? A surge of excitement filled Lu Xiaoxiao, and she nodded eagerly, offering Ji Yunhuai a rare smile. Since she was already here, it would be a pity not to seize an opportunity. There was no need to forego wealth for the sake of pride. After all, the venue was a legitimate entertainment establishment where staff were expected to serve drinks rather than engage in more intimate transactions. She had always excelled at the latter before her foray into this narrative. In addition to Mr. Lei, there were two other men in the VIP room, each distinctly characterized, one adorned with a conspicuous diamond lip ring and the other flaunting a vibrant mane of red hair, both dressed in expensive attire. Several women were by their sides, particularly the one next to the diamond-lipped man, who had one woman massaging his shoulders and another tending to his legs, while he nonchalantly munched on grapes being fed to him by yet another. The man with the red hair was the first to notice Ji Yunhuai entering. Greeting him with a cheerful smile, "Yunhuai, you've arrived quite late today. Come, take a seat." Upon noticing Lu Xiaoxiao behind Ji Yunhuai, he raised an eyebrow in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh, you've brought a woman with you today?" He had known Ji Yunhuai for quite some time. In his impression, although Ji Yunhuai often sought various amusements, he had never directed his attention towards women, maintaining a commendable restraint in that regard compared to his peers. Today's occurrence was indeed somewhat unusual. Upon hearing the remark from Hongmao, Brother Lip Piercing turned his gaze over and chuckled. "No way, Yunhuai. It turns out you fancy little bean sprouts?" The original character's physique was not the voluptuous type. Even though Lu Xiaoxiao was currently wearing a dress with a somewhat sensual style, she could hardly be described as sultry. Plus, having removed her heavy makeup, her face appeared particularly fresh compared to the other women around, which, in Brother Lip Piercing's aesthetic, came off as rather plain. Lu Xiaoxiao was not particularly fond of the little bean sprout description, but anyone who could associate with Ji Yunhuai was undoubtedly either affluent or noble. Someone she could not afford to offend. Thus, she refrained from showing her displeasure overtly, merely noting it in her mental ledger. "I'm not impressed," Ji Yunhuai remarked. Reclining casually on the sofa with his arms crossed, his long legs crossed elegantly, exuding an air of nonchalance akin to that of a lord. In a languid tone, he addressed her, "Since we're old acquaintances, I thought I'd introduce you to a broader perspective." With that, he tilted his chin, commanding Lu Xiaoxiao, "Pour me a glass of red wine." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaoxiao obediently poured a glass and handed it to Ji Yunhuai, her gaze lingering on him for an extended period. After taking a sip, Ji Yunhuai noticed her unwavering stare and feigned realization, pulling a coin from his pocket. He placed the coin in her palm, explaining with an air of generosity, "A tip." Lu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She gazed at the coin in her hand, questioning her understanding of the situation. After blinking rapidly to confirm it was indeed a 1 yuan coin, her expression fell completely. Some women from Lei Xiao's side had noticed the situation and couldn't help but chuckle, further breaking Lu Xiaoxiao's composure. Indeed, happiness was often a matter of comparison. "Ji Yunhuai, you are an extraordinary miser." She inhaled deeply, unable to resist asking the system, "When does Ji Yunhuai exit the narrative in the original text?" The system quickly replied, "In the original, he never exits. He lives on to the very end." Lu Xiaoxiao was left speechless. Was this the law of the world? The virtuous do not live long, while calamity endures for millennia. Chapter 27. Marching in step, singing a red song for the party. Lu Xiaoxiao was quite displeased, and in her displeasure, she snatched the wine glass back, pouring most of the liquid back into the bottle, leaving only a shallow layer in the glass before returning it to Ji Yunhuai's hands. Ji Yunhuai raised an eyebrow in confusion. Sensing his bewilderment, Lu Xiaoxiao smiled and explained, "Young Master Ji, the price dictates the quality of service. What you've given is worth just this much, my apologies." Lu Xiaoxiao had never been one to passively endure. She refrained from confronting Ji Yunhuai directly only because she currently felt outmatched. However, even if she could not sever ties, she certainly had the right to provoke him. The red-haired man beside her was nearly terrified by Lu Xiaoxiao's actions. He hurriedly took a bottle of wine and refilled Ji Yunhuai's glass, all the while persuading him. Brother Huai, calm down. You must enjoy yourself while out. Good heavens. Is this woman insane? How dare she reclaim the wine she poured for Ji Yunhuai? Doesn't she fear that he might flay her alive? Beads of cold sweat formed on the red-haired man's forehead, yet he noticed that Ji Yunhuai showed no signs of anger, even managing a smile. It's all right. I'm quite happy, he remarked, casting a glance at Lu Xiaoxiao, who had lowered her head in an attempt to appear inconspicuous, his tone remaining unperturbed. The red-haired man was somewhat taken aback, as he sighed in relief. He began to wonder about Lu Xiaoxiao's true nature. How could a woman so boldly confront Ji Yunhuai without provoking his ire? It was simply astonishing. On the other side, Lei Xiao, observing that the atmosphere had not soured, cheerfully raised his glass and clinked it with Ji Yunhuai's from a distance. He then inquired, Yunhuai, are you truly asking me to contest that piece of land in the south of the city with your father? Ji Yunhuai swirled the wine in his glass, his gaze fixated on the rich, translucent liquid within. The quality of this red wine was exceptional. Merely swirling it caused the liquid to glide gracefully along the glass, creating a captivating beating effect. Lu Xiaoxiao had noticed the wine's exquisite quality when she poured it earlier, although she was not well versed in wines. She could appreciate the beauty and design of the bottle and label. Every time she thought of how the domineering protagonists in tragic romance novels splurged on such expensive wine to douse the female leads, she couldn't help but lament their extravagance. She mused it would be wiser to simply throw money at them, thus stimulating the economy and enhancing currency circulation. Go ahead. Ji Yunhuai replied, his tone light, yet devoid of any hint of jest. You know me. As long as Ji Qing is displeased, I find joy in that.
Lei Xiao,
Having received Ji Yunhuai's approval, appeared quite pleased, his smile broadening uncontrollably. Then I shall comply. With your assurance, I am at ease. Lu Xiaoxiao, feigning a lowered head to diminish her presence, was actually all ears. Curious about Ji Qing, she inquired within her mind, and the system informed her that he was Ji Yunhuai's father. Oh, what a filial son he must be. She wondered why Ji Yunhuai would have his friends compete with his father for land. Did their father-son relationship not fare well? Indeed. The world of the wealthy was fraught with complexities. As Lu Xiaoxiao was eavesdropping with great interest, she heard Ji Yunhuai calling her. Hey, can you sing?
Huh?
Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively declining, Young Master Ji, the songs I know may not suit the current atmosphere. Upon hearing her response, Ji Yunhuai became even more intrigued. How unsuited could they be? Sing for us. Lu Xiaoxiao hesitated, but the red-haired man directly handed her the microphone. Come on, little beauty. Sing one for us. It doesn't have to sound good. Just do it for young Master Ji's sake. With no way to refuse, Lu Xiaoxiao reluctantly took the microphone and passionately sang, Me and my motherland. Me and my motherland. We cannot be separated for a moment. Wherever I go, a song of praise flows. I sing of every lofty mountain and every flowing river, the wisps of smoke from humble villages, and the tracks left on the road. Lu Xiaoxiao's song resonates with more emotion than the previous performance by Lei Xiao. It is imbued with a heartfelt fervor that sweeps away the debauchery and indulgence that once filled the room, transforming the entire atmosphere into a vibrant crimson. Such a vivid red, indeed. With a firm stride, she stepped forward, proclaiming her intent to sing a revolutionary song for the party. The beauty-feeding grapes stood momentarily stunned, nearly inserting a grape into the nostrils of the man with lip piercings, only to hastily redirect the fruit to his mouth upon realizing the misalignment. As the final note lingered in the air, a palpable stillness enveloped the space. Lu Xiaoxiao's vocal prowess was, in truth, rather average. Yet none dared to voice any criticism of her performance. After a prolonged silence, Ji Yunhuai lazily applauded, offering a lukewarm assessment. Not bad, he remarked, his brows slightly furrowed. But perhaps refrain from singing next time. Lu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, setting the microphone down. She found Ji Yunhuai exceedingly difficult to please. He pressured her to sing, yet seemed displeased once she did. The complexities of a man's heart are indeed inscrutable. As she descended from the stage, intent on approaching Ji Yunhuai, her slender high heels unexpectedly slipped, sending her tumbling forward. She exerted every ounce of strength to avoid clutching his leg, instead landing with a thud in front of him. Ji Yunhuai, taken aback by her sudden display of reverence, paused before asking, What happened? Lu Xiaoxiao, wincing in pain and grimacing, was all too aware that her knee must be bruised. I'm fine, she feigned bravado, attempting to rise again, but her legs refused to cooperate, leaving her struggling on the ground. How clumsy, Yunhuai remarked, his brow knitted in concern. Unable to bear the sight, he stood up and signaled to those nearby. We're done for today. I will take her home. The red-haired friend wore a subtle smile, replying, All right, take care, Huai Ge.
Yunhuai approached Xiaoxiao,
surveying her for a few moments as if contemplating how to assist her. A mix of embarrassment and anticipation coursed through her. Setting aside all else, Yunhuai was undeniably handsome, tall, and while his demeanor could be abrasive, his striking appearance more than compensated for it. The thought of being swept up in a princess carried by him was not entirely unwelcome. Before her daydream could fully form, Xiaoxiao felt the ground shift beneath her. And in the next instant, she was hoisted onto Yunhuai's shoulder. What happened to the Princess Carrie? She exclaimed, instinctively trying to wriggle free. Yunhuai tightened his grip on her waist, coolly threatening, Move again, and you might find yourself back on the floor. Xiaoxiao promptly complied, fully aware that Yunhuai was not one to show mercy. You all continue, he instructed, as he carried her away. Yunhuai waved his empty hand towards the others and then strode forward, carrying Xiaoxiao as he exited. The few individuals behind exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. After a prolonged moment, the one adorned with a diamond lip stud let out a chuckle, as Huai finally had an epiphany. Last time, when someone chased him down the stairs, there was no sign of concern. Lei Xiao stroked his chin, pondering, what is the identity of this girl? Surely, she cannot be a mere escort? Impossible, the red-haired one asserted confidently. Those high heels she's wearing are nearly 6 figures. You must have overlooked that.
Oh.
But if you can discern that, Huai certainly can as well. Why is he so amiably playing along? Who knows? Perhaps it's a matter of personal interest. We might inquire again next time. If she truly is his little sweetheart, Miss Cui will have her sights on her before long. Even if she isn't, she might still attract attention. You are aware of how troublesome the Cui family can be. Let us refrain from discussing this any further. After all, it pertains to Huai's mother. Now, come, let us not dampen our spirits. Let us continue. When Xiaoxiao was finally brought into the lounge by Yunhuai, she felt as though her stomach churned from the tumultuous ride. Sitting on the sofa, she was still dazed when Yunhuai tossed a medical kit into her lap. You can tend to your wounds yourself, he stated, gazing down at her from a commanding height, arms crossed, showing no inclination to assist. Xiaoxiao had no desire for his aid either, and she slowly opened the kit to rummage through its contents. Just as she located the bottle of iodine, Yunhuai posed another question. Why did you bring the Liu family's heiress to Gu Sipei's private lounge? Aren't you afraid she might cause you trouble once Gu Sipei ejects her? Chapter 28. Because you are quite the laugh. Hearing the name Liu Jiyue from Yunhuai indeed startled Xiaoxiao. The ominous premonition that had lingered since their initial encounter had now materialized. She found it perplexing that every time she sought to engage in mischief, this individual seemed to catch her red-handed. It had been the same today as it was the last time she attempted to cut the power. What sort of ill-fated connection was this? As for Yunhuai's query about the risk of Liu Jiyue being discarded, it was utterly ludicrous. Had it been any other woman, it might have been a plausible concern. But Liu Jiyue was no ordinary figure. She was the protagonist of the original tale, Gu Sipei's cherished exception, his heart's desire. The mere thought of them igniting a passionate romance was already an achievement. How could Liu Jiyue ever be cast aside by Gu Sipei? However, such sentiments were clearly not something Xiaoxiao could articulate to Yunhuai. It would be absurd to reveal that this world was merely a narrative, with Gu Sipei and Liu Jiyue as the lead characters. She feared she might be swiftly committed to an asylum before she could finish her thought. Thus, Xiaoxiao continued to feign ignorance, expressing her surprise. What? Is that really Gu Sipei's private lounge? I had no idea. Yunhuai regarded her coolly, casually picking up a medicine bottle to toy with between his fingers, the mirth in his eyes transforming into something more perilous. Do you realize that I am the owner of this establishment? Did you not specifically inquire with the staff for directions? Must I place the surveillance before your very eyes for you to acknowledge it? Xiaoxiao heard these words, and her scalp tingled with shock. What? Yunhuai is actually the owner of the shadow. Why had such crucial information not been disclosed to her beforehand? The system, sensing her inner grievances, spoke up with a hint of helplessness. Well, you never inquired, did you? Xiaoxiao, uninterested in retorting, felt her thoughts spiral into chaos. Had her recent pretense as an employee been so woefully inadequate? More importantly, Yunhuai had seized the opportunity to be alone with her, suddenly laying all the cards on the table. Did he intend to use this moment to address their previous encounter? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Even if he recognized her charade, he likely remained oblivious to her true identity. Lu Xiaoxiao reassured herself and regained her composure. Noticing her silence, Yunhuai interpreted it as tacit consent and continued questioning. Previously, you mentioned cleaning toilets at the restaurant, yet today you claim to be working part-time at the Shadow. Are you in dire need of money?
Oh.
Lu Xiaoxiao's expression faltered. She recalled the unlimited black card Lu Yuan had given her and, with a pang of conscience, nodded. Don't be anxious. Yunhuai leaned closer, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. We're merely conversing. Why does your face look so pale? After a moment he softly added, yet, from what I know, you shouldn't be in financial distress. The young lady of the Lu family is actually your sister, is she not? You are the daughter of the Lu family, correct? Yunhuai straightened up, framing his inquiry as a statement, or rather, asserting that she was the adopted daughter of the Lu family, named Lu Xiaoxiao. Am I mistaken? Lu Xiaoxiao hesitated before responding, her countenance growing grim. Indeed. One must not harbor illusions. Yunhuai had truly uncovered her identity. Not only did he know she was the daughter of the Lu family, but he was also aware that she was an adopted daughter. It should be noted that the Lu family had never publicly acknowledged her true identity. This man had undoubtedly conducted a private investigation into her. Although she had anticipated the day of exposure would come, Lu Xiaoxiao had not envisioned encountering Yunhuai again so soon, nor did she expect her facade to crumble so rapidly. However, there was no point in lamentation at this juncture. Lu Xiaoxiao resolved to cease applying the medication, leaning back against the sofa, surrendering herself with eyes closed, as if embracing her fate. Very well, I confess I am Lu Xiaoxiao, the adopted daughter of the Lu family. Since you have discovered my secret, do as you please. From Yunhuai's perspective, the girl's long eyelashes trembled incessantly, her rosy lips pressed together, and her graceful neck, pale and slender, revealed faint traces of blue veins. That neck appeared extraordinarily fragile, as if it could be easily broken with a mere touch. Though her appearance radiated tranquility and beauty, she insisted on displaying such a defiant expression, creating a stark contrast. The girl seemed oblivious to how effortlessly she could evoke sinister thoughts in others. Nor did she realize that her unwavering defiance would only intensify the desire to conquer her, to witness her astonishment or panic. In a fleeting moment, Yunhuai nearly succumbed to the impulse of placing his hand upon her neck to startle her, yet he swiftly restrained his desire. He pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, his gaze deepening with an enigmatic shadow. A prey that is frightened too early loses its charm. Yunhuai detested hasty pursuits. He possessed an abundance of patience for intriguing individuals and situations. Although Lu Xiaoxiao currently feigned a submissive demeanor, internally, she remained defiant. She had resolved that if Yunhuai truly intended to take action against her, she would seize the opportunity to bite him when he least expected it. However, after a prolonged wait, Yunhuai did not lay a single finger upon her. Lu Xiaoxiao cautiously lifted her right eyelid and found Yunhuai regarding her with an amused expression. The previously tense atmosphere had dissipated without her noticing.
All right.
Open your eyes and apply the medicine, Yunhuai remarked as he settled onto the sofa opposite her. No one intends to harm you. I never claim to be your adversary. I will keep your actions confidential, and you need not explain your reasons to me. However, in exchange, you must be at my beck and call whenever I require your assistance. Noticing Lu Xiaoxiao's astonished expression, he added cheerfully, for compensation, of course. The mention of compensation, coupled with the recent coin he had given her, caused the corners of Lu Xiaoxiao's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. If this was the nature of the compensation, it seemed rather unnecessary. Men often tend to exaggerate their propositions. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, You just mentioned knowing I am the daughter of the Lu family. Thus money should not be an issue for me. And what of it? I am not negotiating with you, Yunhuai yawned, absently twirling the silver ring on his left index finger. You may choose to decline, but I cannot guarantee that your actions will remain undisclosed to the Lu family. A blatant threat. Lu Xiaoxiao glared at him in indignation, gritting her teeth as she demanded, What do you need my help with? Perhaps occasionally accompanying me for outings? Or serving as my companion at certain events? The specifics are uncertain. We shall see when the time comes. Hearing his examples, none of which were of any substantial matter, Lu Xiaoxiao felt exasperated. You, Xiao, must have no shortage of women around you, able to summon a crowd at will. Why must it be me? Quite simply because I enjoy seeking amusement, Yunhuai replied, lifting his eyelids to meet her gaze, his tone unapologetically assertive. And you happen to be quite entertaining. Lu Xiaoxiao retorted, I am not here to amuse you. Never did she anticipate that her misfortune stemmed from being overly humorous. This world harbored an abundance of malice toward abstract women. Chapter 29. When did he change? Lu Xiaoxiao recognized her inability to refuse, dejectedly exchanging contact information with Yunhuai. A sense of impending servitude weighing heavily upon her heart. After she had applied the medication to her ankle and knee, Yunhuai tossed a pair of flat leather shoes onto the floor before her, saying, wear these to go back. The shoes were evidently a new release from a prestigious brand, complementing her dress of the day splendidly. Given her current condition, it was indeed imprudent for Lu Xiaoxiao to continue wearing high heels. Thus, she accepted the shoes without hesitation and slipped them on. This was one of the few instances tonight when Yunhuai exhibited a semblance of decency, yet if he hadn't forcibly insisted on her staying, she wouldn't have sprained her ankle in the first place. Lu Xiaoxiao was not inclined to acknowledge this man's kindness. After putting on the shoes, she shot him an indignant glare and asked, can I leave now, young Master Ji? The phrase young Master Ji was laced with a pronounced emphasis, dripping with sarcasm. Yunhuai, however, seemed unfazed by her display of petulance. Accustomed to flattery, he found no fault with her address and even derived some satisfaction from it. With his objective accomplished, there was no need for Yunhuai to keep Lu Xiaoxiao any longer. Thus he nodded and replied, you may. Grumbling, Lu Xiaoxiao exited the lounge and quickly made her way downstairs to hail a cab, intent on returning to the Lu household. It was imperative that Lu Yubai and Lu Jiaoyu remained unaware of her visit today, so she aimed to beat them home. She hoped for a smooth progression in the relationship between Lu Jiaoyu and Gu Sipei. As dusk approached, Gu Sipei successfully finalized a foreign investment deal, reaching a consensus with his partners. The initial draft of the collaboration proposed a profit-sharing ratio of 60-40, but after an afternoon of negotiations, it was revised to 70-30. Such a substantial profit margin would surely garner the attention of the board's upper echelons. In addition to this matter, he had also taken measures against his elder brother Gu Sijing's informant who had been stationed by his side. The individual remained oblivious to the fact that their true allegiance had been uncovered, yet after today, they would undoubtedly proceed with greater caution. The reason Gu Sipei had not swiftly eliminated those with ulterior motives around him was that he wished to leverage them to his advantage, intentionally allowing certain movements to be disclosed to Gu Sijing through this informant. Gu Sijing, a man of suspicion yet arrogance, placed unwavering trust in his own arrangements, only believing messages relayed by his appointed individuals, unaware that all he perceived was orchestrated by Gu Sipei for his own design. Pushing open the door to his private lounge, Gu Sipei pressed his hand to his brow, striving to suppress the weariness that surged within him. He instructed his assistant Lin, please take the documents back to the company. I shall rest here for a while. After convening an urgent meeting at the company the previous night and having scarcely slept, it was time for him to recuperate now that matters had settled. Understood. I will arrange for dinner to be delivered later, Lin replied, exiting the room and closing the door behind him. Having followed Gu Sipei for so long, Lin had genuinely come to respect his capabilities. Initially, when Gu Sipei had been parachuted into the Gu Corporation, Lin had harbored doubts, suspecting him to be merely a dilettante of noble descent, elevated solely by connections. Lin, confident in his own abilities, had ascended through numerous trials and tribulations to reach his current position, carrying with him an air of pride in the beginning. However, it wasn't long before he found himself utterly captivated by Gu Sipei's precise and decisive decision-making and execution capabilities. This second son of the Gu family was far from the mediocre talent he had envisioned. He swiftly established his foothold within a company that Gu Sijing had meticulously cultivated for years, rapidly amassing his own influence to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gu Sijing. And now he had firmly gained the upper hand. Throughout this period, Lin, the assistant, had witnessed the tremendous effort Gu Sipei invested. His superior worked with an intensity that was nothing short of extraordinary. Whenever a problem arose, he would promptly quell it with a fierce resolve. During his busiest times, it was not uncommon for him to go without sleep for 2 or 3 consecutive days, raising concerns about whether his body could endure such strain. Yet, Gu Sipei resembled an unyielding machine. Whenever Lin doubted his ability to persevere, he would reveal an astonishing resilience, both physically and mentally, to a remarkable degree that commanded admiration and trust. Although Gu Sipei was not the eldest son of the Gu family, Lin had an inkling that the future leader of Gu Enterprises would likely be this very man. His duty was to remain unwaveringly loyal, clinging to the second young master's coattails while patiently awaiting the day of power transition. After Lin departed, Gu Sipei made his way to the bedroom, his taut nerves finally beginning to relax after a long day. In recent years, as he had begun to shine in the business world, many had commented on his ruthless and extreme tactics. However, Gu Sipei understood the harsh realities of the jungle law that governed the Gu family. If he did not topple others, they would mercilessly consume him. To avoid becoming a discarded pawn, the only recourse was to continuously ascend, reaching the pinnacle of the pyramid until no one dared to contemplate exploiting him. Soon, he would be able to overthrow Gu Sijing entirely. Until that moment arrived, Gu Sipei desired no unforeseen variables in his life. Nothing or no one could obstruct his relentless progress. The curtains in the bedroom had been drawn, and a faint scent of incense, a staple of Gu Sipei's, lingered in the darkness. He occasionally experienced insomnia, which led him to stock various residences with incense for restful sleep, including this very lounge. Perhaps it was the familiar aroma that lowered his guard, or perhaps the dim lighting obscured his vision. Gu Sipei failed to notice that someone was already lying on the bed. As he removed his jacket and sat at the edge of the bed, his arm was suddenly seized and pulled back by an unexpected individual. Caught off guard, Gu Sipei found himself sprawled on the bed. The intruder, undeterred by the surprise, pressed further into his embrace, shifting from clutching his arm to wrapping around his waist. The sensation against him was soft and distinctly feminine. While many women sought to capture Gu Sipei's attention, this was the first time he encountered one bold enough to climb into his bed. Frowning deeply, Gu Sipei instinctively attempted to push her away, irritation welling up within him. How could someone have intruded into his private lounge? Was Lin, his assistant, so careless as to not conduct a preliminary check? But the next moment, a soft voice pierced through the darkness. "Sister, you finally returned."
Gu Sipei. Sister?
When did he transition? Before he could fully comprehend whose substitute he had become, Gu Sipei suddenly noticed something else. The girl's voice sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He promptly reached out to turn on the bedside lamp, illuminating the girl's face beside him. Upon recognizing Lu Jiuyue, Gu Sipei's expression turned to one of astonishment. How could it be her? Chapter 30. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? After receiving 20 yuan for coffee from Lu Jiuyue, although their WeChat conversations had ceased, she had already left a profound impression in Gu Sipei's mind. This was the first time he had received such a modest yet sincere compensation from someone else, making it unforgettable. He could tell that Lu Jiuyue was a straightforward girl, exuding an aura of purity and innocence, akin to a pristine white sheet untouched by ink, clearly not the type to seduce him for ulterior motives. Gu Sipei prided himself on his ability to discern character, and given the girl's current dazed state, he found it hard to believe that Lu Jiuyue had willingly climbed into his bed. Analyzing the situation, it seemed likely that someone had manipulated or trapped her. However, he wasn't entirely certain, while he tended to trust his first instincts. His prolonged exposure to the ruthless world of commerce had instilled in him a habit of remaining wary of everyone around him. It was best not to take things for granted and to awaken her for clarification. After such a commotion, Gu Sipei's drowsiness had completely dissipated. Lu Jiuyue's hands were still moving restlessly, whether intentionally or not, gradually drifting downward. Perhaps sensing his lack of response, the girl murmured in mild dissatisfaction, "Sister, why are you ignoring me? My head is still a bit dizzy. Why are you so hard? It feels so strange." Gu Sipei gasped in surprise at her touch, his expression turning cold as he grasped her wandering hands. Of course, Lu Jiuyue's strength was no match for his, and he easily subdued her. The delicate skin of her wrist, held in his hand, was astonishingly tender, prompting Gu Sipei to refrain from applying too much pressure, fearing he might inadvertently hurt her. He was unaccustomed to such close contact with women, and after a brief moment of silence, he eventually released her, opting instead to grip Lu Jiuyue's shoulders and gently shake her in an attempt to rouse her. As he had hoped, Lu Jiuyue opened her eyes, her disheveled hair slightly tousled. Her expression bore the remnants of sleepiness and confusion, with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes glistening with moisture. When she glanced at Gu Sipei, her appearance evoked images of certain fluffy young creatures, undeniably adorable. Under her gaze, the questions he had been about to voice faltered, and when he finally spoke, his tone had unconsciously softened. "Why are you sleeping here?" Unlike Gu Sipei's state of uncertainty, Lu Jiuyue showed no sign of astonishment upon recognizing the man before her. Instead, her expression seemed to convey the message of as expected. The man her sister wished for her to meet was undoubtedly this gentleman. Could he truly be her destined partner? It was the same person she had encountered at the mall previously. She had thought him quite handsome then, and if it were indeed him, at least she found his appearance pleasing. Lu Juyue's demeanor instantly became serious. She straightened her posture, tidied her hair, and then spoke. "You have finally arrived." Gu Sipei, noticing that she did not appear oblivious to his presence, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Had his judgment faltered? Was she not being led or ensnared by anyone, but rather an integral part of this scheme herself? After all, who would approach him with purely innocent intentions? He had long since become accustomed to such realities. What, then, did she desire from him? Wealth or fame? Or perhaps both? A chill flickered in Gu Sipei's eyes, and the previously restrained aura of authority around him surged forth once more. "What do you want?" he inquired. Lu Juyue responded with a radiant smile. "I would like to hear your self-introduction."
Gu Sipei was taken aback.
"What did you just say you wanted to hear?" Lu Juyue met his gaze with unwavering sincerity, reiterating, "Your self-introduction. Surely you can manage that?" Gu Sipei fell silent. This was hardly a matter of capability. The situation was decidedly abnormal. After they had shared such intimacy, she was merely interested in hearing him speak of himself? Did she not find this absurd? Was this some sort of avant-garde scheme? He closed his eyes, unable to comprehend Lu Juyue's reasoning, and decided to regain control of the conversation.
"Who sent for you?"
he asked. Lu Juyue, of course, could not divulge Lu Xiaoxiao's involvement, so she shook her head in denial. "No one called for me. I came to attend my brother's birthday party. I had a bit too much to drink and felt dizzy, so the staff suggested I come up here to rest." "You were calling for your sister several times before you awoke," Gu Sipei remarked, his tone hinting at something deeper. Lu Juyue quickly responded, "Yes. I just dreamed of my sister." After a brief pause, she emphasized, "I adore my sister. She is my favorite family member, and I often dream of her." Her words were delivered with genuine sincerity, and Gu Sipei found no clear indication of deceit in her expression. Furrowing his brow, he inquired further, "What did you mean when you said you have finally arrived? Did you know I was coming?" Lu Juyue nodded, then shook her head, replying, "I knew someone would come.
But I did not know it would be you."
Someone informed me that I would meet my destined partner today and advised me to understand him well upon our encounter. It seems, indeed, that this person must be you." After hearing Lu Juyue's explanation, Gu Sipei's defenses softened somewhat. It appeared that the girl had likely entered the wrong lounge while seeking respite on the 6th floor, a scenario that was not entirely implausible. To ascertain the truth, he would later check the surveillance footage. As for the notion of a destined prince, it indeed resonates with the utterances of fortune-tellers, leading Gu Sipei to naturally associate it with mysticism. Since Lu Juyue claimed she was unaware of his identity, it at least indicated that this was not a scheme directed at his personal character. With this thought, Gu Sipei's expression softened slightly, yet new doubts swiftly emerged. This was a crucial period for him to secure power within the Gu family, and he could not afford any unforeseen variables. However, Lu Juyue, who had repeatedly intersected with him under unexpected circumstances, was precisely the sort of variable he ought to avoid. He should never have allowed his attention to linger on her. It was a lapse in his judgment. "I believe you may be somewhat superstitious," Gu Sipei remarked, gathering his thoughts and speaking calmly. "I have never subscribed to the notions of mysticism, nor do I require anyone to comprehend me. For the sake of the Lu family, I shall overlook today's incident, whether intentional or not. Since you are now feeling better, you should return to where you belong." Chapter 31. Are we not a law-abiding society? Upon exiting Gu Sipei's lounge, Lu Juyue wore a grave expression. She felt that this mutual understanding had been a dismal failure, completely falling short of her expectations. According to her original plan, today she should have at least discovered Gu Sipei's favorite color, preferred foods, and various hobbies. Unfortunately, they had barely scratched the surface. One might say they hadn't even truly begun, before she was ushered out. It was utterly disappointing. Feeling somewhat dejected, Lu Juyue chastised herself for being so inept. Her sister had worked tirelessly to create opportunities for her. How could she be so ungrateful? Nevertheless, there would be future opportunities. Now that she had established that her sister's intention was for her to get to know Gu Sipei, she resolved to engage with him earnestly going forward. After all, they had exchanged WeChat contacts, ensuring she could reach him without difficulty. Lu Juyue decided that she would frequently initiate conversations with Gu Sipei. striving to uncover even the color of his undergarments one day. With her determination rekindled, she took out her phone, preparing to study Gu Sipei's social media posts to analyze the situation. However, upon illuminating the screen, she noticed a dozen missed calls, all from Lu Yubai. Earlier, her phone had been on silent, rendering her oblivious to the ringing. Now, seeing the missed calls, she hurriedly returned a call. Just a second after dialing, the call was promptly answered. Yubai? What has happened? She inquired. Cease. You finally answered. Where on earth have you been? I've searched everywhere for you, and was terrified. Lu Yubai exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Hearing Lu Jiyue's familiar voice brought him a sigh of relief. If their father discovered that he had brought Lu Jiyue out and lost her, he would surely face severe consequences. Noticing Lu Yubai's distress, Lu Jiyue quickly reassured him. I'm fine, Yubai. I just felt a bit unwell earlier, so I went to the lounge on the 6th floor to rest for a while. Thank goodness. Just wait. Sis, I'll come find you right away. After finishing his call, Lu Yubai hung up, and within 2 minutes, Lu Jiaoyu saw the elevator doors open, revealing a frantic young man. Lu Yubai rushed towards Lu Jiaoyu, wiping the sweat from his brow, and breathlessly inquired, Sister, are you feeling unwell? Why didn't you inform me sooner? It's just a slight dizziness. I'm fine now, she reassured him. All right then, I'm almost done here. Once the guests leave, will you join me in unwrapping gifts? Lu Yubai grasped Lu Jiaoyu's arm, ready to depart, but suddenly noticed that the sign for the lounge behind her bore the number 8, causing him to gasp in alarm. Wait. Did you come out of that lounge? Lu Jiaoyu glanced back at the sign, then at Lu Yubai and nodded, yes. Did you encounter anyone else inside? Yes, I met someone named Gu Sipei. Lu Yubai's expression shifted dramatically. He circled around Lu Jiaoyu twice, his tone more urgent than before. Sister, you're really alright, right? He didn't harm you, did he? You seem fine, but surely it can't be an internal injury? Seeing the alarm on Lu Yubai's face, Lu Jiaoyu felt perplexed.
Truly fine.
Yubai, what is wrong? Lu Yubai pulled her a bit farther away and lowered his voice to explain. Gu Sipei is exceptionally dangerous. Father warned me long ago to steer clear of him. I've heard that some of his previous rivals have mysteriously vanished, possibly due to him. He abruptly fell silent, making a slicing motion across his throat, his eyes filled with apprehension. Lu Jiaoyu blinked in disbelief and countered, that sounds exaggerated. Aren't we living in a society governed by law? In her recollection, Gu Sipei seemed rather reasonable, his demeanor stable, albeit somewhat aloof. He did not strike her as particularly menacing. I've only heard rumors, Lu Yubai scratched his head, but he is not someone to be trifled with. Sister? Please keep your distance from him in the future. Though Lu Jiaoyu thought that was unlikely, she recognized that Lu Yubai was concerned, so she agreed verbally. Lu Yubai, known for his swift changes in focus, shifted the conversation as they walked back. Sister, let me tell you. I just saw someone deliver a stack of scratch-off lottery tickets to me. How utterly dismissive. I wonder who is so bored. Strangely, while other gifts had signatures, these lottery tickets did not, leaving me in the dark about the sender. Surely, this ISNTA prank aimed at me? Upon hearing that the lottery tickets were unsigned, Lu Jiaoyu immediately thought of Lu Xiaoxiao. Well, since she didn't enter under her real identity, it makes sense if it was her gift. Realizing who the sender might be, Lu Jiaoyu instinctively began to defend her. It's not so bad. I find it quite amusing. Why not scratch them and see if you've won? I remember you just had half your allowance deducted, and if you win, you could recoup that loss. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Yubai's eyes lit up. You're right. Sister, you are a genius. He immediately rushed over and unearthed a stack of scratch-off tickets from among the gifts, eagerly scratching them right there. After a while, he leaped up in sheer delight, exclaiming, Sister, I really won. This one is a winner. 50,000 yuan. Although this amount was not particularly significant for the Lu family, it represented a delightful windfall for Lu Yubai, who had long endured economic constraints. Despite not knowing who the benefactor was, Lu Yubai felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards this mysterious gift giver. Wasn't this akin to receiving money? It was hard not to feel affection. Surely, it must be someone close to him, and one day he would have the opportunity to express his thanks properly. Lost in his joy, Lu Yubai had little inclination to continue unwrapping gifts. At the same time, back at the Lu residence, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly sneezed several times without warning.
Ashu, who's thinking of me?
She rubbed her nose, frowning slightly. Could it be that scoundrel Yunhuai? He really is like a lingering ghost. In the lounge on the 8th floor, Once the girl departed, Gu Sipei immediately sought out the staff for today's surveillance footage. He was eager to ascertain whether Lu Jiuyue had been dishonest. However, the staff informed him that the 6th floor's cameras were under maintenance today and had not recorded any footage. Furrowing his brow, Gu Sipei had no choice but to abandon his inquiry. What a remarkable coincidence. He knew that the Phantom was a property of the Ji family, not a place where just anyone could manipulate events. As far as he was aware, there had been no prior connection between the Lu and Ji families. If a member of the Lu family intended to set a trap, the Ji family had no reason to assist them. With this realization, Gu Sipei dismissed the last remnants of his suspicion. Perhaps he had been overly suspicious. Today was likely just a mere coincidence. Chapter 32. She shares your suffering. Host. You performed exceptionally well today. The bond between the male and female leads has increased, and the situation is progressing smoothly. In the stillness of the night, the Lu villa had grown very quiet. Lu Xiaoxiao lay in bed, drifting towards sleep when she suddenly heard a prompt from the system. Oh, that's wonderful. There should be reward points this time as well, right? Indeed, the reward points have already been credited to your account. I understand. In the darkness, Lu Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, staring at the ceiling for a long while, still feeling somewhat restless. She turned over and, in a fit of boredom, called out the system's name. Are you bored? Let's have a chat. The system was unaccustomed to seeing Lu Xiaoxiao so calm. It had grown used to her erratic and excitable nature, and her sudden tranquility felt rather disconcerting. What would you like to discuss? As your system, I am obliged to respond whenever you require my assistance. It answered cautiously, preparing itself to guard against any verbal traps Lu Xiaoxiao might set, fearing it might inadvertently fall into a pit. However, to its surprise, Lu Xiaoxiao did not pose any outrageous questions but simply asked, "Do you have a name?" The system was taken aback, remaining silent for a long time without a response. Lu Xiaoxiao continued, "You mentioned you have superiors, so there must be many systems like you. Do you all go by the same name? Isn't there a distinguishing code among you?" She shrugged. "If you don't wish to share, that's fine. I was merely inquiring." Lu Xiaoxiao yawned and turned her face away. However, this time, the system responded, 037. I lack a name, but my designation is 037. Oh, 037. Lu Xiaoxiao repeated thoughtfully, affirming her understanding. Noted. After a brief silence, she asked, "By the way, are you human? You possess thoughts and emotions and can engage in banter with me, so you are certainly not a mere program." The system discerned that Lu Xiaoxiao merely sought casual conversation that evening, not a discussion of any narrative. It relaxed slightly and hesitated for a moment before responding within its permissible scope. I could be considered a form of sentient life. The explanation is rather complex. You may regard me as human. I see. Lu Xiaoxiao pondered for a few seconds before her curiosity got the better of her. I'm a bit intrigued. What is the purpose of selecting individuals to traverse stories? There must be some objective, right? Is it akin to a performance? What happened to the original host after I arrived? You certainly have many questions. Well, what is the harm? Just answer what you're comfortable with. The original host has passed away, prior to your soul's arrival. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao sat upright in bed, genuinely shocked. What do you mean she has already died? That's not how the original plot unfolds. The system maintained a calm tone. The narrative you are familiar with is merely an idealized version. In this fractured microcosm, any deviation is plausible. Just before your soul entered, the original Lu Xiaoxiao had succumbed to an overdose of sleeping pills. Thus, you did not usurp her soul's position. Rather, you are living on her behalf. Lu Xiaoxiao was rendered speechless, unable to utter a sound for quite some time. During the ensuing moments, the system elucidated its operational essence to her. Each novel births a corresponding microcosm from the moment the author conceives it. However, these microcosms fundamentally operate beyond the author's control, with the content penned merely reflecting an ideal state. The actual progression of these worlds is influenced by various factors. During this process, if the logic of the author's narrative fails to maintain coherence, it results in deviations within the microcosm's plot, a manifestation of its self-repair. There are two types of microcosms that attract story travelers, one where the plot becomes chaotic due to an unfinished narrative by the author and another where the demise of a key character leads to a narrative collapse. The world in which Lu Xiaoxiao finds herself belongs to the latter category. The system's purpose is to assist story travelers in advancing the plot to ensure the survival of these microcosms. May I interrupt? I have a question. Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her hand. Why can't these worlds' narratives unfold naturally? Theoretically, a narrative can evolve into a conclusion even in the absence of one. The demise of significant characters does not render the world incapable of functioning. It is not as simplistic as one might presume. The system let out a sigh, explaining that the miniature world is birthed from stories. Should the aforementioned scenarios occur, the narrative sustaining the world would become fragmented, ultimately losing its vitality. Hence, we seek the assistance of higher dimensional hosts, whose descent into our realm generates tales sufficient to sustain the essence of the miniature world. As the system spoke, its explanations grew increasingly enigmatic, leaving Lu Xiaoxiao with a vague understanding. After much contemplation, she concluded, "So as long as there are captivating stories, the world remains secure? Your interpretation holds merit. Beyond this world, countless potential audiences are observing you and your realm. When the stories you enact captivate their attention, the world's vitality flows ceaselessly." To be candid, I sense that the beginning and end of the original text lack coherence. Lu Yunhuai was initially the cherished darling of the group, and then suddenly she was thrust into a forced romance. Who deems such a plot reasonable? Lu Xiaoxiao scoffed, her expression one of clear disdain. The system interjected, stating that I shall refrain from passing judgment on the rationality of your concerns. However, according to the original narrative's trajectory, this world can indeed continue to function. It is for precautionary reasons that I recommend you advance the plot according to the original nodes, as this is a surefire method to complete the task. Should you wish to exercise creative liberty, considerable risks await you. Very well, I understand. Lu Xiaoxiao reclined back onto her bed, her eyelids growing heavy. One final question. Why was I chosen? This last inquiry rendered the system silent for an extended period, so long that Lu Xiaoxiao began to believe it would not respond. Just as she was on the brink of slumber, the system finally spoke softly. Perhaps it is because you share a common plight. This statement was laden with deeper meaning. Yet after a taxing day and the emotional turmoil caused by Yunhuai, Lu Xiaoxiao could no longer endure and drifted into a deep sleep. Whatever the matter, big or small, it could wait until she awakened. Chapter 33. A wish to see my second brother in women's clothing. Anticipation grew, and soon her second brother arrived. The reality show was drawing near. At dinner time, as Lu Xiaoxiao descended the stairs, she spotted an unfamiliar handsome young man at the dining table. His captivating peach blossom eyes, with just a fleeting glance, seemed to ensnare the heart. As their gazes met, without the system's prompt, Lu Xiaoxiao had already discerned his identity. He was her second brother, Lu Shiyan. Lu Shiyan's prominence in the entertainment industry can be attributed to his striking appearance. Lu Yuan is already remarkably handsome, and Song Jilan, in her youth, was an extraordinary beauty within the circle. Their offspring are all quite pleasing to the eye. If one were to make a comparison, Lu Shiyan undoubtedly stands out as the most visually striking among the Lu family's children. Lu Shiyan possesses the admirable genes of both his father and mother. His eyes, when they smile, resemble the blooming peach blossoms of spring, akin to the bright crescent moon amidst a dark night sky, radiating a gentle luminosity that instinctively draws people closer. His complexion is equally exquisite, fair as jade, exuding a subtle sheen under the light. Beneath his prominent nose lies a pair of lips, perfectly proportioned, always curving slightly upward, exuding an aura of approachability that captivates anyone who gazes upon him. Furthermore, Lu Shiyan boasts a tall and slender physique, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, embodying the ideal of appearing slim in attire while still possessing substance. Whether adorned in luxurious formal wear on the red carpet or dressed in simple casual clothing on the streets, he effortlessly emanates unparalleled charm, instantly capturing the attention of all around him. The original text frequently lauds Lu Shiyan's remarkable beauty, although Lu Xiaoxiao had long been prepared for it. Witnessing it in person was a profound shock. Oh my second brother, you are stunning. It is said that true beauty transcends gender, and this face epitomizes a remarkable allure. Whether as a man or a woman, I wish to see second brother in women's attire during my lifetime. Hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's innermost thoughts, Lu Shiyan inquired, "Who is speaking?" No one at the table has uttered a word. The other members of the Lu family had grown accustomed to Lu Xiaoxiao's musings, their expressions remaining unchanged upon hearing her remarks, except for Lu Yuan, who furrowed his brow slightly. After all, for the conservative Lu Yuan, the notion of seeing his son dressed as a woman was rather avant-garde. A few years prior, Lu Yuan had vehemently opposed Lu Shiyan's entrance into the entertainment industry. However, given the current situation, Further opposition was futile, and he had no choice but to accept it. The estrangement between father and son had not entirely dissipated, yet they could at least share a meal in a tranquil manner. Nonetheless, the idea of cross-dressing was something Lu Yuan would never accept. Absolutely not. To appreciate the beauty up close, Lu Xiaoxiao purposefully chose a seat beside Lu Shiyan and greeted him warmly. "Second brother, you're finally back. It's been a while. What have you been busy with lately?" Lu Shiyan smiled at her and replied, "I'm preparing to participate in a new variety show. A survival on a deserted island theme. The director mentioned I could bring a civilian along. Would you like to join me?" "No thanks, second brother. You should take Sister Jiyue instead." Lu Xiaoxiao feigned disinterest, yet inwardly sighed. "Alas, it sounds rather intriguing, but ultimately it has nothing to do with me. Since the opportunity will go to Lu Jiyue regardless, it's better to relinquish the spot from the start to avoid complications." Lu Shiyan was taken aback, realizing he had heard Lu Xiaoxiao's thoughts. As someone who had earned accolades as an esteemed actor, Lu Shiyan excelled in managing his expressions during unexpected situations, maintaining an unruffled demeanor, with the smile on his lips remaining unchanged. He felt a twinge of confusion, pondering why Lu Xiaoxiao had so readily concluded that the opportunity was not hers. The intention behind participating in this program was conceived by Lu Shiyan even before Lu Jiyue was brought back. Initially, he intended to take Lu Xiaoxiao with him. When the entire Lu family opposed Lu Shiyan's entry into the entertainment industry, only Lu Xiaoxiao expressed her support, albeit primarily to curry favor. Nonetheless, Lu Shiyan remembered this kindness. As for his younger sister, Lu Jiyue, he was still unfamiliar with her and felt no emotional attachment, thus he had no plans for her. When Lu Yubai heard Lu Xiaoxiao voluntarily suggest giving the opportunity to Lu Jiyue, he quickly chimed in, fearing she might retract her statement later. Yes, big brother. You should take Sister Jiyue. She is so beautiful, she might attract a huge following." Lu Yubai's words, spoken without much thought, inadvertently struck a nerve with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan harbored a disdain for the entertainment industry and did not wish for Lu Jiyue to follow the same path as Lu Shiyan. He firmly believed that the daughters of the Lu family should not rely on their looks to win the affection of so-called fans. The Lu family possessed the capability to elevate their daughters to prominence. His daughter would never lack admirers. However, having learned from past experiences, Lu Yuan was reluctant to clash with Lu Shiyan over such matters. With a stern expression, he reprimanded Lu Yubai. "What business do you have meddling in your older siblings' affairs?" Lu Yubai, feeling chastised, fell silent, poking at the rice in his bowl with his chopsticks. In contrast to Lu Yuan's disposition, Song Zilan felt a pang of compassion upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's sentiments. She could hardly believe that her daughter had reached such a level of insecurity. Did she genuinely feel unworthy whenever good fortune came her way? Was she so eager to avoid the embarrassment of having opportunities snatched away by others that she would willingly relinquish them? The emotional Song Zilan felt her eyes welling up with tears, attributing her daughter's feelings to her own shortcomings as a mother. With this thought in mind, she gently advised, "If you wish to go, you should accompany your brother. There will be similar opportunities in the future." "Indeed, Xiaoxiao," Lu Shiyan chimed in, his voice resonant and gentle. "I've already spoken with the director about bringing you along. How could I change my mind now?" Lu Jiyue quickly expressed her agreement. "Yes, sister, please go. I'm not interested in variety shows at all." "Really?" Seeing that Lu Jiyue herself had spoken up, Lu Shiyan affectionately ruffled Lu Xiaoxiao's hair and continued to persuade her. "Look, Jiyue has said so. Don't overthink it. I'll take her next time there's another opportunity, alright?" Lu Xiaoxiao, momentarily taken aback by Lu Shiyan's gesture, felt a flutter of surprise. Wow, that was so gentle. However, upon reflection, she grasped Lu Shiyan's reasoning. Among the Lu family, Lu Shiyan was relatively emotionally detached, and, even according to the original narrative, he only gradually transformed into a doting older brother after the variety show concluded. In the timeline before Lu Xiaoxiao had committed any wrongdoing, Lu Shiyan had always treated her quite well. It was no wonder that even when she actively tried to decline, he consistently stood by her side. At the core, it was simply because she was not sufficiently ruthless at that moment. Chapter 34. Jealousy distorts one's countenance. Although the reactions of the Lu family deeply moved Lu Xiaoxiao, she was acutely aware that this situation could not persist. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Jiyue must participate in that variety show, otherwise, the subsequent narrative would veer far off course. Realizing that her malevolence was insufficient, Lu Xiaoxiao began to diligently recall how the original protagonist had troubled Lu Jiyue in the text. Lu Xiaoxiao was not particularly adept at playing the role of a villain, lacking in experience, and could only draw inspiration from the original character's methods. She vaguely remembered a scene where the original protagonist had orchestrated a mishap that caused Lu Jiyue to tumble down the stairs, resulting in injury and inciting the ire of the Lu family. This was indeed a scene ripe for imitation. However, upon glancing at Lu Jiyue, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a pang of compassion. Her sister appeared delicate and tender. Were she to fall down the stairs, one could only imagine the tears that would ensue. Nevertheless, she considered that a bit of flexibility could be employed. After dinner, Lu Xiaoxiao called Lu Jiyue to accompany her upstairs. Lu Jiyue, quite delighted, chattered animatedly along the way. Sister, let me tell you something amusing. A couple of days ago, someone gifted a stack of scratch-off tickets at Lu Yubai's birthday party. And he ended up winning 50,000 yuan.
What?
You mean Lu Xiao? Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her voice nearly faltering in surprise. Lu Jiyue promptly reiterated. I said, he won 50,000 yuan. Truly. Jealousy has a way of transforming one's visage, and Lu Xiaoxiao struggled to suppress her grin. How infuriating. Though she had indeed gifted a stack of scratch-off tickets, she never imagined Lu Yubai would actually win. The staff had advised her that the odds of winning with that stack were quite low, suggesting she choose a different type, but Lu Xiaoxiao had waved them off, insisting on this selection, primarily to stir the emotions of others. Yet, how had Lu Yubai managed to win such a hefty sum? Could some of that luck not be shared with her?
Ah, splendid.
Congratulations to him. Lu Xiaoxiao managed a forced smile, her teeth clenched as she offered her meager congratulations. She vowed never to give scratch-off tickets again, for the prospect of someone winning truly ignited her envy. Lu Jiyue remained oblivious to the unusual tone in Lu Xiaoxiao's voice and continued to discuss other topics. She seldom had the opportunity to converse privately with her sister. So whenever a chance arose, Lu Jiyue cherished it dearly. Unbeknownst to her, this once cherished darling of the narrative, who had been showered with affection without the need for reciprocation, had transformed into an unabashed sistercon. Sister, the last time I made some desserts for third brother, he remarked that my skills were commendable. May I prepare some for you next time? She asked eagerly.
Oh.
And sister, we'll be attending the same university. We can go to school together. And I feel so incredibly happy to be so close to you. Furthermore, she added, I recently met a gentleman with the surname Gu, and I've been chatting with him on WeChat. If you're interested, would you like to see? Lu Jiyue chattered incessantly in front, while her sister Lu Xiaoxiao, who was always half a step behind her, seemed somewhat distracted, responding to each statement with mere brevity. Lu Jiyue had long grown accustomed to her sister's outward indifference, failing to perceive anything amiss, assuming that Lu Xiaoxiao simply struggled to express herself as she continued her monologue. However, when they reached the top of the staircase, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly called out to her, Lu Jiyue, could you check if my hairpin is crooked? Upon hearing her sister's call, Lu Jiyue turned around without a hint of forewarning, examining the top of Lu Xiaoxiao's head and noticing that the butterfly knot was indeed askew. It seems a bit off.
Sister.
Allow me to adjust it. She extended her hand, her fingertips just grazing the ends of Lu Xiaoxiao's hair, when suddenly she felt an emptiness in her grasp. In the next moment, Lu Jiyue watched in horror as Lu Xiaoxiao tumbled down the stairs. The entire incident transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for reaction. Lu Jiyue's hand lingered suspended in midair, while Lu Xiaoxiao had already crumpled to the ground below. Sister? In such a situation, a typical person might instinctively cry out, yet Lu Jiyue, overwhelmed by shock, found herself utterly voiceless. Even her instinctual utterance of sister emerged as a barely audible whisper, akin to a murmur. What happened? What is going on? The first to arrive at the scene was Lu Shiyan. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoxiao curled on the ground with an expression of agony, his countenance darkened, and he quickly knelt to assist her. Lu Yuan, Song Jilan, and others soon rushed over, and upon witnessing Lu Xiaoxiao's state, Song Jilan became visibly flustered. Is she all right? Xiaoxiao, is she unharmed? How could she have suddenly fallen? As the Lu family gathered around Lu Xiaoxiao, Lu Jiyue seemed to awaken from a daze, hurriedly descending the stairs to reach her sister. Dad, Mom, Brother. She just accidentally. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Xiaoxiao's weak voice interrupted her. I'm fine. Jiyue didn't mean to push me. Please don't blame her. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's words, Lu Jiyue's pupils dilated sharply, her mind momentarily blank. Did her sister imply what she feared? Was Lu Xiaoxiao deliberately framing her? Lu Xiaoxiao averted her gaze from Lu Jiyue, clutching Lu Shiyan's sleeve while continuing to feign discomfort. In truth, she felt no pain when she fell. Lu Xiaoxiao had already utilized her points to have the system numb her sensations. Alright, I'm actually completely fine. Hurry and check the surveillance footage you installed. You'll discover that I was fabricating accusations against Lu Jiyue, thus providing you with just cause to transfer my opportunity on the variety show to her. Nevertheless, I must admit, being the center of everyone's attention feels rather pleasant, warm, and reassuring, an experience I had never encountered before. A brief taste of it is quite nice. Lu Yuan, having overheard this inner monologue, bore a look of astonishment. The staircase appears devoid of surveillance cameras. However, the Lu family has discreetly installed pinhole cameras in various hidden locations. This arrangement was not intended to invade anyone's privacy, but rather stemmed from Lu Yuan's inherently cautious nature, prompting him to set up these security measures for theft prevention. A matter he had never disclosed to the children. Nevertheless, the security at Beishan Villa is of the highest caliber, and thus these precautions have yet to be utilized. This raises a pertinent question. How did Lu Xiaoxiao come to know of this? Before Lu Yuan could ponder further, he heard a soft sob nearby. Turning his head, he observed that Lu Jiuyue's eyes were brimming with tears. The girl bit her lip tightly, evidently striving to suppress her sounds, yet she ultimately succumbed, inadvertently releasing that faint sob. Her shoulders trembled incessantly, large teardrops swirling in her reddened eyes, their precariousness rendering her a pitiful sight. Sister Lu Jiyue's voice was thick with sorrow, her breathless utterance barely coherent. I didn't mean to. I'm truly sorry. I really did not intend to. Chapter 35. Are you alright? Get up and walk a few steps. To be frank, Lu Xiaoxiao felt somewhat bewildered. Her decision to tumble down the stairs rather than push Lu Jiyue was precisely to avoid witnessing the girl's tears. Yet, what was Lu Jiyue doing? Could she not see that she was falsely accusing her? Hadn't she acted convincingly enough? It's all my fault. I intended to adjust the misaligned bow on my sister's dress, but inadvertently pushed her instead. Sister, you must be in pain. I am truly sorry. While Lu Xiaoxiao grappled with doubts about her performance, Lu Jiyue's crying only intensified. Despite having done nothing to warrant such distress, her expression bore the weight of genuine remorse as she apologized and accepted blame. Lu Jiyue's emotions were a tumultuous blend of fear and profound gratitude. She feared that Lu Xiaoxiao might genuinely hurt herself, yet she was deeply moved by the thought that her sister was willing to endure physical harm for her sake. If she denied having pushed her sister, their father would certainly check the surveillance footage to confirm the truth. She could not bear the thought of Lu Jiyue being misunderstood and reprimanded by the family due to this incident. Naively, Lu Jiyue believed herself to be the only one capable of hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's unspoken thoughts, convinced that no one understood her sister better than she did. Little did she know, the other members of the Lu family were also preoccupied with their own thoughts. The second person to arrive after Lu Shiyan was Lu Yubai. Initially, he had thought something had happened to Lu Jiyue, but upon approaching and realizing it was Lu Xiaoxiao, he felt a wave of relief. However, upon learning that Lu Xiaoxiao was actually paving the way for Lu Jiyue, he felt a moment of guilt for his earlier sense of ease. The Lu family staircase was quite steep, and the fact that Lu Xiaoxiao was willing to take such risks indicated that she was not merely putting on a show. Although her approach was rather awkward and extreme, Lu Yubai could not help but acknowledge that Lu Xiaoxiao genuinely seemed to have Lu Jiaoyu's best interests at heart. Sister, please stop crying. We all believe that you would never intentionally harm anyone. Lu Yubai gently patted Lu Jiaoyu's back, offering comfort while casting a quick, uneasy glance at Lu Xiaoxiao. It's nothing serious, no one will blame you. Though his words were directed at Lu Jiaoyu, they inadvertently validated the fact that Lu Jiaoyu had indeed pushed Lu Xiaoxiao, serving as a subtle defense of Lu Xiaoxiao. After speaking, Lu Yubai turned to Lu Xiaoxiao and inquired, Hey, are you alright? If you are, get up and take a few steps. Lu Xiaoxiao, who was striving to appear weak, could only muster a sarcastic smile and turned her head away from him. Of course, I'm perfectly fine. Not only can I walk, but I could also leap up and smack you on the head. What an ungrateful little brat. Here I am, lying in such a pitiful state, and you still speak to me so rudely. Is your heart made of stone? Had I known you wouldn't even appreciate the scratch-off lottery ticket I got you, I wouldn't have bothered with your birthday gift. Lu Yubai was taken aback. What? So the kind soul who gave me the scratch-off lottery ticket was Lu Xiaoxiao. He was astonished by this revelation, nearly losing control of his rising eyebrows. However, This seemed implausible. Lu Xiaoxiao had not even received an invitation to the party. Yet, if she was indeed the one who gifted it, then she was rather thoughtful. Realizing how poorly he had treated Lu Xiaoxiao in the past, speaking to her without respect and playing cruel pranks, Lu Yubai found himself reflecting on his behavior. Could it be that Lu Xiaoxiao bore no grudges and had secretly prepared a birthday gift for him? This comparison led Lu Yubai, who had never truly reflected on his actions, to feel a tinge of guilt. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and Song Jilan observed their daughters acting out their roles with increasing perplexity. They listened intently, yet the more they heard, the more confused they became. It was clear that Lu Xiaoxiao had expressed feelings of having falsely accused Lu Jiaoyu. Yet Lu Jiaoyu was now admitting to having pushed someone and was profusely apologizing. Their reactions seemed contradictory. Logically, Lu Xiaoxiao had no need to lie. Thus, it could be inferred that Lu Jiaoyu was the one deceiving them. But what could she possibly gain from this? From the perspective of Lu's parents, it seemed that Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Jiaoyu should have a decent relationship, as Lu Xiaoxiao frequently expressed affection for her sister. As for Lu Jiaoyu, her fondness for Lu Xiaoxiao had been evident from the very first day. The situation had reached an impasse. Everyone was aware of the truth, but felt compelled to conceal their ability to read minds. Yet, on the surface, the matter was quite convoluted, and blaming either party would be unjust. Even Lu Yuan, who was usually composed and decisive, found himself uncertain. Recently, Song Jilan had been much kinder to him, which was why he made it a point to return home for dinner regularly, avoiding overtime work. As all eyes converged upon him, anticipating his judgment, Lu Yuan let out a heavy sigh within, momentarily entertaining the absurd notion of wanting to return to the company for overtime. Alas, compared to domestic affairs, decisions in the professional realm seemed far more straightforward. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yuan resolved to address the matter with a gentle touch, though his tone remained grave. Jiyue, cease your tears. In the future, when you siblings frolic together, please prioritize safety and refrain from such reckless behavior. Xiaoxiao, retreat to your room and rest well. If you feel unwell, summon the family doctor. He then turned to Lu Shiyan. Take your sister back to her room. The rest may attend to their own affairs. Lu Shiyan, who had been silent since earlier, his smile long faded, merely nodded in agreement to his father's directive without further dissent. Observing Lu Yuan's nonchalant dismissal of the incident, Lu Xiaoxiao, anticipating the truth to surface and retribution to follow, found herself perplexed. Was it possible that despite Lu Jiuyue's naivety, Lu Yuan, with his sharp acumen in the business world, harbored no suspicions? And what of Lu Shiyan? As an acclaimed actor, had he not perceived the clumsiness of her performance? Lu Xiaoxiao deemed today's escapade the most wicked and quintessentially green tea act she had executed since her arrival in this narrative. Yet it appeared to yield far less impact than she had envisioned. Was she truly ill-suited for the role of a villain? Chapter 36. A brother cannot become a husband. Lu Xiaoxiao's discontent lingered until Lu Shiyan carried her back to her bed. Does it hurt? Look at you, your little face is all scrunched up, he remarked as he gently set her down, affectionately pinching her cheek, his eyes reflecting an appropriate concern, neither feigned nor overwhelming. His visage possessed an enchanting allure, momentarily distracting Lu Xiaoxiao from her worries, allowing her to indulge in a fleeting daydream. Ah, he is truly handsome. What a pity that a brother cannot become a husband. If only he were not my brother, I could have been a devoted fan instead. Lu Shiyan. Regarding my sister's desire to be my fan, Lu Shiyan stifled a chuckle but quickly composed his expression, speaking, Xiaoxiao. I've given it some thought and believe it might not be impossible to include Jiyue in the variety show. The director is a friend of mine. I can reach out to him and request an additional spot for a newcomer, allowing both of you to participate. What do you think? Lu Xiaoxiao. That would be wonderful. I'm indifferent about my own participation. As long as Jiyue can go, it would be even better if both of us could attend. Despite her inner excitement, Lu Xiaoxiao maintained a demeanor of poise. But would that inconvenience you, second brother? If it would be easier to take Jiyue instead of me, please feel free to give her my spot. I do not wish to impose on you. TSK, TSK, TSK. Behold how eloquently she speaks, almost saturating the air with the fragrance of tea. Lu Xiaoxiao silently awarded herself a 5-star rating for her expressiveness. A flicker of curiosity passed through Lu Shiyan's gaze. He had never realized the stark contrast between his sister's inner self and her outward demeanor. It seemed she could indeed be a promising candidate for the entertainment industry. Fans in this realm are particularly enamored with contrasting personas. Despite Lu Shiren's gentle and harmless appearance, he relished portraying characters with depth and a hint of wickedness, excelling in such roles. In reality, he was not as tender and courteous as he seemed. Beneath his polished exterior lay a rebellious tenacity. Otherwise, he would not have nearly severed ties with his family to pursue acting. Lu Shiren's brilliance often remained concealed, yet his restraint did not imply its absence. Over the years, this enigmatic quality had captivated his fans immensely. If Lu Xiaoxiao wished to venture into the entertainment world, she would not need to face the same obstacles he had. Lu Shiren now possessed ample resources to support her. As he pondered, his warm voice remained unchanged. It's all right, it won't be troublesome. I'll just mention it. However, on the show, he would only refer to her as his sister. Many media outlets had captured photos of Jiao Yu during the recognition banquet. Should he claim her as his sister, it would reveal his affiliation with the Lu family. Wait, what? Lu Xiaoxiao momentarily lost her train of thought. Although, in the original narrative, Lu Shiren had not disclosed his relationship with Lu Jiaoyu during the variety show, adding her into the mix would undeniably highlight a blatant disparity. Was this truly acceptable? Just then, the system spoke within Lu Xiaoxiao's mind. Host, you should agree with him promptly. Analysis indicates that this plot alteration will not only bear no negative repercussions, but will also enhance the narrative's intrigue. The system's sudden interjection served as a reassuring balm for Lu Xiaoxiao, prompting her to cease her hesitation. Following Lu Shiren's lead, she responded, "Let us proceed as you wish, second brother. Whatever you decide, whenever you wish to reveal your identity, I will always support you." Upon hearing her words, Lu Shiren felt a warmth in his heart, the softness in his gaze now imbued with sincerity. "All right, it's getting late. You should rest. There's no need to worry about anything else. I will arrange everything for you." Second brother's words are so reliable, they provide such a sense of security. Lu Xiaoxiao felt touched and obediently replied, second brother, you should also get some rest. Good night." Lu Shiren smiled gently, tucking her in before turning to leave. Once outside his sister's room, Lu Shiren's mood lightened considerably. Initially, he had agreed to participate in the variety show merely to repay a friend's favor, lacking genuine enthusiasm for the endeavor. However, at present, Lu Shiren inexplicably harbors a premonition that with his sister around, the recording of the program will undoubtedly be far more entertaining than he had anticipated. Thus, he begins to cultivate his expectations from this moment forth. Perhaps due to his elevated spirits, Lu Xiaoxiao enjoyed an exceptionally deep slumber that night. Upon awakening, she discovered that it was already midday. Having indulged in good fortune for too long, she finds herself increasingly languid. After refreshing herself, Lu Xiaoxiao descended the stairs and noticed a peculiar silence enveloping the villa. Inquiring with a nearby servant about the situation, she learned that only she and Lu Bachan remained at home. Lu Yuan and Lu Xuanli had departed for the company early, while Lu Shiren was engaged in a commercial shoot that day. Meanwhile, Lu Yubai, the beleaguered high school senior, was still attending supplementary classes. And even Lu Jiyue had been taken by Song Jilan to some tea gathering. The lady of the house had originally intended to bring you along, but you were still asleep, the servant clarified, anxious to prevent any misunderstanding. Nevertheless, the meal has been prepared for you. Would you like to eat now? Lu Xiaoxiao felt no qualms about Song Zilan taking Lu Jiyue to an event alone. Indeed, such circumstances were quite typical in the original narrative. She brushed off the matter and expressed her desire to dine, prompting the servant to escort her to the dining room. As soon as Lu Xiaoxiao settled at the table, she heard the ringing of the landline from a nearby cabinet. With only her remaining to manage affairs at home, it made little difference whether Lu Bachan was present or not, so it was evident that she was the sole person to answer the call. Reluctantly putting down her knife and fork, she hastened to the phone, answering with polite inquiry. "Hello? Who am I speaking to?" After a brief silence on the other end, Lu Yubai's reluctant voice emerged. "Why did you answer the phone? Can you get Jiyue to come over?" Upon recognizing Lu Yubai's voice, Lu Xiaoxiao's patience waned. What was this little brat calling home for at such a time? Why not earlier or later, but precisely when she was about to eat? Exasperated, she responded coolly. "Jiyue is not here. I am the only one home now. If there's something to say, say it. If not, then hang up."
Hey.
"Don't hang up." Lu Yubai sounded quite anxious on the other end, stammering before quietly asking, "Can you come to my school right now? The teacher asked me to call a parent, and I don't want to tell my mom or dad. You coming would be just as good." Chapter 37. Let me hear you call me sister. Having a request, Lu Yubai unusually softened his tone, though still somewhat stiff. It was a stark contrast to his usual prickly demeanor. Lu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering within her. What trouble have you gotten into? At your age? Still being summoned by the parents? Lu Yubai, somewhat displeased, retorted, I haven't gotten into trouble. I was merely wronged. But I can't explain it to them. Just come, and you'll understand. Lu Xiaoxiao did not immediately relent, elongating her words as she countered, What isn't it for me if I come? In it for you? What do you want? On the other end, Lu Yubai was irked, raising his voice. Is there truly no one else at home? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Lu Xiaoxiao replied languidly. Oh, yes, your third brother is here too. Would you like me to call him to take the phone? Lu Yubai retorted, if it comes to that. Whether Lu Bai-chun would even be willing to speak is another matter altogether. Lu Bai-chun was the one he knew least in the Lu family. Although he and Lu Xiaoxiao had their differences, they still communicated often. However, Lu Bai-chun was an entirely different story, if he did not wish to engage. It would be nearly impossible to converse with him. When was the last time he spoke to his third brother? It seemed like ages ago, perhaps 3 months back? The memory was rather hazy. In any case, seeking Lu Bai-chun's assistance at this juncture was utterly futile. Noticing his silence, Lu Xiaoxiao cheerfully proposed a condition. I'm not asking for anything excessive. Just call me sister. Lu Yubai was taken aback, his face flushed, struggling to utter the words. It was far too embarrassing. For over a decade, he had never once referred to Lu Xiaoxiao as sister. How vexing. Was he truly to bow to this tyranny today? Engaged in a fierce internal struggle, Lu Xiaoxiao on the other end began to lose interest. Fine, I'll hang up. You should just call your dad. Sister. In a moment of desperation, Lu Yubai blurted out, disregarding everything else. Fine, I'll call you sister. Just don't let dad find out. He would surely give me a thrashing. He still vividly recalled the sting from the last time Lu Yuan had used a belt on him, with the receiver already pulled away from her ear. Lu Xiaoxiao heard his loud exclamation of sister and couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Oh, how obedient. But I didn't quite catch that. Could you say it again? Sister. Lu Yubai realized that Lu Xiaoxiao was doing it on purpose, but he had lost his temper by now. Embarrassed, he added hastily, please hurry over. I've called you, so you cannot go back on your word. Lu Xiaoxiao had no intention of teasing him further. She was genuinely curious about what had transpired with Lu Yubai at school. I'll be there shortly, she said, preparing to leave. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly remembered she hadn't eaten, so she turned back to grab a few slices of bread before finally heading out. Lu Yubai's school was not far from home, just a 10-minute drive. Upon arriving at Lu Yubai's homeroom teacher's office, Lu Xiaoxiao was taken aback to find it already filled with a throng of people, teachers, parents, and several students with heads bowed in silence. The room was bustling with noise, as several parents who had arrived before her were already in heated discussions with the teacher. Teacher Zhu, this matter cannot be laid entirely at my child's feet. That child has always been physically weak. My child was unaware beforehand. Surely, this does not warrant punishment? Indeed. Teacher Zhu, my child is usually very well-behaved and kind-hearted. He would never bully a classmate. Someone must have instigated this. You need to investigate thoroughly. Lu Yubai stood alone, seemingly at a loss, until the appearance of Lu Xiaoxiao brought a sparkle to his eyes, as if he had spotted a savior. He called out to the bespectacled female teacher beside him, Teacher Zhu, my sister is here. She is indeed my sister.
Oh.
How he had hesitated to call her sister moments ago, yet now it flowed so effortlessly. A smile tugged at the corners of Lu Xiaoxiao's lips. But she suppressed it, aware that the current atmosphere was not suitable for levity. Once Lu Yubai's voice echoed through the office, a profound silence enveloped the room. With numerous pairs of eyes fixated on Lu Xiaoxiao, each gaze laden with various interpretations, Teacher Zhu stepped forward, her expression stern, and greeted Lu Xiaoxiao. So you are Lu Yubai's sister. Hello. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded and replied with a smile. Hello, Teacher Zhu. I just arrived and am not quite familiar with the situation. What has transpired? Today, a grave incident of bullying occurred in our class, Teacher Zhu explained, adjusting her glasses. A boy named Fan Shi Ran was confined in the sports equipment room for over 4 hours. When the physical education teacher went to retrieve some items, he found the boy in a state of shock, and he was subsequently rushed to the hospital for emergency care. It is crucial to note that the Education Bureau is currently conducting inspections on school conduct and discipline. The principal insists that this matter must be addressed seriously and cannot be overlooked. Fortunately, we have just received a call from the hospital confirming that Fan Shi Ran is no longer in critical condition. She paused, then added, "Diagnostic reports indicate that the cause of his shock was severe gastric hemorrhaging. Had he not been confined, he could have received medical attention sooner." As she uttered the word they, her piercing gaze swept over the group of children, imbued with an unmistakable sense of reproach. This was indeed a matter of life and death, and upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao's expression turned grave. She noticed that aside from Lu Yubai, the other 3 boys present were evading her gaze, their faces betraying an evident sense of guilt. "Now I understand," Lu Xiaoxiao said, her smile fading as she turned to Lu Yubai. "What is your connection to this incident? Did you confine Fan Ran in the sports equipment room? When you called me, you mentioned being wronged, and I would like to hear your side of the story first." Lu Yubai shook his head anxiously. "No, it wasn't me. I didn't confine him." Before he could finish, a boy with a buzz cut interrupted, "You may not have locked him in yourself, but we did this for you. This morning, you suspected he had stolen your things and wanted to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. We were merely acting on your behalf." Another boy, slightly shorter, chimed in, "Yeah, you can't just brush this off as if you were innocent. What about brotherhood?"
Wait.
"How is this related to brotherhood?" Lu Xiaoxiao retorted. Lu Yubai's face turned pale with disbelief as he stared at the group of good friends who usually shared a close bond with him. He exclaimed in indignation, "I never asked you to lock him up. If the teacher hadn't called me over, I wouldn't have even known about this." The crew cut boy scoffed in rebuttal. "You clearly did. We have no conflict with Fan Ran, so why would we make things difficult for him if it weren't for you?" After finishing his statement, he nudged the boy with curly brown hair on his left and asked, "Isn't that right? Why so silent? Are you afraid of being expelled?" "Oh, yes. It was Lu Ge who made us do this." The curly-haired boy, seemingly the most timid among the 3, appeared startled by the sudden attention and stuttered, "Lu Ge. Just admit it. We agreed to stand together in tough times." The curly-haired boy's mother stepped forward, addressing Teacher Zhu. "Did you see that? My child says he was coerced. He shouldn't be blamed for this. Teacher, my son is naturally timid. How could he have taken such initiative? I believe he only acted this way out of fear of being ostracized," she insisted. "In my opinion, the instigator should be punished first." Despite the boy's cowardly demeanor, his mother was quite the opposite, loud and assertive, exuding a commanding presence. Standing with her hands on her hips, she resembled an imposing figure, leaving no doubt about her fierce protectiveness. The crew cut boy's mother quickly chimed in, "Indeed, teacher. Now that Fan has escaped life-threatening danger, and our child was merely following orders, it is only reasonable to consider leniency in any punishment." Tall and elegantly adorned with jewelry, her tone was much gentler than that of the curly-haired boy's mother, creating a striking contrast as they played their roles in this unfolding drama. Their synchronized chorus of arguments began to sway Teacher Zhu's expression towards uncertainty.
You.
"How can you speak such nonsense with your eyes wide open?" Lu Yubai exclaimed, pointing at the curly-haired boy, feeling on the verge of exasperation. His tone was a mix of anger and grievance. "I didn't say anything. If I had, I would have been struck by lightning. You can't unjustly accuse me like this." Finally experiencing the bitter fruit of poor friendships, this little brat is truly foolish. As the parents of the other boys continued to pressure the teacher, attempting to shift the blame entirely onto Lu Yubai, Lu Xiaoxiao knew she could not remain silent. She grasped Lu Yubai's arm, signaling him to quiet down, and glanced at the 2 mothers across from her before speaking calmly. "They are all third-year students, even if they have not yet turned 18. They are nearly 17 and are not children anymore. From what I gathered from your earlier statements, it seems you imply that your children lack the ability to discern right from wrong and can only be led by others?" The mother of the curly-haired boy shot a fierce glare at Lu Xiaoxiao, her expression darkening. "My child is exceptional. He undoubtedly possesses the ability to discern right from wrong. Is he not merely being misled by your child?" The mother of the boy with the buzz cut smiled at Lu Xiaoxiao and said, "You must be this child's sister. You are still young, and I can understand your desire to protect your brother. However, every situation has its roots beneath the surface, and failing to trace them back is fundamentally unfair." As the atmosphere grew tense, a timid female voice suddenly interjected, "I think, regardless of the circumstances, our children have indeed harmed that student, Fan. Teacher Zhu, should we not visit the hospital to see how he is doing? If possible, I am willing to contribute towards his medical expenses." The speaker was the mother of the short boy, who was even shorter and more fragile than her son. She had remained silent and virtually unnoticed until now, which drew a surprised glance from Lu Xiaoxiao. Finally, a voice of reason. How delightful. Upon hearing his mother's words, the short boy looked up in shock and exclaimed, "Mom," with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Why was it that other mothers offered unwavering support for their children, even when they were in the wrong, while his own mother chose to shoulder the blame? Yet, the short boy's mother paid him no mind, avoiding eye contact, and continued to focus on Teacher Zhu, awaiting a response to her suggestion. Teacher Zhu, already fatigued from the bickering between the mothers of the curly-haired and buzz-cut boys, felt a noticeable softening in her demeanor upon hearing the short boy's mother. Just as she was about to speak, the mother of the curly-haired boy interrupted loudly. "I disagree. Even if he was unable to receive timely medical attention due to being confined by several children, we cannot be held responsible for this gastric bleeding. This is clearly an old ailment. It didn't manifest last night and only decided to flare up now. It's merely a matter of unfortunate timing. Why should we bear the costs?" The mother of the buzz-cut boy appeared troubled. "While we can afford the medical expenses, they are clearly not directly related to us. My son merely played a prank by confining Fan. He did not physically harm him. If we must assign blame, shouldn't it also reflect the school's negligence in supervision?" Upon hearing the buzz-cut boy's mother shift the blame onto the school, Teacher Zhu furrowed her brows. "Mrs. Housen, such a statement seems rather irresponsible." "But, teacher," the mother of the buzz-cut boy replied, her tone calm yet firm, "throughout the entire morning class, not a single teacher noticed Fan's absence. Compared to us, aren't the teachers being more irresponsible?" Her final remark was a direct assault on all the teachers present. The other male teacher, who had remained silent until now, spoke up with displeasure. "You may not fully understand Fan's situation. His family circumstances are unique, and he often takes leave, which means he is frequently absent from class. The subject teachers have grown accustomed to this, hence they did not inquire further. Moreover, with so many children in the class, it is impossible for a teacher to notice every anomaly at all times." The mother of the boy with a buzz cut remained unconvinced. Responding coolly, "I still believe this is a dereliction of duty on the part of the teachers. My child is nearing the crucial time of the college entrance examination, and time is of the essence. This incident has not resulted in any serious consequences, so I hope we can swiftly move past it without further delaying my child's studies." Upon hearing her words, the expressions of several teachers grew increasingly grim, and the atmosphere became even more tense. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao interjected, her friendly smile directed at the woman as she articulated, "I recall you mentioning that we should trace the roots of the issue for fairness, correct?" Chapter 39. Carelessness opens the door to carelessness. Xiaoxiao's statement resonated powerfully, leaving the mother of the buzz-cut boy momentarily stunned, unsure of her intent. However, since it was her own words, she nodded in agreement. "Yes, I did indeed say that. Is there a problem?" Xiaoxiao then turned to Yunhuai and inquired. "They just stated that the reason for confining Fan was due to your suspicion that he stole something from you. Could you please tell me what it is that you have lost?" Yunhuai hesitated for a moment before replying, "I lost a winning scratch-off ticket, which could be redeemed for 50,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao nearly laughed in exasperation. "Really? You can just misplace money like that? Truly, carelessness begets carelessness. What? Are you saying you lost 50,000? Teacher Zhu exclaimed, his brow furrowing deeper. "Why didn't you inform me of this sooner?" Yunhuai mumbled, his head lowered. "I didn't want to tell anyone. Isn't it said that one shouldn't disclose their winnings?" Now regretting his earlier decision, Yunhuai had initially kept quiet to prevent the news from reaching Lu Yuan, fearing that the prize would be confiscated. He had even instructed Lu Jiyue not to share the information, intending to secretly stash the winnings away. For the past few days, he had not found the opportunity to redeem the prize, planning to do so after school today. However, in the brief moment he was away for morning exercises, the ticket had vanished from his drawer. He had not intended for the situation to escalate, but in just a matter of hours, he found himself summoned to the office for a reprimand. Had he known such a fuss would arise, he would have kept the scratch-off ticket securely on his person. It felt as though he had lost both his fortune and his peace of mind. While Yunhuai lamented his misfortune, Xiaoxiao had taken 2 steps forward, her gaze sweeping over the other boys present as she challenged them. "Since you claim to be standing up for Yunhuai, you should have inquired about the whereabouts of the scratch-off ticket before confining Fan, correct? Have you found it now? It wouldn't be that you've hidden it away, would it? Such a significant sum is certainly worth investigating. Bullying classmates is undoubtedly reprehensible, yet the nature of theft is equally vile. If we are to trace the origins of this matter, it is only fitting that we begin here, is it not?" The short-haired boy's expression immediately shifted, his tone becoming increasingly urgent. "What theft? You are slandering me."
"Oh,
You appear quite anxious. Could it be that I have struck a nerve?
Xiaoxiao feignait de surprise.
Tilting her head to regard him. I merely spoke in jest. There's no need to be so hasty. Cold sweat beaded on the boy's forehead, and his hands, which had been hanging by his sides, instinctively clenched into fists, trembling slightly. Although Lu Xiaoxiao spoke in a carefree, teasing manner, he was acutely aware of how closely her conjectures mirrored the truth. The incident involving Lu Yubai's missing item had no connection to Fan Qiran, as that scratch card had indeed been taken by him. It was rather fortuitous that Lu Yubai's seat was nestled in the corner by the window at the back of the classroom, a blind spot for the surveillance cameras, rendering it nearly impossible to capture any wrongdoing. Knowing this, the short-haired boy had the audacity to swipe the scratch card during the most chaotic moments before morning exercises. Recently, he had been coveting a newly released gaming console, which would soon be difficult to procure, yet his pocket money was insufficient, thus igniting his malevolent intentions. Initially, the idea of locking Fan Qiran in the equipment room had originated with the shorter boy. After all, their group had been using Lu Yubai's name to bully Fan Qiran for quite some time, often for no reason other than sheer amusement. The short-haired boy had not disclosed his actions to his two companions, yet he felt no guilt while joining in the bullying. It was merely a matter of convenience, and they were well accustomed to seeking entertainment this way. Who could have predicted that this time it would result in such a significant blunder? The short-haired boy felt no remorse for his actions, even blaming Fan Qiran for being so ineffectual. However, as events unfolded, he began to fear that his theft might be exposed. His mother had a particular disdain for his gaming habits, and should she discover that he had caused such a ruckus merely for a gaming console, she would surely not let him off easily. Moreover, he would undoubtedly face disciplinary action from the school. Fortunately, he had concealed the scratch card in a discreet location, away from his person and his seat in the classroom, rendering it impossible for Lu Yubai's sister to uncover any trace of it, even if she sought to investigate. While he did feel somewhat guilty towards Lu Yubai, he reassured himself that he could always return the item once he had the means. With that thought, the short-haired boy felt considerably more at ease. He was slightly taller than Lu Xiaoxiao, and when he looked down at her, he easily fell into the illusion of having the upper hand, which only served to bolster his confidence. I am not in a hurry. However, dear sister, accusations must be substantiated with evidence. Mere speculation is of no consequence. Lu Xiaoxiao smiled at him, nodding in agreement. You are quite right. Why don't we head to the classroom now and take a look? The scratch card cannot simply vanish into thin air. However, if a scratch card were to be discovered among your group, it would serve as irrefutable evidence that the essence of this matter is self-staged, thus bearing no relation to Lu Yubai whatsoever. The buzzcut boy instinctively felt a twinge of guilt, but he quickly replaced it with an indifferent facade, shouting, "Go ahead, search as you wish. You won't find anything. The scratch card is certainly not hidden in the classroom." At this moment, Lu Yubai felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Lu Xiaoxiao had abruptly shifted the focus of suspicion onto his friends. In his view, although the boys might wish to drag him down when faced with adversity, it could be interpreted as a desperate attempt for self-preservation, a disappointing yet somewhat understandable reaction. However, the notion of theft struck him as utterly irrational. Previously, he had suspected Fan Qiran solely due to his background as a financially struggling student. Yet these boys came from decent families. What motive would they have to steal from him? Moreover, from an emotional standpoint, he sincerely hoped that Lu Xiaoxiao's conjectures were unfounded. As the group walked towards the classroom, Lu Yubai silently wished for the reality to differ from Lu Xiaoxiao's speculations. This moment coincided with the break following the first afternoon class, during which Teacher Zhu ascended the podium, briefly outlining the situation before instructing the students to inspect their desks and backpacks. He personally checked numerous corners and even rummaged through the pockets of several boys' clothing, yet found nothing. The buzzcut boy felt a weight lift from his chest, smugly declaring, "See, this has nothing to do with us. Perhaps it was Fan Qiran who hid it. You could simply inquire at the hospital." Chapter 40. A clean conscience casts no shadow. The buzzcut boy's mother chimed in with a smile, addressing Lu Xiaoxiao. "Young lady, as you can see, your suspicions have not been substantiated. I firmly believe my child is incapable of such actions. Now that the search has been conducted, shouldn't it be your turn to provide us with an explanation?" As she concluded, her tone grew increasingly assertive. To wrongfully accuse someone warrants an apology, does it not? Lu Yubai cast an anxious glance at Lu Xiaoxiao, feeling a sense of unease. While he was relieved that the buzzcut boy had not been proven guilty of stealing his belongings, He felt a pang of guilt witnessing Lu Xiaoxiao being questioned by the parents of other students due to his predicament. Lu Xiaoxiao maintained her smile, poised to respond when a furious voice interrupted. That's not true.
Teacher.
I want to report. Jiang Haosen is the one who stole Lu Yubai's belongings. I saw it with my own eyes. Upon hearing this testimony, everyone fell silent, their gazes shifting towards the back of the classroom, where a girl stood with her arms crossed, her expression earnest and resolute. Lu Xiaoxiao scrutinized her for a moment, feeling a sense of familiarity with both her face and voice, yet could not place where she had seen her before. It was not until the buzz-cut boy slammed his hand on the desk, pointing at the girl and shouting, "Jean, you're talking nonsense," that Lu Xiaoxiao had an epiphany.
Oh.
Isn't this the little girl from Lu Yubai's birthday party? It was the very girl who had approached Lu Jiyue to inquire about Lu Yubai's preferences, only to be met with a dismissive glare. Today, clad in her school uniform and devoid of makeup, Lu Xiaoxiao failed to recognize her at first. Qi Yin wore a stern expression, her gaze unwavering as she locked eyes with Jiang Haosen, unfazed by his elevated voice. She continued her accusations with fervor. "You are the one spouting nonsense. I was late coming down for morning exercises, and as soon as I emerged from the restroom, I saw you sneaking toward the playground wall. You even stuffed something into the crevice of the wall." Qi Yin's words were a mix of truth and exaggeration. In reality, not only had she witnessed Jiang Haosen's furtive actions, but she had also discreetly retrieved the item to inspect it after he left. Initially suspicious that it might be a love letter for Lu Yubai, she was rather taken aback to discover it was merely a lottery ticket worth a paltry 50,000 yuan. Coming from a wealthy family herself, Qi Yin's audacity stemmed from her upbringing, and upon seeing the ticket, she found it utterly unremarkable. "Is this it? How dull. It's hardly a fortune. I can't fathom the need to hide it." Given her impression of Jiang Haosen as a decent friend of Lu Yubai, Qi Yin refrained from causing a ruckus and returned the scratch-off ticket as it was. The moment teacher Zhu appeared in the classroom, Qi Yin began contemplating whether to share her findings. If Lu Yubai were to learn of this, she feared her casual remarks could jeopardize Lu Yubai's reputation and provoke his ire. However, after a moment of observation, she realized that Lu Yubai was entirely unaware of the situation, and her frustration toward Jiang Haosen grew. She promptly divulged everything she knew. "Teacher Zhu, if you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. I swear I saw it. I can take you there." Lu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow in surprise, offering a smile that suggested she was eager to witness the unfolding drama. Not bad. It seems Qi Yin genuinely cares for Lu Yubai, otherwise she wouldn't be so quick to defend him. Lu Xiaoxiao's previous impression of her at the birthday party had not been favorable, yet now she found Qi Yin somewhat endearing. Though her temperament was not the gentlest and her demeanor rather straightforward, she exhibited a certain charm in this moment. The reason Lu Xiaoxiao had so pointedly targeted Jiang Haosen was that she had already exchanged for a divine perspective on the matter through the system, knowing that Jiang Haosen had concealed the scratch-off ticket beneath a loose brick in the wall. Without Qi Yin as a witness, her attempts to lead the crowd's attention naturally would have required more effort. However, with Qi Yin's assistance, she found her task significantly eased. How clever! Jiang Haosen, hearing Qi Yin's detailed account, grew increasingly anxious. "Why should I believe you? Who in the class doesn't know you have a crush on Lu Yubai? Naturally, you would defend him." Although he was in a state of panic, his oblivious mother unexpectedly took a serious stance, firmly grasping Jiang Haosen's shoulder and addressing Qi Yin. "Very well, lead the way. I truly cannot believe my son would engage in such behavior. Haosen, we have nothing to fear if we are innocent. Since someone is deliberately slandering us, let us investigate as they suggest." Jiang Haosen felt an overwhelming sense of despair, attempting several times to signal his mother discreetly, yet fearing that others might discern his unease. Ultimately, he was dragged to the wall. Qi Yin, with unwavering determination, unveiled a loose brick in the corner, retrieving a scratch card and presenting it before Lu Yubai. The previously fierce and brusque girl transformed her tone into one of sweet softness as she faced the object of her affection, extending her hand like a treasure offering and gazing at Lu Yubai with hopeful eyes. "Here, take a look, is this yours?" Lu Yubai took the card and examined it for a few moments before confirming with excitement, "Yes, sister. Teacher Zhu, this is the scratch card I lost." With a frown, he cast an irritated glance at Jiang Haosen beside him, stating, "I can't believe you are capable of such behavior." The evidence was irrefutable. Jiang Haosen stood stunned, his complexion pale as paper. His mother witnessed the scene, momentarily rendered speechless, The dignified smile she had worn now collapsed into a distorted expression. Zhang Haosen timidly spoke, "Mom." The sound of his voice jolted her back to reality, and she immediately turned to slap him hard across the face. "You scoundrel! I trusted you so much. And this is how you repay me?" After striking him, her demeanor shifted abruptly as she turned to Teacher Zhu, forcing a smile and cautiously saying, "Teacher, this incident was indeed a mistake on Haosen's part. I will ensure he is properly educated at home. Could you please consider that he is still just a child?" Before she could finish her plea, Teacher Zhu interrupted sternly. "Haosen's mother, it appears that the root of this issue lies with your child. He not only stole a valuable item from Lu Yubai but also participated in the bullying of Fan Xiran, which is utterly reprehensible. These two offenses combined may necessitate a serious disciplinary action against your child, and expulsion is a possibility. I have yet to report this to the principal. The specific consequences will be determined once I do." Upon hearing the potential severity of the consequences, Zhang Haosen's mother panicked, her voice growing frantic. "But there hasn't been any truly serious outcome. Teacher, the item has already been returned to Lu Yubai, and Fan didn't suffer any harm."
Did he?
"We are willing to cover medical expenses." "We are. But expulsion cannot be an option. He is about to take his college entrance examination. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." As her words faded, she noticed Lu Yubai nearby and rushed to grasp his shoulder, pleading, "Yubai, aren't you and Haosen good friends? He just made a momentary mistake. Could you please tell the teacher that you forgive him? I am begging you." Chapter 41. The Chaos of Youth. Lu Yubai found himself in a difficult position. He was indeed upset, and immediately stating forgiveness for Zhang Haosen was out of the question. However, given the presence of an elder, he felt hesitant to push her away. Just as he was racking his brain for something to say, he was unexpectedly pulled away by Lu Xiaoxiao. She draped her arm around Lu Yubai's neck, appearing as if they were a pair of close siblings, while subtly creating a barrier between him and Zhang Haosen's mother. "Alas, Mrs. Zhang Haosen, your swift change of demeanor is hardly befitting of a composed adult. You recently remarked on my youth, so I trust you can appreciate my candor. My Lu Yubai is rather innocent and lacks the discernment exhibited by your child. Had he possessed such insight, he would have kept his distance from your offspring from the very beginning. You mentioned that Zhang Haosen is approaching the Gaokao, a once-in-a-lifetime event. Does that mean Lu Yubai and Fan Xiran are exempt from this, right? Who shall compensate them for the time lost? Fan nearly lost his life. And your flippant remarks are rather inappropriate, are they not?" Mrs. Zhang Haosen took a step back, rendered speechless by Lu Xiaoxiao's retort. The mother of the curly-haired boy, who had initially adopted a neutral stance, seized the opportunity to switch allegiances, rebuking Lu Xiaoxiao. "Indeed, the truth is now evident. Your child is the one who led my son astray. Truly reprehensible. Your family bears the brunt of the responsibility." While Mrs. Zhang found herself at a disadvantage facing Lu Xiaoxiao, she could no longer contain herself upon hearing the curly-haired mother's words. Disregarding any semblance of decorum as she retaliated, "Your child is hardly blameless. When others bully classmates, he joins in, yet when someone jumps off a building, why doesn't he follow suit? How foolish must one be to be led around like a puppet?" Their quarrel escalated into chaos. Yet the matter no longer concerned Lu Yubai. Lu Xiaoxiao informed Teacher Zhu, and then escorted Lu Yubai away. Once they reached a secluded area, Lu Xiaoxiao halted, crossing her arms as she turned to Lu Yubai. "All right, the matter is settled. If you wish to keep this from your father and elder brother, you must honestly disclose your relationship with Fan Xiran. Has he ever bullied you?" This farcical ordeal has finally concluded. How dramatic. I've come to realize that the most theatrical scenes do not unfold in the entertainment industry, but rather within the confines of our school. A place teeming with children is simply exasperating. Listening to Lu Xiaoxiao's grievances, Lu Yubai awkwardly kicked at the gravel beneath his feet, bracing himself to confess. I often spoke ill of Fan Xiran to them, but that is all." He struggled to adapt to this uncharacteristically straightforward dialogue, especially as Lu Xiaoxiao treated him like a child. Yet, she had just helped him navigate a significant predicament, prompting him to temper his pride. "Are you aware that others have used your name to bully Fan Xiran? Speak up." "I only knew a little, but I never told them to bully anyone." Lu Xiaoxiao regarded him with an impassive expression, "Yet you allowed it to happen without intervening, thus unintentionally exerting a certain influence. Do you understand that silence equates to complicity?" Lu Yubai's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling chastised and humiliated, yet he could not refute Lu Xiaoxiao's reasoning. He found himself at a loss for words. Goodness! After all this time, You still refuse to acknowledge your fault. Truly stubborn. It seems that mere verbal admonishment is insufficient. Perhaps a good thrashing would be more effective.
Let me see where to strike.
Lu Yubai. As Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at Lu Yubai with a hint of eagerness, he was taken aback and hastily exclaimed, all right, I acknowledge my mistake. Isn't that sufficient? His urgency was palpable. Fearing that a slap might soon land upon his head if he delayed. Confused by his sudden reaction, Lu Xiaoxiao paused, gazing at him for a couple of seconds with bewilderment before nodding in satisfaction. It's good that you recognize your fault. Now, let us go. With a sigh of relief, Lu Yubai instinctively followed her, but after a few steps, he realized something was amiss and halted to inquire, wait, where are we headed? He noted that Lu Xiaoxiao was making her way toward the school's entrance, yet now that their matter was resolved, shouldn't he return to class? Surely. Lu Xiaoxiao wasn't brazen enough to lead him in truancy, was she? Hearing the childish question, Lu Xiaoxiao didn't even look back as she replied, of course. I'm taking you to the hospital to see Fan Xiran. I've already informed your teacher, Ms. Zhu, that you'd be absent. In a few days. I'll be busy recording a program and won't have time to deal with your petty matters.
Ah?
What's there to see him for? I don't have anything to discuss with him. Lu Yubai hesitated, taking a couple of reluctant steps forward, his expression clearly displaying his unwillingness. Deep down, Lu Yubai was not a bad person. Although he hadn't directly caused the incident, he still felt uncertain about how to face Fan Xiran.
Lu Xiaoxiao,
unfazed by his reluctance, insisted, enough with the excuses. Misunderstandings need to be resolved sooner rather than later.
Hey.
I still have the college entrance examination to prepare for. I can't waste time. Don't start with that. You never study properly at school, anyway. Last time, you ranked near the bottom. Why pretend to be studious now? This child has no sense of discernment. Fan Xiran will surely achieve great things. If only he had built a better rapport with him. He wouldn't be in such dire straits later on. It's for the best that he distances himself from those so-called friends when the Lu family faces bankruptcy. It'll be those very friends encouraging Lu Yubai to borrow money at exorbitant interest rates and then absconding with it. They're not good people. Moreover, the last time Fan Xiran prevented Lu Yubai from confessing to the school beauty, Yiziki, it was solely because she is his half-sister. If his sister were on the verge of being swept away by an unreliable character, anyone would be anxious. Lu Yubai. Overwhelmed by this cascade of thoughts, Lu Yubai found himself bewildered, grappling with the sheer weight of the information. What does this mean? Could Lu Xiaoxiao truly possess the ability to foresee the future? That's rather unsettling. He resolved to keep his distance from those recent acquaintances. Furthermore, Fan Xiran was actually Yiziki's brother? If that were the case, had he unknowingly offended his future brother-in-law and allowed his so-called friends to bully him? Regret coursed through Lu Yubai as he completely overlooked the fact that Yiziki had yet to respond to his affections, his thoughts drifting far and wide, already fretting over the potential obstacles Fan Xiran might pose to marrying the girl he adored. This simply wouldn't he do. He must apologize to Fan Xiran immediately. With this thought, Lu Yubai quickly jogged a few steps to catch up with Lu Xiaoxiao, displaying a sense of urgency that even surpassed hers. Hurry. I've thought it over, and I believe you're absolutely right. We should indeed clear up this misunderstanding as soon as possible. Chapter 42. Only by consuming others can one rise above them all. In room 403 of Renha Hospital, sunlight cascaded through the window, illuminating a stark white hospital bed where a slender youth was gradually awakening. At that moment, Fan Xiran felt his lips parched and was acutely aware of the dryness in his throat. He could not recall how long he had been unconscious. All he remembered was the severity of the abdominal pain he had endured before losing consciousness. Although he felt significantly better now, he was still utterly fatigued, finding it difficult even to lift his arms. Next to the bedside, a glass of water sat upon the nightstand. Fan Xiran attempted to reach for it, but his weakened hand slipped, sending the glass crashing to the floor. The sharp, piercing sound of shattering glass echoed in the room, and simultaneously, a jolt of pain shot through the back of his hand. Upon looking down, he realized that an intravenous tube was still inserted in his hand. His sudden movement had tugged at the needle, causing the discomfort. From the bathroom, the sound of flushing water could be heard, followed by the emergence of a middle-aged man. This man was none other than Fan Xiran's father, who had rushed to the hospital after receiving news of his son's accident, hastily taking leave from work, which resulted in a deduction from his pay. Consequently, his mood was decidedly sour. With furrowed brows, the man glanced at Fan Xiran and then at the mess on the floor, his tone laced with irritation. You've woken up and yet you couldn't call for help? All you do is cause trouble and create chaos. Fan Qiren coughed a couple of times, his voice hoarse as he offered an explanation. I merely wanted some water. His father muttered a few more complaints, but eventually turned to fetch a new cup of water for him. After drinking, Fan Qiren felt his voice returning to some semblance of normalcy. Pausing for a moment, he inquired, was the cost of hospitalization substantial? His father, lighting a cigarette, wore an even more agitated expression.
Of course it is.
Fan Qiren fell silent for a moment before continuing. Those who locked me away should compensate for this. I need to call my teacher. What are you thinking? Do you believe they will heed your words? His father, like a spark igniting a fuse, erupted before his son could finish. How many times have I told you? I lack the means and resources. I instructed you to maintain a low profile at school and avoid trouble.
Did you listen?
Fan Qiren clenched his fingers tightly, crumpling the bedsheet beneath him, and retorted in a hushed tone, I did not instigate trouble. They are targeting me for no reason. Can you not simply avoid them? It is said that a single hand cannot clap. Why is it that they choose to bully you and not others? Have you ever considered the reasons within yourself? His father took a deep drag from a cigarette, gazing at Fan Qiren with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. When I divorced your mother, it was your determination that compelled me to fight for custody. Now, with a college entrance examination approaching, you are on the brink of liberation. Just bear with it for this short period. Why can you not endure? Your focus should solely be on your studies. Do not entertain any other distractions or associate with unsavory individuals. I have reiterated time and again that education is your only path forward. Only through diligent study can you rise above your circumstances, rather than toil away like I do. Do you understand? Fan Qiren found it unbearable to close his eyes, feeling that his father's voice was even more jarring than the sound of the shattered glass. He understood that arguing would be futile, so he opted for silence, accustomed as he was to enduring such moments. However, in an unexpected turn, the door to the hospital room swung open, accompanied by a clear and assertive female voice, who said that studying diligently would elevate one above others. In today's world, to rise above, one must possess talent. Surprised by this rebuttal directed at his father, Fan Qiren quickly lifted his gaze toward the doorway, where he beheld a woman clad in a vibrant dress. She stepped into the room, her figure illuminated by the light streaming in from outside, gracefully approaching his bedside. The woman appeared youthful, perhaps only a few years his senior, her face adorned with a teasing smile, and although her words were confrontational, they lacked any real aggression. As she stood by the hospital bed, Fan Qiren regained his composure and stammered, Who are you? In the brief moment it took to utter those words, his face flushed crimson. This unfamiliar sister was stunningly beautiful, and her sudden proximity left him at a loss for where to place his hands. Just as he was grappling with his nervousness, he noticed another familiar face emerging from behind her. The instant he recognized that face, a chill coursed through him, and he exclaimed, Lu Yubai? What are you doing here? Startled by his outburst, Lu Yubai stumbled back a couple of steps, nervously stammering, You've got it all wrong. Today's incident has nothing to do with me. I just came with my sister to see you. As he retreated, Fan Qiren noticed that Lu Yubai was holding a beautifully arranged fruit basket, which seemed to convey some sincerity. Stealing a glance at Lu Xiaoxiao beside him, he finally discerned her identity. So, she was Lu Yubai's sister? Fan Qiren's father extinguished his cigarette and scrutinized Lu Xiaoxiao with a measured gaze, managing to temper his irritation in the presence of a stranger. Though his words remained brusque. Who are you? I was just educating my son. What did you mean by that statement? With an innocent smile, Lu Xiaoxiao regarded him and replied, I don't see anything wrong with what I said. Those boys who bully your son maintain their dominance through various forms of intimidation at school. In truth, the more honest one is, the more susceptible they become to bullying. The principle of I do not offend others, nor do I allow others to offend me is not always applicable. Fan Qiren's father's expression darkened further. You. Oh, dear. Please don't be angry. I'm not here to meddle in your family matters, Lu Xiaoxiao interjected promptly, clarifying her intentions. I am Lu Yubai's sister, and Lu Yubai and your son are classmates. There was a misunderstanding between them, and he specifically came to apologize today, bringing this fruit basket as a gesture. Moreover, regarding today's incident, the school is already addressing the matter, and it is expected that the parents of those students who can find him will soon compensate you for the medical expenses. Upon hearing of someone incurring a loss, Fan Qiren's father immediately relaxed his expression considerably, and his tone softened significantly. Oh, I see. Thank you for making the trip. If there are any misunderstandings, Please discuss them first. I shall step outside for a smoke. After uttering these words, the man promptly exited, closing the door behind him. The room was left with only Lu Xiaoxiao, Lu Yubai, and Fan Qirang, and a palpable silence enveloped the air. Fan Qirang felt somewhat anxious. His hands twisted together in front of him, his head bowed, exhibiting a clear sense of discomfort. Lu Xiaoxiao then nudged Lu Yubai with her elbow, signaling him to step forward. Hey, weren't you just quite eager? Hurry and clarify things with them. With this sudden push, Lu Yubai felt a rush of nerves, completely forgetting the carefully rehearsed lines in his mind. In a moment of panic, he simply bowed at a 90-degree angle and exclaimed loudly, "Brother, I'm so sorry." Chapter 43. Do you think you're in a gang? Upon hearing Lu Yubai's apology, Fan Qirang's heart filled with wariness. Was this truly the Lu Yubai he knew? In the past, at school, Lu Yubai barely acknowledged him. Could it be that the sun had risen from the west today? Moreover, what had this fellow just called him? Brother? Fan Qirang sensed something amiss and inquired, "Why are you calling me brother?" Lu Yubai scratched his head, cautiously observing Fan Qirang's expression, his voice faltering with guilt. "I didn't know you were Yi Ziqi's brother." "I'm sorry." Fan Qirang's pupils dilated sharply, and his tone turned piercing. "What? How did you know?" As he spoke, he realized that this question had been echoed simultaneously by Lu Xiaoxiao, leaving him even more perplexed. Did even Lu Yubai's sister know? He had never disclosed this to anyone. Seeing their strong reactions, Lu Yubai regretted his hasty words, especially as Lu Xiaoxiao glared at him with narrowed eyes, causing him to feel increasingly flustered. Theoretically, he shouldn't know. Could there be a leak in the information? This thought caused Lu Yubai's heart to skip a beat, and he began to form a new suspicion regarding Lu Xiaoxiao's identity. Could it be that his so-called sister not only practiced sorcery but also held a secret identity as a spy or an agent? If this were true, what would happen if Lu Xiaoxiao discovered that he could read her thoughts? Would she imprison him and extract confessions through torture? The mere notion sent shivers down his spine. He absolutely could not afford to raise Lu Xiaoxiao's suspicions. Lu Yubai swallowed hard, a sudden inspiration striking him as he fabricated an explanation. I heard it from Yi Ziqi. Yes, she told me. Lu Xiaoxiao and Fan Qirang? Fan Qirang's expression eased slightly, his tone softening, albeit with an air of skepticism. Really? Ziqi has mentioned me to you? Lu Yubai nodded vigorously. Yes. What did she mention about me? Not much. Just that you are her half-brother. That's all I know. S expression darkened slightly. I see. It makes sense. Given how much Chi-Chi dislikes him, she never allowed him to publicly claim to be her brother. So it's no wonder she wouldn't say anything nice about him to Lu Yubai. But why would she tell Lu Yubai at all? Perhaps it was out of pity, not wanting to see Lu Yubai's friends bully him? Although he couldn't confirm this with Yi Ziqi. The mere thought of such a possibility warmed his heart, causing a smile to involuntarily grace his lips. Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at Lu Yubai, her expression contemplative. That sounds somewhat plausible. But it's strange. Yi Ziqi and shouldn't have much of a relationship, right? It seems it's just one-sided infatuation. Feeling Lu Xiaoxiao's gaze, Lu Yubai felt a chill run down his spine, fearing that his deceit might be exposed at any moment. Never mind. It must be true. There's no way Lu Yubai could have deduced this by himself. He doesn't possess that kind of intellect. Lu Yubai replied, "Thank you. That assessment is rather disheartening." Lu Xiaoxiao shifted her attention away from Lu Yubai and smiled warmly at, "Don't take your father's words too much to heart. I've heard that your academic performance is exceptional, often ranking first in your class. You are quite remarkable, not at all as he described. Look, Lu Yubai has admitted his mistakes and apologized, but you are entitled to choose whether or not to forgive him. Rest assured, if he speaks ill of you behind your back again, I will certainly teach him a lesson." Lu Yubai quickly nodded in agreement, earnestly raising his hand to swear. "I promise I won't behave like that again. I won't associate with Jiang Haosen and the others anymore. If you're willing, we can be good friends. And I'll protect you, so you can walk confidently in class." Lu Yubai believed he was being quite magnanimous. However, before he could finish his sentence, he received a sharp rap on the head from Lu Xiaoxiao. "What do you mean walk confidently? Do you think you're part of a gang? Have you memorized the 24-character core socialist values? You must be kind to your classmates, understand?" Lu Yubai instinctively shrank his neck, feeling aggrieved as he hastily corrected himself.
I misspoke.
"Not walk confidently, but I swear I won't allow anyone in the class to bully you. I promise." After leaving the teacher's office today, Lu Yubai felt an inexplicable sense of awe towards Lu Xiaoxiao. He had never realized that the sister, whom he had teased since childhood, could be so reliable in crucial moments. Instead of indiscriminately blaming him, she believed in him without holding grudges and calmly came to his defense. Could this be the allure of mature adulthood? What a remarkable temperament! Moreover, it seemed that in her heart, Lu Xiaoxiao didn't see him as particularly bad. She merely regarded him as a naive little brat. Although this was not the most flattering impression, it nonetheless shifted Lu Yubai's perception of Lu Xiaoxiao in a positive direction. Upon reflection, it appears that Lu Xiaoxiao has never truly wronged him. Rather, it has always been he who has harbored animosity and rejection towards her. In light of the assistance Lu Xiaoxiao provided today, let us consider this the thawing of their relationship. The awkward young lad, Lu Yubai, mused to himself. Fan Qiran observed the interaction between the siblings with a bemused smile, tinged with a hint of envy. How wonderful it would be if Qi could be as close to him. The youth lowered his gaze, fixating on his hands, his expression tinged with melancholy. Yet, before his despondency could settle, a large, crimson apple was thrust into his palm. The stark red hue contrasted vividly against the pristine white sheets, effortlessly capturing Fan Qiran's wandering attention. Here, have an apple, little friend. A patient must consume more fruits. Lu Xiaoxiao cheerfully retracted her hand and waved casually, apologizing for the interruption before announcing their departure. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's intention to leave, Lu Yubai hesitated for a moment, then mimicked her gesture, placing a scratch-off lottery ticket into Fan Qiran's hand. This is my apology gift. Wishing you a swift recovery. Lu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow in pleasant surprise, subtly nodding in approval. Not bad, quite generous. This child shows promise. The afternoon sun filtered through the window, accompanied by the distant sound of cicadas. As shadows danced in the gentle breeze, casting flickering light, Fan Qiran leaned against the bed, clutching the apple tightly, lost in thought as he watched Lu Xiaoxiao's departing figure. It is said that the beginning of a story is always accompanied by the sound of cicadas. After sitting in silence for a while, the youth gradually lifted his hand and pressed it against his chest, where his heart raced uncontrollably. It beats so fast. Indeed, far too fast. Chapter 44. Before you leave, cook me 2 dishes. Upon returning to the Lu household, Lu Xiaoxiao refrained from disclosing her encounter with Lu Yubai's teacher to anyone, as per Lu Yubai's request to keep it confidential. That evening, Lu Shiyan sent a message, instructing Lu Xiaoxiao and Lu Jiyue to prepare for their upcoming trip to the variety show recording site in 2 days. Lu Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anticipation, rolling joyfully on her bed before aimlessly scrolling through her phone. Halfway through her browsing, her finger slipped, inadvertently clicking on WeChat, where she suddenly noticed Yunhuai's chat window. I almost forgot about this fellow. If the variety show keeps her away for at least a month, what if Yunhuai attempts to summon her during that time? With a furrowed brow, Lu Xiaoxiao deliberated and ultimately resolved to give Yunhuai a heads up about her participation in the show. Shortly after sending the message, Yunhuai responded, Lu Shiyan is really taking you on the show? In that brief line of text, Lu Xiaoxiao sensed a mix of skepticism, disdain, and indifference. What does this mean? Is he doubting her? Lu Xiaoxiao replied, exasperated, with a firm of course, and hit send. After half a minute, Yunhuai replied, well, he seems quite fond of you, taking you instead of his own sister. Lu Xiaoxiao countered, my second brother has always treated me well. Who said his sister isn't going? We're both going, all right. A fleeting glance caught her eye on a pair of shoes lying on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, she remarked, by the way, when will I return the pair of shoes I borrowed last time? Lu Xiaoxiao could tell that those shoes were quite expensive. Although she was aware that Yunhuai was not lacking in financial means, she had no desire to accept any favor from him. Seeing the shoes reminded her of the indignities she suffered during their last encounter, and thus, returning them seemed the most prudent course of action. Yunhuai replied, return them? I can't wear them, so you might as well keep them. Oh, then I shall toss them in the trash. I have no need for your belongings. At that moment, Yunhuai had just finished his bath and, feeling too lazy to dry his hair completely, merely towel-dried it. After changing into a silk pajama set, he settled onto the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying one of the most relaxing moments of the day. Upon reading Lu Xiaoxiao's message, he paused for a moment, a chuckle escaping his lips. It seemed that this individual bore grudges quite well. Moreover, with a distance between them, she had evidently gained a bolder spirit, openly challenging him. The orientation and view from Yunhuai's residence were exquisite. Gazing out into the night, the city lights sparkled like a resplendent galaxy, twinkling in the darkness. The neon glow intertwined, outlining the silhouettes of towering buildings. The headlights of vehicles on the road flowed like a river of stars, endlessly weaving through the night.
Nearby.
The river reflected the lights from the shore, shimmering beautifully, creating a scene that was both refreshing and uplifting. After admiring the view for a while, Yunhuai caught a glimpse of his own smile in the glass reflection. It was rather peculiar. Despite being offended, he found his mood inexplicably lifted. Perhaps he had simply been too bored lately. Leaning back against the leather sofa, his fingers drummed idly on the armrest. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided to send Lu Xiaoxiao a location pin. If she truly wished to return the shoes, she could find him here tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. The following afternoon, Lu Xiaoxiao arrived at the upscale apartment in the city center, as Yunhuai had directed. As she stepped into the elevator, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Lu Xiaoxiao, how long have you been on your knees that you can't even part with a pair of shoes? Rushing to deliver them? However, after this self-deprecating thought, she began to rationalize her actions. After all, before the story began, she had been merely a struggling worker earning a meager salary each month. To purchase such an expensive pair of shoes, she would have had to save for an eternity. No, back then, she would never have dared to buy such a costly item, although she was wealthier now. Having only been in this narrative for a little over half a month, Lu Xiaoxiao had not yet forgotten her humble beginnings. Upon reaching the floor Yunhuai had mentioned, she adjusted her expression to reflect the pain of parting with her money, then rang the doorbell. After a brief wait, Yunhuai opened the door leisurely. His hair was slightly tousled, and his expression bore traces of sleepiness, as though he had just awakened from a nap. Lu Xiaoxiao had no intention of lingering with him. She promptly shoved the shoebox into Yunhuai's arms and turned to leave, only to be halted by his voice calling after her. Why the rush? Have you eaten lunch? Yunhuai was actually inquiring whether she had eaten. Had he undergone a change of heart? Could it be that he wished to keep her around for a meal? Contemplating this possibility, Lu Xiaoxiao hesitated before turning back and replied, honestly, I haven't eaten. Yunhuai yawned languidly and inquired, can you cook? A sense of foreboding surged within Lu Xiaoxiao. After a brief moment of silence, she cautiously responded, not really, why? Yunhuai then stepped aside, creating a small space for her to enter, his tone light and cheerful. Perfect. Now you have the opportunity to learn. Since you're here, whip up a couple of dishes for me before you leave. Lu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be a buddy?
What kind of statement was that?
Yunhuai seemed unfazed by her reaction, striding into the room with an air of certainty that Lu Xiaoxiao would not leave. As she watched his infuriating figure, her expression fluctuated between pale and flushed. She realized she had truly underestimated Yunhuai's knack for vexing others. Had she known he could be this unreasonable, she should have feigned ignorance when he called her and made a swift escape. But amidst her frustration, a smile unexpectedly crept onto Lu Xiaoxiao's face. Suddenly, a clever idea struck her. Yunhuai wanted her to cook for him. Very well, she would do just that. She was eager to see if he could indeed appreciate her culinary efforts. The thought of witnessing the comical expression on Yunhuai's face made her grin slyly. When Yunhuai noticed Lu Xiaoxiao entering the kitchen without a hint of resistance, he was slightly taken aback. He hadn't genuinely expected her to cook for him. His remarks were primarily intended to observe her amusingly flustered reactions, or perhaps to hear some unexpected excuses. Yet, she had done none of that. Could it be that she truly knew how to cook? Yunhuai furrowed his brow, filled with doubt. Although Lu Xiaoxiao was merely the adopted daughter of the Lu family, her treatment over the years must have been quite good. She shouldn't have been expected to be adept in the kitchen, should she? He had never heard any rumors suggesting that the Lu family was harsh on their daughter. As Yunhuai pondered this, his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. He glanced at it and saw a message from Ji Cheng. Don't forget today isn't his birthday.
Yunhuai scoffed softly.
Switching to another screen with no intention of replying. He certainly hadn't forgotten that today was Chuan's birthday. In fact, he had deliberately come to this seldom-visited apartment to escape the festivities. In the years when his mother was still alive, they would celebrate Chuan's birthday together each year. After her passing, it had become a nuisance as Chuanhe would insist on visiting him every year on this day. Yunhuai had never been known for his patience, and the reason he had tolerated Chuanhe for so long was solely due to his mother's dying wish. Once, the mothers of both Chuanhe and Yunhuai had been close friends, and Chuanhe's mother had lost her life in a car accident while saving Yunhuai's mother. Due to her feelings of guilt, Ji Yunhuai's mother had always treated Cui Anha exceptionally well, regarding her as her own daughter, and even jokingly arranged a childhood betrothal between the two. Although it had initially been said in jest, Cui Anha took it to heart, becoming one of her reasons for persistently pursuing Ji Yunhuai. Later, when Ji Yunhuai's mother passed away, her last words were a plea for Ji Yunhuai to take care of Cui Anha, ensuring her a life of ease. Ji Yunhuai had always been unconventional and rebellious, showing little regard for his father, Ji Cheng, yet he held a profound respect for his mother. This respect afforded Cui Anha the audacity to act recklessly in front of Ji Yunhuai for many years. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since faced dire consequences. However, Ji Yunhuai had never possessed much patience for Cui Anha. Although he refrained from admonishing her out of respect for his mother, he had never bestowed her with amiable gestures. As for that verbal engagement, he dismissed it entirely. About an hour later, Lu Xiaoxiao completed her culinary masterpiece. The system, observing the seemingly delectable dishes, could not resist inquiring, "Host, do you truly believe these dishes will not cause someone to suffer gastrointestinal distress?" To the left lay a plate of shredded potatoes stir-fried with ginger, while to the right sat a bowl of iced Americano braised tofu. In front was honey-glazed vegetables, behind was chocolate mixed with bitter melon, and in the center was even a plate of toothpaste stir-fried eggs. Looking at the prepared dessert, it was a large serving of ice cream that appeared to be matcha, but was actually mustard. Although the system had never experienced the sensation of human dining, it could discern from the ingredients that these were indeed the infamous dark cuisines. At first glance, they seemed appealing, vibrant in color and fragrant, making it difficult to suspect the hidden horrors within until tasted. Lu Xiaoxiao chuckled ominously, saying, "I hope it does cause him distress. Each dish's flavor will ensure Ji Yunhuai remembers it for a lifetime. After all, it won't kill him. So here's to him eating to his heart's content." Listening to Lu Xiaoxiao's tone, the system felt a chill, wishing it had a physical form to shrink back in fear. My goodness, the host is truly terrifying. Her methods of torment are both ruthless and insidious. From now on, one must never provoke her. Lu Xiaoxiao proudly brought the prepared dishes to the dining table, wiping her brow with satisfaction, and joyfully called out, "Young Master Ji, I'm done.
Come and taste it."
Upon hearing her, Ji Yunhuai rose from the sofa and approached. The moment their eyes met, he noticed her unusually eager and flattering expression, as if she were eagerly anticipating his tasting of the dishes. Something was off, profoundly off. Ji Yunhuai's right eyelid twitched, sensing something amiss. However, as he glanced at the table, he perceived nothing overtly wrong aside from the homely appearance of the dishes. After surveying the table, he turned his gaze back to Lu Xiaoxiao and slowly began to speak. "You." As soon as the title was uttered, a sudden sound emanated from the entrance, followed by a chilling mechanical female voice declaring, "Fingerprint unlock successful." In the next instant, the door slammed against the wall with a resounding bang, and a woman clad in a crimson dress strode in with a frigid expression. Her imposing demeanor was that of a fierce deity, yet her voice trembled with an unmistakable hint of tears as she exclaimed, "Ji Yunhuai, today is my birthday. Have you truly forgotten?" Her disappointment was palpable. "I am genuinely disheartened. My mother is no longer with us, and there is no one at home to celebrate my birthday with me. Are you really going to treat me with such indifference?" Cui Anha fixed her gaze intently on the man before her, her grievances escalating with every word, tears welling up and cascading down her cheeks. She was undeniably beautiful, exuding a vibrant allure, and her tears would soften the heart of any ordinary man. Yet Ji Yunhuai was far from ordinary. He clicked his tongue in irritation and turned away to evade her gaze, replying in a detached tone, "I have not forgotten. I already arranged for a gift to be sent to you. Merely sending a gift is insufficient. You are well aware that I long for your company." Cui Anha stomped her foot in frustration, tears flowing more fiercely. "Last year, you accompanied me to watch the fireworks. If I hadn't sought you out today, would you have hidden away until tomorrow?" He had no intention of merely waiting until tomorrow. If it were up to him, he would prefer to avoid her for a lifetime. As Ji Yunhuai contemplated this, his agitation grew. Just as he prepared to speak, a faint sound caught his attention. In such a tense atmosphere, even the slightest noise was magnified, and both he and Cui Anha instinctively turned their gazes toward the source. There stood Lu Xiaoxiao, who had attempted to retreat to the kitchen to escape the escalating conflict, but had inadvertently kicked the leg of a stool. "Oh no, not only has my retreat failed, but I have now become the eye of the storm." It was only then that the furious Cui Anha noticed the presence of a third person in the room, a rather attractive woman, no less. Her sobs faltered as she incredulously pointed at Yunhuai. Not only do you neglect to celebrate my birthday, but you also dare to spend this day in the company of another woman behind my back. After confronting Yunhuai, Cui Onha turned her ire upon Lu Xiaoxiao, demanding, who permitted you to entice brother Yunhuai?
Speak.
How long have you been together? This, she realized, was only her third encounter with Yunhuai. Caught inexplicably in the midst of their quarrel, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a rush of heat. She recognized this to be the same woman who had quarreled with Yunhuai at the previous engagement banquet hosted by Lu Jiyue. However, she was still uncertain about the nature of their relationship. Regrettably, despite her previous vow to investigate Yunhuai's background for the purpose of retaliation, her limited points had been squandered on other matters, and she had yet to take any action. The original text provided little insight into Yunhuai's side stories, leaving Lu Xiaoxiao with a blank slate regarding this woman. However, witnessing the other's accusatory stance and Yunhuai's unusual tolerance toward her, Lu Xiaoxiao reasonably suspected that an emotional undercurrent existed between them that had not been explicitly stated. With this realization, she saw an opportunity to extricate herself from the situation. Chapter 46. The young master hasn't smiled like this in a long time. Having thought this through, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately clasped her hands in front of her abdomen, donning a perfectly composed professional smile. She bowed slightly to Cui Onha and said, Miss, you have misunderstood. I am merely a part-time cook hired by the young master. And this feast has been prepared specifically for your birthday celebration. Yunhuai was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to the seemingly earnest Lu Xiaoxiao, perplexed by her unexpected performance. Today, she wore no makeup and her attire was simply a casual top and trousers. Standing there with a modest demeanor, her claim of being a part-time worker seemed rather credible. Cui Onha's anger diminished slightly as she scrutinized Lu Xiaoxiao with a blend of skepticism and curiosity, asking, Is that true? With an unwavering smile, Lu Xiaoxiao fabricated a response. Of course it is true. The young master originally intended to surprise you, which is why he planned to inform you later. Who would have thought you would come here on your own? Look at these dishes, they are still steaming, just served. Please, miss, do not misunderstand the young master. Out of anger, seeing this woman getting more animated, Yunhuai chuckled softly, lowering his eyelids, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Who prompted you to say all this? While he did not mind observing Lu Xiaoxiao tease Cui Onha, he would prefer not to be inadvertently included in this farce. Lu Xiaoxiao cast a glance at Yunhuai, feigning ignorance of his insinuation, and continued addressing Cui Onha. Oh dear, miss, it's been so long since the young master has smiled like this. Upon uttering those words, Lu Xiaoxiao nearly broke into laughter herself. To maintain her composure, she quickly recalled all the sorrowful moments she had encountered in her life. To be frank, during her days of indulging in tales of affluent families, Lu Xiaoxiao had envied not the heroines, but rather the auxiliary characters, the house staff. Their roles were minimal, yet when the storyline necessitated, they would emerge to utter lines such as the young master hasn't smiled like this in ages. Or this is the first time the young master has brought a woman home, allowing them to collect exorbitant wages with ease. Who could understand? This was, without a doubt, her dream job. While Lu Xiaoxiao reveled in her performance, Yunhuai stood by, utterly speechless, his lips twitching in disbelief. What nonsense was she spouting? Was he genuinely laughing just now? It was quite the stretch. Yet, from another perspective, Lu Xiaoxiao's cleverness was undeniable. Had she not provided such a rationale, Yunhuai would have found himself troubled with how to manage the increasingly distressed Cui Onha. Having been entangled with Cui Onha for quite some time, Yunhuai was well aware of how difficult she could be. If he spoke harshly, she would instantly dissolve into tears or erupt in a frantic outburst. However, if his tone softened even slightly, she would immediately seize the opportunity to push her advantage. In more extreme scenarios, Cui Onha could resort to desperate measures to compel him into submission. Under normal circumstances, it might be manageable, but due to his mother's insistence, Yunhuai found himself unable to rebuke or strike her, rendering him utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Over time, Yunhuai became increasingly accustomed to avoiding contact with Cui Onha. As for how this woman had deduced his presence here today, he could only chalk it up to misfortune. Cui Onha glanced at Lu Xiaoxiao's flawless smile and then at the lavish spread before them, her suspicions gradually dissipating. She wiped her tears and, with a hesitant gaze, turned to Yunhuai, seeking confirmation. Brother Yunhuai, is it truly as she said? Although Yunhuai was at a loss for words, Exposing Lu Xiaoxiao's deception at this moment would undoubtedly lead to complications for himself. He preferred amusement over trouble. He raised his right hand, fingers rubbing the back of his neck, avoiding eye contact with Cui Anha, and merely responded with a non-committal grunt, though it was but a single syllable. It sufficed as affirmation. Instantly, Cui Anha's tears turned to joy as she stepped forward, grasping Ji Yunhuai's sleeve. Then, brother Yunhuai, let us dine together now. Ji Yunhuai discreetly exerted force to free his arm from her grasp, casually slipping his hand into his trouser pocket, and nodded slightly with an inscrutable expression. Witnessing Ji Yunhuai play along with her narrative, Lu Xiaoxiao revealed a triumphant smile. She bowed respectfully to the two, concealing her expression, and said, "Please enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave and not impose any further." In a buoyant mood, Cui Anha found Lu Xiaoxiao quite agreeable, and without waiting for Ji Yunhuai to speak, she nodded decisively. "Yes, you may go, brother Yunhuai, and I will remain here." Grateful for Ji Yunhuai's attentiveness, she eagerly anticipated a shared world with him. Furthermore, subconsciously, she felt that all beautiful girls her age posed a threat to her, naturally wishing for Lu Xiaoxiao to vacate Ji Yunhuai's vicinity. "Very well. Wishing you both a delightful meal." Lu Xiaoxiao cheerfully retreated to the door, swiftly changing her shoes and exiting with a sense of urgency. Since Cui Anha had taken the initiative to speak, Ji Yunhuai felt it inappropriate to keep her, watching helplessly as Lu Xiaoxiao slipped away. Never mind. There would be ample opportunities to address this later. "Brother Yunhuai, why aren't you eating?" Upon hearing Cui Anha's inquiry, Ji Yunhuai picked up his chopsticks and placed a few strands of potato into his mouth. After chewing absent-mindedly for a moment, he sensed something was amiss. Was that a spicy flavor of ginger? Although his mind had grasped the situation, his body's reaction was quicker. He instinctively swallowed the dish. Ji Yunhuai's expression darkened considerably. Simultaneously, Cui Anha, having tasted a piece of tofu, spat it out immediately. "What is this strange taste? It feels as if this tofu has been soaked in ash water. It's utterly inedible." Ji Yunhuai took a deep breath and said, "Try something else." He paused with his chopsticks suspended in the air for a moment, ultimately selecting the plate of scrambled eggs that appeared the most palatable. The instant the eggs touched his tongue, a refreshing and subtly sweet flavor enveloped his palate. Ji Yunhuai squinted his eyes, realizing the peculiar situation at hand. That woman had added toothpaste to the egg. Cui Anha stared for a while, deciding to suppress the strange taste with a couple of bites of dessert. She scooped a generous spoonful of matcha ice cream into her mouth, only to be met with the spicy sting of mustard that brought tears to her eyes. Stunned for a couple of seconds, she burst into tears, exclaiming, "Ji Yunhuai, you have truly gone too far. You deliberately concocted this dark cuisine to torment me. It would have been better if you had simply admitted that you didn't want to celebrate my birthday with me. This is utterly outrageous. I despise you." With that, Cui Anha slammed the spoon onto the table and dashed out. As the door slammed shut with a resounding bang, Ji Yunhuai, who had inadvertently taken the blame for Lu Xiaoxiao and had been subjected to Cui Anha's tirade, felt his expression darken gradually, tinged with a hint of coldness. The man ground his teeth in frustration, a bitter smile forming on his lips. He spat out the offending egg, elegantly wiped his mouth, and began to silently recite the name of the instigator in his mind. "Lu Xiaoxiao, you have truly outdone yourself." Chapter 47. Longing to return to the primitive jungle. Tomorrow marks the official recording of the survival variety show set on a deserted island, and the official promotional Weibo post had barely been released when discussions across the internet erupted. "Ah, it's my husband, Lu Shurian. I can finally see you on a variety show. Quick, look at the list of participants. It's the first time I've learned that the esteemed actor Lu has a sister. He never shares details about his family, and now he's bringing his sister on a variety show? I can't wait. Hee did the haters see? Our Shurian's guest is his biological sister. Not some random fling, no more rumors. Wow, there are so many people with the surname Lu on the list. Is Lu Jiyue Lu Shurian's sister? Are you blind?" Lu Shurian clearly stated in his retweet that Lu Xiaoxiao is his sister. As for Lu Jiyue, she is the daughter of the Lu family from the capital, recently found. You don't remember the grand reunion banquet held by the Lu family? Oh, now I remember. I wonder if this young lady can endure the hardships of survival on a deserted island. Hey, I heard she had a tough life before being found. She might be the most resilient one among them. Ah, and the female guest also includes Bai Xinyan. Did she have a gap in her schedule? I remember Bai Xinyan and Lu Shurian worked together in a drama. They were quite the on-screen couple. Now they are both on the same variety show. Let me indulge in a little shipper fantasy, hee hee. Hey, don't ship them randomly. Our Shiryan never liked publicity. Let's support him in his solo brilliance. After glancing through the participant list, Lu Xiaoxiao felt no particular surprise. Aside from the one relatively inconsequential guest spot she had taken over from the original text, the rest of the guests were just as she had expected. What did catch her off guard was the sudden change in the recording format from pre-recorded to live. According to Lu Shiryan, it appears that an unexpectedly affluent investor has emerged, doubling the funding for the program on the condition that it be transformed into a live broadcast. While this may seem a minor request at first glance, its implications for the guests are substantial. If pre-recorded, many unsatisfactory moments could be edited out later. Though the show is framed as a survival in the wilderness, once the cameras stop rolling, the director would not impose undue hardship on the participants. The scarcity of resources would only be portrayed on screen. Once the cameras are off, they can indulge in provisions without truly experiencing hunger or discomfort. However, with the switch to a live format, the opportunities for deception diminish significantly. Guests must not only maintain their personas in front of the camera at all times, but also endure greater hardships. As Lu Xiaoxiao knows, among this group of guests, there are indeed a few who are less resilient. It remains unclear who the sudden investor intends to challenge. Nevertheless, she personally embraces this change, believing that authenticity is what makes survival on a deserted island truly captivating. She is positively eager to return to the primeval jungle. Well, if there happens to be a jungle on the deserted island. Before departing from the Lu family residence for the recording location, Lu Yubai escorted Lu Jiuyue from the villa to the car. Although he typically exhibits a carefree demeanor, he now admonished Lu Jiuyue earnestly. Sister, the weather is turning cooler, so be sure to keep warm on the island. Wear more layers at night. If you feel unwell, inform the staff immediately. And don't forget, there will certainly be many mosquitoes on the island. Who knows what wild beasts might be lurking. Please prioritize your safety, sister. As Lu Yubai's expression grew more anxious with each warning, his eyes suddenly lit up as he glanced at the seemingly relaxed Lu Xiaoxiao, pointing at her. If you encounter any wild beasts, just run to her. She will surely know what to do. Lu Xiaoxiao remained expressionless as she shot Lu Yubai a sidelong glance, letting out a derisive laugh. What's this? Jiue's life matters, but mine does not? It seems you're feeling rather cheeky. Lu Yubai's gaze flickered, and he softened his tone in a feeble attempt to placate her. Lu Xiaoxiao, you have plenty of clever ideas. I just think you're impressive. Is that so? Why aren't you calling me sister today? Lu Yubai's ears turned slightly red as he retorted. Last time was a special circumstance. I never agreed to always call you sister. It flows more naturally to just use names. Lu Jiuyue, intrigued by the riddle between the two, interjected with a question. What last time? Sister, Yubai, what happened between you? Lu Yubai was taken aback and quickly shot a glance at Lu Xiaoxiao. But she, with a cheerful smile, seamlessly continued. The last time, well, it's a long story. It involves Lu Yu. Before she could finish uttering Lu Yubai's name, he sprang forward, covering her mouth with his hand. Sister.
Xiaoxiao.
I'll call you. Just let it go. He called out to the others, and then, with a sheepish smile, turned to Lu Jiuyue, saying, last time, it was just a minor incident. Nothing worth discussing. Sister Jiuyue, you needn't be so curious. Although Lu Yubai had great trust in Lu Jiuyue, he deemed it prudent that fewer people were aware of the matter. Moreover, there was no need to spread such an embarrassing piece of history far and wide. To prevent Lu Jiuyue from probing further, Lu Yubai quickly urged her into the car. All right. You all should hurry and leave. We don't have much time. Lu Shiryan had already taken his seat in the passenger side, fastening his seatbelt and waving at Lu Yubai. You should head back too. There's no need to worry. I'll take good care of your two sisters. With that, they were off. The driver complied, pressing the accelerator as the vehicle departed from Beishan Villa, soon disappearing from view. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaoxiao, Lu Baichen stood by the second-floor window, lips pressed together, watching the group leave, his expression inscrutable. It would be a month before he could see his sister again. Until then, he had no one to converse with. The location for the survival variety show was meticulously chosen, with the island sprawling endlessly. Gazing into the distance, one could see the undulating mountains, their deep green silhouettes merging with the azure sky, painting a magnificent tableau. The mountains were shrouded in mist, as if donning a delicate veil, while at their base, dense jungles stretched down to the seashore, harmonizing beautifully with the sandy beach and the ocean, like a picturesque poem. The sea breeze caressed gently, bringing a refreshing coolness intertwined with the salty tang of the ocean. Here, there was no clamor or opulence of the city. No traces of human activity, only the most primal and pure beauty and tranquility of nature, concealing countless unknowns and challenges awaiting the guests to explore and conquer. By the time Lu Xiaoxiao and her companions set foot on the island, it was already evening. The program would officially commence the following day, and at that moment, the director gathered everyone together, smiling as he spoke. Among our guests this time, we have both industry insiders and individuals from various other professions. To facilitate smooth filming later on, let us take the evening to get acquainted. Chapter 48. The Lu family's cabbage is not something anyone can easily access. There's not much to get to know, right? Everyone here should already be familiar with our Xinyan Jia. As for the esteemed actor Lu, no one would find him unfamiliar either. Director, why not let those newcomers get to know each other instead? Xinyan Jia still needs to attend to her skincare, so I shall excuse myself. As soon as the director finished speaking, a voice retorted back. Lu Xiaoxiao turned to see that it was a girl with a bun hairstyle. This girl was Bai Xinyan's assistant, and it was clear that her audacious attitude was likely sanctioned by Bai Xinyan herself. Behind the bun-headed girl, a woman draped in a long gown languidly admired her manicured nails. This woman was Bai Xinyan, her lustrous, flowing hair cascading like black satin over her slender yet perfectly proportioned shoulders, swaying gently with her movements. Her features were exquisite, and her lips, tinted a vibrant hue, resembled the petals of a blooming rose, plump and dewy. Yet, the corners of her mouth, which typically curved upwards in a sweet smile before the camera, now remained straight and even slightly downturned, unmistakably revealing her impatience. The woman possessed a tall and slender figure, elegantly accentuated by a pale pink dress that highlighted her form exquisitely. Her delicate waist was barely graspable, and her long, proportionate legs peeked enticingly from beneath the hem of her dress, standing there like a living artwork. Several male guests were rendered momentarily speechless merely by casting a glance in her direction. However, this picturesque ambience was shattered the moment Bai Xinyan spoke. You all heard that, right? The assistant's implication is the same as mine. My time is precious, and I have no inclination to waste it getting to know you. By tomorrow, during the recording of the show, we shall naturally become acquainted. The director frowned slightly, perturbed by her demeanor. Yet, recalling the substantial backing Bai Xinyan had, he refrained from reprimanding her too harshly, gently suggesting, in that case, Miss Bai, perhaps you should return to rest. Bai Xinyan, unbothered by the director's authority, turned and strode towards the nearby van. However, as she passed by Lu Shiyan, she paused momentarily, offering him a sweet smile. It's wonderful to see you again, Emperor Lu. I am thrilled to have the opportunity to collaborate with you once more. Lu Shiyan reciprocated with his characteristic smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing you, Miss Bai, brings me equal joy. Though aware that his words were mere politeness, Bai Xinyan could not suppress the broadening of her smile before she continued on her way. Behind her, the dismissed contestants exchanged awkward glances, one of them whispering, "Why is her personality so different from what we read online? She's acting like a diva," before we even started. Before the statement could be completed, another person interjected, "Sure, keep it down. We signed a confidentiality agreement. We mustn't speak out, not even after the show wraps up." Lu Xiaoxiao, observing the encounter, could not help but curl her lip in disdain. "Brother, you're too accommodating. No wonder she dares to flirt with you, thinking you have a high status. Humph, but with me here, she should abandon that notion. Our family's treasures are not so easily won." Lu Xiaoxiao had a vivid impression of Bai Xinyan. She was a rising star in the industry, known for her sweet image and remarkable acting skills, yet still significantly trailing behind the top-tier celebrities, which fueled her desire for greater heights. Bai Xinyan's vanity led her to employ various means to enhance her fame and popularity. Throughout the recording process, she fixated on Lu Shiyan's immense popularity and influence, persistently seeking to cultivate a closer connection with him for more attention. To this end, she deliberately orchestrated intimate interactions with Lu Shiyan during various tasks, even resorting to undermining other guests to elevate herself. Though she possessed an exceedingly irksome personality, her ethereal beauty garnered her a legion of devoted fans. Many labeled her as innocent and naive, and even when she occasionally made socially awkward comments, her supporters would defend her, claiming she was merely being genuine. A woman of unfiltered candor, held no regard for the persona that Bai Xinyan had meticulously constructed. She loathed hypocrisy above all else, Even the most ethereal beauty could not elicit an ounce of affection from her. Upon hearing his sister metaphorically liken herself to a cabbage, Lu Shiyan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, he had grown accustomed to concealing his emotions and mastering the art of conversation, adapting his words to suit his audience. His earlier declaration of joy to Bai Xinyan was merely pleasantries. After all, he was acquainted with the influential figures behind her, and he felt obliged to extend a modicum of courtesy, devoid of genuine sentiment. In contrast to Bai Xinyan's overtly opportunistic intentions, he found his sister's thoughts far more enigmatic. Were it not for the advent of mind-reading abilities, a rather unfair advantage, Lu Shiyan might have remained oblivious to the vibrant and spirited nature concealed beneath Lu Xiaoxiao's understated and gentle facade. Listening to Lu Xiaoxiao's inner musings, Lu Jiyue appeared contemplative. Had that woman truly harbored feelings for her second brother? She had utterly failed to perceive it. Nevertheless, she trusted her sister's insights implicitly. Her sister possessed an extraordinary acuity that rendered her nearly omniscient. Lu Jiyue was eager to inquire how Lu Xiaoxiao discerned Bai Xinyan's intentions, yet, constrained by her brother's desire for anonymity, she had to continue acting as a stranger to Lu Xiaoxiao, even refraining from standing too close, lest they arouse suspicion. With a sigh, Lu Jiyue felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. How dull, indeed. She resolved to devise a means to engage in open conversation with her sister. Lost in thought, Lu Jiyue was jolted from her reverie when someone beside her gently patted her shoulder. She looked up to find a bright-eyed youth adorned with a sprinkling of freckles, which, far from detracting from his attractiveness, imparted a charming warmth to his demeanor. Beneath his thick brows, his luminous eyes sparkled like a clear lake, and when he smiled, they narrowed into crescent moons. Noticing Lu Jiyue's attention, he withdrew his hand and greeted her with a friendly demeanor.
Hi.
I know you. You are the esteemed daughter of the Lu family, correct?
Yes.
Lu Jiyue initially hesitated, then returned his friendly smile. Is there something you need? The boy replied cheerfully. Well, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qin Zishuan, known online as Xuanshuanzi, a somewhat well-known gaming streamer. I wanted to get to know you better. Lu Jiyue, who rarely played games or watched gaming streams, had no recollection of him, so she nodded, somewhat bewildered. I see. It's nice to meet you. My name is Lu Jiyue. Yes, I know your name is Lu Jiyue. Qin Zishuan said, stepping closer and lowering his voice conspiratorially. Sister, would you like to form an alliance?
En alliance?
Lu Jiyue echoed, slightly confused, struggling to grasp Qin Zishuan's meaning. Why would we need to form an alliance? Due to the proximity of the youth. The distance between the two has far exceeded what would be considered appropriate for a first meeting. However, Lu Jiyue, inherently oblivious to such social cues, remains unaware of any impropriety. She exhibits no instinctive retreat, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qin Zishuan's eyes, revealing a genuine curiosity beneath. Qin Zishuan's eyes roamed over Lu Jiyue's face, as if assessing the authenticity of her confusion. After a few moments, his already radiant smile brightened even more. The young man leaned back slightly, creating a bit more space between them, and then made a gesture of helplessness, exclaiming, Sister, you are so innocent. With so many of us here, what is the point of merely collaborating for survival on this deserted island?
Yes, you.
The director will surely design competitive factions for dramatic effect. I see you standing here alone. You must not be familiar with the others, right? In that case, how about we form an alliance in advance? He continued, surviving on a deserted island isn't easy. And some of the more arduous tasks are not suited for a girl like you. If we ally, I can handle those for you. Upon finishing his proposition, Qin Zishuan cast Lu Jiyue a look brimming with anticipation. Lu Jiyue regarded him for a considerable time, her expression suggesting she was taking him seriously. Only for her to divert the focus of the conversation when she spoke. Wait, did you just call me sister? Qin Zishuan was momentarily taken aback, then, with a playful arch of his brows, explained, Yes, I'm only 19. A year younger than you. I watched the live stream of the Lu family's recognition banquet, so I know your age.
Oh?
You're that young? Lu Jiyue responded, slightly surprised, for the young man before her appeared far more mature than Lu Yubai, both in demeanor and stature. She had assumed he would be older. Is my sister looking down on me? That's rather heartbreaking. Qin Zishuan dramatically placed his hands over his heart, feigning injury from her words. Seeing him in such a state, Lu Jiyue was about to offer words of comfort when he swiftly reverted to a cheerful demeanor. I'm just joking. I'm not so easily upset. Though I may be younger, rest assured, I am a responsible adult. When challenges arise, you can count on me. Truly. Qin Zixuan raised his right hand in a gesture of solemnity, his eyes alight with sincerity as he looked at Lu Jiyue. So, what do you think? Have you made up your mind? Would you consider forming an alliance with me? Listening to his enticing words, Lu Jiyue hesitated. She found Qin Zixuan's speculation regarding the competitive factions quite plausible. Had she truly come to the program alone, she might have been swayed to agree to an alliance immediately. However, her elder brother and sister were still present. If factions were to be formed, she certainly could not stand against them. Unable to make a hasty decision, she hesitated for a moment before resolutely shaking her head at Qin Zixuan. Thank you for your invitation, but what you just said is mere speculation. I shall wait until the program begins to make my plans. Sigh. Very well, I merely offered a suggestion. Despite the rejection, Qin Zixuan's smile remained intact, though his eyes betrayed a hint of regret. However, should you change your mind in the future, feel free to approach me at any time. He stepped back 2 paces, restoring a more appropriate distance, his gaze towards Lu Jiyue laden with significance. I believe that we share a special connection, dear sister. Should you express your desire, I shall undoubtedly be the first to choose you as my companion. Indeed. Lu Jiyue held a favorable impression of Qin Zixuan and did not wish to foster animosity. If a division of alliances were necessary, I would certainly consider you first. Splendid. Your words bring me great comfort. Today, having arrived on the island, everyone is quite fatigued. Let us rest well for now. After bidding farewell to Lu Jiyue, Qin Zixuan refrained from lingering, turning away towards his tent. As Lu Jiyue watched the young man walk away, he stretched lazily with one hand, a subtle crack emanating from his bones as he displayed a pensive expression. Aha! When the coast is clear, I shall inform my sister of the conversation between myself and Qin Zixuan. Due to Bai Xinyan's antics disrupting the director's arrangements, the planned self-introduction segment fell by the wayside. However, Lu Xiaoxiao, already familiar with several guests, was indifferent to their introductions. That evening, each guest was assigned a dedicated tent, furnished with high-quality sleeping bags, offering a rather pleasant experience within. After tomorrow, such luxurious accommodations would no longer be available. Lu Xiaoxiao snugly wrapped herself in her sleeping bag and closed her eyes. Yet, mere seconds later, recalling Lu Jiyue's remarks about Qin Zixuan's insinuations before sleep, she abruptly opened her eyes. Wait a moment. That little rascal is clearly attempting to entice Lu Jiyue. Suddenly, she remembered that in the original narrative, Qin Zixuan had been rumored to have an affair with Lu Jiyue for a time. Lacking any formidable background, his presence on this show was purely fortuitous. If Lu Xiaoxiao recalled correctly, his intentions were not driven by the allure of fame or generous compensation. His objective was unmistakably to align himself with a wealthy heiress. All talk of alliances and cooperation was merely a ruse. He was undoubtedly drawn to Lu Jiyue's identity as the daughter of the Lu family. Earlier, amidst the flurry of activity as people busied themselves setting up tents, she had almost failed to grasp the situation. Now, upon reflection, he was blatantly attempting to undermine her right before her eyes. Lu Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, a murderous intent brewing within her. Just as she began to contemplate the myriad ways Qin Zixuan might meet his demise, the system within her mind unexpectedly chimed in. Host, I have received new information from the higher-ups. Are you available to listen? Chapter 50. Strive to go mad, then dazzle everyone. Lu Xiaoxiao found the system particularly adept at choosing its moments. It always seemed to convey crucial news in the dead of night. What is it? Did we not agree last time? Please do not tell me it has changed its mind. Lu Xiaoxiao closed her eyes once more, her tone distracted. The system, exasperated, reasoned with her. How can this be considered a change of mind when I never agreed to let you run amok? This is not merely your own interpretation, is it? All right, so what has been conveyed this time? Is it good news or bad news? It likely cannot be deemed favorable. The higher-ups have stated that, in light of the unknown, you are especially permitted to advance the plot according to your understanding. However, periodically, they will assess the vitality index of this world as a criterion for evaluating the success of your mission. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxiao immediately brightened. Who says this news is unfavorable? This is splendid news. It seems they have finally exercised some judgment. Host, do not interrupt me. I have yet to finish. The system continued. The higher-ups also mentioned that if the assessment data falls short, your mission will be terminated prematurely. Lu Xiaoxiao was puzzled. What does this mean? Does termination imply that I can return home directly? The system replied, "No. Termination means you will simply perish. Only through the successful completion of your mission can you return home, dear." Lu Xiaoxiao's expression grew somewhat serious as she inquired, "So, when is the next data assessment?" The system responded, "After the conclusion of this survival variety show on the deserted island." How can one meet the assessment standards? The system hesitated. There is no precedent for such situations, and the higher-ups have not specified any concrete criteria. Lu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, ready to vent her frustrations. The system hastily reassured her. "However, I believe it should be to make the show as captivating as possible. I have faith that you can achieve this. Keep it up." "Oh, please don't take it out on me. I hold no authority. I am utterly innocent." Lu Xiaoxiao understood that scolding the system would be futile. Once she calmed down, she began to contemplate in her mind. The simplest way to enhance the show's appeal would be to adopt a conspicuous persona. Yet such an approach would irrevocably compromise her delicate, tea-like image. Lu Xiaoxiao sighed internally and forced herself to sleep. First, she needed to replenish her energy. Tomorrow, she would strive to astonish everyone. The following morning at 7 o'clock, the survival program on the deserted island commenced punctually. Within mere seconds, the number of online viewers surged at a terrifying pace. Shiryan, my darling, I have arrived. I have finally awaited your arrival. Thankfully, I did not give up. This camera is utterly uncooperative. Can we please get more close-up shots of our esteemed Lu? What is so special about the ordinary folk? Xinyan, ah. You are such a beautiful darling. Did you all see how close Xinyan is standing to Lu? I'm shipping them and feeling the sweetness. With a barrage of comments in a frenzy, the narrator began reciting the opening lines of the show. Challenge the limits. Survival on a deserted island. The guests will be divided into two groups and cast away to a mysterious, uninhabited island, devoid of resources and assistance. Everything begins from scratch. They will confront scorching beaches and dense jungles, wielding their wisdom and courage to face the relentless trials of the sun, wind, rain, injury, and hunger. Here, you will witness their ingenuity in building shelters, the arduous quest for water and food, the power of teamwork, and the ultimate breaking of personal will.
Now,
allow me to formally introduce our guests. First, Lu Shiryan, our illustrious Lu. Lu Shiryan smiled at the camera, and the barrage of comments exploded, fans screaming and gushing over his looks. The second individual, the renowned actress, Bai Xinyan. Unlike her previous audacious demeanor, she exhibited impeccable expression management before the camera. Her smile radiating sweetness as she blew a kiss toward the lens while being introduced by the commentator. The goddess just kissed me. She kissed me, help. The one upstairs, please. She was clearly kissing me. I was struck by my sister's beauty. The third individual, the overseas photographer Yi Xinglan, and the fourth, the Dr. Xiao Chen, were introduced next. The commentator continued, but as the subsequent individuals were ordinary citizens lacking a fan base, the discussions in the comments gradually dwindled. When the Dr. Xiao Chen made his entrance, his handsome features did capture some attention. The man possessed a tall and upright stature, clad in simple outdoor attire that exuded a sense of cleanliness and neatness. His short, jet-black hair appeared sharp and spirited. His face bore defined contours with strong lines, a prominent nose adorned with black-rimmed glasses, and deep-set eyes that conveyed calmness and wisdom. His lips were somewhat thin, their taut lines imparting an impression of steadfastness. His complexion, slightly pale, indicative of long hours spent indoors, added an air of introspection to his demeanor. As the commentator introduced him, the man did not acknowledge the camera, not even offering a nod, exhibiting an extreme indifference. Such an attitude swiftly incited dissatisfaction among certain viewers. What else with him? An ordinary person acting so high and mighty. It's a bit too arrogant, don't you think? I don't like him. Exactly. Even the esteemed actor Lu greets us warmly. Who does he think he is? Not even a smile. A few scattered comments floated by, suggesting that some found the man familiar, as if they had seen him before, but these were quickly overshadowed by other comments and vanished. The camera did not linger on Xiao Chen for long, swiftly moving on to the next individual. The ninth individual, the sister of the esteemed actor Lu Xiaoxiao. The commentator passionately announced Lu Xiaoxiao's name, and the audience erupted almost immediately. Where is she? I want to see what my husband's sister looks like. However, when the camera shifted, it only captured an empty space. The netizens flooded with question marks, demanding to know why they were shown nothing but air. while both the commentator and the cameraman stood bewildered, puzzled by the sudden disappearance of Lu Xiaoxiao, who had been standing there moments ago. This was a live broadcast. How could such an error occur? The commentator, flustered, repeatedly called out Lu Xiaoxiao's name, while the cameraman frantically scanned the area, yet found no trace of her. Just as the crowd descended into chaos, a clear female voice rang from a nearby tree. "What are you looking for?" "I'm right here." Everyone immediately looked up to see a girl perched atop a tall branch, swinging her legs and casually holding a half-eaten banana, her demeanor utterly relaxed. The commentator was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "Miss Lu, how did you climb up there?" Chapter 51. There's no need to truly revert to ancestral traits. Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at him innocently and replied, "Because I wanted to eat a banana. Since you hadn't introduced me yet, I took the opportunity to climb up and pick one." The commentator sighed in exasperation. "Well, can you come down now?" Lu Xiaoxiao looked down at the crowd, falling into a moment of silence. After a while, she said, "Not really." The commentator, puzzled, inquired, "Why not?" "Because I'm not full," Lu Xiaoxiao stated earnestly, while her thoughts were completely different. "Oh no, how do I delicately convey that I have a fear of heights? Help! I intended to make a grand entrance, but this tree is taller than I anticipated. How embarrassing." Hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's inner voice, Lu Jiyue felt a twinge of concern and was about to suggest that someone assist her sister, when Bai Xinyan erupted in laughter beside her. This was simply too amusing. Our little Xiaoxiao had arrived on the deserted island as if she had returned home, utterly adorable. However, this was a live broadcast, and everyone was waiting for her, so perhaps it was best to refrain from further antics. Her words, ostensibly playful, subtly mocked Lu Xiaoxiao's juvenile behavior. Upon hearing this, Bai Xinyan's fans immediately began to disparage Lu Xiaoxiao in the comments. "This ordinary girl is no match for our Xinyan. Just look at how graceful Xinyan is, radiating the aura of a mature older sister. Lu Yingdi's sister is so unruly. Everyone else is standing calmly, yet she alone has climbed a tree. If Xinyan and Lu Yingdi were to become a couple, she would be Lu Xiaoxiao's sister-in-law, and it would be perfectly reasonable to teach her some decorum." Exactly. Isn't this wasting everyone's time? Does she think being Lu Shurian's sister gives her the right to act entitled? Lu Yingdi is so humble. How could he have such a spoiled sister? Unlike our Xinyan, who is gentle and caring towards everyone. Seeing Bai Xinyan's fans inexplicably disparaging Lu Xiaoxiao, many fans of Lu Shurian felt displeased and began to counter the comments. Can the fans of a certain second-tier actress stop trying to ride on our brother's coattails? They only acted together in one drama. Does she really think he would notice her? We will protect our own. The brother's sister is my sister too. What's wrong with the little girl wanting to eat a banana? Kids love to eat, and her brother hasn't said anything, so why do you? Please. This is a survival show on a deserted island. Some people wouldn't still want to maintain their little fairy persona, would they? I find the innocence and sincerity of the sister quite refreshing. I hope someone can keep their persona intact during the next 30 days on the island. Although the comments were in disarray, the guests present were entirely unaware of the situation. Upon learning that Lu Xiaoxiao was reluctant to come down due to her fear, Lu Shurian stepped forward, standing beneath the tree and extending his arms. "Xiaoxiao, jump down. I'll catch you." The man tilted his head back, offering Lu Xiaoxiao a gentle smile. As the sea breeze tousled his hair and the golden sunlight flickered through his locks, creating a scene as beautiful as a romantic drama. The fans of Lu Shurian have once again gone into a frenzy, disregarding their banter with Bai Xinyan supporters. The screen was suddenly overwhelmed with a flurry of exclamations. Who understands? Lu the movie emperor is truly so gentle. He seems like a sister con. How envious. I also wish to leap into Lu the movie emperor's embrace. I want to be his little sister. If he dotes on his sister like this, he must be equally kind to his girlfriend. I can already envision the daily life of being in a relationship with him. However, facing Lu Shurian's embrace, the enviously overwhelmed Lu Xiaoxiao resolutely shook her head. "It's all right, brother. I can come down myself." Since she had already become the center of attention, she decided to fully embrace it. With that, Lu Xiaoxiao seized a nearby vine and, with a powerful leap, soared down from the tree to the ground, performing a 360-degree somersault to dissipate the impact before standing upright. Lu Shurian's outstretched hands had yet to retract when he witnessed his sister's stable landing beside him. Everyone stared at Lu Xiaoxiao in astonishment, leaving the comments section momentarily blank. The proficiency and decisiveness of her actions left them in awe. The manner and poise she displayed were akin to that of a wild monkey. Momentlete. The viewers began to respond with a flurry of laughter. Did she just fly over?
It seems so, right?
What an abstract little sister. I adore her. Did she really swing over so gracefully? No way. Sister, do you still care about your image? Is there no one in this world you cherish anymore?
Sister.
Heed your elders' advice. Though we are on a deserted island, we will eventually return to human society. There is no need to truly regress. Who understands? I just burst into laughter. Has my sister been possessed by a monkey spirit? This is the first time I've seen Lu the movie Emperor display such a bewildered expression. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Watching this has awakened a desire in me to return to the primal jungle as a wild person. I too wish to eat the bananas picked by my sister. At this moment, although Lu Xiaoxiao appeared quite composed, her legs were trembling with fear. In truth, she had prepared herself mentally for this daring act, closing her eyes and summoning her courage to leap down. The feeling of being grounded is truly wonderful. Oh, Mother Earth, I adore you. Last night, Lu Xiaoxiao contemplated what persona would be most captivating. However, today, she suddenly felt that her previous path had narrowed. Who said one must embody a human persona?
Could she not be a monkey?
Attention-grabbing indeed. As soon as she landed and steadied herself, Lu Xiaoxiao promptly sought feedback from the system. Upon learning that her recent antics were generating significant discussion in the live stream, a secretive smile crept upon her lips.
Indeed.
Contemporary netizens delight in the abstract. If that is the case, she shall abandon her humanity, just as she reveled in her successful strategy. Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly heard a mocking male voice. I truly cannot comprehend. You are a young lady, clearly quite beautiful, yet your behavior is anything but ladylike. What men often find most intolerable are women like you. Be wary, for you may find it difficult to marry in the future. Humph. Such an aggressive display of superficial masculinity. Lu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow and cast her gaze towards the source of the remark. The one who had spoken derisively was a male guest present, named Lin Alphon. Lu Xiaoxiao recalled that this individual was a once famous internet celebrity, notorious even before his decline. She speculated that the director had invited Lin Alphon to participate in the program to introduce a more complex dynamic among the guests, in hopes of igniting greater sparks of interaction. Chapter 52. The world is unjust because I am not just. Lin Alphon possessed an unremarkable physique, his hair evidently neglected, carelessly falling across his forehead. He was clad in the most ordinary of casual attire, devoid of any sense of fashion. His face bore no distinctive features. His countenance was rather mundane, with small eyes that shimmered with an inexplicable air of confidence, as though he believed himself to be the center of the universe. In the narrative, Lin Alphon had briefly attracted some attention due to his sharp tongue, yet now, in the eyes of the public, he appeared as just another ordinary individual, indistinguishable from any other commoner. However, Lin Alphon himself seemed utterly oblivious to this fact, holding his head high, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, exuding an air of arrogance, as if he were still that much-admired internet star, ever ready to unleash his biting words upon others. Noticing Lin Alphon's scrutinizing gaze upon her, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a cold amusement within her. Just as she was about to retort, she heard Lu Jiyue speak up before her. But uncle, this sister is at least beautiful. Even if she isn't ladylike, there will still be those who like her. However, you are not handsome at all, and your behavior is certainly not gentlemanly. How will you ever find a wife like this? The girl's eyes sparkled with sincerity as she regarded Lin Alphon, her tone friendly yet laced with soft barbs, effectively returning his words to him. Lu Jiyue was generally not one to seek conflict, often choosing to endure even when others offended her. However, this time, the affront was not directed at her, but at her beloved sister. This was intolerable, absolutely intolerable. Lin Alphon, caught off guard by Lu Jiyue's bright yet pointed address of uncle, felt a pang of indignation rise within him, his expression shifting to one of anger. Do you have any manners? I'm only 30. Why call me uncle? Moreover, I was merely offering her a reminder for her own good. Lu Xiaoxiao felt a wave of relief wash over her as she listened to Lu Jiyue confront him, her surprise quickly morphing into a subtle smile. Oh, look at our little white flower, beginning to show her thorns. Not bad at all, making progress. Though your attack could use a bit more force. No matter, sister will cover for you. Upon hearing her sister praise her in her thoughts, Lu Jiyue's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, a wave of delight washing over her. His sister said she was making progress. This signified that she was doing splendidly. What pleased her most was that she had now engaged in conversation with her sister in front of everyone. This would make future attempts to converse with her sister feel less contrived. Lu Yunhuai was still reveling in her little thoughts when Lu Xiaoxiao leisurely spoke up. Alas. Dear sister, you are mistaken. What does it matter if one cannot find a wife? He still has his right hand. Following this, Lu Xiaoxiao scrutinized Lin Alfan with a discerning gaze and added, however, judging by your physique and appearance, you seem rather frail. Rather than fretting over the marriage prospects of unfamiliar women, perhaps you should seek some remedies to bolster your vitality. Upon hearing these words, Lin Alfan's face grew increasingly green with anger. Just as he was about to retort, he noticed Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly adopting a look of realization and continued, Oh, my apologies. I almost forgot that I once read a curious fact. Men of shorter stature are generally less endowed. So, you might as well not waste your efforts. Lin Shiyan, upon hearing this, interjected, Where on earth did you come across such nonsensical trivia? Is there any scientific basis for this? He furrowed his brow, a hint of contemplation crossing his features. Was it merely an illusion? It felt as though Lu Xiaoxiao had transformed since he last awoke. Although he was already privy to his sister's true nature, he had never before witnessed her candidly express her innermost thoughts. Perhaps she was genuinely provoked this time. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments from the audience in the live chat applauded Lu Xiaoxiao's remarks. I can't breathe from laughter. Though the words are crude, there's truth in them. Still, sister, that was a bit too much. Wow, what an utterly disgusting average male. Sister, you are my internet spokesperson. I can't even bother to criticize. Lu Xiaoxiao is Lu Shiyan's sister. How could she ever worry about not getting married? And who said women must marry anyway? Does this man have any sense? Some of you women are just too sensitive. I don't think he said anything wrong. Besides, he didn't even resort to personal attacks. I find Lu Xiaoxiao's words far more outrageous for insulting a man's dignity. This is hilarious. I guess the gender of the commenter above in just 0.0000001 seconds. Many of you might not know him. He's a washed-up internet celebrity. He used to have this style during his live streams, and his fanbase was mostly male. He thrives on female insults for attention. Is he trying to make a comeback through this variety show? How did such a person even get selected for this show? I heard some female star was rejected on the grounds of having a scandal, yet this person has scandals too? The mystery is solved. The world is unfair to us because we are not public. As the audience clamored in the chat, the camera captured a furious Lin Alfan, who, in his indignation, raised his fist, seemingly ready to strike Lu Xiaoxiao. However, just as he showed signs of aggression, his wrist was seized by Lin Shiyan. Maintaining a composed smile, Lin Shiyan's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness as he remarked, My sister has the heart of a child and speaks without a filter. I hope Mr. Lin can show her some understanding. Lin Alfan secretly harbored a disdain for Lu Shiyan, believing that his multitude of admirers was solely due to his handsome visage, devoid of any real talent. If he, Lin Alfan, were bestowed with such a face, he was certain he could garner the same level of fame as Lu Shiyan. Initially, Lin Alfan assumed that Lu Shiyan's slender frame indicated a lack of strength, yet when he struggled vigorously to free himself and found it futile, he was taken aback. Lowering his voice in response, How old is your sister? How can you still shamelessly claim to speak with childlike innocence? Never mind. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Noticing Lin Alfan's averted gaze, Lu Shiyan finally released his hold, merely gazing at him with a silent smile. After all, they were in front of the cameras, and it would not do to create a scene that was too unbecoming. The commentator, sensing the tension, internally lamented the director's choice of such a troublesome guest while hastily intervening. All right, it was merely a few jesting remarks. Dear guests, let's not take it too seriously. Before we commence, allow me to introduce the other rules. Chapter 53. Will you draw, or will you not? With the commentator's elucidation, the participants learned that, in addition to the fundamental survival challenges, they were also assigned various tasks. The program would span 30 days, during which 5 male and 5 female guests would draw lots to form 2 teams. These teams would be the pirate team and the hero team, each undertaking distinct role-playing assignments, akin to an immersive, competitive murder mystery game. The narrative unfolded in medieval Europe, where a queen had heard tales of a hidden treasure belonging to a dragon on a remote, uninhabited island. She summoned the bravest warriors from her kingdom to embark on a quest to find it. After several days of sailing, the warriors finally reached the fabled island, only to encounter a band of pirates who frequently roamed the area on the eve of their landing. A conflict ensued, leading to a fierce exchange of cannon fire that damaged their vessel, ultimately leaving them marooned on the desolate isle. Despite their inability to communicate with the outside world, the pirates' allies would return to the region in 30 days, at which point they could escape together. However, one pirate discovered a scroll belonging to the warriors and learned of their quest for the treasure, prompting him to contest the warriors for it. Bound by the Queen's decree, the warriors could only return home upon completing their mission, necessitating that they locate the treasure before the pirates' comrades arrived, thus escaping the island. As the rules concluded, the scenario appeared to resemble a conventional factional contest. Concurrently, a staff member, holding a box of lots, approached each guest in succession, facilitating their draw of identity slips. Once all had drawn their lots and before they could unveil their slips, the commentator interjected, "You may believe that with collective effort, your objectives can be achieved. However, is the situation truly as straightforward as you envision?" The commentator fixed his gaze on the camera, his expression inscrutable, deliberately pausing for an extended moment to heighten the suspense. Even the most nefarious pirate may one day find their heart swayed towards righteousness. Within the ranks of the pirate crew, one member grew weary of the tumultuous existence and yearned to become a respectable citizen of the Queen's castle. Thus, he clandestinely allied himself with the warriors. Yet, even among the Queen's meticulously chosen champions, not all were paragons of virtue. One warrior, reluctant to surrender the treasures he had discovered to the royal treasury, sought to aid the pirates and share in their plunder, ultimately choosing to betray the castle and the Queen. These two traitors must not only assist their newfound faction in attaining victory, but also diligently conceal their identities from their former comrades. Only by ensuring these two conditions could they achieve triumph. Hence, all must exercise caution and discern whether their teammates are genuine allies.
Now,
Let us all unfold our notes and confirm our identities. Lu Xiaoxiao had been frowning since the moment she heard the rules, for the original narrative did not encompass such role-playing elements. It appeared that the format change had altered the program's content as well. Nevertheless, since she was already here, she resolved to adapt. After all, she had grown accustomed to acting since entering the story, and incorporating an additional layer of performance would not pose much difficulty. Ideally, she would draw an ordinary identity to avoid the daily trepidation of guarding against others, making any attempts at mischief far more convenient. Besides, with only a 1 in 5 chance, it should not be so easy to draw the traitor role, should it? As Lu Xiaoxiao silently prayed not to become a traitor, she gradually unfolded her note. Upon reading the words pirate crew traitor, her heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally sank. How delightful. It seemed her fate was to live as a double agent for all eternity. I can't take this anymore. What atrocious luck. Do you even know how to draw properly? It's either being coerced into playing the villain or being forced to be a traitor. Am I never to be a good person? Whatever. I didn't particularly want to be a pirate anyway. A pirate traitor it is. Round it off, and it's still somewhat righteous. Meanwhile, Lu Jiaoyue drew the warrior identity. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's string of complaints, she realized that she and her sister were not in the same faction. Lu Jiaoyue held no strong preference between being a pirate or a warrior. Her only desire was to be in the same camp as her siblings. Alas, her misfortune had betrayed her. Just as Lu Jiaoyue wallowed in her disappointment, she heard the exuberant voice of Qin Zixuan from behind. Wow, what a coincidence. Sister, we are both in the warrior camp. Logically, such identity notes were not meant to be shared with anyone other than oneself. Had it been someone else, they might have found Qin Zixuan's indiscreet curiosity rather irksome. Yet Lu Jiaoyue was evidently oblivious to this nuance. Distraught over her draw, she had little room for anything else. And now, with her head drooping, she responded with a lackluster tone. Oh, yes, what a coincidence. That's rather good. Noticing Lu Jiaoyue's dismal expression, Qin Zixuan waved his hand in front of her eyes, his tone filled with concern. What's wrong? Are you unhappy, sister? You seem to be gazing in Lu Xiaoxiao's direction. Do you care about her?
No.
Not at all. Lu Jiaoyue was taken aback upon hearing the name Lu Xiaoxiao from Qin Zixuan's lips, fearing that he might uncover the subtle connection she shared with her sister. In her denial, she shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum. However, after a few exaggerated motions, she reconsidered, realizing that such ostentation was unwarranted. After all, she would inevitably wish to converse with Lu Xiaoxiao later. Perhaps allowing others to perceive her fondness for her sister was not entirely objectionable? With this thought in mind, she glanced again at Qin Zixuan, whose expression was clearly one of skepticism, and hesitated before altering her response. All right, you caught me. I do find Sister Xiaoxiao, Quite interesting. Moreover, her recent descent from the tree was quite impressive. I must admit, I am eager to learn from her. In short, I am keen to befriend her. Upon hearing Lu Jiyue's excuse, Qin Zixuan fell into a moment of contemplation. Was she referring to Lu Xiaoxiao's recent acrobatic tumble?
But what was so admirable about that?
Hadn't she just stood up with her nose covered in dust? So, the young lady of the Lu family had a penchant for such antics? Qin Zixuan began to doubt his previous analyses regarding Lu Jiyue's preferences. He studied his thoughts, maintaining a smile on his face, and, like a magician, opened his palm to reveal a strawberry candy, offering it to Lu Jiyue. All right, although I am unaware of what troubles your sister, I hope to see you without that frown. Here, have a piece of candy to brighten your spirits. The staff will soon confiscate our belongings. So, if you don't indulge now, it may be a long while before you can enjoy anything else. Chapter 54. Brother, why is there something dirty here? Lu Jiyue was momentarily stunned, then unconsciously curved her brows into a smile. Thank you for cheering me up. I am truly delighted to be on the same side as you. She accepted the candy with both hands, her eyes sparkling with joy. When I discover something delicious in the future, I will share it with you first. As the innocent protagonist of the original narrative, Lu Jiyue had always possessed this nature. Regardless of the circumstances, she would respond positively to others' kindness. She remained oblivious to any ulterior motives directed at her, nor did she need to discern them. For there would always be someone shielding her from the storms of life, someone who would ponder her preferences and present her with precious offerings. When Qin Zixuan withdrew his hand, he was momentarily dazzled by her smile, his expression becoming somewhat dazed. The clarity in her gaze laid bare some of his baser thoughts. In a flurry, he averted his eyes, feeling that his attempts to please Lu Jiyue were progressing too smoothly for comfort. This was not how it was supposed to be. He felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, just as a flicker of doubt emerged, Qin Zixuan suddenly regained his composure. Digging his nails into the flesh of his palm, shadows darkening his eyes. No, this was wrong. Why should he feel guilt? It was she who was naive and willingly ensnared. He had done nothing amiss. His intentions were rather explicit from the very outset. His approach to Lu Jiyue was merely to extract something beneficial from her. Given such a premise, it would be nonsensical to exploit someone while simultaneously jeopardizing oneself. If that were the case, he would indeed appear a grand fool. In a moment of emotional disarray, Qin Zixuan found himself in a gloomy mood and lost interest in conversing further with Lu Jiyue. All right, I shall remember that, sister. I will first check on our camp to see who else is present, and I will return to play with you shortly. He feigned a casual demeanor, seamlessly transitioning to engage with another guest. Once the young man departed, Lu Jiyue delicately placed a strawberry candy in her mouth, and in an instant, the sweet flavor burst upon her palate, the fragrance of strawberries enveloping her senses and offering a delightful feast for her taste buds. Her spirits lifted, her eyes glimmered brighter. Warmed by this sudden sweetness, and she unilaterally bestowed a good person card upon Qin Zixuan. Wow, this is delectable. Qin Zixuan is indeed a wonderful person. At that moment, Lu Shiyan had just finished perusing the contents of his identity card when he caught sight of a figure approaching. With a composed demeanor, he discreetly crumpled the card within his palm and turned to Bai Xinyan, who had somehow gravitated toward him. He inquired gently, "What is it? Do you require something, Miss Bai?" Bai Xinyan smiled softly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and replied in a gentle tone. "I merely wish to inquire about the camp of the illustrious Luingdi. Would it be convenient for you to disclose that information?" Lu Shiyan offered a slight smile in response, stating, "I drew the warrior. There is no inconvenience in sharing this. The director will have everyone reveal their roles shortly, as we will need to form teams for our activities."
Oh.
"It seems that fate has intertwined our paths, for I too have drawn the warrior," Bai Xinyan exclaimed, her lovely eyes widening in surprise, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Lu Shiyan. With her hands clasped behind her back, she leaned in closer to Lu Shiyan, playfully posing a question with a hint of laughter. "Shiyan, you wouldn't happen to be a traitor, would you? If such a role were to fall into the hands of our esteemed Luingdi, the game would surely become exceedingly difficult to win." As the distance between them diminished, the fans of both individuals began to express their excitement in the comments. Luingdi and Xinyan are sharing the screen. What are you waiting for? Quick, screenshot this. They are both stunning, a perfect balance of beauty and charm. As a visual enthusiast, I absolutely adore this pairing. Bai Xinyan is breathtaking. That smile carries a hint of flirtation. If I were to draw the traitor and be interrogated by her, I would simply concede and let her win. What an adorable height difference. Xinyan looks so petite, perfectly suited to be embraced by Lu Yingdi. She just called him Shiryan. The atmosphere is so flirtatious. I have new video material to edit. By the way, could it be that Lu Yingdi is truly an undercover agent? The production team should have shown us everyone's identity cards for a god's eye view. Now we can only guess. Guessing is what makes it interesting. But I genuinely believe Lu Yingdi could very well be the undercover agent. If that were the case, wouldn't he lead his teammates to utter defeat? In a quiet corner, I must ask, does anyone else feel that Qin Zixuan and Lu Jiyue also have a delightful chemistry? Qin Zixuan's recent trick of conjuring candy has charmed me immensely. Lu Shiryan, noticing by Xinyan's deliberate proximity, did not shy away. His gaze remained unperturbed, still imbued with a gentle smile, as he skillfully deflected her inquiry. Miss Bai, you think too highly of me. If the traitor were indeed you, the fellow guests would surely find themselves in a rather precarious position. After all, Miss Bai is a remarkably talented actress, and her exceptional skills are evident to all. It seems that the esteemed Lu, the film emperor, holds me in such high regard. I must admit, I am somewhat flattered. Although Bai Xinyan could not extract much information, her expression bore no trace of regret, for she had never intended to elicit secrets. In truth, she was indifferent to the outcomes of the show. Her primary goal was to forge a connection with Lu Shiryan, as the advantages this relationship could yield within the industry far surpassed the meager gains of participating in this niche variety program. She had even secured her spot in this show by displacing another actress, after pleading with her benefactor for quite some time. Having invested so much, she would not be content unless she could leverage enough of Lu Shiryan's star power for her own benefit. With this thought in mind, Bai Xinyan rose on her toes, affectionately reaching for Lu Shiryan's hair, explaining, "Hold still for a moment. There's a leaf atop your head that I shall remove." Just as her fingers were about to make contact, a sudden hand interjected, interrupting her. Bai Xinyan's smile faltered as she followed the hand to see Lu Xiaoxiao's beaming face. This unexpected girl, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, was now playfully twirling the leaf by its stem, as if delighting in her newfound toy. "Oh, dear brother. What a filthy thing you have here. Good thing I've removed it for you." Lu Xiaoxiao linked her arm with Lu Shiryan's, her free hand continuing to spin the leaf before casually discarding it onto the ground. Once this act was completed, Lu Xiaoxiao turned her attention to Bai Xinyan, as if just noticing her presence, and with a smile, remarked, "Ah, it's Sister Xinyan. You seem to care for my brother quite a lot. What's this? Do you wish to be my sister-in-law?" Chapter 55. Do not underestimate the bonds between us. Bai Xinyan was momentarily taken aback by Lu Xiaoxiao's words, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. Although certain matters were understood among them, it was rather inappropriate for a normal person to state them so bluntly.
Now,
with Lu Xiaoxiao's inquiry, any response she could muster would surely lead to discomfort. While she sought to stir public interest in her association with Lu Shiryan, his own demeanor showed no resistance, yet here was his sister, unexpectedly complicating matters. Feeling a twinge of irritation, Bai Xinyan could only force a polite smile, replying,
how could that be?
"Your brother possesses an undeniable charisma. Anyone who has collaborated with him would naturally wish to befriend him." In the brief exchange, an undercurrent of tension began to permeate the atmosphere. Lu Shiryan, wishing to avoid further conflict between his sister and others, recalled that Lu Xiaoxiao had just quarreled with Lin Aofan. If she were to clash with Bai Xinyan as well, it would surely invite scrutiny from online observers. He mused that it would be unwise to establish a reputation for controversy at such an early stage in her career. In the early days of Lu Shiryan's career, he faced considerable hardships while concealing his true identity and background. He had long since come to understand the bitterness prevalent among people online, and as a result, over the years he became accustomed to suppressing his emotions, welcoming everyone with a smile, and always leaving a margin in his words and actions. The pitfalls he had once encountered were lessons he hoped his sister would not have to endure. With this thought in mind, Lu Shiryan gently patted Lu Xiaoxiao on the shoulder and seamlessly shifted the topic of conversation. "Xiaoxiao, which faction did you draw?" "I drew the pirates," Lu Xiaoxiao replied. A look of regret crossed Lu Shiryan's face. "It seems that during the show, we will be on opposing sides." Lu Xiaoxiao sighed and shook her head. "What a pity. But brother, even if my opponent is you, I won't go easy on you. That's the spirit. Playing a game with full effort is the least one can do to respect their opponent. You must strive to win against me," Lu Shiryan said. his eyes sparkling with amusement as he winked at her. Then, with a hint of playfulness, he asked, "But you wouldn't happen to be a spy, would you?" "Of course not. How could that be?" During her time in this world, Lu Xiaoxiao had honed her skills in deception to perfection. Her expression was flawless as she answered with unwavering conviction. Yet, her inner thoughts told a different story.
Huh?
"You didn't see this coming, did you? I would never reveal that I'm a spy for the pirate team. But don't worry, brother, with my assistance, your warrior team is bound to win." Lu Shiyan replied, "Understood. My sister is a traitor." He stifled a laugh and noticed Bai Xinyan, who appeared somewhat awkward, prompting him to draw her into the conversation.
"Well,
"Since you are just an ordinary pirate, Miss Bai, and I cannot chat with you for long." Bai Xinyan, grateful for Lu Shiyan's intervention, quickly chimed in, "Yes, Xiaoxiao. You should hurry and join your pirate team. Don't keep your true teammates waiting." Forced to leave, Lu Xiaoxiao pouted in resignation, inwardly grumbling, "How infuriating. You are my true teammates. Do not underestimate the bond we share." However, she couldn't shake off the displeasure at the thought of helping Bai Xinyan secure victory in the game. Letting her win, and allowing her to ride on my second brother's coattails? It seemed she's getting all the good fortune. She hoped fervently that Bai Xinyan had drawn the identity of a traitor for the warrior team. Otherwise, she would be quite upset. Amidst Lu Xiaoxiao's internal musings, Lu Shiyan found it difficult to maintain his composure, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Do not underestimate the bond we share?" Had this girl been indulging in too much anime? His instinctive attempt to conceal his amusement caused him to avert his gaze from Lu Xiaoxiao, a small gesture that the fans in the comments section interpreted in myriad ways. Lu the Film Emperor smiled. He smiled. It must be because of Xinyan. Of course. He even deliberately threw a topic to Xinyan. He remembers not to neglect her even when talking to his sister. How thoughtful. I perceive that the words spoken by the esteemed actor Lu signify a delineation of boundaries. Upon witnessing his sister's doubts regarding Xianyan, he promptly asserted his allegiance to Xianyan, expressing his profound affection for her. It is truly exasperating. Some fans are utterly besotted, scrutinizing every detail with a magnifying glass. Can't the illustrious actor Lu simply smile at the lush greenery beneath his feet? When he smiles, he isn't even casting a glance in the direction of your beloved sister, is he?
indeed.
It is well known that Shi Yan possesses remarkable emotional intelligence within the industry, always granting a modicum of respect to everyone he encounters. To harbor such fantasies is truly a sign of hunger. I remain resolute in my beliefs. What I cherish is undeniably authentic. Anyone who dares to contradict me merely reveals themselves as a delusional admirer of the actor Lu. Not far away, the director has begun to call everyone to assemble, and the crowd promptly moves without delay. The final roster of teams is as follows. Pirate Team: Lu Xiaoxiao, Yi Xinglan, Lin Ao Fan, Su Miaohan.
Shao Yichen. Wadio Tim. Lu Xiaowe. Lu Shizan. Bai Xinzan. Ginzi Suan. Lan Zuolin.
Upon discovering that Lu Jiaoyu is also on the warrior team, Lu Xiaoxiao's displeasure diminishes somewhat. Viewed from this perspective, they can somewhat be considered part of the same faction. However, she remains curious about the identity of the undercover agent on the opposing side. Given Lu Shiyan's commendable acting skills, he is rather difficult to discern. Thus, Lu Xiaoxiao maintains a cautious stance. As for Lu Jiaoyu, the Na'vi child has her thoughts plainly written across her face, and the absence of any anxious expression allows for her exclusion from suspicion. The remaining three individuals, however, are still enigmas to her, making it challenging to ascertain their true natures. Without resorting to any underhanded tactics to cheat the system, it appears unlikely that she will swiftly deduce the identity of the infiltrator. Therefore, in the initial stages, it is imperative that she does not reveal her true stance too quickly. Who knows who among them is friend or foe? As soon as the personnel were confirmed, Lin Ao Fen shot a disdainful glance at Lu Xiaoxiao and muttered a curse before striding towards the farthest corner from her. Lu Xiaoxiao is unfazed by his overt antagonism. After all, she has no desire to be near Lin Ao Fan. Meanwhile, Yi Xinglan, concerned for her feelings, quickly spoke up to offer consolation. "Xiaoxiao, do not be upset. After all, we are teammates. Let's endure this verbal altercation." For everyone is aware that he is in the wrong. Among the guests present, Yi Xinglan, having reached the age of 30, belongs to the more mature category. Dressed in a simple yet elegant dark-hued outfit, his facial features are sharply defined, and his deep-set eyes exude a profound maturity and steadiness. When he speaks, his tone is calm and measured, imbued with a reassuring strength that emanates warmth and consideration. Chapter 56, What of it? She desires both. In the original narrative, Yi Xinglan serves as the captain of one of the teams. With a righteous worldview and exceptional practical skills, he is adept at mediating conflicts and thus enjoys considerable popularity. Lu Xiaoxiao holds a favorable impression of him. Hence, although she does not fully endorse the notion of tolerating teammates, she chooses to oblige him, offering a radiant smile in return. Understood? Thank you, Brother Yi. The commentator clapped his hands and addressed the crowd. Before we engage in free action, both teams must send forth a representative to partake in a game of rock, paper, scissors. The victorious team will be granted the first clue regarding the rare treasure of the world. Upon receiving the clue, one may choose to share it with teammates or keep it to oneself. If there is any suspicion regarding a potential undercover agent, one may opt not to reveal it to them. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began to prepare for action. On the pirate team, Lu Xiaoxiao was the first to raise her hand, exclaiming, Me. I excel at rock, paper, scissors. Allow me to take this on. As the pirate undercover agent, her victory or defeat bore little consequence. Winning would provide an opportunity to share the clue with the opposing team, while losing would effectively deliver vital information to the hero's hands. Either way, it was a win-win situation. Even if the opposing party sent out a hero undercover, to avoid arousing suspicion on the very first day, they would likely choose to share the clue as well. Yi Xinglan had no objections to sending Lu Xiaoxiao, smiling as she nodded in her direction, then let Xiaoxiao go. Good luck. Faced with Yi Xinglan's trusting and expectant gaze, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a pang of insecurity. After all, her luck was often rather poor. Yet, she thought, bad luck was not her fault. Meanwhile, the hero's team eagerly recommended Lu Shiyan to take the stage. But Lu Shiyan merely smiled and waved his hand in refusal. My luck has always been average. It would be better for someone else to go. In truth, his refusal stemmed primarily from the knowledge that the opposing team had sent Lu Xiaoxiao. Once he heard his sister's sentiments, the outcome of this so-called game of chance would solely depend on him, an act that could be deemed as cheating and rather uninteresting. After Lu Shiyan declined, the remaining members hesitated, uncertain whether to step forward for fear of responsibility for a loss or suspicion over their eagerness for the opportunity. Qin Zishuan tilted his head, observing the group for a few moments before suggesting, Is no one willing to step up? How about we choose by pointing? Without waiting for response, the youth raised his hand and began to point into the air, speaking with great enthusiasm, pointing to select, whoever is chosen shall take the stage. As he spoke, his voice grew slower, and at the final word, his elegant finger came to rest right in front of Lu Jiyue's forehead. Lu Jiyue, momentarily taken aback, made a cute sound of surprise, completely unprepared for this task to fall upon her. Meanwhile, Qin Zishuan gently nudged her back, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Wow. Quite the stroke of luck, sister. Hurry along. Thus, Lu Jiyue found herself pushed toward Lu Xiaoxiao, awkwardly tugging at the hem of her skirt as she tentatively asked, So? Shall we begin now? Originally, being on opposing sides as sisters was already quite challenging. Now, she was to compete against her sister. What to do? Should she win or should she lose? Lu Xiaoxiao smiled faintly and nodded, not displaying any particular closeness, treating her as one would a new acquaintance. Yes, let us begin. What should I choose for the first round? Rock seems appropriate. Listening to Lu Xiaoxiao's thoughts, Lu Jiyue marveled at her sister's acting skills while instinctively choosing scissors. Indeed, she still wished to see her sister win. When Lu Xiaoxiao emerged victorious in the first round, she couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, this shouldn't be the case. As the child of fortune in this world, Lu Jiyue shouldn't have such dismal luck, right? I was fully prepared to lose. Lu Jiyue felt a sudden panic, realizing that her sister wished to see her triumph, and promptly altered her strategy, winning the second round with utmost sincerity. As they approached the third round, Lu Xiaoxiao decided to play rock. Just as Lu Jiyue prepared to follow suit with scissors, she overheard her sister's inner thoughts. No, it seems better if I win. Although Lu Jiyue certainly isn't an undercover, her affable nature means she would immediately share her victory with everyone. However, if it were me, I could easily be obstinate and deny them the satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiyue hastily retracted her two fingers poised for scissors, resolutely transforming them into a fist. The outcome was clear, and the commentator swiftly announced the result. Lu Xiaoxiao from the pirate team had won 2 out of 3 rounds. The clues belonged entirely to Lu Xiaoxiao. When Lu Xiaoxiao grasped the slip of paper containing the clues, she felt a bit dazed. Had she truly won so effortlessly? Was it really that simple? Could it be that Lu Jiyue had let her win? That seemed improbable. Lu Jiuyue was hardly a mind reader. How could she predict each of her moves? There was simply no room for leniency in this game. Thus, only one possibility remained. Her luck had indeed improved. Oh heavens! You have finally smiled upon me. Please let me win the next time I buy a scratch-off ticket. As long as my fortune remains this favorable, I would gladly drive luxury cars and reside in grand mansions every day. Lu Jiuyue was amused by Lu Xiaoxiao's greedy aspirations, unable to suppress a chuckle. However, before her smile could fully blossom, it was abruptly interrupted by a stern female voice. How could she laugh so joyfully after losing the clue? What did that imply? Lu Jiuyue was taken aback and looked up to see another female contestant from the hero team, aside from herself and Bai Xinyan, Lan Roland. Lan Roland, a model renowned within the industry as an ice queen, was in her 20s, tall and poised, resembling a walking clothes hanger. Her sleek, short hair carried a natural curve, exuding professionalism. With a delicate face, her elongated eyes were slightly upturned, radiating seriousness and sharpness. Below her prominent nose, her tightly pressed lips conveyed a sense of sternness, with every gesture emanating an air of aloof elegance. Presently, her gaze toward Lu Jiuyue was rife with discontent and criticism, as if Lu Jiuyue's laughter was an egregious offense. I'm sorry, I wasn't laughing at that, my apologies. Although Lu Jiuyue could not fathom why the other would be incensed over such triviality, she was keen to avoid being disliked and instinctively offered an apology. Lan Roland scoffed, crossing her arms defiantly, her tones somewhat confrontational. If you're not laughing at this, then what could possibly amuse you? It's rather suspicious how delighted you are after losing. You wouldn't happen to be an undercover, would you? Lu Jiuyue was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing as she quickly retorted, I'm not. I truly am not. Chapter 57. These two are not meant to clash. Lan Roland's expression was clearly one of disbelief. What kind of traitor would openly confess to their treachery? I find you very suspicious. Lu Jiuyue was not adept at arguing with others, and for a moment, she fell silent, her expression turning to one of grievance. At that moment, Qin Zixuan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her and spoke on her behalf. I firmly believe she is not an undercover agent, and considering this is merely the first day, how could one discern anything so quickly? If we take Sister Lan Roland's perspective, then even a simple smile could be construed as a reason to suspect someone. In that case, I find it quite dubious for the first person to point fingers at others. Hearing his words, Lan Roland was momentarily taken aback, and subsequently fell silent. Her expression, one of displeasure. Lu Jiuyue tugged at Qin Zixuan's sleeve, her voice filled with gratitude. Thank you. Qin Zixuan gently patted her hand in reassurance, offering her a radiant smile that showcased his adorable canine teeth. No need for thanks. As I've already mentioned, I intend to ally with you, sister. And I shall always stand by your side. Lu Jiuyue was moved by the trust the young man exhibited, and a sincere smile graced her face. Meanwhile, Lu Shiyan observed their interaction with a furrowed brow. Had it not been for Qin Zixuan's preemptive intervention, he too would have stepped in to defend Lu Jiuyue. Watching Qin Zixuan's hand brush against hers left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable, yet he found himself lacking the grounds to voice his concerns. He couldn't shake the feeling that the boy was not as sunny as he appeared. However, on second thought, considering they were on the same team, it was unlikely anything untoward would transpire under his watchful gaze. In the live chat, the audience's opinions shifted like the wind, with some noting Lu Shiyan's expression and beginning to speculate.
Did you see that?
The look Lu Yingdi gave Qin Zixuan seemed a bit displeased. Is it because he touched Lu Jiuyue's hand?
Ha ha ha, it does seem that way.
I find it more entertaining than Bai Xinyan. By the way, does anyone else find Lu Jiuyue's beauty captivating? She is simply too sweet. Sweet girls save the world. Come on. Lu Yingdi merely glanced at Lu Jiuyue. How could that be misinterpreted? They have just met, after all. But I genuinely feel that Qin Zixuan and Lu Jiuyue have wonderful chemistry. The combination of a sweet, naive girl and a sunny boy has won my heart. I've even thought of a name for them. Xianyue. I'm baffled. How is it that everyone perceives this survival show as a romance variety show? 23333333. But honestly, does anyone else feel that Lu Yingdi and Lu Jiuyue bear a striking resemblance? Their smiles are quite similar. At that moment, Lu Yubai, who was watching the variety show live from the Lu residence, nearly choked on the cola he had just sipped upon reading the chat. How could they not look alike? They're siblings. It's absurd to ship them. While Lu Yubai knew the truth, he was unable to voice it. feeling a bit stifled. He suddenly remembered his friend Fan Xiran, who was known for his discretion, and quickly dialed his number to vent. Let me tell you something, but don't share it with anyone. My brother and sister are on a variety show together, and the viewers have no idea they are siblings. They're saying they look like a couple, and it's absolutely hilarious. Lu Yubai was quite gregarious by nature. And thanks to Lu Xiaoxiao's encouragement and the resolution of misunderstandings, he had quickly become good friends with Fan Xiran, and they began to share everything with one another. Fan Xiran usually held no interest in variety shows, yet upon hearing Lu Yubai mention his sister, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Is it your sister Xiaoxiao, who came to the hospital with you last time? Lu Yubai paused for a moment before clarifying no. I have another sister whom I adore immensely.
Oh.
Upon realizing that it was unrelated to Lu Xiaoxiao, Fan Chiron's interest waned instantly, his tone growing indifferent. I still have homework to do, so you go ahead and enjoy the show without me.
Hey.
Why does your mind only dwell on studying? Lu Yubai replied with a hint of exasperation, adding, but actually, Lu Xiaoxiao is there too, I just hadn't mentioned it yet. Really? Fan Chiron's eyes brightened at the other end of the line as he pressed on, what's the name of the show? I want to check it out. It's called Survival on a Deserted Island, and it just premiered not long ago. If you want to watch, I can share the link with you. Lu Yubai was delighted to share, having longed for someone to discuss it with. However, he suddenly sensed that Fan Chiron's demeanor was somewhat off. Wait a minute. Didn't you say you had homework? Why the sudden interest in watching? Fan Xiran felt a wave of anxiety wash over him at this suspicious inquiry. Fearing that Lu Yubai might see through his thoughts, he endeavored to keep his tone casual. It's important to balance work and leisure, and since you brought it up, you must want me to watch, right? He deftly shifted the responsibility back onto Lu Yubai, who, blissfully unaware of any underlying tension, agreed, that's true. You definitely shouldn't bury yourself in studying all day. With the awkward moment brushed aside, Fan Xiran sighed in relief and entered the live stream. The barrage of comments on the screen was dazzling, and observing the chaotic interactions among the participants, Fan Xiran hesitantly inquired, is it common for such variety shows to encourage pairing? Lu Yubai replied casually, yeah, it's quite popular. Anyone who joins these shows often ends up being paired up. You'll get used to it. I see. Fan Xiran murmured, his emotions somewhat conflicted, as he began searching for Lu Xiaoxiao amidst the crowd. On the screen, Lu Xiaoxiao had just returned to her team after collecting clues. Lin Alphon reached out for her findings, but Lu Xiaoxiao took a step back, evading his hand, and exclaimed, no way. What if you're the mole? Lin Alphon shot her a glare and retorted, what do you want then? Are you planning to keep it all to yourself? Where's your spirit of teamwork? Lu Xiaoxiao responded defiantly, of course. I need to observe for a while before deciding whom to share with. The staff have already told me I have that right. Do you have any objections? Lin Alphon, unwilling to engage in a verbal dispute, darkened his expression and reached out to snatch the clues. Yexinglin, quick on her feet, shielded Lu Xiaoxiao, then attempted to mediate. It's normal for Xiaoxiao to have reservations. It's not just about you. Let us give her some time. You're not even related to her, so why are you defending her? Lin Alphon retracted his hand, his displeasure evident, speaking in a more sarcastic tone. Women have it easy, with just a hint of beauty. They can not only earn money effortlessly, but also receive protection from others. I, as a man, can only envy such privileges. Chapter 58. Simple Banter, Ultimate Enjoyment. Who says you cannot feel envious? Do not belittle yourself, dear uncle. Lu Xiaoxiao peeked out from behind Yu Xinglan, her innocent smile juxtaposed with her audacious remarks. Men can sell their charms too. Although you may not be handsome, there are certainly those who appreciate this type. Brilliant. Simple banter, ultimate enjoyment. Wow, this sister has such a sharp tongue. I absolutely adore it. That guy named Lin is truly disgusting. Can he just go away? Does he think an extra appendage makes him stand out? Lin Alphon's face turned pale with anger, yet upon seeing Lu Xiaoxiao hiding behind Yu Xinglan, his lips trembled in frustration, leaving him powerless. At that moment, Lin Alphon regretted engaging in conversation with Lu Xiaoxiao. This woman was beyond outrageous. He had merely made an elusive remark, yet she responded with an even more vulgar interpretation. He had never encountered such a shameless individual. However, if he continued to argue with her, he would appear petty. Lin Alphon deemed such incessant verbal sparring to be effeminate, detrimental to his masculine image. Thus, he scoffed and took a step back, dismissively stating, "Feeling quite satisfied with yourself, are you? Just wait until you find yourself hungry and unable to procure food. Then you will learn your lesson." Do you know why the production team splits the guests evenly between genders? Because there are many tasks in survival on a deserted island that women cannot perform. You lack strength and experience. You cannot endure hardship or fatigue. So delicate are you. In the end, you will still require our care. Where would you survive without men? As soon as he finished speaking, another female member of the pirate team, Su Miaohan, could no longer hold her tongue. She stepped forward to stand beside Lu Xiaoxiao and retorted, "Your argument is utterly flawed. Setting aside other matters. When it comes to handling ingredients, my experience far surpasses yours." Su Miaohan, 2 years older than Lu Xiaoxiao, possessed a youthful appearance, petite stature, and often sported playful pigtails, making her look more like Lu Xiaoxiao's younger sister. In her anger, her pigtails seemed to sway with indignation, and her once bright and clear eyes narrowed, revealing her displeasure. Coincidentally, Su Miaohan was a somewhat renowned food blogger, frequently live-streaming her culinary skills to her fans, thus her claims were indeed well-founded. Lin Aofan frowned, stubbornly rebutting, "Even the most skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. Hunting is still a task for men." Before Su Miaohan could counter further, the announcer's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, announcing the next task. With noon approaching, both pirates and warriors were famished, and the two teams needed to find sustenance before 12 o'clock. Simultaneously, the online voting channel officially opened. From this moment on, periodic popularity assessments would take place, and the individual with the highest popularity from each team would receive a mysterious message in a bottle, potentially containing delightful surprises. Everyone must perform admirably. Now everyone is free to move about. The 2-hour countdown begins. Upon hearing the announced task, Yixinglan naturally assumed the role of leader. Gently addressing Lu Xiaoxiao and Su Miaohan, "Ladies, you need not engage in strenuous labor. Please gather some firewood and perhaps pick some fruit. The rest of us gentlemen will venture into the forest to see if we can find any wild game to catch for a meal." After saying this, he cast a deliberate glance at Lu Xiaoxiao, cautioning, "Be sure to prioritize safety if you decide to climb any trees." Xiao Yichen, who had remained silent until now, showed no dissent. Upon hearing Yi Xinglan's allocation of tasks, he promptly strode toward the woods, demonstrating remarkable initiative. Observing this, Yi Xinglan concluded that there were no objections, and he pulled Lin Aofan along, intending to follow suit. However, just as they took a few steps, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected, "Wait, brother Yi, I don't want to collect firewood. I want to go hunting." Yi Xinglan was momentarily taken aback and turned to look at her, realizing that she was not joking. With a hesitant expression, he advised, "Xiaoxiao, gathering firewood will be easier, and you need not venture deep into the forest." Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head, asserting, "No, I do not wish to take the easy route." She shot a glance at Lin Aofan and smiled. "He claims that hunting is beyond a woman's capabilities. I am determined to prove him wrong." Lin Aofan rolled his eyes, his tone haughty. "If you were to hunt, our entire team would surely go hungry. I possess wilderness survival experience that surely surpasses that of a mere girl like you. Who knows?" Lu Xiaoxiao retorted defiantly. Su Miaohan, incensed by Lin Aofan's attitude, immediately linked arms with Lu Xiaoxiao in solidarity, declaring, "Xiaoxiao, I will accompany you. I will help you." Lin Aofan scoffed. "Oh, how noble of you. Let us see who can procure more game. But let me be clear, each of us is responsible for our own provisions. So, do not come begging for mine out of hunger later." Su Miaohan echoed his derision. "Do you genuinely believe we are afraid of a challenge? If we cannot find food, we will simply endure hunger. We will not rely on you." Lu Xiaoxiao shrugged nonchalantly. "Let the contest commence. Just be sure not to return empty-handed, for that would be quite embarrassing." "Agreed. I am eager to see what you can accomplish." Lin Aofan displayed a smug smile, seemingly confident of victory, and strode into the forest. Not to be outdone, Su Miaohan pulled Lu Xiaoxiao in the opposite direction, leaving the somewhat bewildered Yi Xinglan standing alone. He glanced left and right, realizing that no one would be swayed, and could only sigh in resignation before he redirected himself to gather firewood. Though they were all on the same team, why did it feel as if they might fragment on the very first day? Alas, what a challenge this is. After walking a short distance, Su Miaohan belatedly realized that she had no idea how to hunt. Feeling a bit sheepish, she asked, Xiaoxiao, what should we do now?" Lu Xiaoxiao found her expression amusing and could not help but inquire, "You don't know what to do, yet you were so decisive in challenging me to a competition?" A faint blush crept across Su Miaohan's face as she stammered, "Isn't this just a matter of being stubborn? However, I've only dealt with dead ingredients. I've never caught anything alive." Xiaoxiao, you surely have a solution, right? Lu Xiaoxiao nodded and replied with a smile. Of course. You should go pick some fruits nearby. Eating only meat will become monotonous. Seeing her calm demeanor, Su Miaohan felt an immediate sense of reassurance and agreed before walking away. Yet, halfway through, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly called out to her, Hey, wait a moment. Would you mind tying your hair into a single ponytail for a bit? Su Miaohan, though puzzled, complied and swiftly gathered her hair into a low ponytail. Once she completed this task, Lu Xiaoxiao extended her hand, saying, May I borrow the extra hair tie? Oh, sure. Su Miaohan obediently handed it over, awaiting further instructions. However, Lu Xiaoxiao didn't ask her to do anything more. She merely tested the elasticity of the hair tie before breaking into a satisfied smile. That's sufficient. You can go have fun now, she declared, pocketing the hair tie and giving Su Miaohan a light pat on the shoulder before striding in another direction. Su Miaohan, taken aback by the playful tone in her voice, found herself somewhat bewildered. Just as she contemplated inquiring about Lu Xiaoxiao's intentions, she observed her swiftly climbing up the nearest tree. After surveying the area from the trunk, she seemed dissatisfied with her vantage point and promptly leapt to another tree, repeating the action several times until she vanished from sight altogether. Su Miaohan thought to herself, This sister is truly adventurous, effortlessly climbing around. Unlike me, even the slightest brush against a tree trunk prompts me to check if it's dirty. After a few moments of reflection, Su Miaohan resolved to adjust her mindset and adapt to this wilderness, taking inspiration from Lu Xiaoxiao's carefree spirit. She believed wholeheartedly that her friend would return with a successful catch. Yet, she felt she should not remain idle. After all, they must work together. Even if she couldn't capture anything, she could at least contribute in some way. But beyond picking fruits, what else could she assist with? As she pondered this conundrum while surveying her surroundings, her gaze suddenly brightened upon spotting something. Ah, I've got it. Once out of Su Miaohan's sight, Lu Xiaoxiao eagerly summoned the system. Hey, could you briefly enhance my senses with the remaining points? It would increase efficiency. The system readily complied, responding, Understood. Enhancement has been applied. After a brief pause, it curiously inquired, Host, what are you planning to do? Lu Xiaoxiao, her hands busily rummaging through the branches, beamed with delight upon discovering the perfect twig. She replied to the system, Of course, I'm making a slingshot. It'll be very convenient for bird hunting. Having explained her intentions, she began to fashion the slingshot, wrapping the rubber band around the branch until a simple yet effective device took shape. Having prepared her tools, Lu Xiaoxiao plucked a selection of suitably sized fruits from the treetops to serve as ammunition. She then surveyed her surroundings, searching for her first prey. The system, observing her flurry of activity, could not help but interject. However, Host, enhancing your senses will merely aid in perceiving your quarry. Improving the accuracy of your slingshot comes at a different cost, and your points are insufficient. Unfazed, Lu Xiaoxiao replied, That's all right. I don't need your assistance to improve my aim. With her senses heightened, the world through Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes appeared as if veiled by a high-definition filter. The intricate patterns of leaves and the delicate veins of flowers presented themselves with unparalleled clarity, becoming the focal points of her vision. Her field of view expanded immensely, allowing her to effortlessly discern distant mountains and the horizon. Furthermore, her ears began to capture a myriad of faint sounds, enabling her to pinpoint the precise direction and origin of each noise, such as the rustling of birds flapping their wings. A confident smile graced Lu Xiaoxiao's lips as she locked onto the position of her target. Do you recall our previous conversation when you mentioned that the world chose me because I share a similar plight with the original host? Gripping the slingshot tightly with her right hand and pulling back the elastic with her left, she squinted slightly, focusing on the gap in the sky. She even managed to engage in a mental dialogue with the system. At that time, I was too weary to delve deeper into this topic. Yet, I understood the essence of what you meant. You were implying that, like the original host, I too spent my childhood in an orphanage. In the world before I entered this narrative, I was raised by adoptive parents. After pondering for quite some time, she concluded, You were mistaken. With that, the projectile shot forth like lightning, striking the targeted bird squarely in the wing, causing it to plummet to the ground. The tree Lu Xiaoxiao occupied was not as tall as the previous one, so she felt no psychological burden. She leaped down effortlessly, bounding towards the fallen creature in a few swift strides, retrieving her prize and smiling radiantly at the camera. The audience could not hear the exchange between Lu Xiaoxiao and the system, thus only the system could perceive her articulate declaration, If others do not love me, I shall not bemoan my fate, but instead, I will demonstrate through my actions that I can love myself more profoundly than anyone else could ever offer. Therefore, I do not share the same plight as the original host. I will traverse the path she narrowed in my own way, so just wait and see. Soon noon arrived, and the group reconvened. Lin Alphon was the last to return to the assembly point. He had been busy in the woods for quite some time, his clothing now soiled with dirt and sweat glistening on his brow, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Nevertheless, he had achieved some success, having captured 2 wild rabbits. This deserted island, seldom frequented by humans, allowed the local fauna to retain their wild instincts, moving with agility and quick reflexes, making them quite a challenge to catch. Lin Alphon wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily. Although he felt utterly exhausted moments ago, the thought of witnessing Lu Xiaoxiao's disheartened expression filled him with uncontainable pride. If it took such effort for a grown man to catch 2 wild rabbits, it was implausible that a petite girl like Lu Xiaoxiao could have fared any better. Perhaps she had caught nothing at all, and was sulking in despair. With this thought in mind, Lin Alphon's previously weary steps became light as he hurried towards the pirate team, his gaze instinctively landing on Lu Xiaoxiao's hands, which were, as expected, empty. Lu Xiaoxiao, who had been chatting with Su Miaohan, smiled brightly upon seeing Lin Alphon. "Oh, Uncle Lin, you're back." At that moment, Lin Alphon was riding a wave of elation and chose not to take offense at her calling him uncle. Instead, he disdainfully raised the 2 rabbits in his hand and taunted her. "Weren't you supposed to compete with me? Where are your spoils? Why do you have nothing in your hands?" "I'm not one to bully young girls," he continued, so as a gesture of camaraderie. "If you apologize and acknowledge that your previous boast was misguided, I shall generously share one of these rabbits with you. How does that sound?" Chapter 60. It seems your lunch has escaped. After making his magnanimous offer, Lin Alphon turned his head and waited for a full 10 seconds. Yet he received no tearful gratitude from Lu Xiaoxiao. Confused, he glanced back at her, only to find her expression filled with bewilderment. At the moment their eyes met, Lu Xiaoxiao's expression grew even more peculiar. Who told you I have nothing?" Lin Alphon was taken aback, then furrowed his brow. "You literally have nothing in your hands. Why are you pretending?" "Oh, you've misunderstood," Lu Xiaoxiao replied with a smile, casually gesturing in another direction. "I had so many spoils that I couldn't carry them all. I just placed them over there." Skeptical, Lin Alphon followed her finger, only to be met with a sight that left him utterly astounded. This was not merely 1 or 2 rabbits. They were stacked into a small mountain.
How could this be?
How could there be so many? The color drained from his face, and in his shock, he lost grip of one rabbit, which promptly escaped to the ground, making a dash for freedom. Seeing him still standing there, Lu Xiaoxiao kindly pointed out, "Uncle, it seems your lunch is about to run away." Realizing the situation, Lin Alphon quickly crouched down, scrambling to catch it, but after several futile attempts, the rabbit swiftly disappeared into the underbrush. Clutching tightly to the remaining rabbit, his expression darkened further.
Meanwhile, Su Miaohan,
reveling in his misfortune, elaborated on Lu Xiaoxiao's impressive haul with great enthusiasm. "Uncle Lin, look. Xiaoxiao has caught 4 birds, 3 wild chickens, 2 wild ducks, and even a small wild boar. So it seems we shall feast on a barbecue for lunch. In fact, it feels like there will be enough to enjoy another meal tonight. Unlike you, Uncle, who will not only go hungry this meal but may find himself in the same predicament for the next one."
Ha ha ha.
As Su Miaohan mocked him, a wave of laughter cascaded through the comments. "Whoa, our Uncle Lin seems on the verge of a breakdown. Someone help him." I cannot help but laugh. Just look at how contorted Lin's expression has become. I suggest we create a meme for him. Support this wholeheartedly. Goodness, his face must be swollen from the blows. What an exhilarating scene we have here. I am utterly astonished by my sister monkey's prowess. Her delicate appearance belies her uncanny accuracy with a slingshot. Who is she trying to impress? She is simply remarkable. I concur with the previous comment, though I must question the rather peculiar nickname of Monkey Sister.
All right.
I admit it is somewhat apt, reminiscent of playful teasing. With Su Miaohan repeatedly striking at his vulnerabilities, even Lin Alphon's thick skin began to falter. Yet, he mustered the remnants of his male pride and retorted, "You merely got lucky against me. It's purely a matter of chance. Besides, you are 2 against 1. This contest is inherently unfair, so what is there to boast about?" Lu Xiaoxiao feigned surprise, covering her mouth with a smile, and teased, "Though we are 2. We are merely 2 delicate young ladies. You, dear uncle, are a robust and valiant man. You cannot concede so easily." Su Miaohan nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, uncle. You must persevere. By the way, is this little rabbit truly satisfied? Why don't you plead with our Xiaoxiao to share a chicken leg with you?" Lin Alphon scoffed. "No need. I am quite full. You need not concern yourselves with me." Yi Xinglan interjected at an opportune moment, gently advising him, "Brother Lin, do not let your temper flare with the young ladies. There is no shame in conceding a little. Besides, if you do not eat, you will lack the strength for the tasks ahead." Despite the seemingly dim prospects of success, the compassionate Captain Yi endeavored to maintain harmony within the team. However, Lin Alphon remained impervious to such kindness, resoundingly declaring, "No need." As he walked away, with a resigned sigh, Yi Xinglan acknowledged his obstinacy and chose to let it be. He then turned to Lu Xiaoxiao, kindly proposing, "Xiaoxiao, you must be exhausted. Allow me to take on more of the work from here." "Well done." She appreciated this emotionally intelligent and considerate man. Lu Xiaoxiao had no objections to Yi Xinglan's suggestion and leisurely sat back to observe as they prepared the ingredients. The staff provided each team with a knife as a supply. Although Xiao Yichen spoke little, he was observant and soon joined in to assist. The two men clearly lacked experience in handling the ingredients, but the team was fortunate to have Su Miaohan, a culinary expert, to bridge that gap. Under her guidance, they placed 4 birds on a clean surface, using sharp knives to remove their feathers and clean out the entrails with utmost care. Striving to preserve the quality of the meat, they employed a similar technique for the 3 wild chickens and 2 wild ducks. After cleaning the feathers and entrails, Xiao Yichen cut the game into smaller pieces for better roasting. The processing of the wild boar was relatively complex, as they first needed to scrape off its fur before cutting it into chunks. During the process, it became evident that the wild boar's meat was tender and juicy, causing Lu Xiaoxiao to salivate just by the sight of it. Su Miaohan noticed that Xiao Yichen's knife skills were exceptionally good, swift and precise, effortlessly slicing into the joints of the bones. Unable to contain her admiration, she exclaimed, "Your knife technique is impressive. What profession do you pursue? You seem like someone who frequently handles meat." Xiao Yichen paused for a moment before quietly replying, "I am a doctor. I perform surgeries regularly. If that translates to frequently cutting meat, then so be it." Su Miaohan, realizing her words had inadvertently taken a darker turn, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lu Xiaoxiao, observing Su Miaohan's slightly apprehensive demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly. She then tilted her head, propping it with one hand, and redirected the conversation. "I recall that Dr. Xiao recently went hunting in the woods, yet you returned empty-handed? How did that happen?" Xiao Yichen remained silent for a moment before explaining. "I did not return empty-handed. I picked some mangoes and coconuts." "Oh, I see. Did you decide to gather fruits because you didn't encounter any animals?" This time, Xiao Yichen's silence lingered longer. He lowered his head slightly, the light reflecting off his glasses obscuring his expression. It seemed he found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. But after a long pause, he slowly began, "No, I actually came across 2 deer, a doe and her fawn. I couldn't bring myself to harm them. I apologize if I have disappointed you." Chapter 61. No need to be overly strong, for your strength has arrived. "Huh. Disappointed?" Lu Xiaoxiao countered playfully, her tone lighthearted. "Dr. Xiao possesses a compassionate heart. We should be praising you instead. If I were present at that moment, I too would likely feel reluctant to take action." Upon hearing her words, the tension in Xiao Yichen's stiff posture began to dissipate, a hint of a smile flickering at the corners of his lips. "Thank you," he replied sincerely. Lu Xiaoxiao, noticing his smile, widened her eyes in delight as if to confirm the authenticity of his expression. She leaned in closer for a better look and teased, "Wow, our Dr. Xiao can actually smile. Although it's just a slight upward curve, it certainly feels different. Quite nice." "Indeed. Since you look so handsome when you smile, you should do it more often. Although we are filming a show, we are also playing a game, so it's essential to relax and enjoy." Xiao Yichen was momentarily taken aback by her enthusiastic and exuberant manner of conversation, unsure of how to respond. Eventually, he simply replied with a subdued, "Okay." Lu Xiaoxiao, undeterred by his reticence, earnestly patted Xiao Yichen on the shoulder, her encouraging tone reminiscent of a small leader expressing high hopes for a subordinate. "Keep it up. Do your best. Just be careful not to cut yourself." Xiao Yichen nodded gravely, his expression becoming more focused on the ingredients before him. If anyone were to observe closely, they might notice a faint blush creeping onto his ears, indicating his discomfort. In truth, Lu Xiaoxiao had a rather profound impression of Xiao Yichen. In the original text, his experiences were quite sympathetic, as he had faced a severe medical dispute shortly after taking office. At that time, Director Xiao Yichen's supervisor and mentor received a young child afflicted with an exceedingly rare hereditary disease. The child's condition was complex, with the functionality of various organs severely compromised by the illness. Without intervention, the prognosis was grim. After extensive deliberation, the medical team led by the director resolved to undertake a highly challenging surgical procedure to ameliorate the child's health. During the operation, despite the doctor's unwavering efforts, the uniqueness of the ailment surpassed the current medical understanding and technical capabilities, ultimately resulting in a tragic failure, and the child sadly passed away. The family, unable to come to terms with this outcome, spiraled into profound grief, which escalated into a tumultuous scene at the hospital. In the days that followed, the bereaved family frequently congregated in the hospital atrium, lamenting loudly, vandalizing property, and accusing the medical team of negligence, demanding explanations and substantial compensation from the institution. Furthermore, the child's mother, a prominent online influencer, maliciously disseminated false information on social media, alleging egregious professional misconduct by several of the participating surgeons, claiming that human error had led to her child's demise. These fabrications rapidly gained traction, drawing considerable public scrutiny and inflicting severe reputational damage on both the medical team and the hospital. As the lead surgeon and assistant, Director Xiao and Xiao Yichen found themselves at the forefront of this media onslaught, facing accusations from many who were unaware of the true circumstances, even enduring personal threats. Initially, it was hoped that the situation would gradually abate. However, one afternoon, over a month later, an assailant armed with a knife stormed into Director Xiao Yichen's office and, in a fit of rage, inflicted multiple stab wounds upon him. Xiao Yichen rushed to intervene, sustaining minor injuries in the process, yet the director, critically wounded, ultimately succumbed to his injuries. Witnessing the director's death left Xiao Yichen deeply traumatized, plunging him into profound anguish. For an entire year, he struggled to regain his composure, grappling with immense psychological barriers each time he stepped onto the operating table. His indomitable spirit, however, compelled him to persist in his aspiration to be a healer, albeit with increasingly rigorous self-imposed standards, believing that as long as no errors occurred during surgery, similar tragedies could be averted. Eventually, the hospital's president recognized his tense disposition and, coincidentally, a producer from a reality show sought his involvement, suggesting that having a medical professional on set could better address any unforeseen circumstances with the guests. The president recommended Xiao Yichen, considering it a reprieve for him to refresh his spirit. Though the president's intentions were well-meaning, the outcome did not yield the desired effect. Within the narrative, Xiao Yichen emerged as the least charismatic of the guests, his reserved and taciturn nature rendering him somewhat unappealing and causing him to feel out of place within the team. Subsequently, as netizens uncovered his identity, they reignited discussions surrounding the events of the previous year, initiating a new wave of online harassment. Lu Xiaoxiao recalled that, due to the severe repercussions of the situation, Xiao Yichen was ultimately dismissed from the hospital. When she first encountered this segment of the story, she felt a profound sense of injustice on Xiao Yichen's behalf. The young doctor, earnest and kind-hearted, possesses but one flaw, his overly obstinate and reserved nature, to the extent that he seldom speaks out for himself. However, fret not, dear doctor. There is no need for you to exert yourself unduly, for your strength has arrived. Now that Xiao Yichen has encountered her, Lu Xiaoxiao shall ensure that tragedy does not repeat itself. On the barrage, the audience, captivated by the interactions between Lu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yichen, shifted their focus for the first time onto Xiao Yichen himself. There's a delightful contrast. This seemingly aloof man cannot bear to harm even the smallest of creatures. Have you noticed how adorable the little expressions are when she leans in to look at him? He radiates warmth like a little sun. Even his teammates can't help but praise him. Indeed, our little sister is quite charming when she's not being sharp-tongued. She can be fierce, sweet, and unpredictable. What's not to love? This doctor is actually quite handsome. Oh dear. His ears turned red the moment Xiaoxiao spoke to him. Could he be shy? I'm all for this pairing of a taciturn older man and a whimsical young girl. You're killing me. You've fallen for it again. But I swear, this Dr. Xiao looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Let me check. With the collective effort of several individuals, the ingredients were swiftly prepared, and the staff provided a rudimentary stone pot for the guests to cook. Yet, while the pot was available, they still had to kindle the fire themselves. Su Miaohan gazed at the wood before her with a hint of worry and turned to Lu Xiaoxiao, asking, Xiaoxiao, how shall we proceed? Just as Lu Xiaoxiao was about to respond, Lin Alfan interjected with a scoff. Is that really a question? How foolish. Have you never heard of friction fire? After delivering his remark, he scrutinized Su Miaohan and derisively added, clearly, long hair does not equate to wisdom. Su Miaohan was instantly incensed, retorting, and your lack of hair denotes a lack of insight. Of course, I know about friction fire, but while it sounds simple in theory, the execution is far from easy. Besides, I was speaking to Xiaoxiao, do you mind? The difficulty is only because you girls lack strength. For me, it's a piece of cake. Lin Alfan, having regained his confidence after a moment of embarrassment, wore a self-satisfied grin. Just watch, I'll have the fire going in no time. Thus began the familiar display of bravado. Lu Xiaoxiao, unperturbed, stood quietly by, waiting to observe his efforts. While Lin Alfan did have experience in outdoor survival, he had always been equipped with tools such as flint and lighters, never having to struggle with the challenge of starting a fire through friction. Nevertheless, having never tried it himself, he believed it to be a simple task of rubbing two sticks together. How difficult could it really be? With bravado in tow, Lin Alfan approached, ready to demonstrate his prowess. He crouched down, placed one wooden block on the ground, and grasped tightly onto another stick meant for drilling, beginning to rotate it vigorously. At first, his movements appeared vigorous, and he even hummed a little tune, as if victory was within arm's reach. However, it wasn't long before he realized that the task was far more challenging than he had anticipated. After merely a few minutes of effort, beads of sweat began to form on the man's forehead, and his hands started to tremble slightly from the exertion. His breathing grew rapid, and the carefree expression on his face was gradually replaced by anxiety and fatigue. The wooden stick in his grasp became increasingly uncooperative, each twist seeming to defy him, emitting a creaking sound without a hint of sparks. Unable to bear the sight, Su Miaohan scoffed, "Are you capable or not?" "Quiet. I need a moment." Under the scrutiny of so many onlookers, Lin Alfan could not possibly concede defeat. Gritting his teeth, he exerted himself further, the veins in his arms standing out prominently. Yet, as time wore on, his stamina dwindled, and his movements grew sluggish. At this point, Lin Alfan's hands were reddened from the friction, and the palms burned with a painful heat from the prolonged effort. He paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. But upon catching a glimpse of Lu Xiaoxiao's mocking expression, his indomitable spirit surged anew. This time, Lin Alfan summoned every ounce of strength, his body swaying comically with the motion of the stick, as though he were engaged in an arduous battle against the obstinate wood. Minutes slipped by, and a faint wisp of blue smoke began to rise from the contact point of the board and the stick. Lin Alfan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Elated, he quickened his pace, daring not to relax for a moment. The thin wisp of smoke thickened, and finally, a tiny spark flickered into existence. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Lin Alfan nearly shouted, carefully nurturing the precious spark before hastily applying the dry grass he had prepared to ignite it. The grass caught fire swiftly, and he eagerly added more twigs, the flames roaring to life and illuminating his face, which gleamed with a sense of accomplishment.
Ah, j'ai fini succès.
Lin Alfan exclaimed, rising to his feet, panting, with his hands on his hips. Gazing at the blazing fire, a triumphant smile spread across his face, and he felt that the arduous ordeal he had just endured had vanished in that moment. He tilted his chin towards Lu Xiaoxiao and Su Miaohan, brimming with self-satisfaction, and proclaimed, "See? I told you it was easy. However, this fire is my creation. Since you both looked down on me, you shan't benefit from it. Let us see if you can kindle a flame without my assistance." Yi Xinglan, observing his provocative words, worried that the situation might escalate into another quarrel, quickly interjected, addressing the two girls, "Take a break. Allow me to start the fire." "Ha! You're a man too, not lacking in strength, so of course you can do it." Lin Alfan shot him a sidelong glance, his tone filled with indignation. "But if you assist them, it only proves they lack the ability to start a fire on their own and must rely on others. Brother Lin, why must you be this way? We are teammates after all. Mutual assistance is only natural." Yi Xinglan furrowed her brows, her tone laced with concealed anger, clearly displeased with Lin Alfan's provocative behavior. Su Miaohan was on the verge of exploding with indignation, ready to engage in a fiery exchange with Lin Alfan, when Lu Xiaoxiao, who had remained quiet until now, intervened. "Miao Miao, hold your horses. And you, Yigo, there's no need for you to get involved." Lu Xiaoxiao first calmly reassured the two, then turned her gaze towards Lin Alfan. "You want to see me ignite a fire? Watch closely, for I assure you, I can do it much faster than you." Lin Alphon scoffed dismissively. Please, anyone can boast. Go ahead and light it. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded and, with a cheerful smile, turned to Xiao Yichen. Dr. Xiao, you are hyperopic, right? The abrupt change in topic caught Xiao Yichen off guard. He instinctively nodded, unable to ponder how she knew about his visions so accurately. Once he affirmed, he suddenly grasped the intent behind Lu Xiaoxiao's question and asked, Do you need to borrow my glasses? Seeing Xiao Yichen's quick response, Lu Xiaoxiao's smile brightened even further. Yes. Thank you. She relished interacting with such astute individuals. Xiao Yichen swiftly removed his glasses and handed them to Lu Xiaoxiao. The high-powered convex lenses possessed the ability to concentrate sunlight, potentially igniting objects when conditions were ideal. Lu Xiaoxiao aimed the glasses at a nearby pile of wood, adjusting the angle. Before long, she observed wisps of smoke rising, the entire process of igniting the fire far surpassing the traditional method of friction. By the time Lin Alphon realized what was happening and exclaimed that she was clearly cheating, the flames before Lu Xiaoxiao were already dancing steadily. Is this really cheating? In the same conditions, how could I think to borrow Dr. Zhao's glasses while you could not? Lu Xiaoxiao returned her gaze to Lin Alphon, her tone leisurely. Surely. They taught you about the function of convex lenses back in school? You. Lin Alphon stammered. By the way, weren't you curious about how I managed to catch so many prey? Lu Xiaoxiao grinned, pulling out her homemade slingshot from her pocket and shaking it playfully. Because I don't rely on bare hands, you silly. The greatest distinction between humans and animals is that we utilize tools. If sheer strength determined superiority, humanity would hardly reign at the pinnacle of the natural order. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoxiao began to scrutinize Lin Alphon with curiosity. It's quite strange. Being human, and yet resorting only to brute force. What happened? Did the early apes leave you behind during evolution? Chapter 63. The sorrows of humanity are not interconnected. My sister is so adept at manipulating the dynamics. Can she publish a book? I kneel to read it. Lin Alphon. As a human, I sincerely apologize. Dr. Xiao seems remarkably intelligent. He and Xiaoxiao are in perfect sync. Those who appreciate intellectual charm are utterly defenseless against this duo. Hold on, sisters. I've uncovered Dr. Zhao's background. He the doctor involved in that sensational medical malpractice case from a year ago? Ah. I seem to recall that unfortunate child. How pitiable he was. Yet Dr. Xiao, who couldn't even bear to harm a little deer, hardly seems like the kind of person who would maliciously neglect a surgical procedure. Could there be some misunderstanding at play? Well, the personas presented before the camera can certainly be crafted, can't they? Who knows if they are as admirable as they appear? Some of you women seem to let your values be swayed by mere good looks. It is quite difficult for me to judge. I watched the live stream of that child's mother. Her words were filled with sorrow and tears. It was heart-wrenching. Surely, she would not exploit her own child for clout? I cannot harbor any goodwill towards doctors devoid of medical ethics. Without knowing the full picture, I shall refrain from comment. Yet, at first glance, he seems like a decent person. Let us all strive to maintain a modicum of decency in our words. Having faced 2 consecutive blows in a short span, Lin Alphon felt utterly deflated. He returned to his little fire pit, where he skewered the rabbit he had caught on a stick and began to roast it. Lu Xiaoxiao and the others no longer paid him any mind. Su Miaohan rolled up her sleeves, confidently stepped toward the fire, and exclaimed, At last. I have arrived in my domain. Brother Yi, Dr. Xiao, you need not assist with the roasting. Your help may only complicate matters. Allow me to take charge. With that declaration, Su Miaohan pushed the 2 men aside and busied herself. As a professional food blogger, even stranded on a deserted island, she was determined to utilize the limited resources available to create the most delectable dishes for everyone. Before commencing the roasting, Su Miaohan retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket. Upon unfolding it, the group beheld a stack of plant leaves nestled within. Miao, what kind of leaves are those? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired, gazing at the contents with curiosity. With a smile, Su Miaohan replied, These are wild perilla leaves. They're for seasoning. The primary distinction between roasting on a deserted island and at home is the lack of spices. Thus, even if the meat is grilled to perfection, something will always be amiss. While Lu Xiaoxiao was preoccupied with hunting, Su Miaohan had been contemplating how else she could contribute to the team. By chance, she stumbled upon several clusters of perilla at the forest's edge. In such limited conditions, these were rather splendid natural seasonings. Overjoyed, Su Miaohan hurried to gather some fresh perilla leaves, washed them thoroughly, and wrapped them in her handkerchief, awaiting the moment they could be put to use during the roast. As the group watched with intrigue, Su Miaohan skillfully crushed the leaves, allowing the unique fragrance of perilla to waft into the air. Then, with deft hands, she evenly spread the crushed leaves across each piece of meat, her delicate fingers gliding between the meat's fibers to ensure the essence of perilla permeated thoroughly. Once the preparations were complete, Su Miaohan picked up a sharpened twig, skewered a piece of pork, and focused intently as she placed it over the fire. The flames danced joyfully against the meat, and soon the surface began to change color, sizzling delightfully. Throughout this process, she remained fixated on the meat, periodically rotating the twig to ensure even cooking on all sides. Gradually, the surface of the pork transformed into a golden hue, with fat gently seeping out and dripping onto the flames, igniting a flurry of tiny sparks. Noticing that it was nearly cooked, Su Miaohan leaned in to inhale the enticing aroma, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. She picked up a broad leaf from the side, folding it into a makeshift vessel that served as a bowl. Lu Xiaoxiao's gaze was fixated on the meat in her hands, saliva almost dripping from her mouth.
Goodness.
This aroma is becoming unbearable.
Can we eat it now?
All right. Patience. Su Miaohan replied as she placed the roasted meat into the leaf bowl and handed it to Lu Xiaoxiao. Eat slowly, be careful. It's hot. Lu Xiaoxiao eagerly took the roast, biting into it without hesitation. The succulent, juicy pork, infused with the unique fragrance of perilla, burst in her mouth.
Wow.
This is absolutely delicious. My goodness, it's incredible. The flavor of the perilla is the perfect finishing touch. Meow meow. Just give the word, and we shall immediately crown you the new culinary goddess. With a beaming smile and a thumbs up, Lu Xiaoxiao completely disregarded Su Miaohan's earlier caution, devouring the meat ravenously, her cheeks puffed out. Her gluttonous delight was so amusing that Yi Xinglan and Xiao Yichen exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Feeling a tad embarrassed with everyone watching her eat, Lu Xiaoxiao, still with food in her mouth, mumbled while gesturing to Su Miaohan, "Meow meow. Please roast some for Brother Yi too, don't let the others just watch me eat." Su Miaohan chuckled at her antics, casting a glance at Lin Alphon, who sat alone, and declared loudly, "Rest assured. You, me, Brother Yi, and Dr. Xiao, everyone shall have their share. Not a single piece will be spared." With that, Su Miaohan resumed roasting other meats. Perhaps accustomed to the live-streaming format where she cooked while explaining, she took the opportunity to educate her teammates. In the wild, if one is observant, there are numerous natural seasonings that can enhance the flavor of food. Perilla not only suppresses fishy odors and amplifies fragrance, but also possesses medicinal properties that inhibit bacteria. Besides this, there are wild mint and wild leeks that can be foraged. Mint adds a refreshing taste and can be brewed in water, while cooking it with fish can mitigate any fishy smell. As for wild leeks, they have a spicy flavor, perfect for roasting meat. Unfortunately, I did not find any today, but if I do, I will roast some for everyone. Under Su Miaohan's skilled hands, the skin of the wild chicken became golden and crispy, while the meat remained tender within. The bird's flesh was equally well roasted, each bite bursting with rich flavor. Typically, consuming too much meat could be overwhelming, yet the aroma of perilla perfectly balanced the greasiness, leaving the group thoroughly satisfied, particularly Lu Xiaoxiao, who nearly bit her own tongue in her fervor. In stark contrast, Lin Alphon appeared quite pitiful. His handling of the ingredients was clearly inexperienced. He had not even plucked the feathers properly before hastily roasting them. Unable to ascertain whether the meat was fully cooked, he impatiently took a bite, only to taste a hint of blood. The man spat several times, his face darkening, and he had no choice but to continue grilling with a forced patience. However, the sorrows and joys of humanity are not interconnected. Lin Alphon was already quite troubled, and the delightful fragrance wafting from Lu Xiaoxiao's side incessantly invaded his nostrils, accompanied by peals of laughter that only served to disturb his peace of mind. Damn it! What was so amusing? Had they never savored grilled meat before? How could they find such joy in it? Chapter 64. Not as good as those above, nor as bad as those below. Lin Alphon cursed inwardly, inadvertently placing the meat too close to the fire. By the time he realized it, one piece was already charred, deepening his frustration. At that moment, he suddenly heard Lu Xiaoxiao's voice. "Oh dear, meow meow, it seems you've overcooked it. We can't possibly eat all of this. What shall we do?" Upon catching this pivotal word, Lin Alphon instinctively perked up his ears, unable to suppress a gulp. If there was excess grilled meat, surely they would share some with him to avoid waste? Ahem, although he didn't particularly covet such charity, if their attitude was genuinely so gracious. He could reluctantly lower his guard and reconcile with them. After all, Lin Alphon was a man. It wouldn't he hurt to be a bit accommodating towards the young ladies. Having mentally prepared himself, a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Yet, before he could fully complete that upward motion, he heard Lu Xiaoxiao continue, "In that case, let us share some with my brother. And the director and crew, let us give them a bit too." Imagining the prospect of enjoying some meat, Lin Alphon exclaimed inwardly, "What the hell? Are they really not going to give him any, even to the opposing camp? This is outrageous." The man's face flushed with indignation, yet he couldn't lower himself to ask for a share, leaving him to simmer in silent fury. With all that pent-up anger, he no longer paid attention to whether the meat was cooked through or if there were any traces of blood. He simply bit into it ferociously, as if he were imagining sinking his teeth into Lu Xiaoxiao herself. As the saying goes, fortunes shift over the years. While devouring the meat, Lin Alphon resolutely vowed to find an opportunity to give Lu Xiaoxiao a taste of her own medicine. Humph. With a whole 30 days of programming ahead, he doubted this woman could remain triumphant from start to finish. Just wait and see. In stark contrast to the rich aroma emanating from the pirate team, the ingredients on the brave team's side appeared to be significantly more modest. With a predominance of women on the brave team, Bai Xinyan and Lan Roland were too proud to catch live prey, spending a full 2 hours merely strolling through the woods. Aside from presenting their lovely faces from various angles for the cameras, they only managed to pick up a few fruits along the way. Indeed, it was not even a matter of plucking, they simply collected what they could find. As neither wished to climb trees, these two were indeed elegant, but their efficiency was woefully low, and the fruits they gathered were hardly sufficient for sustenance. However, as stars and models, they were accustomed to dietary control, and thus did not mind too much. As for Lu Jiyue, she simply could not bear to harm any small creatures she encountered. Qin Zixuan, who was acting alongside Lu Jiyue, had once caught a wild rabbit, but upon hearing her softly murmur, "How pitiful," he immediately released the rabbit, without a second thought. In the end, among the 5 individuals, only Lu Shiyan managed to catch 2 wild chickens, which constituted the entirety of the meat for the brave team. When Lu Xiaoxiao came to visit, Lu Jiyue was engrossed in simmering soup, stirring it diligently with a spoon, completely oblivious to her sister's arrival. Lu Xiaoxiao chose not to disturb her, but instead stealthily approached Lu Shiyan, who was busy preparing ingredients, intending to give him a fright. "Hee, what are you up to? Second brother? I'm here to scare you. Having a sister like me is truly your good fortune." Just as her hand reached halfway, Lu Shiyan unexpectedly turned around. Lu Xiaoxiao's smile froze, and she quickly withdrew her hand, her voice tinged with guilt. "Brother, do you have eyes on the back of your head? I hadn't even touched you yet." Sensing his sister's disappointment and feeling a twinge of guilt himself, Lu Shiyan hesitated for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "How about we start over? I'll play along with you." Observing the siblings' interaction, Lu Shiyan's fans in the comments section erupted with excitement. "Oh my, they're both so adorable. Lu Yingdi is such a doting brother." Seeing that his sister didn't scare him, he still asks her to try again. I absolutely love this sibling dynamic. I'm a fan of the sister. She wants to play with her brother. How sweet. But brother wasn't scared. That's not fair. 6. Clear soup master. Spicy master. Braised master. Ha ha ha. You are all too entertaining. I want to be your online friend in my next life. No way. If you already know, then it won't be fun anymore. Lu Xiaoxiao decisively shook her head, then a smile returned to her face as she presented the roasted meat she had brought, offering it to Lu Shiyan like a treasure. "Here. I'm here to deliver food." Since Lu Xiaoxiao's arrival, the air had been filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat, drawing the attention of the others. Lu Jiyue also noticed the commotion and turned around, her eyes brightening upon seeing her sister. She was the first to inquire, "Sister Xiaoxiao, how did you roast this meat? The wild chickens we cooked earlier didn't smell nearly this good." Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at her and shook her head, saying, "It's a secret. This meat was too much for our pirate team, so I brought it for you to try, but as for the recipe, I'm afraid I can't disclose that. Actually, Su Miaohan picked some perilla leaves in the woods. I really admire her for recognizing so many plants that can be used as ingredients. Not everyone can do that." Sigh. Unlike me, who can identify high-end luxury brands or wild vegetables, I'm neither here nor there. Haha, I'm invincible. After hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's thoughts, Lu Jiyue's curiosity was satisfied, and she nodded obediently, no longer pressing for more details. Initially intending to leave after delivering the roasted meat, Lu Xiaoxiao was suddenly addressed by Bai Xinyan, who smiled brightly and said, "Sister, You are so kind-hearted, but won't your teammates mind you bringing roasted meat over to us? Bai Xinyan's words contained a hint of probing. Lan Rolin, alerted by her remark, furrowed her brows and glanced at Lu Xiaoxiao with a tone of skepticism. Indeed, are you an undercover agent for the pirate team? How could you so brazenly approach us? Initially, she had merely posed the question in jest, but upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's calm admission, yes, I am indeed an undercover agent for the pirate team, she was taken aback. Lu Shiyan raised an eyebrow, perplexed by Lu Xiaoxiao's sudden revelation of her identity, yet chose to remain silent and observe the unfolding situation. Lan Rolin was flabbergasted, sensing that the admission came too easily, which raised her suspicions. Her gaze fixed on Lu Xiaoxiao, now laced with doubt. Are you serious? She inquired, uncertainty threading through her voice. Of course I am. Lu Xiaoxiao replied with a mischievous smile, her tone entirely earnest. What, do you not believe me? Lan Rolin scrutinized her, frowning even deeper. What kind of undercover agent openly declares their identity? Your demeanor clearly indicates deceit. I want to be misled by you. Chapter 65. It turns out to be a purely hateful personality. Initially, Lan Rolin harbored considerable doubts about Lu Xiaoxiao's identity, but witnessing Lu Xiaoxiao's fervent acknowledgement made her suspect a ruse, thereby diminishing her skepticism. Hey, why don't you believe me? Lu Xiaoxiao thought to herself, secretly amused, while leaning in closer and adopting a pitiful expression. I'm not lying. I truly am an undercover agent. Trust me, and we can share intelligence. However, the more enthusiastic she appeared, the more vigilant Lan Rolin became, eventually retreating from Lu Xiaoxiao's advances. Don't come any closer. Who wants to share intelligence with you? You're just an ordinary member of the pirate team, deliberately trying to confuse us. I want to believe you. Stay away from me. This scene bore a certain comical absurdity, prompting an uproar in the comment section. Haha, this is killing me. Sister, I'm pretending with them. But I'm serious with you all. Lan Rolin, back off. So, what is Sister S' true identity? Could she really be an undercover agent? If so, that would be quite entertaining. If she truly is an undercover agent, then Lan Rolin will only be left to silently recite the lines of the supreme treasure. Once, there was a truth before me, but I did not cherish it. Seeing the other party's demeanor akin to facing a formidable foe, Lu Xiaoxiao found the situation increasingly amusing. In the absence of certainty regarding the identity of the undercover agent within the brave team, she knew she should not recklessly reveal her true identity. However, confessing in such a joking manner posed little risk. Indeed, the more she attempted to convince others of her undercover status, the less credible she became. Through this exchange, Lu Xiaoxiao discerned that Lan Rolin appeared to possess a rather simplistic mind, seemingly lacking the cunning of someone who held an undercover identity. The suspicion seems light. I shall observe further. Well, if that is how you wish to perceive me, I cannot help it. Lu Xiaoxiao shrugged, her expression one of feigned regret. Having witnessed the scene, Lu Shiyan understood Lu Xiaoxiao's contrarian logic and chuckled softly. All right, Xiaoxiao, quickly return to your team. Otherwise, you will truly arouse your teammates' suspicions. Lu Xiaoxiao responded with a sound, about to leave, when she suddenly felt that she had overlooked something. She glanced around and finally realized what was amiss. Perplexed, she inquired, Wait, why are we missing someone? Where did Qin Zixuan go? The members of the brave team were momentarily taken aback by her question. A few of them began to look around, their expressions mirroring Lu Xiaoxiao's confusion. I don't know. He was just standing there a moment ago. How could he have vanished so suddenly? Lan Rolin said, her tone laced with curiosity, musing aloud. Could it be that he is our mole, sneaking off to relay information? Lu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering within her. She observed Lan Rolin's thoughtful profile and inexplicably thought of Kagoro Mori from Detective Conan, who was always pointing fingers at the culprits. To be perfectly honest, when Lan Rolin had suspected her moments ago, she felt a fleeting pang of anxiety, finding this woman astonishingly perceptive. But now it appeared that this was not keen insight at all. Rather, she was simply a person who harbored a pure suspicion of everyone indiscriminately. Hey, is everyone looking for me? I'm right here. Just then, a bright and melodious voice rang out from behind them. They turned to see Qin Zixuan emerging from the woods, cradling a beehive. I apologize for causing everyone concern. After finishing my tasks, I felt a bit bored and remembered seeing a beehive in the forest earlier, so I thought I would try to bring back some honey. He explained, hastily returning to Lu Jiu's side, smiling as he showcased his find. Sister, look. I succeeded. Isn't it impressive? The beehive in the young man's hands was irregularly spherical, about the size of a basketball. Its surface was adorned with hexagonal cells, a deep brown hue, appearing quite sturdy, with some honey seeping slightly from the crevices, emanating a sweet fragrance. Lu Jiyue, witnessing a wild beehive for the first time, marveled with wide eyes. Wow, that's amazing! But how did you manage to divert the bees? I used fire. I took a torch with me. As long as I let the smoke envelop the beehive, the bees get disturbed and leave in droves, Qin Zixuan recounted, his face bright with a smile as he casually shared his past experiences. When I was young, there was a large forest near my home, and my cousins often took me to collect beehives for fun. Back then, I was younger and slower to react, and I got stung quite a few times, with my cousins laughing at me. But now it's different. I'm much more skilled. Qin Zixuan beamed brightly at Lu Jiyue while seemingly nonchalantly reminiscing, and indeed, he noticed a look of concern crossing her face. Ah, did you get stung by the bees? Are you hurt? Lu Jiyue asked anxiously, her gaze dropping to Qin Zixuan's hands. A cursory glance revealed several red welts. Just as she was about to inspect more closely, Qin Zixuan concealed his hand behind his back, his voice dropping, tinged with a hint of panic. Sister, I'm fine. All right, sister. Wait for me for a moment. I'll take care of the beehive, and soon you can have some honey water. Lu Jiyue, unconvinced, firmly pulled Qin Zixuan's hand out to take a look, finally noticing several red bumps on the back of his hand. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Lu Jiyue's expression of concern intensified. You still say it's nothing. With so many stings, you must address this. Qin Zixuan shook his head, his demeanor stubborn, yet his tone was pitiful, almost deliberately designed to evoke sympathy. Actually, it doesn't hurt. Sister, you needn't worry about me. I apologize. I was merely focused on bringing back honey to cheer you up and didn't even notice when I was stung. However, it's fine. As long as you are happy. Enduring a little pain is worth it. Besides, there's really nothing to deal with. It will heal naturally in a while. Seeing that Lu Jiyue had been ensnared by his words, Lu Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, a cold smirk forming in her heart. How utterly transparent. It's been ages since I've encountered such a disingenuous man. If he truly wished to avoid concern, he would have hidden his hand within his sleeve. Does he think I cannot see that he is intentionally exposing his injuries? Disappearing for half a day just to stage the charade? Pathetic. This feeble attempt at charm might only deceive the innocent Lu Jiyue. How insufferable. If you possess such skill, direct it towards me instead. Originally concerned for Qin Zixuan, Lu Jiyue halted upon hearing her sister's scornful thoughts. Did her sister imply that Qin Zixuan was feigning his plight to deceive her? After a moment of hesitation, Lu Jiyue ultimately withdrew her hand. Well, if you say it's unnecessary, then so be it. Chapter 66. Winking at the blind. Believing his act of self-pity had succeeded, Qin Zixuan's expression stiffened, disbelief flickering in his eyes. This isn't right. What does she mean by saying it's unnecessary? Can't she see that I am playing hard to get? Nevertheless, he understood that no path in this world is without its challenges, and courting a wealthy woman would certainly not be smooth sailing. Qin Zixuan was resolute in his determination not to easily concede. Steadying his resolve, he did not withdraw his hand but instead endeavored to steer Lu Jiyue back onto the intended narrative. He glanced down at his own hand, letting out a soft sigh. Truthfully, it can still sting a bit when touched accidentally. This time, the boy's expression conveyed genuine grievance, lacking any overt signs of artifice. Sister, I truly don't need ointment, but could you blow on it for me? I'm sure it won't hurt anymore if you do. Qin Zixuan's tone brimmed with coaxing and pleading, and his request was not overly unreasonable. Lu Jiyue, despite her softening heart, was just about to agree when she overheard her sister's thoughts once more. Ugh. I feel like I might vomit. How old is he? Yet he still acts like a child? Blow? What nonsense. If he continues to be so melodramatic, I'll wield the Iron Fan Princess's banana leaf fan and send him to the Fire Mountain. Lu Jiyue fell silent. The intensity of Lu Xiaoxiao's irritation made her seriously question whether blowing on Qin Zixuan's hand might provoke a confrontation between the two. Although she was worried about Qin Zixuan, she would never do anything to displease her sister. Perhaps it's best to let it be. I fear I might cool your hand. Lu Jiyue stammered her refusal, then turned her gaze to the sky, the trees, and the earth, resolutely avoiding eye contact with Qin Zixuan. Feeling as though the other was speaking nonsense, Qin Zixuan could only ponder. What? He gazed blankly at his hand, struggling to envision what it might feel like for his palm to be partially chilled. The audience in the comments section erupted into laughter. What does it mean to be afraid of getting someone's hand cold? Ha ha. The young lady from the Liu family certainly has a unique way of expressing herself. Those who admire Xianyu are truly fortunate. It's evident that Qin Zixuan genuinely wishes to entice Liu Jiyue. Alas, despite his efforts, he merely cast flirtatious glances at a blind person. I almost feel pity for him. That said, as someone who has been stung by a bee, I must say the bump on his hand doesn't resemble a bee sting, but rather that of a venomous mosquito. Though I couldn't see clearly. It's merely a guess, so please don't criticize me. It doesn't matter. In fact, I quite like these charming yet superficial men. Regardless of what stung him, it's enough that he puts thought into pleasing me. Qin Zixuan maintained an admirable demeanor, sensing that Liu Jiyue showed no intention of cooperation. He swiftly sought an exit for himself. Fine, I shall tend to the honey first. Liu Xiaoxiao, concerned that he might attempt some trickery with Liu Jiyue, feigned curiosity about witnessing honey collection for the first time and expressed a desire to stay and observe. Liu Shiyan, well aware of Liu Xiaoxiao's true intentions, silently permitted her to remain. Qin Zixuan first procured a sturdy branch, gently tapping the exterior of the beehive. With each successive strike, fragments of the hive cascaded down, and golden honey began to flow, thick and viscous, pooling in small mounds upon the broken hive, glittering enticingly in the sunlight. The youth then utilized a sharp stone shard as a tool, carefully slicing open the hive and separating the honey-laden sections from the beeswax. The honey dripped from the stone and his fingers into a prepared coconut shell, its rich sweetness wafting through the air, prompting Liu Xiaoxiao to feel a twinge of envy. This honey is so beautifully colored. Now the question arises, how does a mere outsider like me gracefully request a taste? Upon hearing this thought, Liu Jiyue sprang into action. Excellent. She finally had a chance to do something for her sister. Realizing this, Liu Jiyue stepped forward, suggesting to Qin Zixuan, let us share some honey with Sister Xiaoxiao. She just brought us roasted meat. It's only fair we reciprocate. Upon hearing Liu Jiyue's words, Qin Zixuan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze meeting Liu Xiaoxiao's smiling eyes. For reasons unknown, he always felt a peculiar unease when looking at her, sensing that her smile did not reach her eyes and instead emanated an inexplicable hostility. Yet, that shouldn't be the case. He had done her no wrong. Convincing himself that he was overthinking, Qin Zixuan smiled and lifted a coconut shell brimming with honey, offering it to Liu Xiaoxiao with an impeccable grin. Sister Xiaoxiao, please take this back with you. In the spirit of camaraderie, Liu Xiaoxiao momentarily set aside her animosity towards Qin Zixuan, employing the art of feigned politeness akin to negotiating for red envelopes during the New Year festivities, before graciously accepting what was offered. Upon her return to the pirate crew, she was met with the announcer's voice resonating through the loudspeaker. After a diligent afternoon, both pirates and warriors have satiated their ravenous appetites. Yet, a new dilemma now looms before them. They have discovered that the water they carry is scarcely sufficient to sustain a few until tomorrow, necessitating the swift identification of fresh water resources to ensure future hydration. Without delay, the call to action was made. Su Miaohan's brow furrowed in dismay. The surrounding area is filled with seawater, which is undrinkable, and the forest is vast. I wonder if we can locate alternative freshwater sources in time. What should we do? Xiao Yichen was the first to respond to her concerns. We can desalinate seawater. For example, using the distillation method. Perhaps spurred by Liu Xiaoxiao's earlier encouragement, the typically reticent Xiao Yichen found himself seamlessly integrating into the team's discourse. What is the principle behind distillation? How exactly do we execute it? Su Miaohan's expression remained perplexed. I graduated in the humanities. I am not familiar with such concepts. Xiao Yichen elucidated. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, while the boiling point of the salts in seawater is significantly higher. When seawater is heated, the water first vaporizes, leaving the salt behind in the original container, thus separating the two. He continued, based on this principle, we can construct a rudimentary distillation apparatus on the deserted island, heating seawater to vaporize it, then collecting and cooling the vapor to obtain fresh water. Chapter 67. She is clearly seducing me. Oh, ise, Sumiaohan replied, nodding in a mix of comprehension and confusion. What can I contribute to this effort? Yi Xinglan smiled. You could assist in locating materials for the distillation apparatus. Our current resources are limited. Aside from branches for the frame and dry leaves for kindling, we still need containers for collecting water. Indeed. But what can we use as a container? While leaves can substitute for bowls, we need something sturdier for holding water, right? Su Miaohan's expression was clouded with concern as she instinctively cast her gaze towards Lu Xiaoxiao, receiving the plea for assistance in her expression. Lu Xiaoxiao pondered for a few moments, then suggested, "Shells should suffice. We can find some appropriately shaped ones and clean them for use." She added, "Oh, I just spotted a small patch of bamboo nearby. We could cut bamboo tubes to serve as cups." "That makes sense." Su Miaohan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her admiration for Lu Xiaoxiao evident. "Xiaoxiao, you are incredibly quick-witted." Yi Xinglan also commended Lu Xiaoxiao's suggestion, stating, "The idea of using shells is excellent. Miaohan and Xiaoxiao, you two should head to the beach to gather some shells, while Dr. Xiao and I will focus on constructing the frame." "Absolutely." Su Miaohan nodded eagerly, turning to tug at Lu Xiaoxiao's sleeve. However, after 2 attempts, she found herself unable to move her. Puzzled, she glanced back only to find Lu Xiaoxiao standing lost in thought. "Xiaoxiao? Xiaoxiao? What's the matter?"
"Huh. I'm fine."
Lu Xiaoxiao replied, snapping back to reality. Lu Xiaoxiao was roused from her reverie by the call, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth as she withdrew her arm from Su Miaohan's grasp. "Meow meow. Perhaps you should collect shells on your own." Upon reflection, while the distillation method for desalinating seawater is commendable, its efficiency is rather lacking. If procuring water becomes this cumbersome daily, it will undoubtedly encroach upon our time for other tasks. Therefore, I intend to explore the forest for any available freshwater resources. This way, we shall only need to filter it, which would be far more convenient. Let us proceed separately. Su Miaohan, finding this reasoning quite sound, nodded in agreement without hesitation. "You always think things through, Xiaoxiao. I shall venture off on my own. Best of luck to you." As Su Miaohan made her way toward the beach, Lu Xiaoxiao approached Xiao Yichen and inquired, "Dr. Xiao, could you please indicate where you spotted the deer earlier?" At that moment, Xiao Yichen was already preoccupied, his head bent as he sifted through a pile of branches, searching for the most suitable ones to construct a framework. To maintain eye contact during their conversation, Lu Xiaoxiao squatted beside him, but noticing his focused demeanor, she playfully waved her hand in front of his eyes. Startled by the sudden motion, Xiao Yichen paused, lifting his gaze to find Lu Xiaoxiao had taken a position to his left. Tilting her head curiously as she awaited his reply, a playful smile adorned her face, and as she tilted her head, a lock of hair fell across her eyes. Perhaps irritated by the tickle of her bangs, she suddenly blew a puff of air, sending the stray strand fluttering away. This charming display momentarily captivated Xiao Yichen, leaving him momentarily speechless before he belatedly realized how close they were standing, instinctively retreating to create some distance. "Oh my! That little gesture of her blowing her bangs is utterly adorable. Ha ha ha. Is Dr. Xiao merely maintaining a fade of composure while his heart races like a startled deer? Enough already. Stop fangirling. Let us be realistic. How could such a delightful and charming girl possibly have feelings for me? Her sweet smile is clearly a ploy to entice me. Don't be ridiculous. You're dreaming far too much." The man furrowed his brow in contemplation for a few seconds before gesturing toward a direction, speaking in a low voice. "About that way southwest." "Understood. Thank you, Dr. Xiao. Please continue with your work." With the information she sought, Lu Xiaoxiao did not linger, rising to depart. However, just as she took a few steps, she suddenly heard Xiao Yichen call out to her, "Wait." Confused, Lu Xiaoxiao turned back to see Xiao Yichen standing up as well. Having discarded the branch he held back onto the ground, he regarded her with an inscrutable expression behind his glasses. "Why do you inquire about the deer's location? Are you planning to seek them out yourself?" "Indeed. But rest assured, I would never harm them." Lu Xiaoxiao replied with a radiant smile, her tone light-hearted as she elaborated. "I just mentioned to Miao Miao that I plan to search the forest for freshwater resources. After contemplating for a moment, I deduced that the likelihood of fresh water in the vicinity where this creature could survive would be considerably higher. Consulting Dr. Xiao would merely serve to narrow the search area." Xiao Yichen remained silent for a while before speaking. "However, that location is deep within the forest. Would it be safe for you to go alone? I should accompany you."
"Ah,
No need, no need." Lu Xiaoxiao hastily waved her hands. "I can manage on my own. If you leave, Brother Yi will be overwhelmed with work. The intricacies of the tasks at hand here require all hands on deck. I'll just take a stroll and return shortly." Xiao Yichen intended to voice his concerns once more, but Lu Xiaoxiao was already hastening away, seemingly fearful of his pursuit, as she dashed toward the woods in quick strides. The man stood rooted in place, his gaze heavy with contemplation. The reasoning behind seeking fresh water in a creature as habitat seemed plausible at first glance, yet upon further reflection, it appeared somewhat contrived. Animals could be found throughout the forest. Why specifically inquire about the whereabouts of 2 deer? Xiaoxiao felt an inexplicable intuition that Lu Xiaoxiao harbored ulterior motives. Nearby, Yi Xinglan noticed the unusual demeanor of Xiaoxiao and called out with concern, "Dr. Xiao, why are you in a daze? If you do not wish to assist with the support structure, would you prefer to exchange tasks with me?" Upon hearing Yi Xinglan's remark, Xiaoxiao finally withdrew his gaze and replied softly, "No need. I will attend to it right away." As Lu Xiaoxiao ventured deeper into the woods, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one was following her. Only then did she exhale in relief and retrieve the note she had clutched tightly in her palm. The note contained the information given to her by the commentator upon winning the rock-paper-scissors game, and as she unfolded it, 5 conspicuous characters emerged, deer seen deep in the forest. The system curiously interjected, "Is this information related to the treasure?" I failed to comprehend. Could the treasure be linked to the deer? Lu Xiaoxiao responded mentally, "That is certainly not plausible. This is merely the first clue. The program is set to last 30 days. It would be impossible to reveal the path so swiftly." The system, finding her analysis reasonable, was poised to commend its host when it suddenly observed Lu Xiaoxiao tearing the note apart. Chapter 68. A compliment that missed the mark. System. Host, why did you tear it? Aren't you planning to show the note to others? Your teammates will inevitably become suspicious. As the saying goes, the emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuch is. The system was taken aback by Lu Xiaoxiao's unexpected action, while she remained remarkably composed. "Of course I plan to show it. Why are you so anxious? I am not tearing it carelessly." The system focused closely and realized that Lu Xiaoxiao had torn the paper quite neatly, splitting it almost perfectly in the middle, thereby dividing deer seen deep in the forest into deep in the forest and deer seen. Lu Xiaoxiao continued to elucidate. "Now, only I possess the complete information. By performing this little trick and then presenting the note to my pirate team, I can avoid arousing their suspicions while simultaneously misleading them. Isn't that splendid?" The note, being relatively lengthy with ample spacing between the characters, appeared entirely innocuous when either half was viewed in isolation. Unless one had seen the original form of the note, it would be quite challenging to discern any discrepancies. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. The system, having attained a moment of enlightenment, promptly resumed its intention to flatter, exclaiming with exuberance, "Host, you are truly cunning. Absolutely splendid." Lu Xiaoxiao responded with a hint of confusion. "Cunning? Why does this manner of praise leave me feeling so unsettled?" Nevertheless, she deemed it unnecessary to engage with this non-human entity. "So, host, which half of these 2 notes do you intend to show to the teammates?" The system inquired again. Lu Xiaoxiao scrutinized the 2 notes for a while before making her decision. "Let us go with the one about the depths of the forest." The crux of this intelligence actually lay with the deer. The phrase depths of the forest is rather vague. As long as she obscured the key point regarding the deer, it would suffice for them to know that there was something within the woods. As she spoke, she crumpled the note detailing the deer and tossed it into a nearby pile of fallen leaves. In the live broadcast room, spectators gasped in astonishment at this scene.
Wow.
This confirms it. The sister is indeed an undercover agent for the pirate team. Please don't. The atmosphere in the pirate team is so delightful. If everyone learns the truth, it would surely be heartbreaking. Indeed, just look at how much trust Su Miaohan has in Lu Xiaoxiao. It seems Lu Xiaoxiao could effortlessly charm her into compliance. My heart aches for you, Miao Miao. Not only does Su Miaohan trust her, although Yi Xinglan ostensibly leads the pirate team, it appears that everyone regards Xiaoxiao as their cornerstone. It seems the scales of victory are tipping in favor of the brave team. I wager 50 cents that they will ultimately prevail. Once the matter of the notes was settled, Lu Xiaoxiao continued her journey towards the southwest. The jungle ecosystem on this deserted island was remarkably lush, with countless tall trees standing erect, piercing the clouds. Their trunks were robust and mottled, seemingly narrating tales of time's passage. The verdant foliage layered intricately, resembling vast green umbrellas that shielded the sky from view. Sunlight struggled to filter through the gaps in the leaves, casting gentle beams of golden light. At this juncture of early autumn, the ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, which rustled underfoot, as if composing a natural symphony. As Lu Xiaoxiao ambled along, she reveled in the surrounding beauty, her spirits elevated. having spent too long indoors. The opportunity to embrace nature for an extended period felt both refreshing and liberating. Had this been before her immersion in the narrative, she would have hesitated even to embark on a 7-day trip, let alone a 30-day adventure, often needing to consolidate vacation days and weekends to amass sufficient time. Thus, while other participants might have privately lamented their fatigue, she internally exclaimed, "What a delight! This is simply exhilarating." Though her initial motivation for venturing into the woods to seek water was less than pure, she recognized that, whether to allay her teammates' suspicions or to facilitate her own survival, this task was indeed necessary. Therefore, while searching for deer, Lu Xiaoxiao remained vigilant, meticulously observing her surroundings, ever alert for signs of damp earth, as she surmised that moist soil likely indicated a nearby water source. Simultaneously, she listened intently to the sounds around her, lest she miss the gentle trickle of flowing water. Now, Lu Xiaoxiao finds herself devoid of any surplus points to enhance her senses, hence, she must rely solely on her instinctive exploration. With each stride, she bends down to delicately touch the earth with her fingertips, gauging its moisture. As she continues her journey, she suddenly spots some moss on a nearby rock. Moss typically thrives in damp environments, prompting her to follow the direction where the moss is abundant. After parting a thicket of bushes that towered to her waist, she is greeted by a sudden burst of brightness ahead. A crystal-clear stream flows before her, the gentle water glistening like silver under the sun, while the grass by the stream dances in the breeze, radiating vitality. A fawn, initially sipping from the water's edge, is startled by the rustling of the bushes and quickly retreats, darting away in fright. "Oh, please don't run. I mean no harm," Lu Xiaoxiao muses, uncertain if this fawn is the one Xiao Yichen had encountered, but aware of the difficulty in finding it, she cannot let it escape. Without a moment to assess the quality of the stream's water, she sprints in pursuit of the fleeing fawn. After an extensive chase, the fawn disappears into a thicket encircled by large boulders, leaving an eerie silence. "Oh, I'm utterly exhausted." Lu Xiaoxiao, on the brink of her limits, halts, panting heavily. She raises her hand to hastily brush away the twigs and leaves entangled in her hair before cautiously advancing. As she parts the branches before her, she discovers the fawn curled up beside a larger doe, trembling in fear. The mother deer regards Lu Xiaoxiao with a gaze filled with hostility and wariness, yet remains seated. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xiaoxiao notices that the doe's hind leg appears injured, the wound unhealed and bleeding profusely. This revelation leaves her perplexed. According to Xiao Yichen's description, the deer he encountered were supposed to be in robust health. If this pair is indeed the ones he spoke of, then the injury must have been inflicted recently. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoxiao observes a scroll, seemingly made of parchment, partially visible beneath the mother deer, likely the very object the intelligence had guided them to discover. The question looms, how can she retrieve the scroll without alarming the mother deer? Just look at that hostile glare. It feels as though a mere approach would result in being gored by those antlers. Chapter 69. The Lilies of Home Bloom Again. Lu Xiaoxiao has never possessed a disposition that endears her to animals, let alone dogs. She finds herself intimidated by any creature of substantial size. As for cats, she had encountered a few wild ones during her childhood in the orphanage and found them quite adorable. However, those cats always gravitated towards other children, never willing to engage with her, not even tempted by food. Initially, Lu Xiaoxiao felt disheartened, but over time, she grew accustomed to the notion that her aura simply did not resonate with small animals. Yet, faced with today's predicament, her unfortunate disposition complicates matters considerably. With a heart full of trepidation, Lu Xiaoxiao cautiously approached the injured doe, softening her voice to soothe, "I mean you and your fawn no harm. I merely wish to take that object away. You are wounded and in need of treatment. Allow me to examine your injury, if you please." However, the doe did not reciprocate her kindness. Upon noticing Lu Xiaoxiao's approach, it widened its eyes and perked its ears, displaying an unmistakable agitation. Moreover, it emitted a low growl, its tense posture suggesting it was poised to strike. Lu Xiaoxiao dared not advance any further. She stood there, scratching her head for a moment, and finally, with a resigned sigh, she declared, "Very well, you wait here. I shall fetch someone." About 20 minutes later, Lu Yunhuai was stealthily led into the woods by Lu Xiaoxiao. The latter moved swiftly ahead, while Lu Yunhuai, unfamiliar with the terrain, followed with uneven steps. Upon arriving at their destination, Lu Xiaoxiao halted and indicated the resting spot of the two deer to Lu Yunhuai, saying, "Behold, this is the place I mentioned." Just then, The other members of the Brave Squad had also conceived the idea of purifying water through distillation. While a few of them busied themselves with this task, Lu Jiyue, unable to contribute, recalled her sister's whispered thoughts and decided to search for some perilla plants nearby, hoping to enhance the flavor of their next meal. However, she had scarcely wandered off when Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared from behind a large tree, pulling her out of sight. Initially startled and instinctively gasping at the sudden presence, Lu Jiyue was quickly silenced by Lu Xiaoxiao's hand over her mouth. "Shh, do not make a sound, you must listen to me," Lu Xiaoxiao said, pressing Lu Jiyue against the tree with one hand on her shoulder and the other covering her mouth. Her eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance as she leaned closer to whisper in her ear, "I swear that every word I am about to utter is the truth. First and foremost, I am a traitor of the pirate squad, which makes me another ally of yours in the Brave Squad. I hope you can trust me." In the live stream, the audience, having witnessed Lu Xiaoxiao's actions, erupted in excitement. Ahem. At this moment, one might inquire, "Darling, do you take after your father or your mother in terms of orientation?" The commenter above is quite subtle. "All I see is the homecoming lilies blooming again." Ah. How fascinating. It seems Xiaoxiao is a charming little girl before her brother, yet exudes a regal aura in front of Lu Jiyue. Such versatility. It's a wall slam. I'm shipping it hard. The fervor is overwhelming. Forget everything else. Just enjoy the rhythm. At that instant, Lu Jiyue, already aware of Lu Xiaoxiao's true identity, was momentarily taken aback, then silently adopted a look of feigned astonishment, as if to say, "So, you are the undercover agent." Lu Xiaoxiao continued, "I recall during the introductions before the show commenced, you mentioned your exceptional rapport with animals, and thus, I require your assistance." Lu Jiyue interjected, "Wait. What self-introduction is sister referring to? Wasn't that segment scrapped?" Upon noticing the other party's bewilderment, Lu Xiaoxiao quickly blinked twice as a subtle hint. "Indeed. I am fabricating a story. It is essential to provide the audience with a plausible reason. Otherwise, it would appear exceedingly odd for me to seek your assistance when we are not well acquainted." Upon hearing this inner thought, Lu Jiyue grasped Lu Xiaoxiao's intention and nodded obediently. Excellent. She knew that she and Lu Jiyue shared a remarkable synergy. Indeed, a mere glance sufficed to convey her meaning. A flicker of relief passed through Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes, and she relaxed her grip, then whispered, "I shall take you to a place related to the first treasure's information. Just follow me." "All right." Lu Jiyue promptly followed, and after a moment's contemplation, she could not resist asking softly, "But, Sister Xiaoxiao, why did you not seek your brother's help first, instead of coming to me?" Lu Xiaoxiao squinted slightly, responding as they walked, "My brother possesses such exceptional acting skills. Akin to a wily fox, I simply cannot trust him. Moreover, he is not suited for soothing small creatures. It is far better that you take on this task. That Tibetan Mastiff at home warms up to you instantly. So coaxing a couple of deer should be no challenge at all." Upon hearing this reasoning, Lu Jiyue's spirits lifted. Hooray. It seemed she was more useful to her sister than her second brother. How utterly splendid. Upon arriving at their destination, Lu Xiaoxiao indicated the direction and stood aside, arms crossed, awaiting Lu Jiyue's actions. Lu Jiyue approached the two deer with an unperturbed demeanor, her pace even and her voice calm and gentle. "Do not be afraid. I am not a villain. May I take a look at your wounds?" As she drew near, the doe visibly relaxed, gradually lowering her head. Even the fawn ceased to cower, nuzzling affectionately against Lu Jiyue's palm. Ah, is this the effect of the protagonist's aura? Lu Jiyue was indeed a remarkably effective beast-taming tool. Observing this harmonious scene, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a wave of relief wash over her, yet simultaneously experienced a twinge of confusion. She pondered how her approach differed little from Lu Jiyue's. Their dialogue was nearly identical. How could the results be so vastly different? Lu Jiyue, with gentle movements, inspected the doe's injury and quietly remarked, "You have lost so much blood. We must bandage it quickly, so please remain still." With that, she removed her hairband and began to wrap the injury on the doe's hind leg. Seeing that the doe had calmed, Lu Xiaoxiao, feeling somewhat emboldened, tentatively stepped closer, only to have the doe begin to struggle once more, causing Lu Jiyue to nearly misplace her knot in the bandaging. Lu Xiaoxiao. She should not have humiliated herself. With a sigh, Lu Xiaoxiao retreated a few steps. As she did so, she suddenly felt her heel strike something hard, which did not seem to be a stone. Looking back, she discovered a small, disposable animal trap. Most of the trap was concealed by underbrush, revealing only a small metallic corner. Had it not been for her accidental kick, it would have been quite challenging to spot it at first glance on the ground. Chapter 70. Complimenting is merely an effortless task. Lu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, preparing to bend down to examine it closely, only to be interrupted by the unobtrusive cameraman who had been trailing her. "Miss Lu, there's really no need to inspect that," he exclaimed. "We're filming the show. We cannot afford to leave a poor impression on the audience." Hearing his voice, Lu Xiaoxiao turned around to see that the cameraman had temporarily shut off the camera, his face adorned with an apologetic smile. Noting his anxious demeanor, she quickly grasped the situation, her brow furrowing even more tightly. "Did you orchestrate this? To ensure that deer remained immobile by injuring its leg?" The cameraman refrained from responding directly, instead chuckling, "It's all for the sake of the show. Also, it's to lower the difficulty for you guests." He added nonchalantly, "Besides, it's just a minor injury. It will heal swiftly and soon enough. It will be running and jumping again." His tone was exceedingly casual, clearly dismissing the gravity of the matter, while Lu Xiaoxiao felt a knot tighten in her chest. Meanwhile, Lu Yunhuai had finished bandaging the doe and returned with a scroll. Upon overhearing the conversation between the cameraman and Lu Xiaoxiao, her expression turned to one of indignation. "But there are clearly other methods. Why must you harm it?" The cameraman wore a somewhat awkward expression. "I cannot fathom what the staff were thinking. It wasn't my decision. However, you two should be cautious not to display your feelings on camera." He continued, "I just paused the recording. We should resume now. You can also take this opportunity to portray yourselves as advocates for wildlife, which is quite appealing to the audience." With that, he kicked the animal trap deep into the thicket and began adjusting the camera once more. Wow, Xiaoyue is truly an angel. So gentle with animals. Why did the feed suddenly go blank? Was there a malfunction? Technical issues during a live broadcast are commonplace, as long as it's resolved now. That's all that matters. Thanks to the cameraman's timely cut, the viewers in the live stream remained oblivious to any irregularities, and the discussion regarding the broadcast malfunction quickly faded away. Lu Yunhuai glanced at Lu Xiaoxiao, noticing her sister had swiftly composed herself, and chose to remain silent as she handed over the scroll. "Sister Xiaoxiao, look. This seems to be a map, doesn't it?" Lu Xiaoxiao accepted it and examined it for a moment, confirming it depicted a map, albeit incomplete, merely a fragment. It appeared that each clue would lead the guests to such a piece of a map, but this fragment could only be effective once all were collected, correct? However, as the game progressed, clues would inevitably flow into the hands of both teams, making it nearly impossible for one team to monopolize all the clues through normal means. After contemplating for a few seconds, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly comprehended the true role of the traitor. It seemed the production team intended for the traitor to act as a thief at the critical moment, regardless of the advantages previously gained. The moment the traitor successfully obtains the map's custodianship and conveys it to the opposing side, the situation can be instantly reversed. Conversely, one can deduce that the more fervently someone wishes to possess the map, the greater the likelihood that they are the traitor. Listening to her sister's internal analysis, Lu Yunhuai felt somewhat at a loss. She tugged at Lu Xiaoxiao's sleeve and inquired, "Sister Xiaoxiao, how shall we handle this map? Should we conceal it?" "No. We must not conceal it." Lu Xiaoxiao firmly rejected, stuffing the map into Lu Yunhuai's embrace. With a serious tone, she added, "You shall take this map back. Remember, you must do so openly and boldly. The more ostentatious, the better." Lu Yunhuai responded with a puzzled expression. Upon Lu Xiaoxiao's return to the pirate team's base, several teammates were still occupied. They had cleared a patch of ground beside a shallow pit, arranging dry twigs into a small bonfire pile, and placing a shell container filled with seawater over the fire to heat it. Before long, the seawater began to warm up, gradually emitting steam. As the temperature rose, the seawater reached a boil, producing an increasing amount of vapor. To collect this vapor, they had ingeniously fashioned a sloped canopy using a large plastic sheet propped up with branches. Thus, when the vapor met the plastic, it would condense into droplets, which would then flow down the sheet into a pre-prepared container. Lu Xiaoxiao observed that the vessel collecting the droplets was fashioned from a coconut shell. "Xiaoxiao, you're back. Did you find any freshwater resources?" Su Miaohan exclaimed joyfully, waving at Lu Xiaoxiao from a distance. "Look, the idea for the coconut shell was mine. What do you think? Am I not quite adept at drawing inferences?" she urged, seeking praise. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded enthusiastically, yes. Our Miao Miao is the best. I found freshwater resources too, and tomorrow I'll take you all to fetch some." Xiao Yichen, overhearing their conversation, briefly glanced over before slowly returning his gaze, adjusting the size of the fire to ensure the seawater continued to boil without causing the shell to crack. Noticing Xiao Yichen's silence, Lu Xiaoxiao complimented him. Dr. Xiao, you're doing a splendid job tending to the fire. Truly impressive. Thank you for your efforts. Startled by the praise, Xiao Yichen paused momentarily, then threw himself into his task with renewed vigor. It seemed that this had an unexpectedly remarkable motivating effect. Lu Xiaoxiao blinked in surprise and, wishing to maintain balance, turned her attention to Yi Xinglan. Brother Yi, you're doing wonderfully, keep it up. At that moment, Yi Xinglan was intently monitoring the condensation of water droplets on the plastic sheet, ready to swiftly replace a filled coconut shell with an empty one. Suddenly hearing Lu Xiaoxiao call him, he momentarily appeared bewildered, responding with a confused, "Huh?" Lu Xiaoxiao gently patted his shoulder, speaking in a kindly tone. "No worries. Continue your work. My compliments are merely casual, a little encouragement for everyone." Observing the interaction among the group, the audience in the comments section erupted in laughter, with one remarking, "Xiaoxiao looks like a kindergarten teacher. Aha. Dr. Xiao is visibly exerting himself. He genuinely cares about what Xiaoxiao has said." Brother Yi, in his confusion, appears quite adorable. Lin Alphonse seems to have been isolated, serving him right. Those upstairs, do not speak carelessly. Who has isolated him? Is he not the one who has single-handedly distanced himself from everyone? While the pirate team revels in laughter and joy, the members of the brave team are thrown into turmoil by the object Lu Jiyue has brought back.
What?
Bai Xinyan glares at the scroll in Lu Jiyue's hand, her elegant willow-shaped brows tightly knitted. Are you saying you found this on your way? Chapter 71. The basis of suspicion is intuition. Lu Jiyue hesitates for a moment before nodding. Bai Xinyan regards her with a face full of skepticism. Are you certain? Noticing the half-hearted belief reflected in the gazes of those around her, Lu Jiyue feels a twinge of anxiety. However, she cannot show any weakness. Recalling her sister's admonitions, Lu Jiyue resolutely nods, striving to enhance the credibility of her testimony by elaborating on the details. I found it beside a tree in the grass. I was merely looking for some perilla leaves as seasoning when I suddenly stumbled upon this peculiar object, stamped with the program's logo, so I brought it back. Until today, Lu Jiyue had never spun such a fluent lie, a testament to the potential ignited by Lu Xiaoxiao. Seeing the crowd fall silent, she tentatively raises the scroll higher, asking, I took a peek, and it seems to be a fragment of a map. Does anyone wish to take custody of it? Concerned that her inquiry may seem overly deliberate, Lu Jiyue observes her teammates' expressions and adds, It's not that I'm unwilling to keep it, but I can be a bit careless. This should be quite important, right? I fear I might accidentally misplace it, and that would be unfortunate. As Lu Jiyue steals glances at the expressions of those around her, Lu Shiyan, standing nearby, is also scrutinizing her. He notes that as she explains, her eyes occasionally dart instinctively to the upper right. In psychology, when a person's gaze shifts to the upper right, it often indicates that they are constructing an imagined scenario, a common micro-expression of deceit. This does not surprise Lu Shiyan in the slightest. He can even conjecture what Lu Xiaoxiao privately discussed with Lu Jiyue. After all, she was the one who obtained the first piece of information today. Although he did not witness it personally, it is not uncommon for Lu Xiaoxiao, the mole on the opposing side, to pass significant tools to a trusted member of the brave team. With clarity in his mind, Lu Shiyan silently sighs. To prevent others from continuing to interrogate Lu Jiyue, he is the first to step forward. Extending his hand with a gentle smile, It seems you are quite fortunate to have stumbled upon such crucial information while wandering through the woods. That is truly remarkable. If you are willing, I can take care of this map for you. Lu Jiyue, with her strikingly bright almond-shaped eyes, holds her gaze steadily with her older brother for 2 seconds but does not immediately hand over the scroll. In that brief moment, her expression transitions through shock, complexity, and finally understanding. Sister once said that the more one desires to hold the map firmly in their grasp, the greater the likelihood of treachery. It is perplexing that second brother, despite his intelligence, readily offered to safeguard it without much suspicion. This only deepens the mystery. However, in this moment, Lu Jiyue could not retract her previous statement. Biting her lip discreetly, she slowly extended her hand, preparing to transfer the map to Lu Shiyan. Yet, before the exchange could be completed, Qin Zixuan suddenly grasped Lu Jiyue's wrist, halting her movement just before Lu Shiyan could touch the scroll. Lu Jiyue was taken aback, looking up in confusion at the young lad. Qin Zixuan? Why are you stopping me? The youth did not turn to face her. His smiling eyes fixed intently on Lu Shiyan as he spoke. Brother Lu, though it may be a bit presumptuous to say this, I harbor some doubts about you. At Qin Zixuan's unexpected challenge, Lu Shiyan paused, then revealed a slight smile, his tone laced with surprise. What prompts this sudden assertion? Have I done something to provoke your suspicion? Qin Zixuan replied with a grin. If you must know the specifics of my doubts, I must admit there are none. Hearing this, Lu Shiyan's expression turned puzzled. Then what do you mean? Before he could finish his inquiry, Qin Zixuan continued to elucidate. I believe, Brother Lu, with your remarkable acting skills, even if you possessed a special identity, you likely wouldn't engage in anything suspicious. However, we simply cannot afford to take that risk. Upon finishing his statement, he innocently blinked at the crowd and added, if you insist on a reason, I can only attribute it to my intuition. Little Qin, that reasoning seems rather flimsy, does it not? Bai Xinyan remarked disapprovingly, immediately coming to Lu Shiyan's defense. He only offered to safeguard the scroll, out of goodwill. Your words might dampen the morale of your teammate. Oh, dear, is it that serious? I assure you, I am not speaking carelessly. My intuition has always been quite keen. Qin Zixuan raised an eyebrow, his tone light and carefree. Sister Xinyan, please don't be too serious. I merely wish to enjoy a game. Brother Lu surely isn't that fragile. Bai Xinyan felt her pride slightly wounded by Qin Zixuan's nonchalant response, her expression darkening until Lu Shiyan interjected, of course not. Lu Shiyan smiled at Qin Zixuan, his demeanor unchanged, yet there was a subtle sharpness in his final question, in your opinion. To whom should the scroll be entrusted for safekeeping? Or do you wish to take on that responsibility yourself? Not at all. I certainly have no such intention. Qin Zixuan replied, still smiling and maintaining a buoyant tone. In fact, I believe it is best kept in Sister Jiyue's hands. No one can safeguard it better than the person herself. After making this statement, Qin Zixuan turned to meet Lu Jiyue's gaze. Sister, you need not be overly modest. Whether during the preparation of ingredients or while making the vegetable soup, everyone can see how meticulous you are. We all know you are not careless at all. You can certainly manage this task. Have a little more faith in yourself. Ha, look at Jiyue acting so adorably. She seems a bit inexperienced. This omniscient perspective is so entertaining. Qin Zixuan's attentiveness toward Lu Jiyue is genuinely remarkable. His words of encouragement are truly uplifting. If I were in her position, I would undoubtedly be captivated by him in an instant. I have an immense fondness for warm-hearted young men. The confrontation between actor Lu and Qin Zixuan exudes an intense sense of pressure, almost akin to a duel of wits. What is Qin Zixuan truly thinking? Is he brazenly opposing actor Lu without a hint of respect for his seniority? Such behavior seems rather disrespectful. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting from above? This is not a performance. Do you even comprehend the distinction between a reality show and a scripted game? Furthermore, actor Lu is inherently amiable. Did you not observe that he himself appeared unbothered? Why are you so indignant on his behalf? Are you a fan or simply attempting to stir trouble? I find it utterly impossible to discern who the undercover agent might be. At this moment, everyone appears suspect. Chapter 72. Surely, you cannot be my romantic rival? Once Qin Zixuan proposed this idea, no one objected. Lu Jiyue gazed at the scroll she had been cradling and felt increasingly perplexed, ultimately responding vacantly with an agreement. Then let Jiyue safeguard it. Lu Shiyan smiled at Lu Jiyue, elegantly stepping back before shifting the topic. Perhaps it is time to prepare dinner. What does everyone think? Indeed. The hour for a meal is fast approaching. Bai Xinyan quickly chimed in, glancing at the other two girls in the group. Ruoling, Jiyue. Shall we go pick some fruit together? Lu Jiyue, ever enthusiastic about tasks, immediately nodded in assent. Sure. Let us go. After the girls departed, Qin Zixuan cast a glance at Lu Shiyan and turned to leave. He had been unable to locate Lu Jiyue all afternoon. So he set his sights on a new target. It was high time to attend to that. As he brushed past Lu Shiyan, he suddenly heard him speak. Do you have feelings for Lu Jiyue? Though phrased as a question, it bore the weight of a statement. Qin Zixuan was momentarily taken aback, the smile on his lips fading slightly, replaced by a flicker of youthful sharpness in his eyes. Yet, he responded with cheerful candor. Indeed. I have fallen for her at first sight. The freckled youth tilted his head, enunciating each word with clarity. For some inexplicable reason, this seemingly gentle and unassuming man instilled in Qin Zixuan a profound sense of unease. No one who secures a foothold in the entertainment industry is to be underestimated. Many personas are merely FA aids put on for the audience. He would not be easily swayed by anyone's superficial charm. Qin Zixuan's assertion of having strong instincts was no idle boast. He had harbored a peculiar premonition from the outset that Lu Shiyan might jeopardize his interests. And then there is Lu Shiyan's sister. That girl named Lu Xiaoxiao also left him with an unfavorable impression. Although Qin Zixuan could not quite articulate why Lu Xiaoxiao unsettled him, he surmised that Lu Shiyan's intentions were undoubtedly connected to Lu Jiyue. Kicking a pebble at his feet, he fell silent for a moment before abruptly inquiring of Lu Shiyan, "Brother Lu, you cannot possibly be my romantic rival, can you?" Upon uttering this line, the chat exploded with excitement, as all those who ship him and Lu Jiyue began to fervently react. Did this fellow just express himself so candidly? Not even attempting to conceal it? He actually admitted to being infatuated with Lu Jiyue at first sight. I knew my instincts were not misplaced. The ardor of youth's affection is indeed fervent and sincere. It is remarkably commendable. Am I imagining things? Why does it seem like actor Lu has turned to stone? Could it be that Qin Zixuan has struck a nerve? If that were the case, it would be quite dramatic. However, I must confess, I relish watching competitions like this. So let the games begin. I must admit, this is rather absurd. This isn't a dating show. Qin Zixuan's admission of his feelings for Lu Jiyue is his own affair. But I beseech you all to refrain from overanalyzing every action and word of actor Lu. Though I timidly assert that actor Lu does seem to show a genuine concern for Lu Jiyue. Of course, with actor Lu's exemplary character, he would naturally care for the female members of his team. Anyone would behave similarly. Lu Shiyan found himself momentarily engulfed in an unsettling silence. How ludicrous. If he were to perceive Qin Zixuan as a romantic rival, it would be utterly absurd. After all, Lu Jiyue is his own sister. Although their relationship is not particularly close at present, who would ever act against their own sibling? The lack of public acknowledgement of their identities leads to unwarranted speculation. Lu Shiyan felt a slight headache, yet his professional demeanor allowed him to maintain a semblance of a smile, quickly denying, "I am not your romantic rival. I am merely curious." Qin Zixuan gazed at him for a few seconds before breaking into a radiant smile. "Oh, in that case, splendid. Brother Lu, I have some ingredients to attend to, so I shall take my leave." On the pirate team's side, once everyone had gathered sufficient fresh water, Yi Xinglan extinguished the fire beneath the shell and took a moment to rest. Lu Xiaoxiao plopped down beside him and called over Su Miaohan and Xiao Yichen, lowering her voice to speak mysteriously. "Now, I believe it is time to reveal the clues to everyone." Xiao Yichen glanced at Lin Aofan, who was busy preparing dinner in the distance, and asked, "Since we are revealing everything, should we not invite him over as well?" Su Miaohan rolled her eyes and retorted, "He is nothing but a nuisance and a killjoy. I believe he is deliberately trying to sabotage us. I suspect he is the so-called traitor. Why should we even involve him?" Su Miaohan's vexed remarks resonated with Lu Xiaoxiao, who, if circumstances allowed, would be eager to shift suspicion onto others. However, she knew she could not appear overly obvious. Excessive displays of emotion would only raise suspicion. With a sigh, Lu Xiaoxiao feigned concern, saying alas, "We have no evidence to accuse him of being an undercover agent. Yet I genuinely feel that Lin Aofan is quite hostile towards me and Miaohan, and his lack of participation in team efforts leaves me unable to trust him. Brother Yi, Dr. Xiao, you can surely understand my predicament, yes?" Yi Xinglan's smile turned to one of resignation. "Of course, I understand. His behavior has indeed been a bit excessive, inevitably raising doubts among everyone." Lu Xiaoxiao turned her gaze back to Xiao Yichen, noticing the girl's eyes filled with anticipation. Xiao Yichen merely responded with a soft hm, then averted his gaze. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoxiao found it somewhat amusing. This Dr. Xiao was indeed difficult to approach, often shying away from direct eye contact, embodying his avoidant personality to the fullest. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaoxiao paid it no mind, and upon realizing a consensus had been reached, she produced the note and handed it to Yi Xinglan. After unfolding it and reading aloud, Yi Xinglan murmured, "In the depths of the forest? Is it really as simple as these 3 words? Indeed. I find it puzzling as well. It's rather vague, isn't it? The production team is quite stingy, being so miserly even with clues." Lu Xiaoxiao crossed her arms defiantly, pouting, displaying a sense of indignation that surpassed even Yi Xinglan's. The forest was filled with trees that all appeared remarkably similar. How were they to discern where to search? Su Miaohan, wearing a look of distress, chimed in, "Exactly. Moreover, this forest is so expansive that by the time the program concludes, we might not even be fully familiar with it. As the group continued their discussion, the announcer suddenly raised a megaphone and spoke. We have an update on the exploration progress. Congratulations to our brave team for obtaining the first clue. Which points to the prop. Fragment of map 1. Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, her pupils dilating in shock. No one had informed her that updates would be relayed at any moment. This was disastrous. What does this mean? What is fragment of map 1?
Su Miaohan asked.
Confusion etched on her face. And what do you mean by the first clue pointing to a prop? The first clue in our possession? Su Miaohan was slow to grasp the implications, but Lin Alphon reacted differently. Upon hearing the announcement, he erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Xiaoxiao. Look at you. I knew women couldn't be relied upon. Such an important clue should have been entrusted to us, yet you insisted on hoarding it. And now look, it's lost. You satisfied now? Faced with his accusations, Lu Xiaoxiao fell into silence. Lin Alphon, while not lacking in intelligence to immediately suspect her, failed to consider the possibility of betrayal, even providing her with a scapegoat for the lost clue, leaving Lu Xiaoxiao with a complex mix of emotions as she regarded him. However, his inability to connect the dots did not imply that the rest of the pirate team's members were equally oblivious. Brother Lin, please don't be agitated. The clue is not lost. It's right here with me, Yi Xinglan calmly interjected, attempting to placate Lin Alphon. Xiaoxiao just share the note with me. Things are not as you perceive. Though he defended Lu Xiaoxiao, his gaze towards her bore a hint of skepticism. After a moment's pause, Yi Xinglan turned to her and asked Xiaoxiao, do you have anything you wish to clarify? Xiao Yichen also looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, intending to inquire if she had encountered the brave team in the forest that afternoon, only to find her eyes quickly brimming with tears. Xiao Yichen was momentarily taken aback. His words caught in his throat, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Observing Lu Xiaoxiao's demeanor today, she did not seem to be a person of fragile spirit. So, why was she on the verge of tears after just a couple of remarks from Lin Alphon? Su Miaohan also noticed the shift in Lu Xiaoxiao's expression and quickly embraced her arm, soothingly saying, Xiaoxiao, do not be upset. He simply does not understand the situation. We would never blame you. You have provided us with so many brilliant ideas, far surpassing his contributions. We are genuinely grateful to you. However, despite Su Miaohan's endless comforting words, Lu Xiaoxiao's emotional state showed no signs of improvement. In fact, she suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, Whoa, it's just so unfair. So unfair. I finally won the game of rock, paper, scissors to gain a clue, and after all these years, my luck has only favored me this once. Yet, someone can randomly wander around and find the item that rightfully belongs to me. Whoa, why is that? It's so unfair. I've tolerated not winning even $50 on the lottery. I've endured always receiving thank you for your patronage when buying bottle caps. I've accepted that in card games, one must invest heavily to secure a guaranteed reward. But this time, I simply cannot endure it any longer. Heaven, just wait. I will make you wait indefinitely. Lu Xiaoxiao's performance was so sorrowful that the audience, observing from a godlike perspective in the live stream, erupted in laughter. No wonder she is the sister of the great actor Lu. Her acting is truly remarkable. Tears fall at her command. In comparison, Lu Jiuyue seems rather dull, haha. However, I feel as though I have been struck by her words. It's almost a depiction of my daily struggles as an African. I'm dying of laughter. I thought she would deliver a fierce retort to heaven, but instead, she said, just wait. I will make you wait indefinitely. What a pitiful display, haha. Meanwhile, the pirate crew looked on, bewildered. Lu Xiaoxiao's overwhelming resentment was palpable, leaving Su Miaohan frozen in shock, her grip on Lu Xiaoxiao's arm stiffening, rendering her momentarily speechless. It was truly tragic, especially her lament regarding the card game. Su Miaohan felt an undeniable sense of empathy. As she empathized, Su Miaohan too began to crumble alongside Lu Xiaoxiao, unable to separate her thoughts from this matter any longer. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao in such distress, Yi Xinglan was also thrown into a state of confusion and hurried over to join Su Miaohan in comforting her. Do not cry, Xiaoxiao. This is not your fault. It is merely a coincidence. Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at him, her sorrow intensifying as she wailed even louder. Whoa. But this means you will surely suspect me of being the mole, yet I truly am just unlucky. I cannot help it. It was not intentional. If you all wish to suspect me, then go ahead. It is all my fault. Her words rushed out in a flurry, devoid of any punctuation. And Yi Xinglan felt an immediate surge of indignation on her behalf. Yet, Witnessing Lu Xiaoxiao's profound sorrow, her sincerity appearing genuine rather than feigned, he was overwhelmed with guilt. He truly felt despicable. How could one so baselessly cast doubt upon the young lady? Look at the state she is in now, reduced to tears. Yi Xinglan, who despises witnessing women suffer, hurriedly reassured her, of course not. How could one possibly conclude you are an undercover agent over such trivial matters? Merely a coincidence indeed. Sensing that his solitary voice lacked conviction, he turned to Xiao Yichen and inquired, wouldn't you agree, Dr. Xiao? From the moment Xiao Yichen beheld Lu Xiaoxiao in tears, he had cast aside any thoughts of interrogation. Upon reflection, it was merely a game, and there was no need to take it so seriously. While Su Miaohan and Yi Xinglan consoled her, he had searched his person for a tissue, only to feel a twinge of self-reproach for being unprepared.
Now,
Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, he simply nodded and silently extended his sleeve toward her. Lacking the eloquence to articulate his sentiments, he could only offer this gesture as a means of comfort. Though her tears seemed tempestuous, Lu Xiaoxiao was, in truth, more thunder than rain. As she contemplated the offered sleeve for a few moments, she wondered if it was intended for her to dry her tears. How considerate of Xiao Yichen. After a brief hesitation, she decided to reciprocate his kindness, lightly rubbing her eyes on his sleeve and murmuring a quiet thank you. When Xiao Yichen retracted his hand, his expression remained neutral, yet his movements were noticeably stiff and awkward. The barrage of comments on the screen erupted, filled with remarks like "I'm shipping this," and others urging, "What are you waiting for? Screenshot it." The show's survival on a deserted island had garnered immense popularity, and although it had only recently premiered, numerous fan discussions had already sprung up, with many actively participating. Naturally, Lu Xiaoxiao was unaware of this burgeoning excitement. She had no intention of flirting. Her empathy for Xiao Yichen's experiences merely inspired her to draw closer to him. Chapter 74. The Phantom Pain. Lin Alphon had initially intended to further exploit this situation,
to stoke discord.
However, after Lu Xiaoxiao's outburst, both Yi Xinglan and Xiao Yichen resolved to move on, while Su Miaohan, embodying the protective spirit of a mother hen, positioned herself in front of him, her expression clearly conveying a warning, dared to provoke her and face her fury. Lin Alphon seethed with frustration, perplexed as to why so many were seemingly enchanted, orbiting around Lu Xiaoxiao as if under a spell. With no recourse against her, he could only fall silent for the time being. With the first lead satisfactorily handled, Lu Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and began assisting Su Miaohan in preparing dinner. The remnants of their daytime hunt remained, and that evening, Su Miaohan demonstrated even greater culinary prowess than at midday. Her efficiency markedly improved. Of course, consuming only meat at every meal could become monotonous. Inspired by the warrior's camp, Lu Xiaoxiao decided to attempt a vegetable soup. Before long, the water in the pot began to boil. Carefully, she placed the washed wild vegetables into the iron pot, watching as they tumbled in the scalding water, releasing a delicate fragrance. As the wild vegetable soup simmered to perfection, Lu Xiaoxiao filled a bamboo tube with a bowl and delivered it to the nearby Yi Xinglan. "Brother Yi, do taste it and let me know how it is." Yi Xinglan accepted the bamboo tube and took a delicate sip. The soup was slightly warm, its flavor subtle with a hint of bitterness, yet on this desolate island, that bitterness held a unique authenticity. As the broth spread across his palate, he could truly appreciate the tenderness of the wild vegetables. Despite the absence of any seasoning, the unadulterated essence of nature was profoundly satisfying, warming the drinker to the core. Yi Xinglan smiled and offered his assessment. "Not bad. It's just a tad bitter, but that's quite normal for wild vegetable soup. I often cooked and drank this with my childhood companions. With this sip, it feels like I've returned to my youth." "Didn't you grow up in the city, Brother Yi?" "Not at all. Back then, my family lived in a small county town by the mountains. Our material conditions were quite humble, but the natural environment was splendid. We children would often run into the mountains to play, and when hunger struck, we would forage for food. Sometimes, we even caught small fish and crabs from the river to roast and eat." As he spoke, Yi Xinglan's expression grew wistful. "To be honest, we never really filled our bellies. Those little crabs were indeed very small, and most fish were only about the length of a finger. Yet, when a group of friends gathered together, the food was extraordinarily delicious. Later, my father found a better job in the city, and our family moved there. Since then, I've had little opportunity to be so close to nature." "Ha ha ha. That sounds truly delightful," Lu Xiaoxiao remarked, then suddenly recalled something, prompting her to ask, By the way, Brother Yi, I saw many mushrooms in the forest today, but I couldn't distinguish which were toxic and which were not, so I didn't dare to pick any. Do you know how to tell them apart? Yi Xinglan nodded with a smile. I do know a bit. Generally speaking, brightly colored mushrooms are likely to be poisonous. Those vibrant red, bright yellow, or purple mushrooms should be avoided. There's a type called the fly agaric, which is very colorful, with a red or orange cap adorned with white spots. It looks quite beautiful but is a classic example of a toxic mushroom, and consuming it can be very dangerous. From a morphological standpoint, mushrooms with a ring and a vulva should also be approached with caution. Oh, you might not know what a ring and a vulva are, right? The ring is a skirt-like structure on the mushroom stalk, while the vulva is the cup-like structure at the base of the stalk. Mushrooms exhibiting these two structures should be avoided as much as possible. Additionally, mushrooms that grow in dark, damp, decaying environments or near animal feces have a higher likelihood of being toxic. However, these methods are not foolproof. For mushrooms that appear potentially non-toxic, it's best to observe whether animals consume them. If animals eat a particular mushroom without any ill effects, it is relatively safer. Yi Xinglan's explanation was thorough and patient, and Lu Xiaoxiao listened intently, silently committing these points to memory. Thank you, Brother Yi. Please enjoy your soup. I'll go and deliver a bowl of wild vegetable soup to Dr. Xiao. After Lu Xiaoxiao had searched the vicinity while carrying a pot of wild vegetable soup, she discovered that Xiao Yichen was also preoccupied with a task. With curiosity piqued, she inquired and learned that he was attempting to craft a fishing rod. The man first sharpened one end of a branch with a stone, enabling it to be firmly embedded in the ground. He then carefully wrapped vines around the branch to ensure its stability. Subsequently, Xiao Yichen procured some thin yet sturdy cords, tying one end to the top of the fishing rod, thus creating a fishing line. However, the final challenge arose when he needed to devise a fishing hook. Stopping in his tracks, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, remaining motionless. Observing this, Lu Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to offer the wild vegetable soup. When faced with a quandary, it's wise to take a break. Here, drink up before it cools. Xiao Yichen glanced at the soup in the girl's hands, his furrowed brow relaxing slightly. After expressing his gratitude, he accepted the offering. Lu Xiaoxiao stroked her chin thoughtfully and proposed, perhaps we could craft a rudimentary fishing hook by sharpening a small stone? While the process may not be swift, it certainly is a viable method. What do you think? Xiao Yichen considered her suggestion and nodded in agreement, acknowledging its feasibility. Indeed, it is a possibility. I shall give it a try. Now that we've found a solution, there's no need to wear such a stern expression. Lu Xiaoxiao said with a smile, stepping closer and gesturing with her fingers in an upward arc before him, as if instructing him on how to smile. Xiao Yichen paused for a moment, then obligingly lifted the corners of his mouth. Though his smile lacked the exuberance of her demonstration, the sternness of his demeanor softened considerably. Satisfied with his change of expression, Lu Xiaoxiao stepped back, admired her handiwork, and gave him a thumbs up. The meat over at Miao Miao's should be nearly ready. Dr. Xiao, remember to come eat once you're done. As she turned her back to Xiao Yichen, Lu Xiaoxiao secretly wore a smug smile. System. Are you not curious as to why I am so amiable towards everyone? The system replied, huh? Not really. Ignoring the system's response, Lu Xiaoxiao continued. Well, I suppose I shall reluctantly enlighten you. I am employing a policy of gentleness, forging emotional bonds with everyone. This way, when the time comes, no one will dare to cast suspicion upon me. Clever, isn't it? The system cautiously questioned, what about Lin Alphon? Lu Xiaoxiao's tone turned cold. He is indeed beyond softening. Had it not been for our current lawful society, he would have long been met with a brutal end. The system responded with a chuckle. Host, you truly are quite violent. I can almost feel phantom pains. Chapter 75. Boys must also protect themselves when venturing out. Once everyone had finished their dinner, the announcer began to explain the new phase. Nightfall was imminent. The weary adventurers and pirates needed to find suitable resting places to sleep. However, both groups discovered the same cave, leading to a dispute over the rights to its use. Thus, in order to determine which party is worthy of residing in the cave, the valiant team and the pirate crew are set to engage in an intense competition. The announcer's fervent tones sparked a glimmer of excitement in Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes. Before the details of the contest could be fully articulated, she eagerly raised her hand to answer. I understand. Does it mean we are going to fight? If it truly were a brawl, she could take the opportunity to slap Qin Zixuan twice. That would be the price he pays for courting Lu Jiyue. With that thought, Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but rub her hands together in anticipation. However, the announcer shook his head with a smile. Not quite. The competition entails a tug-of-war. Lu Xiaoxiao, what a letdown. Feeling disheartened, Lu Xiaoxiao slumped, while Lu Shiyan exhibited a look of concern. But wouldn't the tug-of-war be somewhat unfair? He inquired. The pirate team consists of 3 men and 2 women, whereas the valiant team has 3 women and 2 men. The personnel distribution is not balanced.
Oh.
There's no need for concern, as not all members will participate, the announcer promptly clarified in response to the skepticism. Each team will contribute 1 man and 1 woman. Only 4 participants will be required.
All right.
You now have 5 minutes to discuss your selections. As soon as the announcer finished speaking, the members of both teams swiftly gathered into small circles, whispering amongst themselves. If it's agreeable, I would like to take the spot for the pirate team's male contestant. Yi Xinglan volunteered first, explaining, I've spent years in the field as a photographer, so my stamina should be quite decent. Su Miaohan nodded in approval. Indeed. Brother Yi is a photographer. I once had a friend who was passionate about photography, and I remember those cameras being incredibly heavy. Anyone who can carry them around daily must have substantial endurance. As for the female contestant, I believe there is no need for selection. Let Xiaoxiao take the spot. I'm particularly weak and can barely twist off a bottle cap, so it would be embarrassing for me to participate, she remarked. A hint of bashfulness evident as she scratched her head, her expression betraying genuine humility rather than mere self-deprecation. With only 2 females in the pirate team, the options were indeed limited, and all expectant gazes turned towards Lu Xiaoxiao. Feeling the weight of their expectations, Lu Xiaoxiao looked around and felt immense pressure. Although she felt a twinge of guilt towards her teammates, she would still step up if necessary. After all, she could not bear the thought of letting someone as adorable as Lu Yunhuai endure the hardships of the outside world. I will do my best, Lu Xiaoxiao hesitantly declared. But honestly, even twisting off a bottle cap is a struggle for me, so please don't hold out too much hope. Yi Xinglan smiled reassuringly. It's all right.
Just your best.
After 5 minutes of deliberation, the 4 contestants made their way to the field. Standing at one end of the rope, Lu Xiaoxiao looked up to discover that the opposing team consisted of her second brother and Bai Xinyan. Sigh, I knew it. Whenever there is an opportunity to partner with my brother, this sister won't let it slip by. When it comes to riding on coattails, she is truly an expert. Hopefully, her intentions for a serious tug-of-war are genuine. I can't bear the thought of her inadvertently holding hands with my second brother or leaning against him. No. Just imagining it makes me blush. Oh, second brother, you must be cautious. As a young man, you need to protect yourself when out in the world. Especially someone as handsome as you, do you understand? Observing his sister's sorrowful gaze and hearing her earnest words, Lu Shiyan couldn't help but smile faintly, simultaneously taking a step back to discreetly maintain a distance from Bai Xinyan. He had initially been considerate of Bai Xinyan's benefactor, and thus hadn't paid much mind to her deliberate attempts at publicity. However, since it displeased his sister, he decided to exercise a bit more caution. As the announcer blew the whistle, the competition officially commenced. Both teams exerted themselves fiercely, pulling the rope with all their might, which instantly became taut, as if it could snap at any moment. The guests not participating in the match served as a lively support group, continuously cheering and shouting encouragement. Among them, Lu Yunhuai cheered with utmost seriousness and immersion, yet if one observed closely, it was evident her gaze was not on her teammates but rather fixated on Lu Xiaoxiao. The guests present might not have noticed this detail, but the viewers in the live stream certainly did. It seems Lu Yunhuai's heart and eyes are full of Xiaoxiao. This is a ship I can support. The dual deer is real. I stand with dual deer and dare anyone to challenge us. Supporting everything just ensures my nutritional balance. I simply adore watching sweet and delicate little girls getting close. At the tug-of-war scene, Yi Xinglan was visibly exerting herself, pulling the rope back with all her strength, veins bulging on her arms as the immense force left deep impressions on the ground. Behind Yi Xinglan, Lu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, her hands firmly gripping the rope, putting on a facade of unwavering strength, though her eyes occasionally flickered, contemplating the opportune moment to feign a slip. So far, both teams seemed evenly matched. The red flag tied in the center of the rope swaying back and forth, showing no signs of favoring either side. This equilibrium heightened the tension among the participants, and the cheers grew increasingly fervent, as if the loudest shouts could secure victory. Estimating the time, Lu Xiaoxiao prepared to execute her slip. However, before she could ease her grip, She suddenly felt the rope lighten, causing her to lose balance and stumble backward uncontrollably. She managed to regain her footing after a few steps, only to see Bai Xinyan crash heavily to the ground. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Surprise flickered across Bai Xinyan's face, soon replaced by pain. Her brows knitted tightly, eyes shut, lips trembling slightly as she began to draw in shallow breaths from the agony. Witnessing this turn of events, the crowd gasped, quickly surrounding her. Lan Roland supported her shoulder with an anxious expression. Xinyan, are you alright? What caused you to fall so suddenly? Xiao Yichen pushed through the crowd, frowning as he advised. First, roll up your pant legs and check for any abrasions on your legs. Luo Roland hastily complied, lifting Bai Xinyan's trousers above her knees, revealing a substantial abrasion at her knee. The skin at the injury site was scraped, exposing vivid red flesh, with tiny grains of sand embedded around it. A sight that was rather alarming. Chapter 76. Your sister is in pain, and yet you remain unmoved. At the moment the camera captured the injury clearly, Bai Xinyan's fans were nearly driven to madness. Ah! How could our Xinyan suffer such a severe injury? My heart aches just looking at it. Xinyan is truly dedicated. She takes tug-of-war so seriously, without a hint of idle pretense. I am genuinely heartbroken. How could the production team not implement any protective measures and allow people to engage in tug-of-war on sand? This is utterly irresponsible. Should we stop recording and just go home? Upon noticing Bai Xinyan's injury, Xiao Yichen's expression immediately turned serious, and he spoke. Please bring me my medical kit. Thank you. Although, in theory, all personal belongings of the guests were to be confiscated, Xiao Yichen's circumstances were rather unique. The director had invited him primarily to address situations involving guest injuries, thus permitting him to keep his medical kit nearby. Hearing Xiao Yichen's request, Su Miaohan, startled by the unexpected situation, hurriedly handed over the medical kit. Xiao Yichen knelt beside Bai Xinyan, gently grasping her calf and elevating it slightly for a closer examination of the abrasion. Just as he executed this action, a girl with a bun hairstyle suddenly rushed over, angrily exclaiming, "Hey, if you're going to treat her wound, then treat it. Why are you touching Xinyan's leg? You're a man. Can't you be more considerate?" Xiao Yichen looked up, recognizing her as Bai Xinyan's assistant. His movements stilled, momentarily taken aback by her unfounded accusation. "I did not," he replied coldly after a few seconds of silence. "You are overthinking." On the barrage of comments, fans who had initially overlooked this detail erupted upon hearing the assistant's remarks. "What is this? Why is he touching our Xinyan's leg? It's utterly disgusting. Can he treat her injury properly? I was already irritated seeing our Xinyan hurt, and now there's someone trying to take advantage. This is simply unethical. I am truly baffled. Why can't the production team find a female doctor? Men are just repulsive. Always thinking about such things." As Bai Xinyan's fans grew increasingly agitated, some more level-headed viewers began to voice their dissent. "Wait, are you all okay?" He merely touched Bai Xinyan's calf. Is he supposed to poke the wound directly? What if you end up causing her more pain? Exactly. I think this is quite normal. Some overzealous fans need to calm down. However, Bai Xinyan's fans were notoriously aggressive within the community, adept at controlling narratives and stirring up sentiment. And the few voices defending Xiao Yichen were swiftly drowned out by a tide of vitriol. The assistant with a bun stepped forward, directly pushing Xiao Yichen's hand aside with an air of impatience. "Enough, enough. I know you won't admit it. Just apply the medicine. I'll hold Xinyan's leg. You mustn't touch her." Xiao Yichen's hand lingered in the air for a moment as he gazed at the glaring wound on Bai Xinyan's knee, rendered speechless, his expression darkening. However, after a brief pause, the professionalism of a healer compelled him to set aside his emotions. He silently picked up a disinfecting cotton ball, dipped it in iodine, and prepared to apply it to the wound. Yet, before he could make contact, he felt a sudden force gripping his wrist. Startled, Xiao Yichen looked up to find Lu Xiaoxiao standing beside him, having appeared out of nowhere. "Dr. Xiao, we are not proceeding with the treatment." The girl clutched his wrist tightly, her gaze directed disdainfully at Bai Xinyan and the assistant, her tone chillingly cold. "They have accused you of sexual harassment. We cannot tolerate such slander." The assistant with the bun was taken aback, her expression instantly souring. However, knowing Lu Xiaoxiao was the sister of Lu Shiyan, she refrained from being overly assertive and managed a forced smile. "Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? I'm merely concerned for Sister Xinyan's reputation. Calling it slander is a bit excessive. Don't you think?" "Oh, so only your Sister Xinyan has a reputation, huh? Others' reputations can be trampled upon at will?" Lu Xiaoxiao shot her a sidelong glance, her voice laced with skepticism. Do you not realize that a public figure's influence surpasses that of an ordinary person? Your irresponsible words could incite a cyberbullying frenzy against Dr. Xiao from your sister's fans. She cast another glance at Bai Xinyan, adding, if such a situation were to arise, do you suppose others wouldn't say your sister is poor at managing her fans? The consequences of fan behavior ultimately fall upon the principal involved. You. The assistant felt the gravity of her words escalating and grew anxious, but before she could utter another word, Bai Xinyan intervened. Enough, Xiuyu. Your protection has become excessive. Bai Xinyan offered a pale smile, her voice gentle. Please step aside. I trust Dr. Zhao's character. Bai Xinyan understood that Lu Xiaoxiao's assertions held merit. If she allowed her assistant to continue causing a scene, it would undoubtedly tarnish her public image. After speaking, she turned to Lu Shiyan, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. Shiyan, I truly am in pain. The earlier slip and loss of balance had been a charade orchestrated by Bai Xinyan, aimed at evoking sympathy, hoping Lu Shiyan would publicly express concern for her before the cameras, thus sparking discussions among fans. Before Lu Shiyan could respond, Lu Xiaoxiao interjected. Sister Xinyan, if you truly trust Dr. Xiao, you should have your assistant apologize to him. Merely scolding her seems rather trivial. I cannot help but feel a sense of injustice on behalf of Dr. Xiao. Despite not being allies, upon witnessing your injury, his immediate instinct was to offer aid. If I were in his position, I would have been deeply moved and would certainly not allow my assistant to cast baseless accusations. Bai Xinyan, feeling increasingly vexed by Lu Xiaoxiao's aggressive demeanor, instinctively glanced at Lu Shiyan, hoping for assistance in her predicament. However, Lu Shiyan merely smiled gently at her and remarked, Xiaoxiao makes a valid point. Xinyan, you have always been gentle and reasonable. Handling it this way is indeed the best course of action. Though his face bore a smile, his tone carried a hint of aloofness, clearly indicating he was not on Bai Xinyan's side. Lu Xiaoxiao beamed at him, her expression one of satisfaction. Well done, second brother. You are far superior to our love-struck elder brother. Hearing this unguarded thought, Lu Shiyan was momentarily taken aback. What did she mean by love-struck elder brother? Wait a moment. When did Lu Xuanli enter into a romantic relationship? How had he not heard of this? During his absence from home, what had transpired within the family? Chapter 77. A Beautiful White Lotus. Bai Xinyan found herself momentarily speechless, feeling a twinge of resentment. Yet with Lu Shiyan saying so, she knew that refusing to cooperate would only leave her in a more awkward position. She spoke up, Xiuyu, quickly apologized to Dr. Xiao. The girl with the bun exhibited a reluctant expression, yet obediently approached and muttered an apology. Her words were delivered with such reluctance that they were barely audible, requiring one to lean in closely to catch them. Lu Xiaoxiao cupped her ear, turning it towards the girl. What did you say? Speak louder. We cannot hear you. The girl, flustered by Lu Xiaoxiao's provocation, gritted her teeth and declared loudly, I'm sorry, I overthought things. Ah, that's more like it. An apology must indeed carry some sincerity. Lu Xiaoxiao smiled brightly at Xiao Yichen, inquiring, Dr. Xiao, have you forgiven her? Xiao Yichen had not intended to hold a grudge. In truth, he had endured far worse malicious speculation and verbal attacks in the past. Hearing the girl's words now felt rather trivial. Thus, upon hearing her apology, he nodded in a gesture of peace. Although he was accustomed to swallowing grievances and refraining from arguments, he felt a profound sense of gratitude for this unexpected defense. Before him stood a girl whose silhouette appeared somewhat fragile. If they both stood, she would only reach his shoulder. Yet, this seemingly much weaker figure had unhesitatingly stepped forward to shield him from the verbal onslaught. At that moment, Xiao Yichen felt that Lu Xiaoxiao possessed a strength surpassing his own as a man. Seeing that Xiao Yichen was willing to forgive, Lu Xiaoxiao relented, releasing her grip on his wrist and allowing him to continue his treatment. Xiao Yichen carefully applied iodine around the abrasions and gently placed a bandage over Bai Xinyan's wounds. His touch was tender and meticulous, showing no signs of neglect due to the earlier conflict. He appeared focused, though only he knew that his mind was not entirely free of distractions. Lu Xiaoxiao is indeed a remarkable individual. Yet one cannot help but ponder why she is inclined to assist him. Bai Xinyan holds a considerable status within the circle and has collaborated with Lu Xiaoxiao's brother. Why would she risk conflict over a mere outsider? Xiao Yichen lowered his gaze slightly, confusion gradually clouding his eyes. Even the dean, who had always appreciated him, had never so openly expressed support. The dean would merely pat his shoulder when the attending physician confirmed a death. offering condolences with a phrase about enduring the storm for a moment's peace and taking a step back to find broader horizons. Young Xiao. Being a healthcare worker is fraught with such challenges. You'll grow accustomed to it with time. Do not succumb to negativity. The family of the patient may be irrational, but we must remain rational. There is no need to engage in a life-or-death struggle with them. The event is past. Let us focus on our work. After that incident, Xiao Yichen, although not showing it to those around him, was frequently awakened by nightmares during the night. He would dream repeatedly of the scene where the attending physician was fatally stabbed, the frenzied expression of the assailant, the blinding blood, the flickering surgical lights, and that stark death certificate, black text on a white background. All of this was distilled into the phrase uttered by others. It's all in the past, after all. Life must go on. But how could it be so easily forgotten? That was the first time Xiao Yichen, who had embarked on his career with dreams of saving lives, witnessed death so starkly, an occurrence that should never have transpired. The attending physician had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the care of the young patient. This was something Xiao Yichen, who followed his side day after day, understood better than anyone else. For countless days and nights, the physician had worked tirelessly on medical cases, and when exhaustion set in, he would only allow himself a brief moment of rest in the office, knowing that time waits for no one and that he must do everything in his power to wrest lives from the grasp of death. Yet, this very physician ultimately became a casualty at the hands of the patient's family. What had he done wrong? A year has passed, and Xiao Yichen still grapples with this question. Such a nightmarish experience can only fester into an open wound within the heart, oozing and festering at the slightest touch, leaving one to feign normalcy through self-deception and numbness. As he reminisced about the past, Xiao Yichen found himself momentarily lost in thought. It was only when the commentator inquired if he was ready that he regained his composure and instructed by Xinyan. You must take care not to let the wound come into contact with water over the next few days to avoid infection. Refrain from touching the wound and avoid vigorous activities to prevent deterioration. I will change your bandages in a few days. Seeing that Bai Xinyan was no longer in distress, the others finally turned their attention to the outcome of the competition. Lan Roland furrowed her brow and remarked, "This result seems unfair, does it not?" Had Xinyan not stumbled, the outcome would have been uncertain. Furthermore, given that Xinyan is now injured, I propose we set aside the competition results and grant our brave team the rights to the cave. This would also facilitate her recovery. The commentator displayed a look of discomfort, hesitantly casting his gaze towards the pirate team. Due to Bai Xinyan's unexpected fall, the apparent victor of the tug-of-war competition was naturally the pirate team. However, if one were to engage in a theoretical debate, it might not be deemed entirely unjust. Su Miaohan, upon hearing the statement, immediately expressed her discontent, retorting, "Let's be clear. Although you have an injured member, it is not a severe injury that renders one immobile. It is merely a slight abrasion, which looks worse than it is. With a little rest, it should not impede your movement. If someone had a fracture on your side, then such demands would be more reasonable, but since it is just a scrape, there is truly no need for such considerations. We agreed that whoever wins shall reside in the cave. How can we disregard the rules of the game?" Xiaoxiao and Brother Yi worked hard to achieve victory. Bai Xinyan displayed a somewhat aggrieved expression and advised Lan Roland, "Never mind, it was my own carelessness. I truly should not expect others to accommodate me." Her gaze swept over the members of the pirate team, her demeanor appearing pitiful. "It's fine, you may still stay in the cave. I can manage." Witnessing Bai Xinyan's display of weakness, Lu Xiaoxiao nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. "What is this? So dramatic. Did you not fall on your own?" With such a pitiful expression, one might think someone pushed you. What a charming white lotus. What do you mean you may still stay in the cave? It was meant for us, to begin with. It sounds as if someone has stolen your belongings. It's quite humorous. While Lu Xiaoxiao silently criticized, she suddenly heard Lin Aofan speak up. "Su Miaohan, you truly lack compassion. It is merely a cave. What is there to argue about?" Lin Aofan glared at Su Miaohan, his tone laden with reproach. "Bai Xinyan is injured, and what harm would it do to allow them to stay? Why is your heart so devoid of kindness?" Chapter 78. The exasperatingly swift Lin Aofan's defense of Bai Xinyan was not born from altruism, but rather from his admiration for her beauty and figure. Moreover, he found her vulnerable demeanor exceptionally endearing, unlike the two women on his own team, who were both stubborn and irritable, incapable of uttering a soft word, merely a sight that was quite irksome. In truth, each time he witnessed Bai Xinyan grow close to Lu Shiyan, Lin Aofan felt a twinge of envy and resentment. Yet, Despite Bai Xinyan's earnest efforts, Lu Shiyan consistently displayed a nonchalant demeanor, which left Lin Aofan feeling disdainful. He believed Lu Shiyan was squandering his appealing exterior. Despite possessing such advantageous qualities, his personality was excessively aloof. Lin Aofan had no faith that Lu Shiyan harbored no improper intentions towards Bai Xinyan. He surmised that the latter's indifference was merely a tactic to keep her intrigued, reveling in her attentions. As a man himself, he understood the heart of another man all too well. If he were in Lu Shiyan's place, he certainly would not be so oblivious to the advances of such a breathtaking beauty. Although Bai Xinyan could be a bit haughty off camera, her beauty was undeniable. Beauty is indeed afforded certain privileges, and such minor flaws in character are not entirely intolerable for Lin Aofan. He indulges in his musings while intensifying his criticisms of Su Miaohan. Consider this from another perspective. If you were to suffer such an injury, and others merely engaged you in a cold, bureaucratic contest of winning and losing, would you not feel disheartened? One must not be excessively self-centered.
Huh?
Su Miaohan gazed at Lin Aofan in perplexity, utterly unable to follow his line of reasoning. What nonsensical drivel are you spouting, old man? If it were me, I would never make such a demand. Besides, it is a right that our team rightfully earned. How can you twist it into an accusation of selfishness? Lin Aofan retorted, what of it? Just because you are resilient, does that mean others cannot be delicate? As a woman yourself, why the hostility towards others? We men are most perturbed by women who foster such competition among themselves. Do you grasp that? Though she had long been acquainted with Lin Aofan's outrageousness, Su Miaohan could not help but be both amused and exasperated by his words. Stop placing ridiculous labels on me. When have I engaged in such competition? You incessantly refer to we men. Do you consider yourselves so exalted? Do you think I yearn for your approval? The live comments reflected a wave of support for Su Miaohan's rebuttal. I am utterly exhausted by this. Everyone. The stench of male chauvinism is suffocating. I wish to see all such men silenced. Lin Aofan, hello? I am a man. Did you not notice? I am a man. Are there any blocked words here? I am indeed. The comment above has me in stitches. It feels entirely like something he would say. I completely fail to comprehend how this concerns him. Even if discussions were to take place regarding the cave, only Lu Xiaoxiao and Yi Xinglan possess the right to speak, as they are the competitors. What is Lin Aofan barking about? Indeed, while Qiuya is getting married, he is here prancing about like a jester. This differential treatment is quite amusing. He looks down his nose at Su Miaohan, yet his gaze towards Bai Xinyan is sycophantic, as if he might drool at any moment. This fellow gives the impression of someone who has not encountered a woman in ages, likely yearning for their company, yet unable to obtain it. There is an overwhelming urge to slap him, tempered by the fear that he might find pleasure in it. Brother Lin, please refrain from speaking in such a manner. Observing the altercation between Su Miaohan and Lin Aofan, Bai Xinyan began to feign a mediation. It truly does not matter. What Miaohan said is correct. This right rightfully belongs to your team. How can you label her as selfish? Halfway through her statement, Lu Xiaoxiao could not suppress a chuckle. The laughter seemed jarring amidst the tense atmosphere, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Noticing the shift in focus, Lu Xiaoxiao composed her expression and innocently inquired, "Why are you looking at me?" Lan Roland could not help but ask, "What are you laughing at?" "Oh, I was merely amused by her evident hunger." Lu Xiaoxiao shrugged and turned to Bai Xinyan, saying, "Sister Xinyan, just look at the wrinkles on his face. How could you possibly call him brother?" She then scrutinized Lin Aofan with unabashed disdain, adding, "Honestly, it feels a bit forced for me to even call him uncle." Lin Aofan, who had been momentarily flattered by Bai Xinyan's affectionate address, was nearly choked with indignation by her words. He acknowledged that he might appear somewhat aged, but surely he was not unworthy of being called anything but an uncle to Lu Xiaoxiao. How absurd! He was merely a decade older than her. Before Lin Aofan could protest, Lu Xiaoxiao continued in a languid tone. "Moreover, I have a slight doubt. In that situation, even if it was a slip, Sister Xinyan should have fallen backward, shouldn't she? It doesn't make sense for her to kneel forward." She paused, then added, "Though my grasp of physics isn't profound, I can certainly comprehend such a simple analysis of forces." "Sister Xinyan, you wouldn't be pretending, would you?" Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's words, Bai Xinyan's expression shifted dramatically. "Ah, I see," Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, clapping her hands before Bai Xinyan could explain, her face lighting up with realization. "Could it be that you are an undercover agent? Then we truly are family." She sighed. "We are not neglectful, of the injured. Regardless of whether you were acting, Sister Xinyan, I greatly admire your courage to endure injury for your role. How about this? We need not change the rights to this cave. The outcome of the competition is clear. Even if we wished to concede, it would be hard to gain acceptance. Since our Uncle Lin is so concerned for you, Sister Xinyan, why don't you simply switch places with him? If you truly are an undercover agent, why not communicate with us sooner? Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Lu Xiaoxiao spoke rapidly, leaving little room for interruption. As her proposal took shape, Bai Xinyan's face twisted in distress. No, really, that's unnecessary. The woman gritted her teeth, her forced smile faltering. Xiaoxiao, you are unjustly accusing me. I tripped over a stone and fell forward. It's not like I was acting. Besides, I am not your undercover agent, so let us forget about switching places. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. As if to prove her point, Bai Xinyan freed herself from Lan Roland's support and took a few brisk steps, moving with remarkable agility. Well then, Lu Xiaoxiao replied, reluctantly raising her hands in surrender. Sister Xinyan, had you mentioned earlier that you could move so swiftly, we could have avoided all this trouble. Next time, remember to explain sooner to prevent misunderstandings. Bai Xinyan retorted internally, what a ridiculous description of being sprightly. I am still in my prime. Why use terms that evoke the elderly? Chapter 79. His gaze was undoubtedly not innocent. Why does Bai Xinyan seem a bit disingenuous? Her words feel so hypocritical. I'm starting to lose my favor with her. I have long felt the same way, but I dare not speak up, for fear that those deluded fans will catch a whiff and come after us. Who dares to call our dear Xinyan hypocritical? Can we refrain from such blatant disparagement? She has already stated that her fall was genuine. Indeed, that wound looks quite severe. It must be painful. Why would she intentionally inflict harm upon herself? It serves no purpose. Certain detractors should temper their malice towards our Xinyan, if you please.
Well,
of course, those who feign injury would never admit to it. You devoted fans truly indulge her. Hey, is your focus solely on Bai Xinyan? Does no one else find Dr. Xiao and Xiaoxiao utterly delightful? Dear sisters above, you understand me. Just now, when Xiaoxiao grasped his wrist, Dr. Zhao's gaze was anything but innocent. I immediately captured a screenshot to relish repeatedly. How amusing. Why have the fans of Bai Xinyan and the esteemed Lu Yingdi fallen silent? Surely they are heartbroken to witness Lu Yingdi's indifference towards your sister. Where is the indifference? Love requires restraint, do you not comprehend? Lu Yingdi must be feeling immense pain in his heart, believing it inappropriate to display his emotions before the camera. I am utterly amused. Certain fans possess an impressive ability to self-brainwash, twisting reality with remarkable skill. The discussion on the screen has devolved into utter chaos. Let us savor it while it is still fresh. Upon gaining access to the cave, the narrator pointed the pirate crew in its direction, and thus, each individual, with varying emotions, proceeded towards the cave. Lu Xiaoxiao led the way, deftly clearing away the overgrown branches and weeds as she walked. Yi Xinglan followed closely behind, his step steady, holding the flashlight provided by the production team to illuminate the path as twilight descended. Su Miaohan skipped along, humming an indiscernible tune, exuding an air of exuberance. Xiao Yichen brought up the rear, laden with supplies to care for his two female companions, quietly shouldering the burden. However, the atmosphere shifted as Lin Alphon lagged behind, arms crossed and weariness etched upon his face, grumbling about the outcome, his steps dragging as he fell significantly behind the others. Yet, no one paid him any heed. The others continued their banter, treating him as if he were inconsequential. Upon reaching the cave, night had fully enveloped the landscape, darkness spreading like ink across the desolate island. The entrance to the cave was partially obscured by a tangle of dense vines, resembling a mysterious curtain. Lu Xiaoxiao cautiously parted the vines and stepped inside first. The interior of the cave was permeated by a damp atmosphere, with an uneven floor occasionally revealing protruding stones. The walls were adorned with variously shaped rocks, some sharp as blades, others smooth as pearls, glimmering with an enigmatic sheen in the faint light. Lu Xiaoxiao beamed with delight, nudging Su Miaohan playfully at her side, exclaiming, "Hey, don't you think we resemble Tomb Raiders a bit?" Su Miaohan rubbed her arms, where goosebumps had emerged, shaking her head repeatedly. "Oh, Xiaoxiao, don't scare me. I wasn't feeling anything before, but now you've made it quite terrifying." Yi Xinglan adjusted the flashlight to its brightest setting, the warm yellow light instantly dispelling the darkness. With the illumination, the group could observe the cave more clearly. The space was remarkably spacious, with a high ceiling that offered a sense of openness, ample enough for the five of them to rest. Curiously glancing around, Su Miaohan exclaimed, "Wow, this place looks rather nice. Much better than I had imagined." Lu Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement and began directing everyone to settle in. She said to Yi Xinglan, "Brother Yi, let us clear the ground first. Otherwise, it will be uncomfortable to sleep at night."
Ye Winglan promptly complied.
Joining Lu Xiaoxiao in removing the debris and stones from the floor into a corner. Seeing this, Su Miaohan hurried over to assist, picking up small stones while cheerfully saying, "Actually, I've always enjoyed playing house-building games. Transforming this place into our cozy little nest will surely be quite fulfilling." While they cleared the ground, Xiao Yichen did not remain idle. Instead, he brought in some hay from outside the cave to use as bedding. Once the ground was mostly clear, Lu Xiaoxiao took the hay and spread it evenly across the floor, the hay rustling softly. Xiao Yichen, somewhat of a perfectionist, silently helped her arrange the hay more neatly. Su Miaohan also assisted, saying as she laid it down, "Though this hay may not compare to my bed at home, it's still quite decent for a deserted island." Yi Xinglan chuckled. "Indeed, as long as we can get a good night's sleep, that's all that matters." Lin Alphon stood a bit farther away, observing their efforts, showing no intention of helping. Noticing this, Lu Xiaoxiao cast him a glance and remarked, "Hey, if you're not going to pitch in, we might just have to unceremoniously kick you out. Just look at it, who knows what wild beasts might roam outside at night. But if something does happen, at least the insurance you bought before filming will come in handy, so that's a silver lining, right? Of course, even without beasts, enduring a night of mosquitoes isn't pleasant either, so you'd better think it through, old man." Lin Alphon replied, "Damn it, this is outright a threat." There's no doubt that Lu Xiaoxiao is not joking. He knew she was indeed capable of such heartless actions. Though seething with anger, he ultimately relented and helped out. In the desolate wilderness at night, despite any discord with his teammates, he preferred not to be alone. As night deepened and everyone settled in, the sounds of chirping insects filled the air outside the cave. Su Miaohan, who had been happily rolling on the hay bed, suddenly sat up, looking frightened. "That insect sound is so scary. Do you think snakes might come in at night?" Yi Xinglan reassured her, "Don't worry, we'll block the entrance with vines. And the snakes won't be able to get in." As the words fell, Yi Xinglan approached the cave entrance, weaving a rudimentary barrier from vines. Once the entrance was secured, the group gathered together to deliberate on the plans for the following day. Lu Xiaoxiao was the first to speak. "Today, I discovered a small stream. Tomorrow, I shall lead you there to collect water, and perhaps we might also find other useful resources." Yi Xinglan nodded in agreement. Xiaoxiao is correct. Fresh water is our most pressing need at the moment. We can continue exploring along the stream we found today. Perhaps we will uncover the source of the water. She continued, "Today, Xiaoxiao's use of a slingshot for hunting has inspired me. I can sharpen some thick sticks later, which should enhance our efficiency when hunting tomorrow." Xiao Yichen added, "Indeed, we must be mindful of our food reserves. I will hasten to prepare a fishing rod so we can catch fish for Miao Miao." Su Miaohan nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. I will also do my best to gather fruits and find spices." After discussing their plans, the group felt a sense of fatigue. Lu Xiaoxiao stretched and said, "All right, everyone should rest early. We have much to accomplish tomorrow." Meanwhile, the members of the brave team resigned themselves to the unfortunate reality of losing access to the cave. Lu Jiyue was unconcerned, her thoughts solely on her sister Lu Xiaoxiao, fervently wishing for her sister to enjoy a restful sleep in the cave. Bai Xinyan's expression, however, was less than pleasant. Although her knee injury had been treated, walking remained somewhat difficult. Bound by the persona she had crafted in front of her fans, Bai Xinyan refrained from overtly expressing her dissatisfaction. In contrast, Lon Roland felt no such constraints and began to complain. "Humph, how can one possibly sleep in the open? Clearly, there are more women here, yet those pirates show no understanding of cherishing the fairer sex." Qin Zixuan glanced over at the somewhat dejected group and, feeling a surge of empathy, spoke to Lu Jiyue, "Sister, do not worry. I will ensure you have a good night's sleep."
With that,
he began to search for the necessary materials around them. Lu Shiyan observed Qin Zixuan's every move with a watchful eye, sensing that the boy's enthusiasm for Lu Jiyue was rather excessive. At that moment, he began to regret not having publicly acknowledged his relationship with Lu Jiyue. Had he made everything transparent from the outset, he would not have been misconstrued as a rival for Qin Zixuan's affections over merely expressing concern for her. This was, without a doubt, the most absurd rivalry Lu Shiyan had encountered since entering the circle. Unaware of Lu Shiyan's complex thoughts, Qin Zixuan circled the edge of the woods and quickly selected 2 sturdy trees that stood at an ideal distance apart. Satisfied, he broke off some resilient branches from the trees, gathered some vines, and began his work. The others watched his industrious figure with curiosity and approached him. Lu Jiyue, intrigued, inquired, "Zixuan, what are you making?" Qin Zixuan smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon, sister. It's a surprise."
Lan Zulin sợ cóp đít tai phun.
Dousing the enthusiasm with her cold words, "What can you possibly create? It's merely a facade. It seems you are just floundering about." However, Qin Zixuan paid no heed to her biting sarcasm and remained engrossed in his task, meticulously manipulating the branches and vines in his hands. He began by positioning 2 thicker branches parallel between 2 trees, then secured them tightly with vines to form the framework of a hammock. Next, he wove together slender twigs, laying them across the framework to create a rudimentary sleeping surface. Finally, the young boy adorned it with soft leaves and dried grass to enhance its comfort. Thus, a simple hammock was completed. Proudly, Qin Zixuan admired his handiwork and called out to Lu Jiyue, "Sister, come and give it a try." Lu Jiyue approached with delight, carefully sitting on the hammock. Qin Zixuan gently pushed it, eliciting joyful laughter from Lu Jiyue. "Wow, this is so comfortable. And it's so much fun. You're amazing." Seeing her swing her legs gleefully while perched on the hammock, a bright smile illuminated Qin Zixuan's eyes. "I'm glad you like it, Jiyue sister." However, this scene did not sit well with Bai Xinyan and Lan Roland, stirring discontent within them. Lan Roland frowned and remarked sourly, "What is so impressive about it? It's merely a shabby hammock. How childish." Bai Xinyan bit her lip, pondering inwardly. Why does Lu Jiyue receive such special treatment? What makes her superior to me? Throughout her life, Bai Xinyan had always been the center of attention among the opposite sex, accustomed to being adored like a treasured jewel. Yet, since joining this program, her presence seemed to have diminished significantly. First, there was the eye-catching Lu Xiaoxiao, which she could tolerate, given that she was the sister of the acclaimed actor Lu Shiyan, naturally drawing attention. But what was up with Lu Jiyue? Though she hailed from a prominent family, she lacked influence and a fanbase in the industry. Why did Qin Zixuan constantly revolve around her? Surely, it would be easier for Bai Xinyan to garner attention by courting him. This was utterly perplexing. Upon reflection, however, she remembered that Qin Zixuan was merely 19, a young lad who might occasionally lack clarity in his judgments. Bai Xinyan decided to be magnanimous and offered Qin Zixuan an opportunity to curry favor with her. Clearing her throat, she playfully chided, "Zixuan, why are you so biased? Preparing a hammock only for Jiyue? We are your teammates too." As she spoke, her voice dripped with sweetness, and her beautiful eyes shot him a teasing glare, resembling a playful pout. She was confident that any man would find it hard to resist such an expression. Yet, Qin Zixuan merely glanced at Bai Xinyan, showing no sign of embarrassment nor responding to her insinuation. Instead, he queried with a hint of confusion, "Is there anything wrong with being biased?" With that, he displayed a slightly troubled expression and continued, "The person I like the most in the entire team is Jiyue's sister. I thought everyone could see that. Alas, was my affection not apparent enough? I apologize, Sister Xinyan, but I am only skilled at constructing hammocks for Sister Jiyue. If you and Sister Wolin desire one as well, you may do it yourselves. However, if you encounter any difficulties, I would be glad to assist you." Bai Xinyan felt an unprecedented sense of embarrassment in front of the men. She was utterly infuriated. What was Qin Zixuan thinking? Had she been too generous with her affections? Lu Shiyan observed the awkward situation and sighed inwardly. A glance at his sister Lu Jiyue, who remained impassive, confirmed that she had not grasped the nuances of Qin Zixuan's affection, which was far from platonic. It was perhaps for the best. His sister's obliviousness eased his mind. Concerned about escalating tensions, Lu Shiyan decided to intervene with a smile, suggesting, "All right, while the hammock is delightful, the night winds can be quite fierce. It would be wiser to construct a windbreak for our resting place. I propose we utilize branches and leaves to build a simple shelter in this open space. Although it may not be as ideal as a cave, it will provide some protection from the elements." At this proposal, Bai Xinyan's expression softened, and the others readily agreed. Through their collective efforts, a rudimentary shelter was swiftly erected. After a long day, the group finally relaxed and took their rest. Later that night, within the cave, Lu Xiaoxiao was abruptly awakened by something draped over her. Groggily, she opened her eyes and realized it was Su Miaohan's arm, resting on her in slumber. Reassured that it was nothing peculiar, she gently repositioned the arm and attempted to resume her sleep. However, she suddenly noticed the absence of another presence beside her, a realization that jolted her awake. In the dead of night, where had Dr. Xiao disappeared? Chapter 81. The eyes of the public are not so sharp. Lu Xiaoxiao quietly maneuvered over her sleeping companions and made her way toward the cave entrance. The moonlight on this deserted island seemed far brighter than in the city, illuminating her surroundings. Dr. Xiao Yichen sat with his back to the entrance on a rock, his head bowed as if engaged in some task. The area just outside the cave was relatively open, devoid of dense trees, making the solitary figure of the man appear somewhat forlorn. She approached softly and unexpectedly tilted her head to observe his expression. "Dr. Xiao, is that you?" Startled by the sudden voice interrupting his concentration on crafting a fishing hook, Xiao Yichen relaxed slightly upon recognizing Lu Xiaoxiao. He inquired, puzzled, "Xiaoxiao? What brings you out here?" This question should be directed at you, Lu Xiaoxiao thought, gesturing toward the partially formed fishing hook in his hand. "Everyone else is asleep. Why are you so industrious at this hour? Is there something troubling you? If so, we could have a chat." Xiao Yichen fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting to the ground. "I'm just a bit restless, and it's rather cool outside. You should return and get some rest." Lu Xiaoxiao paid no heed to his words, instead plopping down beside him, resting her chin on her hands, wearing a woeful expression. "All right, if you have no troubles, then surely I must have some? Will you not indulge me in conversation?" Xiao Yichen, taken aback, instinctively inquired, "What troubles do you have?" Lu Xiaoxiao, with a serious fa uttered, "Nonsense. Lin Alphonse snores too loudly. It's impossible for me to sleep." Xiao Yichen recalled that when he left the cave, everyone had been sleeping quite soundly. If that remark were to reach Lin Alphonse, he would likely be incensed. Noticing that Lu Xiaoxiao was merely concocting excuses, Xiao Yichen sighed and removed his coat, handing it to her. "If you wish to linger outside for a while, you should wear more clothing." After this, he resumed polishing the fishing hook in his hands. Lu Xiaoxiao graciously accepted his kindness, wrapping herself in the coat, her face mostly concealed beneath the collar, quietly observing him as he busied himself in silence. The atmosphere around them fell into a tranquil hush, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of wind through the treetops. Once she deemed that he had nearly completed his task, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke. "Dr. Xiao, you are a good person, and good people shall receive their just rewards." Xiao Yichen, taken aback by this unexpected compliment, paused and looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, his eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. "You seem to know me quite well." Lu Xiaoxiao readily confessed. "Indeed, I have read some reports about you." "Ah, I see." Xiao Yichen replied with a faint smile, a tone of understanding in his voice. "No wonder you take such special care of me." He had long sensed that Lu Xiaoxiao treated him differently, and now that notion was confirmed. "It's mutual, Dr. Xiao. You care for us as well." Lu Xiaoxiao beamed and waved her hand at him before inquiring, "Are you now willing to share your troubles with me? It must be quite burdensome to bottle up your emotions alone." Xiao Yichen took a deep breath, lowering his gaze. "It's manageable, but ever since that incident, I often have nightmares." "Did you wake from a nightmare again this evening?" "Yes, people keep advising me to forget it quickly. I would like to. But these dreams serve as constant reminders, leaving me helpless." Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at him intently and suddenly posed a question. "But why should you forget?" Xiao Yichen was momentarily taken aback. After pondering for a few seconds, he chose to respond with the words of the director. "One must let go of past grievances in order to live well in the future." "While I find some truth in that, I also believe it isn't entirely correct," Lu Xiaoxiao remarked, picking up a small stick and casually drawing in the sand at her feet as she spoke to Xiao Yichen. "Forcing the past to vanish feels more like avoidance. Suppressing unresolved emotions will surely disrupt one's peace in life. I believe that scars are an integral part of our existence. They cannot be severed, nor need they be. Embracing one's scars is one matter, while resolving the knots in one's heart is quite another. It is unwise to remain silent and suffer in silence." At this point, Lu Xiaoxiao raised her gaze to meet Dr. Zhao's eyes, her tone grave and earnest. "The eyes of the masses are far from discerning. If you continue to be mute, no one will ever know that you are the one who holds the moral high ground. One must speak up for oneself, Dr. Xiao. If you are willing, you can certainly vindicate both yourself and your superior. There is still time. Of course, I merely offer this as a suggestion. Should you wish to pursue this path, I can assist you after the conclusion of the show, but you must first clarify your intentions." Upon finishing her last sentence, Lu Xiaoxiao stood up, brushed off the dust from her attire, and returned the coat to Xiao Yichen. I feel a bit tired. I shall take my leave to rest. As the girl turned to depart, Xiao Yichen's gaze fell upon the patterns she had drawn in the sand with a stick. Before him lay two simplistic yet vivid stick figures. The male figure on the left wore glasses, his expression melancholic, and a zipper was sketched across his mouth, while the female figure on the right crossed her arms, pouting, with an angry symbol hovering above her head, appearing to scold the male figure for his shortcomings. Xiao Yichen stared at the drawing for a few moments, and unexpectedly, a slight smile crept onto his face, dispelling the gloom that had enveloped him. Until now, those who had offered him comfort had only uttered impractical platitudes. Yet tonight, for the first time, someone had advised him, "You may choose not to forget, but do not allow yourself to suffer." She indeed seemed capable of imparting energy to those around her. The man gently clenched the fishing hook he had crafted in his palm, his eyes reflecting contemplation. Before the show concluded, he would thoroughly consider Lu Xiaoxiao's proposal. Surviving on a deserted island may sound daunting, but the most challenging part is merely the initial days when the participants struggle to adapt to their new environment, resulting in a flurry of confusion. However, after enduring those early trials, the group began to gain experience in foraging for food, locating water sources, and constructing rudimentary shelters, shedding their initial awkwardness and becoming increasingly adept. On the 7th day of filming, the narrator distributed 2 message bottles based on the audience's popularity votes. Naturally, the Brave team's highest popularity belonged to Lu Shiyan, while the Pirate team's spot was claimed by Lu Xiaoxiao. Given that the other members of the Pirate team were amateurs and Lu Xiaoxiao had consistently stood out, her high popularity came as no surprise. Chapter 82. It turns out he is even more African than I am. Much like the clues obtained from the initial game of rock, paper, scissors, the items acquired from the message bottles could also be shared with teammates at the participants' discretion. Upon opening her bottle, Lu Xiaoxiao discovered a paper recipe for smoked meat, accompanied by essential seasonings such as salt, Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, white sugar, cooking wine, and soy sauce. This was indeed splendid, as it would alleviate Su Miaohan's efforts in sourcing natural seasonings, ushering the culinary standards of the Pirate team to a new echelon. There is no need to conceal such a tool. Lu Xiaoxiao, after a brief glance, tossed it directly to Su Miaohan. It is best to leave professional matters to those skilled in the field. As for her, she would relish the benefits. Out of curiosity about the item Lu Shiyan had received, Lu Xiaoxiao found an opportunity to consult Lu Jiyue, who, without reservation, divulged everything. Upon learning that Lu Shiyan's possession was a fishing net, Lu Xiaoxiao admitted to feeling a twinge of envy. This fishing net was undoubtedly far more effective than the makeshift fishing rod crafted by Dr. Xiao. The efficiency would surely be remarkable, allowing for a bountiful catch. Yet, just as her jealousy began to stir, Lu Jiyue added, however, that fishing net is torn and utterly unusable.
Lu Xiaoxiao, really?
Lu Xiaoxiao, is it broken as soon as it is taken out? Lu Jiyue nodded. Indeed, everyone was just left disappointed. It seems that the contents of the drift bottle are not necessarily beneficial. It is, after all, a game of chance. Lu Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, my brother is even more unfortunate than I am. The audience in the comment section erupted in laughter, interspersed with occasional lamentations from Lu Shiyan's fans. Oh, I worked so hard to support Emperor Lu, only for the drift bottle to offer him no assistance. I'm truly heartbroken. This is hilarious. Xiaoxiao seems genuinely delighted, and her reflections carry a sense of bittersweet comfort. I can relate to the occasional stroke of luck for those who usually have bad fortune, but luck tends to balance out. The next time may not be so favorable. However, it's not like she would be selected next time anyway. I just checked the popularity voting rules, and the highest-ranked individual is eliminated for the next round. I wonder why they designed it this way. If not for this design, Emperor Lu would certainly be included in every round. The production team must want to give the newcomers a fair chance. Oh, Jiaoyue's earnest reporting is so adorable. I just want to hug her. As a supporter of the dual deer pairing, I must object. My greatest wish is to see both sisters performing for me. Now that they had acquired the recipe for smoked meat, the pirate crew would surely make good use of it. In survival on a deserted island, ample food reserves are crucial. Once prepared, smoked meat does not spoil easily and is advantageous for storage. After some discussion, Yi Xinglan proposed that they first construct a smoking rack. Su Miaohan eagerly agreed. I've seen a smoking rack on a culinary show, and it seems quite cool. I fully support this decision. Lu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yichen had no objections, but Lin Alphon wore a look of impatience. Hey, is this smoking rack absolutely necessary? It seems quite time-consuming and labor-intensive. Lu Xiaoxiao shot him a glance and replied coolly, you can choose not to participate. Lin Alphon's eyes brightened. Really?
Indeed.
You can take a break, Lu Xiaoxiao affirmed, then turned to Su Miaohan. Miao Miao. Since Uncle Lin isn't working, there's no need to prepare his meal today. Lin Alphon. After a brief silence, Lin Alphon, feeling disheartened, retracted his earlier statement. I was jesting. In fact, constructing a smoking rack could be quite delightful. I shall assist, if that suffices. As the days passed, Lin Alphon's patience was wearing thin. Eating flavorless grilled meat for a day or two was tolerable. Yet the thought of enduring it for 30 consecutive days was unbearable. Ultimately, to relish Su Miaohan's culinary skills, Lin Alphon acquiesced, begrudgingly performing menial tasks with a sullen demeanor. Noticing Lin Alphon's resignation, Lu Xiaoxiao rose to her feet and began delegating tasks. Yi Dage. You and I shall venture into the woods to procure suitable branches and vines for constructing the framework of the smoking rack. Miao Miao. You and Dr. Xiao should search for some flat stones nearby. We shall need them to assemble a rudimentary stove. Lin Alphon. Your responsibility will be to clear a space in the cave, which will later serve for the smoking rack. Yi Xinglan immediately responded, following Lu Xiaoxiao out of the cave. After a prolonged search in the woods, Yi Xinglan discovered several sturdy and straight branches. With a smile, he remarked to Lu Xiaoxiao, these branches are splendid. They're perfect for supporting the smoking rack. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Indeed. Well done, Yi Dage. Your experience truly shines. Meanwhile, Su Miaohan and Xiao Yichen were busily engaged near the cave. Su Miaohan, with her keen eyes, quickly spotted some suitable stones and cheerfully exclaimed to Xiao Yichen, Dr. Xiao. What do you think of these stones? They are flat and large, ideal for constructing a stove. Xiao Yichen approached for a closer inspection and concurred. Indeed, they are quite suitable. Let us transport them. Reluctantly, Lin Alphon cleared the designated area, albeit slowly. When Lu Xiaoxiao and Yi Xinglan returned to the cave with the branches, Su Miaohan and Xiao Yichen had already assembled the rudimentary form of the stove. Subsequently, the group began to construct the framework for the smoking rack. Yi Xinglan arranged the branches into a specific configuration, while Lu Xiaoxiao tightly bound them together with vines. Their cooperation was seamless, and soon the smoking rack was completed, ready for the preparation of smoked meat. Lu Xiaoxiao cut the game into appropriate sizes, skewering them with branches and hanging them on the smoking rack. Yi Xinglan ignited the dry grass and branches within the stove, and the flames gradually intensified. Lu Xiaoxiao added some leaves and hay to the fire, producing a dense cloud of smoke that enveloped the smoking rack. Meanwhile, Su Miaohan placed the Sichuan peppercorns obtained from the drift bottle onto a flat stone, gently grinding them with another stone to serve as a seasoning for the meat. Throughout the smoking process, the group took turns monitoring the fire, ensuring that the smoke consistently enveloped the game. Lu Xiaoxiao occasionally adjusted the position of the game to ensure even cooking. During the preparation of the ingredients, the more impatient Lin Alphon was not permitted to assist, and in the bustle, no one noticed his sudden absence. Chapter 83, An Unforgettable Lesson for Life. After the initial smoking concluded, Su Miaohan adjusted the position of the meat skewers on the smoking rack according to the meat's color and condition, slightly increasing the fire's intensity to enrich the smoke. As the surface of the meat took on a rich, deep brown hue and its texture became more robust, she intermittently brushed the sauce and seasonings evenly onto the meat, allowing it to absorb the flavors more profoundly. The piquancy of the sauce melded harmoniously with the fragrant herbs, and when the final product was removed from the smoking rack, its color and aroma had become irresistibly enticing. Su Miaohan surveyed her creation, sprinkling some finely chopped scallions and cilantro atop the meat as a garnish, enhancing both its visual allure and refreshing palate.
Done.
Finally, we have accomplished this feat. Be sure to come and taste it later. It will undoubtedly differ from the flavors of the previous barbecues. Su Miaohan clapped her hands joyfully, raising her gaze to her companions. Yet, upon doing so, she suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Where has Lin Alphon gone? Has anyone seen him? Well, wasn't he really paying attention? Yi Xinglan replied, glancing around, indeed noting the absence of Lin Alphon's figure. It seems he is genuinely not nearby. Lu Xiaoxiao shrugged nonchalantly, remarking, he probably wandered off to slack somewhere. No need to worry about him. Lin Alphon had always been the least harmonious member of the pirate crew. After contemplating Lu Xiaoxiao's suggestion, Su Miaohan deemed it quite plausible and decided to dismiss the matter from her mind. Forget it. Dr. Xiao, where have you put the fish you caught today? Bring it over so I can prepare it. I'll make fish soup for everyone tonight. Initially, Lin Alphon had merely stepped aside to catch a breath, finding the smoky aroma too overwhelming to endure. He was concerned that his moment of idleness would soon draw Lu Xiaoxiao's call to return to work. Yet to his surprise, he sat there unnoticed for quite some time. At first, Lin Alphon felt a sense of relief, but soon, dissatisfaction and resentment began to stir within him. As a grown man and a capable young worker, his presence in the team was overshadowed even by that little girl, Lu Xiaoxiao, which he found utterly humiliating. Lin Alphon had always held a lofty opinion of himself, although the public perceived him as past his prime. He had yet to acknowledge this reality. Instead, he believed he was merely experiencing a transient low point that would soon pass. When the director of the survival show approached him, Lin Alphon realized his opportunity had arrived once more. That night, he was ecstatic, eager to flaunt the invitation text to every person who had mocked him, demanding they take a good look.
See.
Who said I was washed up. If I lacked influence, how could such a substantial investment in a reality show seek me out? Lin Alphon was utterly convinced that once the program aired, his popularity would return to its former glory, if not exceed it. However, at present, not only had all the limelight been seized by Lu Xiaoxiao, but she also frequently commanded him to perform various tasks, threatening him with words whenever there was a disagreement, trampling upon his dignity as a man repeatedly. How could he bear such indignity? The more Lin Alphon pondered, the more he perceived Lu Xiaoxiao's thoughts as excessively malicious. He felt compelled to seek retribution to alleviate his pent-up resentment. Upon further contemplation, is this not an opportune moment? This group is all preoccupied with their absurd meat-smoking endeavors, having thoroughly disregarded him. Thus, he cannot be blamed for seizing this opportunity to act. Surely, as a woman, she must harbor a fear of snakes? On this desolate island, finding a serpent is hardly a daunting task. If he were to catch one to terrify Lu Xiaoxiao, she would surely be left utterly petrified. With this thought, a sinister smile crept upon Lin Alphon's face. After evading the following cameraman under the pretense of needing to relieve himself, Lin Alphon swiftly maneuvered into the thicket. He advanced cautiously through the woods, his footsteps so light that they barely made a sound, his gaze fixated on the ground as he meticulously searched for traces of a snake. The towering, dense trees interwove their branches, casting a shadowy space that felt somewhat stifling. Yet Lin Alphon remained unfazed. His mind was singularly focused on locating a snake to impart a lesson to Lu Xiaoxiao, who had consistently opposed him. After a thorough examination, Lin Alphon at last discovered a snake's dwelling. It was a burrow nestled at the base of a grand tree, its entrance largely concealed by the lush undergrowth. Excitement surged within him as he stealthily approached the cave, gripping a stick he had scavenged, poised to subdue the serpent upon its emergence. Although inexperienced in serpent capture, Lin Alphon was filled with confidence, for he had read online that striking the precise spot would suffice. Rather than fearing his inability to capture the snake, he was more concerned about potentially delivering a fatal blow. Yet, upon reflection, whether the snake lived or died was of little consequence. It would serve the purpose of instilling fear regardless, with the only distinction being that a living snake could bite. Besides, there was a doctor present, and given Lu Xiaoxiao's rapport with him, it was unlikely to result in any fatalities. Lin Alphon was unconcerned about accountability should chaos ensue. He had deliberately shaken off the following cameraman, and Lu Xiaoxiao could not possibly trace it back to him. Any suspicion would lack evidence. In this remote wilderness, devoid of surveillance, who could possibly pursue him? The more he pondered, the more ingenious he felt, and he eagerly drew closer to the cave's mouth, straining to listen for any sound. After a brief while, he detected a faint rustling, as if something was stirring within the burrow, heightening his excitement. He knew the snake was inside. With utmost caution, Lin Alphon extended the stick into the cave, attempting to gauge the serpent's position. However, just as the stick breached the entrance, a snake suddenly lunged forth. Aiming straight for his arm, Lin Alphon's eyes widened in terror. He had not anticipated such a sudden appearance and found himself momentarily paralyzed. The serpent was remarkably swift, and before he could react, its fangs sank deeply into his flesh. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, and his arm went numb in an instant. He attempted to shake off the snake, but it coiled tightly around his arm, refusing to relent. "Get away! Get away! Release me at once!" Lin Alphon exclaimed, wielding a wooden stick with fervor in an attempt to strike the serpent. However, the snake's agility proved formidable as it deftly evaded his blows while twisting its body, seeking to inject its venom into him. Lin Alphon felt his strength rapidly depleting, his arms growing increasingly feeble. He understood that he must extricate himself from the serpent's grasp swiftly, lest the consequences be dire. Chapter 84. We shall not lack guests. Gritting his teeth, Lin Alphon swung the stick with renewed vigor, finally landing a blow upon the snake's body. The creature recoiled from the impact, loosening its grip on Lin Alphon's arm before swiftly retreating into the underbrush. He sighed in relief, yet his body felt weaker by the moment, his consciousness beginning to fade. Attempting to rise, he discovered his legs were too weak to bear his weight. After forcing himself to take a few steps, he collapsed to the ground. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Lin Alphon shouted, regret flooding his mind for having sent away the cameraman, filled with fear and despair. This snake must be venomous. Would he perish? He had no desire to die. Despite the chaos in his heart, his eyelids grew heavy, and ultimately, he succumbed to darkness, slipping into unconsciousness. As for Lin Alphon's disappearance, Lu Xiaoxiao and the others initially dismissed it. However, as dusk approached, the cameraman, stumbling into the crowd, cried out that he could not find Lin Alphon, prompting the group to recognize the gravity of the situation. Yi Xinglan furrowed her brow and inquired of the cameraman what happened. How did you lose him? The cameraman, on the verge of tears, spoke in a frantic, disjointed manner. He said he needed to use the restroom. I didn't think much of it, and went to wait on the other side. After a long while with no call, I assumed he was just taking his time. But after searching the area, I still couldn't find him. With nightfall approaching, where could he have gone? Could something have happened? Yi Xinglan's expression turned grave upon hearing his words. We cannot rule out that possibility. There are indeed dangerous flora and fauna on this desolate island. Have you scoured the forest thoroughly? How could I? The forest is vast. I only searched the perimeter. The cameraman shook his head, appearing lost and bewildered. Logically, he shouldn't have strayed too far. I called his name for ages, but there was no response. No response might not signify unwillingness, but rather an inability to reply. Perhaps he had fallen into a place where sound could not travel, or, for some reason, he had lost consciousness. Lu Xiaoxiao calmly took the lead, gazing at the darkening sky before speaking in a low voice. Gather the staff and the guests from the brave team. Let us split up and search the vicinity. Let us hope that no true calamity has befallen him. Xiao Yichen cast a surprised glance at Lu Xiaoxiao, never expecting her to be the first to suggest a rescue. Lu Xiaoxiao and Lin Alphon had always been at odds, rarely exchanging words without an underlying tension. Lu Xiaoxiao, with her distinct sense of justice and unyielding character, surprised Xiao Yichen, who had anticipated her indifference upon hearing of Lin Alphon's predicament. Noticing Xiao Yichen's perplexed gaze, Lu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips and clarified, I do dislike him. But going missing on a deserted island could easily lead to tragedy. I wouldn't wish for his demise. When it came to matters of life and death, she was willing to set aside her grievances to extend a helping hand. Xiao Yichen, upon hearing her words, recognized the narrowness of his own thoughts. He picked up a nearby stick, igniting it by the campfire to create a makeshift torch, which he handed to Lu Xiaoxiao, cautioning, nightfall is approaching. Be mindful of your surroundings while searching, and watch your step. Lu Xiaoxiao accepted the torch, replying, I understand. Soon, the darkness enveloped the forest, shrouding it in an air of mystery and tension. The scattered group frantically navigated through the woods, hurrying and calling out Lin Alphon's name, each determined to locate him. The staff of the program were particularly anxious. Some wielded flashlights, meticulously scanning the ground for any trace of Lin Alphon, while others climbed to higher vantage points in search of clues. Suddenly, someone shouted, there seem to be footprints over here. A few nearby individuals dashed towards the call, their flashlights and torches converging upon the ground. Indeed, there lay a fresh set of footprints, likely left by Lin Alphon. Seizing the lead, the group promptly followed the direction of the prints. However, the footprints soon vanished into a patch of grass, prompting the searchers to scour the surrounding area until they finally discovered Lin Alphon, unconscious behind a small mound. We found him. Oh my goodness. Why does he look so pale? The crowd gathered around, witnessing Lin Alphon's ashen complexion, his lips tinged with purple, and his breathing shallow and rapid. Xiao Yichen hurried forward to assess the situation, gently lifting Lin Alphon's eyelid to find his pupils dilated and unfocused. Noticing 2 puncture wounds on his arm, he immediately deduced that Lin Alphon had been envenomed by a snake. This is dire. He must have been bitten. And it seems the poison has been in his system for some time. Xiao Chen's voice trembled with urgency. Panic ensued among the crowd at this revelation. Lu Xiaoxiao's expression shifted to one of gravity, as she had not anticipated such a severe situation. Xiao Yichen swiftly retrieved some emergency medical supplies and bandages from his pack, preparing to treat Lin Alphon's wounds. He began by rinsing the bites with clean water, attempting to flush out as much venom as possible, before applying an antidote ointment and tightly wrapping the area with bandages to impede the spread of the toxin. Yet, given the rudimentary conditions, he could only manage a temporary measure. What do we do now? Someone inquired anxiously. Xiao Yichen furrowed his brow, replying, "We must get him to a hospital as quickly as possible. The conditions here are insufficient for effective treatment." The program's director recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly decided to transfer Lin Alphon to a city hospital for further care. Everyone worked together to lift Lin Alphon onto a makeshift stretcher and hurried towards the camp, the atmosphere heavy with concern. Upon returning, the production team promptly arranged for transportation to evacuate Lin Alphon from the deserted island, while reassuring the other guests to take some rest. It was baffling how such a misfortune could occur, with a snakebite no less. Bai Xinyan, who had not participated in the rescue efforts, cast a cold glance at the flustered crowd and, before departing to rest, couldn't resist delivering a cutting remark. What a waste of everyone's time. Due to this unforeseen incident, the live broadcast for the evening was suspended, and given Lin Alphon's condition, it was evident he would be unable to partake in subsequent recordings. Even with the best medical care, he would likely need to recuperate in the hospital for 3 to 5 days. Lu Shiyan approached the director and inquired, "With one less guest, what are your plans?" The director took a deep drag from his cigarette, his expression betraying no sign of worry.
"No.
"We will not be lacking in guests," he replied cryptically, shaking off the ash. "Everyone should rest for now. As for the guest situation, you will all learn more tomorrow." Chapter 85. It seems your little lover is about to be abducted. 3 days prior, within a luxurious mansion in Tianjing, Huading, the opulent bedroom was spacious and bright, with a grand crystal chandelier cascading from the ceiling, casting a dazzling glow. The walls adorned with several exquisite oil paintings, vibrant in color and delicate in brushwork. In one corner, a high-end sound system was ready to serenade the space with melodious tunes. In the center of the room stood an enormous European 4-poster bed, and despite it being past 3 in the afternoon, a figure remained asleep upon it. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the sound of music, a rather beautiful piano piece, but to the ears of the slumbering individual, it was merely a jarring noise. Disturbed from his sleep, Yunhuai clicked his tongue in annoyance, raising his hand to dismiss the call without even opening his eyes. Peace at last. Just as he intended to drift back into slumber, the persistent ringtone blared once more, seemingly more urgent than before. Yunhuai opened his eyes and glanced at the caller ID. Seeing it was He Mingchuan, he reluctantly answered the call, suppressing his irritation. This better be important. I've only been asleep for half an hour. He Mingchuan, one of Yunhuai's childhood friends, was the red-haired fellow mentioned previously. "Oh? You're sleeping at this hour? What did you get up to last night? You look exhausted." Yunhuai had already closed his eyes again, responding lazily, racing. "I competed in a few rounds with those guys from last time, then pulled an all-nighter." "Well, your life is certainly vibrant," He Mingchuan remarked with a hint of admiration before his tone shifted to a grave seriousness. "But there is some bad news. It seems your little lover is about to be abducted by someone else." Yunhuai expressed his confusion. "Who is my little lover?"
"Huh.
"Are you truly still half asleep? It's the one you met last time. The one who poured you a drink while you were busy showing off." On the other end, He Mingchuan spoke rapidly. If it weren't for the fact that they were not on a video call, he would have been gesticulating wildly at Yunhuai. "Don't tell me you've forgotten. Just a few days ago, you asked me to invest in that island-themed show, didn't you? Otherwise, why would I recklessly throw such a large sum of money into it?" Upon hearing this lengthy explanation from He Mingchuan, Yunhuai, who had not yet fully shaken off his drowsiness, suddenly became alert. "Oh, you mean her?" He sat up in bed, pressing his throbbing temples, frowning as he clarified. "Who told you she is my little lover? Don't spread rumors." He Mingchuan replied, "All right, then it's nothing. Young Master Ji, please continue your slumber. I shall hang up." However, before he could disconnect, Yunhuai's calm voice interrupted. "Wait. What is it? Since you've already disturbed my sleep, I can't possibly rest now. Please continue." On the other end, He Mingchuan found himself amused at Yunhuai's sudden change in demeanor. It was evident that Ji Yunhuai cared, so why put on such a facade? Having known each other for years, He Mingchuan could easily see who Ji Yunhuai was fond of. Perhaps it was merely a matter of pride. As a brother, he could certainly play along. With that thought in mind, He Mingchuan organized his words and continued, that woman, she. He barely got the words out when Ji Yunhuai interrupted again. She has a name. Alright. Lu Xiaoxiao is trending. There are so many people online shipping her with another male contestant. Just take a look for yourself. Fearing Ji Yunhuai's disbelief, He Mingchuan quickly forwarded him a video.
See?
This is a sweet compilation edited by fans. Don't wait until someone else steals her away to blame me for not warning you. With that, He Mingchuan abruptly ended the call. Listening to the beeping sound of the busy signal, Ji Yunhuai's frown deepened. He opened the video sent by He Mingchuan and saw scenes flashing across the screen, adorned with pink bubble filters and romantic melodies. There was Lu Xiaoxiao tilting her head while squatting in front of Xiao Yichen, blowing her bangs. There was another moment where she was crying, and Xiao Yichen offered her his sleeve to wipe her tears. The final scene showed Lu Xiaoxiao wrapped in Xiao Yichen's coat, sharing a heartfelt conversation late at night. Upon glancing at the comment section, he found a stream of comments like, I'm really shipping them. They're such a perfect match, and please just get married already. Ji Yunhuai remained silent for a moment before he couldn't help but scoff. What a tacky filter. Feeling rather uninterested, he switched off the screen, tossed his phone aside, and returned to bed, attempting to catch up on his sleep. What business did he have with the fans shipping Lu Xiaoxiao with others? He Mingchuan is simply too idle, bothering himself with trivial matters. His request for He Mingchuan to invest in that variety show stemmed solely from his discontent with the abominable cuisine, wishing to see Lu Xiaoxiao face some hardship. He Mingchuan indeed has a talent for excessive interpretation, which is rather troubling. Ji Yunhuai closed his eyes, forcing himself to cultivate a sense of drowsiness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a full 10 minutes, he realized not only was he not feeling drowsy, but his thoughts were becoming increasingly lucid. Moreover, the image of the girl beaming at other men lingered stubbornly in his mind. How vexing. With a stoic expression, Ji Yunhuai sat up, retrieving the phone he had carelessly tossed aside. He replayed that video in slow motion, his gaze growing increasingly inscrutable. He simply could not fathom why Lu Xiaoxiao could smile so radiantly at others while offering him only a fade of pretense. Especially during that instance in front of Cui Anha, where her professional smile was so polished, it could rival that of the receptionist at his company. Recalling these moments, an inexplicable anger surged within Ji Yunhuai. He stared at the screen for an extended period, unsure of the source of his agitation, yet unable to divert his attention. After a prolonged silence, Ji Yunhuai dialed He Mingchuan's number once more. Hello. Double investment in that program and instruct the director to find a way to eliminate a guest, replacing them with me.
What?
He Mingchuan was utterly flabbergasted. Surely this was inappropriate. The show had already aired for several days. Furthermore, the others would undoubtedly have something to say about it. That would merely be superficial chatter. Ji Yunhuai replied, lowering his eyelids, his tone growing icy. In truth, the more outrageous my actions, the more they will relish it. Hearing this, He Mingchuan was momentarily speechless. Just as he hesitated to offer some words of comfort, Ji Yunhuai resumed his usual nonchalant tone. Enough, there's no need for you to worry about me. Just do as I say. As for my grandfather, I will explain it to him when I have the time to return to the old residence. The next morning, the live broadcast of the deserted island adventure resumed. A multitude of viewers flooded in, chattering excitedly in the comments. Oh my goodness, my source of joy. You've finally returned. The half-day hiatus was unbearable. What happened yesterday? I missed part of the story. Who was it that encountered trouble? Who else but Lin Alphon from the pirate crew? Did you not notice he was absent from the screen? He was bitten by a snake and had to be evacuated from the island for medical attention overnight. What? It seems this deserted island is quite perilous. Sure, Yen. Take care of yourself, otherwise, my heart will truly ache. Though this may sound rather inhumane, I believe Lin Alphon's departure is a blessing. His mere presence irked me. I feel much more at ease now that he is gone. Who knows if he had nefarious intentions that led to him being bitten by a snake. Others rarely stray from the photographer's gaze, and they all appear fine. Making his situation seem peculiar, it is difficult not to indulge in conspiracy theories. I remarked to the person upstairs, you seem rather unkind. Regardless of one's disagreeable personality, they deserve some concern in the face of such an incident. The current online environment is astonishingly cold-hearted. Laughing, someone retorted, with such a saintly disposition, why don't you go to the hospital to care for him? To put it bluntly, even if someone I dislike were to die before my eyes, I would applaud.
Besides,
Hasn't Lin Alphon been reported to be out of danger by the official Weibo account? So, what does the program team intend to do with the now vacant position? There are still many days left. This situation with the 45 is rather unfair, isn't it? Surely they will bring in a new guest, right? I wish for a handsome guy. Curious about the new guest mentioned by the director, Su Miaohan could not help but ask early in the morning, Director, where is our new teammate? The director replied with a smile, no need to rush. It will take some time for the new guest to arrive. We should be able to meet them by this afternoon. Oh, that's fine then. Upon hearing she would have to wait so long, Su Miaohan's expression instantly turned glum. Noticing her dismay, Lu Xiaoxiao humorously shifted the topic. Meow meow. Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to build a treehouse? How about we start working on that now? In truth, Lu Xiaoxiao was not at all curious about the new guest. After all, in the original storyline, a guest who was supposed to join the program had their spot taken by her, and now that a position had opened up, it was clear the director would choose that person as a substitute. What kind of person was that guest again? They were a fitness enthusiast with an impressive physique, if memory serves. Reflecting on the original description of that guest, Lu Xiaoxiao began to feel a sense of anticipation. Indeed, a sporty and handsome guy would be delightful. Not only would he be a feast for the eyes, but he would also be incredibly strong, capable of doing the work of two. He would undoubtedly be more useful than Lin Alphon. Oh, right. I wanted to build a treehouse. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have nearly forgotten. Let us get to work. Su Miaohan, whose emotions shifted swiftly, brightened at once and eagerly pulled Lu Xiaoxiao toward the woods. Yi Xinglan and Xiao Yichen, currently idle, tacitly followed to lend a hand. Although Lin Alphon had departed, he still contributed some final value. The members of the pirate team successfully procured saws, axes, hammers, and other tools from the program team, citing the loss of a crucial labor force. Without these tools, it would have been quite challenging to construct the treehouse that Su Miaohan envisioned. With everything prepared, the pirate team officially commenced the construction of the treehouse framework. Lu Xiaoxiao and Yi Xinglan were the first to climb an oak tree. Cautiously, the two used axes and saws to fell timber, shaping the trunks to appropriate lengths and forms before binding the wood together with rope to establish the basic framework of the treehouse. Su Miaohan and Xiao Yichen were tasked with passing tools and materials on the ground, closely coordinating with Lu Xiaoxiao and Yi Xinglan to ensure the smooth progression of their construction efforts. Throughout the building process, they encountered several challenges. For instance, they discovered that the trunk of the oak tree had a slight curve, which could compromise the stability of the treehouse. However, through discussion and experimentation, they swiftly utilized axes and saws to straighten the trunk, effectively resolving the issue. Su Miaohan chuckled at the industriousness of her companions, teasingly exclaiming, "It seems that by the end of this project, our pirate crew will all be skilled carpenters. Who would have thought that my manual skills outside of cooking were so lacking before? Mom, I'm truly thriving now." The others exchanged knowing glances, each of them unable to suppress a smile. Although it was hard to say otherwise, the atmosphere of the pirate crew appeared to have improved significantly since Lin Alphon's departure. Once the framework was completed, they began to embellish and perfect the treehouse. Lu Xiaoxiao and Su Miaohan took charge of decorating the interior, laying wooden planks for the floor to enhance cleanliness and comfort. They then adorned the walls with vines and leaves, infusing the treehouse with a sense of nature. Meanwhile, Yi Xinglan and Xiao Yichen focused on refining the external structure, constructing a staircase with ropes and wood to facilitate easy access to the treehouse. After completing these tasks, Yi Xinglan wiped the sweat from his brow and proposed, "We could also build some platforms around the treehouse for resting, but it's clear we won't finish today. So, let us take a break." "Indeed, we won't complete it today. Let us rest for now," Lu Xiaoxiao affirmed, surveying the area. "We still need some longer vines. Later, Miaohan and I will go look for them." Just as they prepared to take a nearby break, they suddenly heard the announcer call out, "Pirate team and Brave team, gather round. Our new guest is about to arrive." The previously exhausted group perked up, hastening their steps toward the assembly point. Lu Xiaoxiao led the way, quickly reaching the edge of the beach. Not far offshore, a small ferry was slowly approaching, with a figure standing on the deck. Clearly the new guest. The muscular handsome guy is finally coming. I can't wait to see him," Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, squinting her eyes for a better view. However, As the vessel drew nearer, her smile began to fade. The reason was simple. The figure appeared increasingly familiar. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the mist by the seaside, and upon clearly seeing the new guest's face, Lu Xiaoxiao's jovial demeanor vanished entirely. What? How could it be him? Chapter 87. These stones are truly stony. Let us welcome the new guest of the pirate team, Yunhuai. As the announcer delivered an impassioned introduction, Yunhuai gradually stepped into view of the crowd. He donned a minimalist white linen shirt, casually unbuttoned a few buttons to reveal a refined collarbone, with the sleeves slightly rolled up, exuding an effortless elegance. Over this, he wore a light khaki trench coat, rich in texture and radiating an air of affluence. His hairstyle appeared nonchalant, yet the slightly tousled strands accentuated his rebellious spirit. Within his inky eyes flickered a hint of irreverence, and beneath his prominent nose, the corners of his mouth curved upward, forming a smirk imbued with a touch of mischievous charm. With one hand tucked into his pocket, he strode down from the vessel with a languid grace, each movement emanating an aura of aristocratic superiority. As if this place were not a desolate island, but his personal runway. Lu Xiaoxiao felt 3 dark lines form across her forehead, unable to bear the sight. She averted her gaze. This guy is getting increasingly pretentious. Why doesn't he just wear a sign around his neck that says I and the invincible and fabulous young master? Hearing her inner thoughts, Lu Shiyan cast a perplexed glance her way, noticing her expression of dismay, which stirred a few questions in his mind. Although he was not intimately acquainted with Yunhuai, they had crossed paths at several social gatherings before. However, it seemed improbable that Lu Xiaoxiao had met him. Yet, her reaction suggested a familiarity with Yunhuai. Ah, he is so handsome. Su Miaohan's eyes widened in awe as she shook Lu Xiaoxiao's arm excitedly. Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao. Look quickly. After a flurry of shaking, Su Miaohan noticed Lu Xiaoxiao's lack of enthusiasm. Puzzled, she tilted her head to see that Lu Xiaoxiao was not even glancing at the new guest, but rather was resting her hand on her forehead, staring intently at the sand and pebbles beneath her. Su Miaohan asked, Xiaoxiao, what are you staring at down there? Did you even get a good look at the new guest's face? He is incredibly handsome. I feel like he could rival your brother. What was there to see? She could envision Yunhuai's infuriatingly handsome face, even with her eyes closed. Lu Xiaoxiao replied dismissively, mumbling, I just think these stones are exceptionally stone-like. They are quite pleasing to the eye. Haha. Hearing her words, Su Miaohan scrutinized the stones, yet found them to be utterly ordinary, devoid of anything remarkable, leaving her increasingly bewildered. Well, never mind. She had always struggled to follow Lu Xiaoxiao's train of thought. Perhaps her indifference stemmed from her brother's striking good looks, rendering her immune to the charms of other handsome men. It was understandable. Exposure to beauty often dulled the senses. Nevertheless, regardless of Lu Xiaoxiao's reluctance to approach Yunhuai, the fact remained that he was a member of the pirate crew, and their paths would inevitably cross. She had barely glanced at the stones when a pair of men's shoes suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Resigned, Lu Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze, only to meet Yunhuai's enigmatic smile. Smile, 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 what a joke. Do you have any idea how unlucky I feel seeing you? I had a perfectly good athletic heartthrob, and you took him away. Ah. As the live broadcast continued, Lu Xiaoxiao struggled to conceal her dissatisfaction, casting a subtle glare at Yunhuai, silently conveying a message that hinted at the consequences should he dare to disrupt the scene before the camera. Yunhuai, however, played along, lazily raising his hand in a gesture of invitation for a handshake. Yunhuai, a pleasure to make your acquaintance, he drawled, the inflection in his voice revealing his rather pleasant mood at that moment. Though his demeanor was casual, it was a marked improvement from his previously arrogant attitude, now exhibiting a semblance of gentlemanly grace. Wow, what kind of persona is this? Quite the refined image. Lu Xiaoxiao internally scoffed, maintaining an impeccable smile as she extended her hand to shake Yunhuai's. No need for formality, I'm Lu Xiaoxiao. Since we're part of the pirate crew, we shall all look out for one another. However, as she attempted to withdraw her hand, she found it unexpectedly ensnared in his grip, which seemed to tighten rather than loosen. Lu Xiaoxiao, what is the meaning of this? Are we to compete in strength? The mere thought ignited her competitive spirit, prompting her to retain her smile while secretly exerting more force in the handshake. Having always possessed considerable strength, she had rarely lost in arm wrestling contests with the boys at the orphanage, establishing her as a formidable opponent. Since Ji Yunhuai wished to compete, she was determined to show him her prowess. To prevent the audience from sensing any oddity, Lu Xiaoxiao continued to engage Ji Yunhuai in conversation while subtly challenging him. By the way, judging by your attire, I presume your family is quite well off? While everyone would support one another, each individual was expected to contribute. No one was allowed to be idle. Despite Lu Xiaoxiao's best efforts, Ji Yunhuai appeared unfazed. His expression unchanged as he simply nodded. Understood. As a newcomer, I shall naturally follow your lead. Meanwhile, the audience was going wild in the comment section. Aha! Where did this handsome stranger come from? Is he a civilian? His looks are simply husband material. Oh, dear netizens, hurry up. I need to gather all information on this man in 3 minutes. All of it. Well, he's not that handsome, is he? Seems a bit too slender. I'd suggest he eats a bit more. My goodness, when he briefly shared the screen with Lu Shiyan, the impact was so strong. I can hardly imagine what it would be like if both he and Lu Shiyan were pursuing me. Ha ha, the person above is such a coward, unlike me. I dare to dream. Hearing Ji Yunhuai's response, Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively loosening her grip. Huh? This doesn't seem right. Why is Ji Yunhuai suddenly so agreeable? What has possessed him? However, upon relaxing her grip, he did not hold on to her any longer, granting Lu Xiaoxiao her freedom once more. It's good that you understand. Lu Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and began introducing the other members of the pirate crew to Ji Yunhuai. This is Brother Yi Xinglan, a returning photographer. This is Miao Miao, Su Miaohan, a food blogger. And lastly, this is Xiao Chen, a remarkably skilled and dedicated doctor. Remember that? In chapter 88, the truth is only one. Ji Yunhuai's gaze followed Lu Xiaoxiao's words as it swept over the group, before he nodded slightly, replying, "Pleasure to meet you." Yi Xinglan's smile was even warmer than Lu Xiaoxiao's. He extended his hand enthusiastically, saying, "As a newcomer, you must not be accustomed to our ways just yet. But you'll settle in after a few days. We all went through this. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to let us know." "Absolutely." Su Miaohan chimed in. Her cheeks flushed. "You needn't worry about the meals. I will cook for everyone. Although it may not be as lavish as usual, the taste will definitely be delightful." Ji Yunhuai did not dismiss their kindness. He simply shook hands with Yi Xinglan and Su Miaohan, displaying a commendable demeanor. Observing that he did not linger with the other two, Lu Xiaoxiao felt even more speechless. So it was indeed directed at her. What a dog of a man. Xiao Chen, who generally preferred not to initiate conversation with strangers, stood silently aside. Noticing that everyone else had shaken hands with Ji Yunhuai, he felt it might be impolite not to do so himself, and after a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand. However, whether due to his low presence or something else, Ji Yunhuai seemed oblivious to his gesture, instead directly asking Lu Xiaoxiao, "So what should we do now? I didn't watch the earlier live stream. I need someone to brief me on the general situation." Xiao Chen, feeling overlooked, quietly withdrew his hand. Was it his imagination? Or did this new member seem to harbor some aversion towards him? Yet, Xiao Chen did not feel particularly awkward. After all, he was not one to relish social interactions. Speaking less with others actually brought him a sense of ease, so the suspicion that had briefly arisen quickly faded from his mind. In reality, Ji Yunhuai had indeed noticed Xiao Chen's movement. On the contrary, he was quite aware of it. But so what? He frankly had no favorable impression of this man. From the moment Lu Xiaoxiao introduced everyone, he recognized that this Dr. Xiao was the one who had been fervently discussed by netizens in relation to Lu Xiaoxiao. He could not fathom the thought processes of those netizens. Did they truly see any compatibility between the two? What was their ship's name again? Oh. It came to him, Yixiao Qingcheng. As Ji Yunhuai pondered this, he coldly curled the corner of his mouth. Utterly tacky. 100 times more so than that sugary filter, or whatever it was called. Well, although this Xiao fellow was indeed somewhat presentable, he paled in comparison to Ji Yunhuai. Suddenly, Ji Yunhuai's thoughts came to an abrupt halt, realizing that his reasoning seemed a bit peculiar. Wait, why was he comparing this doctor's looks to his own? It was as if he himself desired to be shipped with Lu Xiaoxiao by the netizens. In truth, there is no pressing obligation to fulfill. One may simply engage in whatever pleases them. After all, we have arrived on a deserted island, where the constraints of convention are few. Upon hearing Ji Yunhuai's inquiry, Lu Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment, stroking her chin, and tentatively replied, "While you were absent this morning, we constructed a treehouse, albeit still a work in progress. If you are inclined,
You may lend us a hand.
A treehouse? Yunhuai raised an eyebrow, questioning, is it intended for shelter? Indeed. And what of it? Lu Xiaoxiao regarded him with a hint of confusion, suspecting he might be looking for a quarrel. Her tone grew somewhat brusque. Is it not permissible to use it as a dwelling? How creative it is. Indeed, it is quite imaginative, Yunhuai remarked lazily. His hands tucked into his pockets as he surveyed the surroundings. After a thorough observation, he continued, however, if it serves as a residence, the drawbacks become rather apparent. Prior to our arrival here, I consulted the weather forecast, which indicated several days of extreme weather to come. In approximately half a week, a torrential downpour is expected, followed by 2 weeks of fierce winds. The excessive rainfall could dampen the wood, increasing the weight of the treehouse, thereby challenging the branch's capacity to withstand it. Additionally, rainwater could easily seep in, significantly detracting from the living experience. Moreover, thunderstorms often accompany heavy rains, and being elevated, the treehouse could readily attract lightning strikes. With a shrug, Yunhuai concluded in a leisurely manner, of course, I merely offer a word of caution. If you seek an exhilarating experience, feel free to disregard my advice. Lu Xiaoxiao was taken aback by his words. What was this? He seemed to possess an unexpected depth of understanding. The more she listened, the more reasonable he appeared. Indeed, the concerns Yunhuai raised were not mere provocations, but legitimate safety hazards she had overlooked. Ah! Hearing it this way, it seems rather perilous, Su Miaohan interjected, her face revealing unmistakable worry. Xiaoxiao, perhaps we should reconsider? Drawing a deep breath, Lu Xiaoxiao asserted, no. Why should we not proceed? If worst comes to worst, we need not use it for shelter. On pleasant days, we can enjoy some leisure time within, sipping afternoon tea. We have invested so much effort. It would be a shame to abandon it now. Oh, that seems reasonable, Su Miaohan nodded, her spirits lifting once more. After all, we still have the opportunity to complete the treehouse. However, Lu Xiaoxiao cast a sidelong glance at Yunhuai, her expression markedly serious. In stark contrast to Su Miaohan's renewed enthusiasm. From the moment she encountered Yunhuai, she had been contemplating his motives for participating in the program. Logically, she had informed him in advance of her intentions to join the show, and his response had been quite normal. Thus it seemed illogical for him to pursue her solely to oppose her. Was he truly upset over that ill-fated culinary endeavor? Was it really worth such agitation? It was merely a trivial prank. This man was far too petty. Lu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, harboring disdain in her heart. However, if the intention was indeed to seek revenge against her, then Yunhuai's demeanor since his arrival has been excessively amiable. Lu Xiaoxiao could hardly believe that he had undergone a sudden transformation. This line of reasoning leads to but one conclusion. Mere opposition to her no longer satisfies Yunhuai's malicious whims. This man must certainly aim to undermine her from a different angle. After a week of diligent effort, Lu Xiaoxiao had firmly established her position as the strategist of the pirate team, becoming the unequivocal backbone of the group, effectively maintaining their control. Meanwhile, Yunhuai had arrived and immediately began to flaunt what one might cautiously refer to as his intellect. What else could this be but an attempt to usurp power? Lu Xiaoxiao understood completely. She grasped his intentions. Yunhuai undoubtedly sought to render her powerless and bring her to a breaking point. How insidious. Ha! He may as well abandon that hope. She would never concede defeat. Chapter 89. A man must not decline. Once everyone had concluded their evening meal, the announcer gathered everyone in an open space and spoke into the microphone. 7 days have elapsed, and today I shall unveil the second clue to the treasure. The pirate team and the brave team shall engage in an exhilarating game of charades. The victorious team will earn the second clue. Now, allow me to explain the rules of the game. It consists of 3 rounds, with each team required to send one member to the center to act out the words. The acting member must convey the words through gestures, expressions, and some simple sound effects, but absolutely must not utter a single letter of the words. The guessing team must, based on the performer's actions, deduce the correct word as swiftly as possible. Each word has a time limit of 1 minute, and correctly guessing a word will score a point for the team. After 3 rounds, the team with the highest cumulative score shall be declared the winner. Does everyone understand the rules? We are about to commence the first round, so let each team strategize and select their participants. Upon the announcer's words, the 2 teams immediately formed small circles. On the pirate team side, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Lu Xiaoxiao. Yi Xinglan proposed, Xiaoxiao, you are the cleverest among us. Why not take the lead in the first round? Lu Xiaoxiao wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation, of course. Shall we devise some signals in advance? This way, we can guess faster than the other team. Having learned the true nature of the undercover game, Lu Xiaoxiao decided against any trickery in the usual games. She would simply play to win when the time called for it. After all, the map pieces would not serve any purpose unless they were assembled, and the first piece had already fallen to the brave team. Winning a few more rounds would not matter much for the pirate team. That makes sense. Xiaoxiao, you have so many ideas. Su Miaohan clapped her hands and suggested, how about when our members take the stage? We add a 1 when we encounter numbers during the charades? Yi Xinglan paused, slightly confused. What do you mean? Oh, dear. For instance, if one of the words contains the character 1, when Xiaoxiao gestures, she can indicate 2, while the other team, unaware of our prior discussion, would surely be misled. After contemplating this, Lu Xiaoxiao deemed it feasible. Let us proceed with this plan. She glanced at the group and began to allocate roles. For the second round, let's have Miao Miao take the stage. Her body language is quite expressive, making her well-suited for gesturing. As for the third round, brother, you should go. Dr. Xiao. If you participate, you might feel a bit constrained, but your intelligence will undoubtedly allow you to guess the words quickly from the sidelines. Over the past few days, the members of the pirate team had tacitly accepted Lu Xiaoxiao as their leader. Thus, when she laid out her arrangements, none found it inappropriate and all accepted without dissent. Yi Xinglan initially intended to assume the responsibility of captain, but upon realizing that Lu Xiaoxiao possessed a stronger team cohesion and could manage Lin Aofan effectively, he naturally relinquished his leadership. Although Yi Xinglan did not voice his admiration for Lu Xiaoxiao as abilities and character, he held a considerable respect for her in his heart. When Lu Xiaoxiao noticed that everyone was in agreement, she intended to move past the topic, only to see Yunhuai suddenly raise his hand. This esteemed captain, he said, leaning against a nearby tree, his expression weary as though he found their discussion rather dull, yet his tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Your arrangements seem to diminish my sense of participation. Lu Xiaoxiao scrutinized him, puzzled, but you don't appear particularly enthusiastic either. Aren't you waiting for me to assign you a role? The man met her gaze, a playful glimmer in his eyes, and articulated each word with clarity as the newcomer. I am quite obedient. For a fleeting moment, Lu Xiaoxiao's expression resembled one who had seen a ghost. Obedient? Ah, please. How could Ji Yunhuai, of all people, be associated with such a trait? She was grateful he wasn't directing her actions, let alone calling her obedient. No, that's not acceptable. You should just sit this one out. Finding the situation too surreal, Lu Xiaoxiao blurted out her refusal, without much thought. Upon hearing this key phrase, Ji Yunhuai's amusement faded, and his narrow eyes narrowed further. Coldly retorting, why do you believe I am incapable? Well, because you. Lu Xiaoxiao quickly realized her words might have been too harsh, and after a moment of mental gymnastics, she managed to formulate a justification. You're new. You lack synergy with the others. So, it's better if you don't participate just yet. Yes, that's it. Ha, I'm about to die from laughter. Does Xiaoxiao not realize why the new guest is displeased? A man cannot be told he is incapable. Ji Yunhuai's expression turned so dark. It's evident he has touched a nerve. Ladies, major intel. Do you know the identity of our new guest? I've uncovered it. He is the only heir of the youngest generation of the Ji family. A true top-tier aristocrat. What? The Ji family? Which Ji family? The insights shared above seem rather limited. After all, the Ji family is one of the most distinguished aristocratic families in the elite circles of the capital. I had not initially considered this aspect, but upon your mention, the name Ji Yunhuai does ring a bell. Could it be? According to your assertions, why would such a remarkable young master choose to entertain us through a variety show? What merit do I possess to witness this? It is commonly said that true affluent families look down upon the entertainment industry, is it not? As someone partially acquainted with the inner workings of this realm, allow me to disclose a morsel of information. It is rumored that this young master from the Ji family does not enjoy the most favorable reputation. He possesses a rather audacious disposition, yet it appears that the elder of the Ji family holds him in particularly high regard for reasons unknown to anyone. Is this genuine? Please elaborate on just how audacious he is. I find this handsome gentleman to be quite the gentleman on the show. I cannot divulge too much. But the general impression of him is that of a rather debauched individual, which is not much of a secret within upper-class circles. As for his appearance on this variety show, it is likely merely for amusement. Wouldn't you agree? Oh dear. Let us common folk refrain from fretting over the young master's affairs. The secrets of the wealthy are not something just anyone can comprehend, regardless of his indiscretions. He possesses the privilege to be capricious. After all, fortune smiled upon him the moment he was born into privilege.
Indeed.
It seems that what dictates one's life is not merely the effort exerted, but rather the fortune of one's birth. As a mere observer of this world, perhaps I should not ponder too deeply and instead delight in his handsome visage. There is no need for such pessimism. Each person is the protagonist of their own life narrative. One must cultivate a sense of detachment and refrain from comparison to attain greater happiness. Chapter 90. She aims to cheat with heartfelt whispers. Lu Xiaoxiao was contemplating how to cleverly mislead Yunhuai with a few more words when the announcer began calling them to assemble. What splendid news! It felt like a reprieve from a dire predicament. Lu Xiaoxiao was elated, her eyes igniting with fervor for this game of charades. And she swiftly dashed into the display area, successfully distancing herself from Yunhuai. For the first round of the brave team, the individual selected to perform the gestures was Lu Shiyan, a choice that did not surprise Lu Xiaoxiao in the least. After all, her second brother is an accomplished actor. Naturally, he would be chosen at the earliest opportunity. However, the outcome of this game does not hinge solely on the performer's skill. Rather, it is contingent upon the reaction speed of the guessing guests below. After all, the performance of the two on stage is visible to the remaining 8 participants. And, regardless of its quality, the conditions for guessing remain equitable for all. Of course, there are ways to engage in minor cheating. Much like the secret signals discussed by the pirate team earlier, perhaps the brave team has also devised some clever tactics in private. Lu Shiyan and Lu Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance and smiled at one another. What a coincidence. In a game of this nature, we should be quite in sync, shouldn't we? Lu Xiaoxiao responded with a bright smile. Perhaps we might be? After being adversaries for so many days, it feels rather delightful to finally collaborate with you. Brother. As the announcer declared the start, a staff member standing behind the guests promptly raised the sign for the first word. Lu Xiaoxiao glanced at it and was momentarily taken aback.
This?
The dragon of Yigong? It seems rather abstract. How am I supposed to gesture a dragon? Unexpectedly. The first challenge proved to be quite difficult, leaving Lu Xiaoxiao momentarily at a loss. Observing his sisters in action, Lu Shiyan cleared his throat and gently guided her, saying, "You act out the front, and I will take care of the back." After uttering these words, he winked at her and stepped back, raising his hands to form the semblance of 2 horns atop his head. Upon catching Lu Shiyan's eye, Lu Xiaoxiao grasped his intent and immediately responded with an expression of great admiration and longing. As Lu Shiyan approached her with a more menacing demeanor, she feigned fear and retreated repeatedly. The audience below began to speculate wildly. Is it a case of fleeing in panic? Or perhaps a display of false bravado? Lon Roland observed the two for a while before uncertainly inquiring, "Is the word we are trying to guess an idiom?" The staff confirmed her suspicion. Su Miaohan pondered for a few moments and murmured, "What is the illustrious actor Lu portraying? A horned creature like a goat? Is Xiaoxiao perhaps acting out being charged by a goat? But what idiom describes that? Repairing the fold after the sheep are lost.
Lu Xiaoxiao ritortith. No.
Let's set aside the notion of fleeing in panic. How on earth did repairing the fold after the sheep are lost come to mind? Lu Shiyan certainly did not portray a deceased character. Just as a sense of helplessness began to wash over her, she suddenly heard Yunhuai speak up. "It must be the Lord Yi loves dragons, right?" Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "No way. Yunhuai is quite clever." Yes. You guessed it correctly." She excitedly pointed at Yunhuai, urging the staff, "Quickly add points for our pirate team." Add points. The staff complied and unveiled the second card. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyue cast a somewhat resentful glance toward Yunhuai, feeling a surge of indignation. How infuriating! She had not been the first to guess the word acted out by her sister. Instead, this newcomer had beaten her to it earlier. In an effort to genuinely participate in the game alongside her sister, Lu Jiyue had deliberately ignored Lu Xiaoxiao's silent cues, hoping to leverage their bond to guess correctly. Just as she had grasped a hint, Yunhuai had snatched the answer.
No.
She could not let this slide any longer. She would resort to her silent cues to ensure the world recognized her as the one most in sync with her sister. With this determination, she set her plan into motion. Thus, when the second word was to be acted out, Lu Xiaoxiao had just begun to depict a military formation on paper when Lu Jiyue raised her hand high, exclaiming, "It's empty talk on paper." Is it empty talk on paper? Oh my! Our brave team is quick to guess. The commentator, astonished, noted a point for the brave team and cheerfully added, Yunhuai, your answer was excellent. However, just a reminder, you don't actually need to raise your hand to buzz in. Oh, I understand now. Lu Yunhuai, feeling a bit sheepish, rubbed her nose and swiftly lowered her hand. After recording the points, the game continued with fervor, looking at plums to quench thirst. Self-recommendation. Adding unnecessary embellishments. At first, everything seemed fine, but after Lu Yunhuai answered 3 consecutive questions correctly in an instant, the astonished gazes of everyone shifted towards her. Su Miaohan stared in disbelief at Lu Yunhuai. No way? She appears so adorably naive. How can her mind be so quick? It's as if she can hear the thoughts of others. The comments from the audience in the barrage echoed similar sentiments. Wow, that was incredibly fast. It's truly reshaping my previous impression of Lu Yunhuai. The atmosphere has suddenly become so intense. One might think they're watching the strongest brain competition. At this rate, the brave team will undoubtedly achieve an overwhelming victory. What else is there to compare? Seeing Lu Yunhuai guess so swiftly, Lu Xiaoxiao could not deny her astonishment. No way. How did Lu Yunhuai become so clever all of a sudden? Something feels off. Could it be that someone leaked the answers to her in private? This is rather strange. While deeply engrossed in guessing, Lu Yunhuai caught wind of her sister's suspicions and realized she might have overdone it. She quickly explained to those around her, perhaps I am merely fortunate this time. I might not guess the next one correctly. The next question was a leaf obstructing the view, and upon spotting a numeral in the words to be guessed, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up as she promptly signaled a 2 in front of her. This time, Lu Yunhuai pretended not to comprehend, allowing Xiao Yichen to guess it. A leaf obstructing the view? Clever. For the subsequent questions, Lu Yunhuai humbly refrained from jumping in, granting others the chance to showcase their abilities, and the atmosphere once again grew lively. When the first round concluded, to everyone's surprise, aside from Lu Yunhuai, the person with the most correct answers was actually Yunhuai. Frankly, Lu Xiaoxiao was quite astonished by this outcome. What allowed Yunhuai to resonate so harmoniously with her? Was it because he, like her, possessed an abstract mindset, enabling him to better grasp the meanings behind these perplexing performances? Or was it simply his innate intelligence? Reflecting on Yunhuai's analysis regarding the risks of using a treehouse as a residence, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a burgeoning curiosity towards this man. Since she had recently accumulated some points, perhaps she could exchange them for information about Yunhuai tonight.